It was a winter afternoon in Three Mountain City of the Southeast Province. In the Three Mountain Plaza in the southern suburbs. Amidst the rush of people, a young man with a slightly pale face walked forward steadily. His name was Xia Ruofei. He was 23 years old that year and was a soldier who had just retired from the military camp. Xia Ruofei was not tall. He was about 1.75 meters tall, and his figure was thin. He had short, spiky hair and wore a brown Type 07 winter camouflage uniform. On his feet was a pair of standard black high-laced combat boots. However, there were no military ranks or military insignias on the old camouflage uniform. The combat boots were also badly damaged. The paint on several areas had been worn off, making them look like ugly scars. Even though Xia Ruofei's clothes were old, they were clean and gave off a refreshing feeling. But no matter what, his attire made him look out of place among the people in the city. He would even attract curious and contemptuous gazes. However, Xia Ruofei turned a blind eye to them. His back remained straight, and he walked forward with 75 centimeters per step. He was full of vigor and exuded a strong military aura. Xia Ruofei held a receipt in his hand, and his pale face was filled with worry. Huzi, this is all I can do. I even sold the house that my grandfather left behind, Xia Ruofei muttered softly to himself. With this money, at least our mother can afford dialysis. As for the kidney transplant, I really can't do anything about it. Sigh, I hope you can understand. In a few days, the two of us will meet in the underworld. I'll pay my apologies to you then. After saying that, Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh, feeling melancholic. Huzi was Xia Ruofei's best comrade and brother in the army. He was shot and sacrificed in a border battle to protect him. 2 years after Huzi's death, Xia Ruofei was diagnosed with motor neuron disease, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. The symptoms in the early stages of this disease were mild, and the patient might only feel a little weak, jumpy, and tired. However, it would gradually progress to muscle atrophy and difficulty in swallowing. Under the current standards of medical treatment, motor neuron disease was considered an incurable disease. He could live for as short as a few months, or as long as 2 to 3 years. Most patients would die from respiratory failure. After understanding the situation of this illness, Xia Ruofei resolutely requested to leave the army, unwilling to cause trouble for the organization. Of course, more importantly, Xia Ruofei was a prideful person deep down. He had always been the backbone of the lone wolf assault team. He did not want his comrades to see him struggle to even move his fingers and could only lie on the bed and watch as death devoured him. After Xia Ruofei retired, he went to Huzi's house to visit his old mother. However, he suddenly found out that Huzi's mother was suffering from uremia. Huzi's meager pension had long been spent, but his condition did not improve at all. Without hesitation, Xia Ruofei sold the small house left behind by his grandfather at a low price. He had gone to the bank to transfer the 400,000 yuan he had earned from selling the house and his military discharge fee of 80,000 yuan to Huzi's mother's account. But he himself had become penniless. Now, other than the 2 months' rent that he had paid in advance, the few $100s in his pocket were Xia Ruofei's entire assets. After passing by the new Banyan Road beside the Three Mountain Plaza, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The prosperity of the city was left behind. All he could see were low-rise houses with all kinds of electrical wires running around and trees growing messily around. The water drains by the side of the road gave off a stench, and all kinds of trash could be seen everywhere. This was a shantytown in the town. In this new era, it gave off an aged and rotten aura. Fortunately, it was said that this shantytown would be demolished in a year or two. After Xia Ruofei sold the house, he rented the cheapest single room to stay in. Xia Ruofei's parents had died early, and his only family member, Grandpa, had also passed away. He was all alone, so it was enough for him to rent a small apartment. He quickly walked through the streets. He did not even frown at the stench that occasionally entered his nostrils. In his military career, he had experienced more than 100 times worse environments. This was nothing. Let go of me. Help. In the distance, a faint voice could be heard. He frowned slightly and walked quickly in the direction of the voice. Normally, Xia Ruofei was not someone who liked to poke his nose into other people's business. However, the security in the shanty town was very poor. There were all sorts of people around, and the cry for help sounded like that of a young woman. There was a strong sense of panic in her voice. If headed not take actions, something terrible might happen. He walked quickly through the narrow alley. In front of an abandoned house, Xia Ruofei saw 3 drunk hooligans surrounding a panicked girl with smiles on their faces. The girl was wearing a short white down jacket and blue jeans. She had a pair of long and slender legs, and her slightly bloated winter attire could not hide her graceful and tall figure. She had an exquisite oval face, and her big eyes, which should have been lively, were now filled with fear. Her beautiful hair was also a little messy, and her body involuntarily shivered, making her look even more pitiful. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, why did such a beautiful girl come here alone? Wasn't she asking for trouble? Help! Big brother, save me! The girl saw Xia Ruofei and pleaded as if she had found a straw to clutch at. This place was remote, and it was rare for people to pass by. It was also because of this that the 3 hoodlums dared to act so brazenly under the influence of alcohol. They obviously did not expect anyone to come. They looked at Xia Ruofei standing at the entrance of the alley and were stunned. The leader, a gangster with yellow hair, sized Xia Ruofei up and laughed eerily. Oh. You're a soldier. You're not thinking of saving the damsel in distress, are you? I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Be sensible and get lost. Xia Ruofei looked at the yellow-haired gangster calmly. I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of that girl. I can pretend nothing happened. The yellow-haired gangster was stunned. He exchanged glances with his 2 companions, and the 3 of them burst into laughter. The yellow-haired gangster pointed at Xia Ruofei's nose and cursed. You asshole. Have you become fucking senile from being a soldier or something? How dare you talk to me like this? Time's up. Xia Ruofei said softly. The moment he finished speaking, the yellow-haired gangster felt his vision blur. Xia Ruofei, who was 2 meters away, appeared in front of him in a flash. Immediately after, the yellow-haired gangster felt a strong force on his chest and abdomen. He flew out involuntarily and landed on his butt in a waterhole. The dirty and smelly sewage water instantly splashed all over his body. Xia Ruofei was so fast that the 3 hooligans did not even have time to react. Xia Ruofei's attack was so powerful that it gave the 3 of them a shock. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Whereas Xia Ruofei frowned and thought to himself, this damn illness is getting worse. When he attacked just now, he felt the weakness in his limbs worsen. His kick should have caused the yellow-haired gangster to lose his ability to move. Yet although he was covered in dirty water, he quickly stood up. On the other side, the alcohol emboldened the yellow-haired gangster, who placed his hand on his waist. The fear in his eyes disappeared when he felt the tool that would give him an upper hand. Then, he glared at Xia Ruofei fiercely and pulled out the dagger from his waist. He licked his lips and said grimly, "Brat, you are courting death." The other two hooligans took out their daggers at the same time and flung the girl aside. The three of them surrounded Xia Ruofei. The girl covered her mouth in horror. Xia Ruofei calmly protected the girl. Behind him, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the three people who were surrounding him. The girl looked at Xia Ruofei's slightly skinny figure. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and his back view seemed to become taller in an instant. Xia Ruofei landed a beautiful kick on the yellow-haired gangster's shoulder. There was a loud crack, and the yellow-haired gangster fell to the ground in pain. He started howling in pain. Xia Ruofei did not hold back when facing the three daggers swung at him. After knocking out the yellow-haired gangster, Xia Ruofei turned sideways and dodged another thug's dagger. The dagger flashed past his eyes. The situation was extremely dangerous. The girl screamed in fear. The two hooligans exchanged glances. Gritting their teeth, they brandished their daggers and charged forward again. Xia Ruofei calmly took a step forward and took the opportunity to snatch it. His swift steps allowed him to always stand between the hooligans and the girl. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Ruofei rushed forward and accurately grabbed a hooligan's wrist. If it was in the past, the gangster's wrist would be broken in the next second. However, at this moment, Xia Ruofei once again felt weak in his limbs. He cursed in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he pulled hard and dodged to the side with the hoodlum. However, he was still half a beat slower. A cold light flashed past and, with a sizzling sound, the other hooligan's dagger cut through Xia Ruofei's camouflage training suit, leaving a long wound on his arm. Fresh blood flowed out. Xia Ruofei, who was unexpectedly injured, did not change his expression as he hit the hooligan's face with his elbow, knocking him unconscious. Then, he grabbed the other hooligan's wrist and threw him over the shoulders, causing him to fall onto the ground with a loud thud. The thug rolled his eyes and fainted. The girl was stunned. She did not expect the skinny man to be so strong. In less than 20 seconds, he had defeated all three of them barehanded. However, Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. If not for that damn illness, this kind of untrained street ruffian would have been defeated in one move. Now, he was even injured. This was simply embarrassing the special forces. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked down at his trembling hands. Was there really no other way? Keeping his emotions in check, he turned to the girl and said, "Hurry up and leave. It's not very safe here. It's best if you don't come out alone, thank you." "I got it," the girl said gratefully. Following that, she exclaimed, "Aya, your arm is bleeding." Xia Ruofei looked down at the wound on his arm nonchalantly and waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a small injury. I'll accompany you to the hospital to bandage it," the girl said. "You were injured because of me. No need. Leave quickly. I should go back too." Xia Ruofei shook his head. "That won't do. What if it gets infected? The girl tugged at Xia Ruofei's sleeve and said, "Let's go to the hospital." "I'll go with you." Xia Ruofei gently shook off the girl's hand and said, "There's really no need. Goodbye." After saying that, Xia Ruofei strode forward. The girl wanted to chase after him, but she had sprained her ankle in the scuffle with the three hooligans. She was limping and could not keep up with Xia Ruofei, who was running as fast as he could. She could only shout from behind, "Hey! I still don't know your name." Xia Ruofei did not reply. He waved his hand without looking back and quickly disappeared around the corner of the house. The girl looked at the yellow-haired man who was howling in pain and the two unconscious hoodlums. She was very scared and did not dare to stay here for long. She could only stare deeply in the direction where Xia Ruofei had disappeared before limping away from the scene. Xia Ruofei quickly returned to his new residence. It was a small room that was less than 10 square meters. Other than a bed and a table, there was almost no place to rest. He pulled out a box from under the bed and rummaged through it. Xia Ruofei had just moved over and had yet to unpack his things when he went to transfer money to Hu Zi's mother. He remembered that he had placed the first aid kit in this suitcase when he moved. The wound on his arm was quite long and deep. He had to treat it in time. The box was a little messy. There were military medals that he had brought back from the army and some small items given by his comrades. There were also some old items left behind by his deceased grandfather. It was obviously difficult to find a small first aid kit at once. Xia Ruofei did not realize that while he was rummaging, a drop of blood dripped from the wound on his arm and landed on an unassuming scroll in the box. When the blood landed on the surface of the scroll, it was like a snowflake falling into boiling water. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After absorbing a drop of Xia Ruofei's blood, the scroll suddenly emitted a faint golden glow, attracting Xia Ruofei's gaze. Xia Ruofei was stunned. What was going on? Xia Ruofei vaguely remembered that when his grandfather was still alive, he would often fiddle with the scroll in his hand. It looked like an old item, but that was all. After so many years, Xia Ruofei did not find anything special about it. Xia Ruofei even vaguely remembered that when this scroll was opened, it was a painting. The contents of the painting were very simple. It was just a piece of grassland with a clear spring. When he was young, Xia Ruofei had asked his grandfather about the background of this painting out of curiosity. In the end, even his grandfather did not know much about it. He only knew that it was passed down from his ancestors. Why would an inconspicuous painting suddenly emit golden light? What exactly is going on? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself as he reached out to pick up the scroll and slowly opened it with a curious expression. However, it was different from the past. The moment Xia Ruofei opened the scroll, the golden light intensified. Then, he suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the painting. Immediately after, he felt his vision blur, as if he had teleported. In the next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. This was too strange. The instinct from being in the special forces made Xia Ruofei instinctively make a defensive move. Then, he quickly scanned his surroundings, hoping to find a safe hiding spot to avoid being attacked from both sides. However, he soon discovered that the location he was in was practically unobstructed. There was no place for him to use as a bunker. He was standing on a land of black soil. This piece of land was estimated to be only 1 acre or so Looking around, he could see the end of it. The area beyond 1 acre was covered in faint green fog. With Xia Ruofei's eyesight, he could not see anything beyond. At the center of this black land was a clear spring. The spring water gurgled out, forming a small pond about a meter in radius. Beside the pond, there was a plant that he could not identify. It was about a foot tall and had long leaves that were 2 fingers wide. The leaves were green and looked full of vitality. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the flower growing on the plant. This flower only had 3 petals, and each petal was different in color. They were blue, yellow, and red. However, this simple flower that had 3 petals gave off a delicate and alluring feeling, as if it contained the truths of the world. Even Xia Ruofei, who was still in shock, couldn't help but stare at the flower for a few more seconds. However, he quickly regained his focus. Now was not the time to be distracted. He was clearly looking for a first aid kit in the rental apartment earlier. Why did he suddenly appear in this strange place? The surroundings and the area above were all shrouded in a hazy green mist, and he was unable to see through. Hence, Xia Ruofei's top priority was to find a way out and leave this place. Hence, the first thing Xia Ruofei did after regaining his senses was to walk towards the boundary of the land. This piece of black land was almost circular, with a diameter of about 28 to 29 meters. Soon, Xia Ruofei arrived at the edge. He reached out his hand tentatively and soon discovered that the mist was like an invisible barrier. A soft but tough force blocked his hand. Xia Ruofei did not believe it. He took a few steps forward and changed another position to continue testing out. The result was the same. The green fog looked extremely thin, but not only could it block one's vision, it also formed a barrier that could not be seen with the naked eye. This barrier did not have any lethality, but it was extremely tough and could not be penetrated. What should I do? Xia Ruofei could not help but mutter to himself. There is no way out. Helpless, he could only return to the small pond at the center of the land. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei widened his eyes and looked around quickly. The more he looked, the more surprised he seemed. Why is it so similar to the contents of the painting? Xia Ruofei could not help but mutter to himself. There was a circular piece of land with a clear spring in the middle. There was a nameless plant beside the pond, and there was a misty green fog around it. Xia Ruofei remembered seeing this painting when he was young. Other than the lack of green grass on the ground, it was exactly the same as the painting he had seen before. Could it be that I'm in that painting? Xia Ruofei had a bold thought. Xia Ruofei was also shocked by his own thoughts, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, the changes in environment was only after he opened the scroll. Xia Ruofei had been in the army for many years and had received much education. At that moment, he felt as if his worldview had collapsed. He stood beside the pond in a daze for a long while. Xia Ruofei, who had gone through the harsh training in the lone wolf assault team, had an extremely calm mind. No matter what, he would not lose his cool. However, such a strange experience still made his mind temporarily blank. After a long while, he thought of a serious problem. How should he leave this place? For an elite of the special forces to be trapped in a painting without being able to do anything, this was truly a huge joke. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and muttered to himself. God! Am I going to be trapped here forever? I want to go out. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt his vision blur. That familiar pulling force and dizziness struck him again. In the next moment, he realized that he had returned to the messy rental apartment. In his hand was the painting. Xia Ruofei widened his mouth in shock. It is actually controlled by voice? That can't be. He couldn't help but cast his gaze at the painting in his hand. This painting still looked ordinary. The old scroll was covered in mottled traces, and it was obvious that it had the aura of time. Xia Ruofei carefully observed the contents of the painting and was even more certain that he had just entered the painting. As an elite of the special forces, he would subconsciously remember many details. For example, the plant by the pond that he couldn't name, as well as the delicate and beautiful flower with only 3 petals on it. With a glance, Xia Ruofei quickly spotted the plant in the painting. The flower on it and even the veins of the leaves were exactly the same as what he saw by the pond. There was actually a hidden secret within the painting. There was another mysterious space within it. The usually calm Xia Ruofei could not help but become very agitated. He had found a treasure this time. In his excitement, there was something else that Xia Ruofei could not understand. That was, this painting had been in their family for many generations. In Xia Ruofei's memories, there was a period of time when his grandfather would open to admire it. Even when Xia Ruofei was young, he had also mischievously opened this painting. But both his grandfather and himself had never been directly pulled into the painting space. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while. In the end, he could only attribute it to the blood from his wound on the painting. Besides this reason, Xia Ruofei could not find any other reason. He no longer dwelled on this issue and turned to study this mysterious painting scroll. After half a day of repeated testing, Xia Ruofei finally figured out some basic functions of the painting space. First of all, it was very easy for him to enter and exit this space. He only needed to think about it and he could enter or leave. Furthermore, he could bring things into the space, but he had to hold onto those items. Secondly, if he went in and out of the space repeatedly, it seemed like he would become mentally exhausted. However, the pond in the space was very effective in restoring one's mental state. It was even helpful for treating physical injuries. After Xia Ruofei drank some water from the pond, he realized that the knife wound on his arm was already showing signs of scabbing. This discovery surprised and delighted Xia Ruofei. The rental apartment was too cramped. After selling the house, he could not bear to throw away many of his grandfather's belongings, so the room was almost full. Now that there was this magical space, Xia Ruofei simply moved all the items into the space after making a few trips. The room instantly felt much more spacious. He drank a few mouthfuls of water from the pond to recover his energy. Then, he sat down by the pond and gazed at the clear spiritual water in deep thought. Slowly calming down, Xia Ruofei began to think about how to make use of this magical spiritual space to earn as much money as possible. Hu Zi's mother was diagnosed with uremia. The total of 500,000 that Xia Ruofei earned from selling the house and his retirement fund had been given to Hu Zi's mother. However, Hu Zi's family still owed a huge debt, and the money that Xia Ruofei gave would definitely not be enough for a kidney transplant. Hence, Xia Ruofei wanted to raise as much money as possible while he still had the energy. Xia Ruofei knew that his days were numbered. Patients with Lou Gehrig's disease only lived for 2 to 3 years at most. Xia Ruofei originally wanted to earn as much money as possible while he could still move. and leave it to Huzi's mother. Now that he suddenly obtained the mysterious spiritual map, Xia Ruofei's mind started to run fast. Xia Ruofei immediately rejected the idea of selling it for money. That was because this spiritual map was truly too magical. It had already far surpassed the scope of normal people's imagination. Xia Ruofei knew very well that if he sold this painting rashly, not only would he not be able to get the money, it would also draw disaster. Xia Ruofei quickly made up his mind. Not only could he not sell it openly, he had to keep it as his top secret. He could not even leak it to his closest friends. Since he couldn't sell it for money, he should at least make use of this treasure to earn some money for himself. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. Xia Ruofei thought. However, as to how he could make use of the spiritual map to earn money, Xia Ruofei did not have any good ideas at the moment. After all, he knew very little about this space. The only thing he knew was that the water in the pond seemed to be beneficial for recovering one's mental strength and physical injuries. However, the pond only had a radius of 1 meter. He could not possibly drain the water and sell it. This was equivalent to having a mountain of treasure, but it could not be exchanged for real money. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. He frowned and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Forget it, let's go out and get some food first. The emperor doesn't lack hungry soldiers. With that, Xia Ruofei prepared to leave the space. At this moment, his gaze landed on a small flower pot. He couldn't help but stare blankly at it. Xia Ruofei remembered that this flower pot was left behind by the previous tenant. For some reason, he had also brought this flower pot into the space when he was packing up the miscellaneous items. There was a small green lotus-shaped plant in the flower pot. Its leaves were plump and thick, and there were some brown vein-like patterns on it. It looked quite pretty. However, perhaps due to neglect, the plant looked listless. Xia Ruofei shook his head and reached out to pick up the flower pot, preparing to bring it out. Xia Ruofei did not have the hobby of raising potted plants. Since it did not belong to an owner, he would just find a time to throw it outside. He could not even afford to feed himself. Why would he raise a potted plant? However, on second thought, he muttered to himself. Forget it. Forget it. Since I brought you in just now, it's fate. I'll leave you here. The soil in the flower pot was still filled with large amounts of small pebbles. It looked like it was completely dry without any moisture. When Xia Ruofei saw this scene, he simply carried the flower pot to the side of the pond and used his hands to fetch some water to water the plant. He waited until the soil in the flower pot was completely drenched before standing up and leaving the space. As for the potted plant, Xia Ruofei simply left it in the spiritual space. Back in his room, Xia Ruofei made a simple bowl of instant noodles for his lunch. Then, he cleaned up the room. He was so tired that he was panting slightly. He even sweated a lot. Since he contracted Lou Gehrig's disease, Xia Ruofei's physical strength had decreased very quickly. When he was in the military, such a small amount of exercise could not even make him sweat, let alone feel tired. He took a towel and went to the public washroom outside to take a quick shower. Then, he returned to his room and lay on the bed to rest. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei fell into a deep sleep. When Xia Ruofei woke up again, it was already dark outside. He looked at the time on his knockoff phone and realized that it was already 6:30 p.m. This meant that he had slept for 4 to 5 hours. After waking up, Xia Ruofei's mouth was a little dry. He shook the painting that he had clutched tightly when he was sleeping. With a thought, he disappeared from the room and entered the spiritual map space. The water in the pond made Xia Ruofei hungry. When he felt thirsty, he immediately thought of getting some water to drink. He appeared in the space and walked straight to the pond. However, when he saw the flower pot by the pond, his gaze couldn't help but freeze, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He quickly walked over to the flower pot. Xia Ruofei realized that the plants in the flower pot were different from before. The most obvious change was its size. It had become as big as a balloon. In addition, it was no longer withered and looked like it could die at any moment. The leaves had become crystal clear as if they were carved from jade. It was magical and beautiful, fresh and elegant, as if it was a work of art with life. There was an even more obvious change: the color of the leaves. The outermost area was still very green, but the color of the inner area had changed. It had a color gradation from light to deep. The innermost area had become a beautiful purple. At the top of the leaf, there were some transparent veins. One could see the sparkling and translucent meaty leaves inside at a glance, which were as clear and transparent as ice lamps. A half-dead potted plant had become so magical and beautiful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it had been reborn. It was Xia Ruofei's first time seeing such a beautiful potted plant. He could not help but stare in a daze. For a moment, he even forgot that he came in to find water to drink, because he was thirsty. After looking at it for a long time, Xia Ruofei unwillingly moved his gaze away from the crystal-clear potted plant and looked at the clear pond with excitement. Without a doubt, the reason why the potted plant underwent such a drastic change in such a short period of time was most likely because he had watered it with water from the pond previously. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the spiritual map space itself had a great effect on the growth of plants. Regardless of the reason, Xia Ruofei had at least found a way to make money. After Xia Ruofei left the spiritual map space, the first thing he did was to search for information about the potted plant online. Although the rental house was dilapidated and narrow, the facilities were still complete. This place was mainly rented to city workers or young people who had just graduated from university. Therefore, every room had a network access point. The desktop computer he had bought before joining the army had now become useful. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, the old desktop was finally turned on. Xia Ruofei opened the browser and entered the search engine to search for information. He searched for a long time but didn't find much useful information. However, he did find out that the lotus-shaped plant's name was Jade Dew and belonged to the 12th volume of the encyclopedia. It was also one of the more popular cactus-type plant. There were many types of Jade Dew. Xia Ruofei searched for a long time but could not find out what kind of Jade Dew was in the space and how much it was worth. However, Xia Ruofei was certain that before the transformation of the Jade Dew, it was an extremely ordinary breed. The previous tenant was also not taking care of it and it was basically in a half-dead state. Furthermore, it was left behind in a room when they moved, so it was definitely not worth much. As for the mutated Jade Dew, Xia Ruofei could not find out anything about it. Therefore, he simply entered the space again and took a few photos of the Jade Dew with his phone. Then, he returned to his room and uploaded the photos to the online forum for cactus plants. After uploading it, Xia Ruofei did not bother about it anymore. He turned off the computer, showered, and went to sleep. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei washed up, he did not even have time for breakfast. He took out the spiritual map that he kept close to himself and entered the spiritual map space. The moment he entered, Xia Ruofei realized that the pot of jade dew had grown a lot bigger. The leaves were even more tender, and had changed from a tender green to a purple color. The layers within the leaves were even more distinct. The spots on the top of the leaves were almost completely transparent. The meaty leaves inside were crystal clear, making one feel like pinching them. This space was really magical. A pot of ordinary jade dew that was about to dry up had only been watered with some water, and then put in the space for a night, and it had actually undergone a complete transformation. Xia Ruofei was very excited. He remembered the post the previous day, so he left the space and sat in front of the computer. Xia Ruofei had just logged into his account on the forum when he received a series of notifications, which made him shocked. On closer look, there were almost 200 private messages. It was a new account that was registered the previous night for the post. Why did so many people send him private messages overnight? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself as she opened the private messages. Brother, where did you get this supreme grade jade dew? It's so beautiful. This is the best ice lantern jade dew. Oh my god. Are you sure you didn't Photoshop this picture? How can there be such a clear jade dew? The comments were all about the photos that Xia Ruofei uploaded the day before. Xia Ruofei was not surprised because his account had only made 2 posts. The contents of the 2 posts were the same. Please tell me what kind of jade dew this is. Is it worth a lot of money? Then, he attached a photo. One of them was posted on the Succulent Plant forum while the other was posted on the Jade Dew forum. Some comments were even more direct. I want this supreme grade ice lantern. Name any price. Phone number, 136XXXXXXXX. Even through the computer screen, he could feel that the person was rich. Initially, Xia Ruofei only thought that the pot of jade dew looked much better after watering with the water from the pond the day before. As he did not have a deep understanding of the succulent plants, he did not know that his posts had already caused an uproar on both forums. Xia Ruofei did not know what ice lantern jade dew was, but it looked like it was worth a lot of money. He opened his post with anticipation. Compared to the private messages, the post was even more lively. The 2 posts had dozens of pages of replies overnight. There were at least 1 or 2,000 replies. It was as if the entire forum site had exploded. Not only were there many comments in Xia Ruofei's post, but there were also quite a number of new posts discussing the jade dew that Xia Ruofei had posted. Whether it was a reply or a new post, the views were roughly divided into 2 factions, positive and negative. One side naturally bowed down to Xia Ruofei. They were full of admiration for Xia Ruofei for being able to nurture such supreme-grade ice lantern jade dew. There were even people who clamored to acknowledge Xia Ruofei as their master. The other group was skeptical. Some people suspected that the pot of jade dew was not ice lantern. The reason was simple: they had never seen an ice lantern that had color gradation from green to purple. Many people said that it was fake and had been applied with coloring. Furthermore, this pot of jade dew was crystal clear and looked like real jade. Some people even swore that it was definitely photoshopped by him. veteran who owned multiple succulent plants said that he had been exposed to many types of plants for more than 10 years and had never seen such a perfect ice lantern jade dew. This also indirectly proved that the picture had been photoshopped. The supporters refuted these views one by one. They analyzed the photo from different angles and insisted that it was definitely an ice lantern. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare variant. It was extremely beautiful and was definitely the best among ice lanterns and jade dews. There were also many succulent plant owners who worked in the graphic design industry and analyzed from a technical point of view. They claimed that the photos were all original and had not even been edited. They were just raw images. In short, the two forums were in a heated argument. Because of Xia Ruofei's post. Xia Ruofei flipped through the posts and private messages and could not help but grin. Xia Ruofei did not know any of the professional terms of side sprouts, brocade, tree type. However, he was certain that the jade dew would be very valuable. What Xia Ruofei lacked the most now was money. A private message caught Xia Ruofei's attention. "Brother, I am very interested in this ice lantern of yours. I wonder if you are willing to sell it? If you are, please consider me first. I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. I specialize in planting and selling succulent plants in 3 Mountain City. I have my own workshop and shed. If you are worried, I can personally go to the city you are in. My phone number is 159XXXXXXXX. Hope to hear from you." It could be seen that this person's tone was rather sincere, and he happened to be in 3 Mountain City. Having a transaction in the same city could reduce a lot of trouble for him. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while, took out his phone, and dialed the number left in the private message. The moment the call connected, a young voice came through the receiver. "Hello?" Xia Ruofei asked directly. "Are you cold-stirred succulent from the Jade Dew Forum site?" The voice on the other end of the line immediately became more enthusiastic. "That's right. Do you want to buy succulent plants? We have a wide variety of them. There's the myriad elephant, lifestone flower, jade, fan. Basically, I have all the succulent plants that are popular nowadays, and their quality is definitely top-notch." It seemed that this cold-stirred succulent was a cultivator of succulent plants. The place he owned was called Immortal Succulent Store. Hearing this strange name, Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. Then, he said, I'm Bloodwolf from the forum. You left me a private message last night." Bloodwolf was Xia Ruofei's username when he registered the day before. It was his code name when he served in the Lone Wolf Assault Team. Xia Ruofei had deep feelings for this code name. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds. Then, Xia Ruofei clearly heard the other party take in a breath of cold air. Then, his excited voice came through the phone. "So you're Master Bloodwolf. Hello. Hey, wait. So you're from 3 Mountain City too? Oh my, this is such a coincidence. It must be fate." It was obvious that cold-stirred succulent had noticed the origin of his location based on the caller ID. He was so excited that he became incoherent in his words. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and asked, "Are you interested in my ice lantern?" "Of course. I've been in the industry for succulent plants for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful supreme-grade ice lantern. This ice lantern is perfect in both shape and its transparency. And it's a mutant variant. It's simply perfect." With that said, his tone carried a hint of anticipation. As he asked, "Master Bloodwolf, are you intending to sell this ice lantern?" Even an idiot would be able to tell how much he wanted this exquisite ice lantern. Xia Ruofei could not help but find it funny. This cold-stirred succulent did not seem like a businessman at all. If it was a real businessman, he would definitely not openly express his love for it when he was interested in buying it, because this might cause the other party to ask for a high price. It was just a short interaction, but Xia Ruofei developed a good impression of this straightforward, cold-stirred succulent. "If the price is reasonable, I can sell it to you," Xia Ruofei said after a moment of silence. "That's great." When he heard that Xia Ruofei was willing to sell it, he was very happy. He quickly said, "You will definitely not lose out on the sale. Furthermore, since you are able to cultivate such a supreme-grade ice lantern, you must be an expert. No one would dare to deceive you." With that said, cold-stirred succulent eagerly said, "Master Bloodwolf, please give me an address. I'll be right there. How about I go over to your place? I'll come over in the afternoon." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Didn't you say you have a lot of succulent plants? I want to visit your greenhouse too." Xia Ruofei saw the hope of earning money from this ice lantern, so he naturally wanted to understand more about succulent plants. It was definitely not as good to look up information online as in real life. This cold-stirred succulent was obviously an easygoing person, so Xia Ruofei wanted to learn more about succulent plants from him. Therefore, he decided to go personally. The moment he heard that cold-stirred succulent was even happier, and he hurriedly said, "Welcome, welcome, Master Bloodwolf. I'll send you the address immediately." Not long after hanging up, Xia Ruofei received a text message on his phone. It was the address from cold-stirred succulent. Xia Ruofei took out the spiritual map that was hidden on his body and entered the spiritual map space with a thought. He walked over, picked up the supreme-grade ice lantern Jade Dew, and left the spiritual space. In a flash, Xia Ruofei found a large plastic bag and packed the Jade Dew. Then, he made some simple lunch at home. After he finished eating, he carried the plastic bag containing the Jade Dew and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, Xia Ruofei felt his hand go soft. The plastic bag almost slipped out of his hand. He quickly reached out his other hand to grab the plastic bag. He stopped and steadied his steps. After a while, the weakness in his hand gradually disappeared. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. That damn Lou Gehrig's disease seemed to be getting worse. After so many years of battle experience, Xia Ruofei was used to seeing life and death. Furthermore, he had been diagnosed with this illness for some time, so he was not too afraid of death. However, he still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. It seemed like he had to speed up the pace of earning money. He had to earn enough money for Hu Zi's mother to get a kidney transplant before he couldn't move. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face Hu Zi. After calming himself down, Xia Ruofei walked out of the rental apartment with firm steps. In order to save time, he hailed a taxi and drove straight to the Immortal Succulent store in Anhua District. In the suburbs of Anhua District. At the entrance of a 10-acre plantation with the sign Immortal Succulent Store hanging, 2 security guards stood guard in high spirits. This was because their boss, who rarely appeared, had brought a few friends to the cultivation base that day. There was a 3-story building in the cultivation base. It was the daily office for the store. The walls on the entire third floor had been removed. It was the exclusive floor for the store owner's use. It was a large office that was more than 200 square meters. There was a lounge, a reception area, a gym area, and even a professional snooker table and an indoor golf course. At this moment, there were 4 or 5 youngsters sitting around the coffee table in the reception area. One of them was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a fitted suit. His eyebrows were very thick, and his eyes were bright. This young man was skillfully making tea for everyone. The rest of the people were also dressed exquisitely, and they seemed about the same age as the tea-brewing youth. There was also a girl in her early 20s sitting with them. This girl was very beautiful. Her exquisite face was almost flawless, and her skin was so delicate that it seemed like it could break with a blow. Especially her long legs. Any man who saw her would involuntarily imagine the scene of placing her long legs on his shoulders. Such a beautiful girl naturally became the center of attention. However, this beautiful girl was a little cold. She remained indifferent towards the people around her. These people were the children of some entrepreneurs in Three Mountain City. They could be considered the typical rich, second-generation heirs. The young man who brewed the tea was called Liang Qichao. His father was the owner of Jianda Corporation, a well-known property enterprise in the city. Liang Qichao was the owner of the immortal succulent store. He was the cold-stirred succulent that Xia Ruofei contacted. Of course, Liang Qichao was just playing around. Mainly because he liked succulent plants. The long-legged beauty's name was Ling Qingxue. Her father was Ling Xiaotian, the boss of the food industry in Three Mountain City. Her family's Ling Ji restaurant chain was very influential in the entire southeast province and had at least several hundred million assets. Of the remaining 3 youngsters, the slightly plump one was called Lu Wen. His family also worked in the food and beverage industry. His family's famous restaurant chain had the same influence as Ling Ji's restaurant chain. The other young man with smooth hair and a middle hair parting was called Lu Mingho. His family was involved in the real estate business. Being in the same industry meant that they were nemesis, so he and Liang Qichao had never been on good terms. The last person who wore gold-framed glasses was Lu Ping. He was also a rich, second-generation heir. His family was in the logistics industry. Of course, these youths all had a common identity, Ling Qingshue's admirers. Thus, there was a faint sense of competition between these men. In reality, Ling Qingxue was the one who really liked the succulent plants. Liang Qichao was influenced by Ling Qingxue and slowly fell in love with the adorable succulent plants. Later on, he even opened this immortal succulent store. Lu Mingho, Lu Wen, and Lu Ping also tried to win her over with her interests. They found some precious succulent plants and gave them to Ling Qingxue, but Ling Qingxue probably didn't like them. This time, Ling Qingxue heard from Liang Qichao that he had found a pot of supreme-grade ice lanterns online, and Liang Qichao had even praised it to the skies. That was why Ling Qingxue was a little tempted and came to the store. Lu Mingho and the others also followed them, but only they knew what they were planning. Liang Qichao brought the first cup of tea to the girl and smiled while saying, "Qingxue, I didn't expect you to come here to join in the fun. My humble place is honored by your presence." The girl named Qingxue said indifferently, "I'm just a little curious about the supreme-grade ice lantern you mentioned. I hope it won't disappoint me later." Lu Mingho grinned and said, "Qingxue, I think Liang Qichao must have been deceived. You saw the picture just now. How could there be such a beautiful ice lantern? Needless to say, it must have been photoshopped. Lu Mingho and Liang Qichao were both wooing Ling Qingxue, and their families were in real estate development, so they naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to attack Liang Qichao. The slightly plump Lu Wen added, I think what Mingho said makes sense. There are many scammers online now. Liang Qichao. You can't trust others too easily. Although his words sounded kind, he was actually mocking Liang Qichao for not having any real-world experience and for being deceived. Liang Qichao snorted and said, It's not the first time I've played with succulents. How could I not tell if it's real or fake? Besides, we're doing a face-to-face transaction. If it's photoshopped, how would he dare to come? Wouldn't he be exposed once they see the goods? Lu Mingho chuckled. Even if it wasn't photoshopped, it could have been dyed with coloring. It looks beautiful, but it'll be revealed in a few days. The silent Lu Ping adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, No matter what, we can just appraise it together later. How can we not be able to tell if it's real or fake? Then let's see what happens next. Lu Wen laughed. The few men were engaged in a verbal sparring while the main character, Ling Qingxue, remained calm throughout. She sat on the sofa and occasionally took a sip of her tea, looking elegant and beautiful. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang. Liang Qichao got up and walked over to press the speaker button. He heard the security officer's voice on the phone. Director Liang, there's a young man at the door. He said that he has an appointment with you to make a deal on the succulent plant. Liang Qichao immediately said, Tell him to wait a moment, I'll be right out. Lu Mingho chuckled. Liang Qichao, you are actually going to fetch a swindler personally? You're really getting worse as you live. Liang Qichao snorted and said, I can't be bothered to tell you. He hurried toward the door. Lu Wen called out, Come, come. Everyone, have some tea. He acted like he was the master. Xia Ruofei waited at the security booth for 2 minutes before he saw Liang Qichao walk out hurriedly. When Liang Qichao saw Xia Ruofei, he was stunned as well. He did not expect Master Bloodwolf to be so young. He was in a daze for a moment before asking in an uncertain tone, You are Bloodwolf? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. You must be cold-stirred meat, right? Master Bloodwolf. It's really you. Liang Qichao immediately extended both his hands enthusiastically and said, Nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to be so young. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, My name is Xia Ruofei. May I know your name? We should call each other by our names when we are meeting face to face. It feels weird to call you by your ID. Liang kickalawed and said, My surname is Liang and my name is Liang Qichao. Liang Qichao? Xia Ruofei repeated subconsciously. Liang Qichao laughed and said, I knew you would misunderstand. My Qi means tidy, not start up. I have another close friend called Kong Yu too. Our fathers are good friends, and they both worship the 2 reform pioneers, so they gave their children such names. We have to explain it every time we introduce ourselves. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, The name is pretty good. At least it's easier to remember. He could tell that Liang Qichao was an extroverted person with a straightforward personality. Xia Ruofei had a good first impression of him. Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Director Liang. I brought that ice lantern, hurry, hurry, hurry. Please come in. Liang Qichao said impatiently. Let's talk in my office. The two of them walked into the immortal succulent store. Along the way, Xia Ruofei saw the neat rows of greenhouses on both sides. From time to time, workers would come in and out. They would greet Liang Qichao respectfully. When they saw him, it was obvious that the farm was not small, and it was well managed. Liang Qichao led Xia Ruofei through the greenhouse and arrived at the 3-story building. He quickly led the way and soon arrived at the office on the 3rd floor. Mr. Xia, I have a few friends who are also succulent lovers. They also want to see your supreme-grade ice lantern. Liang Qichao asked carefully, You don't mind, do you? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Of course not. That's good, Liang Qichao was overjoyed. When they arrived at the entrance of the large office on the 3rd floor, Liang Qichao made an inviting gesture and said, Mr. Xia, please come in. As soon as Xia Ruofei walked into the office, a few gazes landed on him. However, he was someone who had experienced all sorts of big scenes, so he was not reserved at all. He continued walking alongside Liang Qichao with his usual expression. Ling Qingshua's eyes widened when she saw Xia Ruofei. She rubbed her eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Xia Ruofei. This was the first time Liang Qichao and the other rich second-generation heirs had seen Ling Qingxue so infatuated. They were all dumbstruck. Was this still the legendary goddess of ice? Was this still the little princess of Lingji, whose smile could not be bought with money? Why did she look like a little fan meeting? A big star now? Am I dreaming? Xia Ruofei was still in a daze. Lu Mingho, who was beside, had a dark look in his eyes as he asked, Qingxue, do you know this young man? Ling Qingxue ignored Lu Mingho and came to Xia Ruofei excitedly. Xia Ruofei, don't you remember me? I'm Ling Qingxue. Your middle school classmate. Middle school classmate? Not only did Liang Qichao, Lu Mingho, Lu Wen, and Lu Ping find it unbelievable, even Xia Ruofei was completely dumbfounded. After a while, he said, I think I have some impression, you remember? Ling Qingxue said happily. That's great. I thought you really forgot about me. As she spoke, Ling Qingshue's entire body was almost touching Xia Ruofei's body. Her towering breasts were so close to Xia Ruofei's chest that Xia Ruofei took half a step back unnaturally. Liang Qichao and the rest could not help but change their view of the world once again. The cold Ling Qingxue actually had such a side to her, and just now, Xia Ruofei obviously did not remember her. He said it casually, but Ling Qingxue actually believed it. When did this little princess of Lingji, who had always been known for her intelligence and calmness, become a complete love-struck fool? Liang Qichao and the rest, including Xia Ruofei, did not know that Ling Qingxue was actually a student from the class next to Xia Ruofei's in junior high school. Xia Ruofei was considered an influential figure in junior high. He played football especially well and was considered handsome and bright. There were many girls who liked him. Ling Qingxue was one of them. Most importantly, Ling Qingxue was harassed by a group of hooligans near the school gate when she was in the 2nd year of junior high school. It was Xia Ruofei who rushed forward and beat the hooligans away. From that moment on, Xia Ruofei's figure was deeply engraved in Ling Qingshue's heart. Of course, that incident was insignificant to Xia Ruofei. He had forgotten about it not long after. When they were in high school, Ling Xiaotian, whose business was getting bigger, arranged for Ling Qingxue to enter a high school, while Xia Ruofei entered an ordinary high school. From then on, the two of them never crossed paths again. However, Ling Qingxue could not forget Xia Ruofei. The first awakening of love was the most unforgettable. Ling Qingxue even secretly went to Xia Ruofei's school to watch him play soccer. But Xia Ruofei was completely unaware of all this. Later, Ling Qingxue heard that Xia Ruofei became a soldier after graduating from high school. After that, Ling Qingxue lost all news of Xia Ruofei. In these past few years, she had quite a few suitors, especially as her father's business grew bigger and bigger, and there were more and more outstanding young men and handsome men by her side. However, not a single one of them caught her eye. It was even to the extent that she was even more annoyed by such pursuits, and her attitude became colder and colder. Ling Qingxue did not expect to be reunited with Xia Ruofei under such circumstances. In her excitement, she seemed to have become that innocent and naive middle school girl again. When she saw the Prince Charming in her dreams, her joy was overflowing. Xia Ruofei, I heard that you joined the army after graduating from high school. What happened after that? Ling Qingxue asked. I just retired not long ago, Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei had no impression of this passionate beauty. The current situation was really awkward. Ling Qingxue didn't notice at all and continued to ask with interest. Oh. Life in the army must be exciting. Right? It's all right. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly. It's just exercise, training, and learning. Then where do you work now that you're retired from the army? Ling Qingxue raised her head and asked, with a pair of beautiful eyes. I just came back, not long ago. I don't have a job yet, Xia Ruofei answered honestly. Lu Mingho could not help but say, it's not easy to find a job for soldiers nowadays. My dad's company hired someone who used to be the head of the army a few days ago. He chose to be a freelancer and is now the head of our company's office. Oh right, little Xia, what is your ranking in the army? Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Sergeant. So he's not an officer. Then it's even harder to find a job, Lu Mingho said. He even glanced at Ling Qingxue, and his words were filled with a sense of superiority. Ling Qingxue did not even look at Lu Mingho. All her attention was on Xia Ruofei. Ling Qingxue said, Xia Ruofei, why don't you come to our Ling Ji's restaurant chain? We have a new branch in the Bell Tower area, and we are lacking a manager. Qingxue, the position of manager is so important, and little Xia doesn't have any experience in the food industry. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, Luwen said with a smile. None of your business, Ling Qingxue mercilessly retorted. Luwen looked at Xia Ruofei resentfully, pouted, and said sarcastically, Little Xia, you have to know your place. Don't try to take advantage of others, Ling Qingxue said with a cold expression. Lu Wen, don't blame me for falling out with you if you keep nagging. Who do you think you are? Who are you to interfere with our Ling Ji restaurant's matters? Qingxue, I'm doing this for your own good, Lu Wen explained. Xia Ruofei hurriedly said. My classmate. Ling Qingxue, I appreciate your kindness. Actually, I don't have any plans to come out to work yet. I see. Ling Qingxue was very disappointed. Then if you want to find a job, you must consider our place. The door to Ling Ji's restaurant will always be open for you. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Definitely, at this moment. Liang Qichao finally had a chance to interject. He quickly said. Blood. Mr. Xia, can you show us your ice lantern jade dew? Compared to Lu Mingho and Lu Wen, Liang Qichao was much more polite to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said. Of course. Lu Mingho laughed and said. Liang Qichao, do you really believe that little Xia can cultivate a supreme-grade ice lantern? Haven't you heard? He just retired from the army. Could it be that little Xia majored in succulent plants cultivation? Haha, Lu Wen took the opportunity to quip. I think young master Liang is going crazy trying to please others. Xia Ruofei frowned. Ever since he entered the room, Lu Mingho and Lu Wen had been targeting him. He had never met them before. Were they mad dogs? At this moment, Ling Qingxue frowned and said. Lu Mingho, Lu Wen, be more polite. Why can't Xia Ruofei nurture a supreme-grade ice lantern? Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Xia Ruofei was her idol when she was young and the Prince Charming in her heart. Furthermore, this time, when she reunited with Xia Ruofei, she realized that Xia Ruofei, who had been through military training, seemed to have a more manly aura. It simply fascinated her. How could she allow Lu Mingho and Lu Wen continue to mock Xia Ruofei? Lu Mingho and Lu Wen both shrugged and shut their mouths. However, their expressions were still filled with mockery. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue thoughtfully. He could roughly guess what was going on. He smiled bitterly and decided not to stoop to the level of those two mad dogs. He opened the plastic bag and took out the pot of ice lantern jade dew. Seeing this, Lu Mingho could not help but mock. This is the first time I've seen someone put a supreme-grade ice lantern in a plastic bag, haha, and this flower pot, it's too shabby. He was only focused on mocking, but he didn't realize that Liang Qichao, Ling Qingxue, and Lu Ping were completely attracted by the pot of ice lantern jade dew. They didn't even hear what he said. Liang Qichao's gaze was a little too focused, and he revealed an extremely fanatical expression. He immediately threw himself in front of the coffee table, squatted down, and stared fixedly at the ice lantern jade dew. It's too beautiful. It's simply the work of the creator, Liang Qichao muttered. This shape, these leaves, is too perfect. Liang Qichao didn't hide his fondness for this ice lantern jade dew at all. Although Ling Qingxue didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes also flickered with a loving light. She stared intensely at the pot of jade dew. The crystal clear dew reflected an enchanting light under the sunlight. Ling Qingxue's beautiful face became even more alluring. Lu Mingho finally reacted. He stared at the ice lantern jade dew and muttered. This, how is this possible? Lu Wen was also dumbfounded. After a while, he said with uncertainty. This can't be dyed, right? This ice lantern jade dew was truly too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it seemed like a fake. It was like a work of art. Liang Qichao, Lu Ping, and Ling Qingxue raised their heads in unison and said. Nonsense. Ling Qingxue snorted. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. This is obviously an extremely rare mutated supreme-grade ice lantern. Lu Ping shook his head and said. Lu Wen, from my experience, there's nothing wrong with this ice lantern jade dew. It's even prettier than the pictures on the internet. Because of Ling Qingxue, these people had done some research on succulent plants. Liang Qichao even opened a succulent plant cultivation base. In fact, Lu Wen had a vague feeling that the ice lantern jade dew wasn't fake. However, he couldn't help but say those words out of indignation. He hadn't expected to incur public wrath. Xia Ruofei did not take it to heart. There was still a faint smile on his face. At that moment, Lu Mingho looked at Xia Ruofei, then at Ling Qingxue. His eyes darted around as he said, "Little Xia, you're selling this ice lantern, right? How about this? I'll offer 80,000 yuan. Sell it to me. A pot of succulent plant for 80,000 yuan, you've earned a lot. You've been a soldier for so many years, but your retirement fee is probably not even that much." Liang Qichao immediately jumped up and said, "Lu Mingho, what do you mean? I was the one who contacted Mr. Xia. If he is going to make a deal, he will have to do it with me." Lu Ping also said, "Lu Mingho, you're a little unreasonable. How dare you give a price of 80,000 yuan? This is just the price of an ordinary supreme-grade ice lantern. The one that Mr. Xia has is a mutated variant. How about this? I'll offer 100,000 yuan. Mr. Xia, are you willing to part with it?" Lu Ping seemed soft-spoken, but how could these rich second-generation heirs be simple? His words also mocked Lu Mingho, and he pretended not to hear Liang Qichao's words, still preparing to fight for the ice lantern. Lu Mingho was furious. "I'll pay 120,000. 130,000. Sell it to me." Lu Wen also joined in the fun. These people wanted to buy this pot of ice lantern jade dew for Ling Qingxue to win her favor, so they naturally wouldn't back down. And this supreme-grade ice lantern in fact was worth this price. "You guys are too shameless," Liang Qichao shouted. Then, he looked at Xia Ruofei pitifully and said, "Mr. Xia, Master Blood Wolf, you promised to sell it to me." Before Xia Ruofei could speak, Ling Qingxue spoke first. 1 million. I want this ice lantern. Who wants to fight with me? Liang Qichao and the rest were dumbfounded, while Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Before he came, he had roughly checked the price. Although a supreme-grade mutated ice lantern was valuable, it was definitely not worth as much as 1 million. It was not even a fifth of 1 million. Ling Qingxue's bid was clearly not only because she liked the ice lantern. In reality, when Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei's outfit added up to less than 200 yuan and that he had just retired from the army and had no job, it could be said that he was in dire straits. Hence, she thought of helping Xia Ruofei. However, smart as she was, she knew that she had to take into account a man's pride and was considering how to get the best of both worlds. Then, Xia Ruofei took out this pot of jade dew and prepared to sell it. Thus, Ling Qingxue did not even think about it and gave an exaggerated price. Lu Mingho quickly said, "Qingxue, no matter how good this ice lantern jade dew is, it's not worth 1 million. I know you like this pot of jade dew. I'll buy it for you later." Lu Ping adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Qingxue, this price is too high." Ling Qingxue snorted. "I like it and I'm willing. It's hard to buy my favorite thing with money. What can you do about it?" This, Liang Qichao did not expect things to turn out this way. He could not help but look at Xia Ruofei pleadingly. Xia Ruofei's gaze was like a torch, and he had already seen the situation clearly. Furthermore, he more or less understood Ling Qingshue's thoughts. However, Xia Ruofei could only appreciate her good intentions. He had no impression of Ling Qingxue at all. How could he accept such a large sum of money? To put it nicely, it was called cheating her feelings. To put it bluntly, it was the act of a gigolo who was living off a woman. Xia Ruofei thought about it and said, "Director Liang, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's bid. The highest bidder wins, fair and just." However, at this point, Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and smiled. "My classmate Ling Qingxue shall not participate in the bidding." At first, Liang Qichao thought that Xia Ruofei's words were as good as not saying anything. Ling Qingxue had already offered 1,000,000. How was he going to bid? Besides, who would dare to bid against Ling Qingxue? Fortunately, Xia Ruofei added the sentence afterwards, and Liang Qichao's worries turned into joy. However, Ling Qingxue could not take it. She pouted and said to Xia Ruofei, "Why can't I bid? It's not fair." Liang Qichao and the others couldn't help but stare blankly. They had known Ling Qingxue for so long, but this was the first time they had seen her reveal such a feminine side. They couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Lu Mingho and Lu Wen were especially furious. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue helplessly and said, "Stop fooling around. I'm doing something serious. If you like succulent plants, I'll find you another one." Ling Qingxue immediately became happy. "Then you have to keep your word." Definitely, Xia Ruofei said half-heartedly. Lu Mingho couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, "Since that's the case, let's start bidding." Little Lu will bid 130,000, right? I'll bid 150,000. Lu Mingho added another 20,000 yuan. In fact, this price was already considered very high. The rare ice lanterns on the market were only worth about 100,000. 160,000. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and added 10,000 yuan. 170,000. Liang Qichao was not to be outdone. He was the owner of this place. And he had not made a bid just now. Lu Ping shrugged and said, "I quit." He had always been a calm person. Now that the price had exceeded the actual value of this ice lantern, he decisively chose to stop. The money of these rich second-generation heirs didn't come from nowhere. Their fathers were indeed billionaires. However, they didn't have any businesses on their own. Basically, they were living on their monthly allowance. If they took out a few 100,000 or 200,000 yuan at once, they would have a hard time surviving the month. Lu Wen thought about it and shook his head. Lu Mingho sneered and said, 180,000. He wasn't on good terms with Liang Qichao, and the two families were competing with each other for enterprises, so he had the intention to fight. Liang Qichao snorted and said, "Then I'll pay 200,000. Lu Mingho's expression changed slightly as he said angrily, "Liang Qichao, are you crazy? This ice lantern isn't worth that much money at all. Are you just bent on competing with me? Am I crazy to bid higher than you?" Liang Qichao said disdainfully, "Qingxue even offered 1,000,000 just now." Lu Mingho was shocked and quickly looked at Ling Qingxue. As expected, Ling Qingshue's expression had turned a little ugly. He hurriedly explained, "Qingxue, that's not what I meant," Ling Qingxue said coldly. If you want to buy it, then continue bidding. If you can't afford it, then give up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? This was intolerable. What was the most important thing in front of the woman he liked? Of course, it was the dignity of a man. Tens of thousands was nothing. Lu Mingho shouted with bloodshot eyes, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. 250,000. I bid 250,000. Liang Qichao, do you still dare to raise the bid? Xia Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue was purposely trying to arouse Lu Mingho's competitive spirit so that he could sell his ice lantern Jade Dew for more money. He did not expect Lu Mingho to be so cooperative and foolishly increased the price by 50,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue reproachfully. Ling Qingxue blinked at Xia Ruofei as if they were telepathic, revealing a mischievous look. Liang Qichao was also beginning to feel troubled. This price was at least twice the actual value. It would be unwise to raise the price further, but the issue of face was also very important. At that moment, Liang Qichao saw Xia Ruofei secretly giving him a look, so he quickly came back to his senses. He laughed and said, Lu Mingho, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Since you like this pot of ice lantern Jade Dew so much that you're willing to pay twice the price, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, Liang Qichao shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had given up the competition. Lu Mingho also calmed down, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. This amount of money could buy a lot of precious succulent plants. Then, Ling Qingxue said, since no one is bidding any more, Lu Mingho, pay up. Ah? I didn't bring so much cash. Lu Mingho said hesitantly. I have a payment machine here. Liang Qichao laughed. If you swipe your card here, I'll get the finance department to transfer the money to Mr. Xia's account. Lu Mingho knew that it was impossible to go back on the payment, so he could only take out his card resentfully and watch Liang Qichao transfer 250,000 yuan. Liang Qichao asked for the card number from Xia Ruofei and walked out of the office to look for the financial personnel at the store. After a while, the finance personnel transferred 250,000 yuan into Xia Ruofei's account. Thank you, Director Liang. Xia Ruofei said. Haha. You're welcome. Liang Qichao laughed heartily. It's a pity that I didn't buy this supreme-grade ice lantern this time. I hope we can still work together in the future. Of course, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Among these rich second-generation heirs, other than Lu Wen and Lu Mingho, who kept making things difficult for him, Liang Qichao and Lu Ping were still not bad. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, looked at him with stars in her eyes. Lu Mingho looked at Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao, who were chatting happily, and felt as if he had eaten a fly. His eyes fell on the bowl of ice lantern Jade Dew that he spent 250,000 to buy. His eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly brought it to Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, this supreme-grade ice lantern is for you. I hope you like it. Ling Qingxue coldly glanced at the Jade Dew and said, if I want it, won't I buy it myself? I appreciate your kindness, but keep it for yourself. Initially, although Ling Qingxue had a cold personality, at least she spoke appropriately. However, when she saw Lu Mingho targeting Xia Ruofei, she did not hold back. Lu Mingho was stunned. He spent half a month's pocket money to buy this thing to win the hearts of this beauty. How could it be like this? Didn't he become a fool then? Xia Ruofei laughed and said Director Liang, since the transaction is completed, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave first. I'll send you off. Liang Qichao said hurriedly. No need. You should accompany your friends. I can go out myself, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he gave Liang Qichao a look and said, I'll contact you later. Liang Qichao immediately understood and nodded. Hence, Xia Ruofei walked towards the door. Ling Qingxue suddenly spoke. Ruofei, I have to go back too. Let me send you back. With that, Ling Qingxue strode towards Xia Ruofei, leaving Liang Qichao and the rest looking at each other. Lu Mingho's expression was the ugliest. 9 Preliminary plan. At the entrance of the immortal succulent store, Xia Ruofei said helplessly. My dear classmate Ling Qingxue. I still have matters to attend to, so I shan't trouble you to send me off. Ling Qingxue smiled and asked. What matters are you attending to? Of course I'm going to the bank to check the transactions. Xia Ruofei said. This is the first time I've earned so much money. How can I feel reassured if I did not? Check? Xia Ruofei purposely put on an unscrupulous look. Unexpectedly, Ling Qingxue did not show any disgust. Instead, her eyes lit up as she said. I happen to be going to the bank to settle some matters too. We're heading in the same direction. You should take my car. Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly and nod. He was not a blockhead and could naturally tell Ling Qingxue's feelings. However, he had no impression of this beautiful girl at all. Moreover, he had contracted a terminal illness, so he did not want to have any more emotional entanglements. However, Ling Qingxue was so proactive that Xia Ruofei could not bear to reject her. Soon, Ling Qingxue drove the latest Porsche 911 sports car over and smiled at Xia Ruofei. Get in. The Porsche 911 sped through the streets of Three Mountain City like an orange bolt of lightning, attracting many attention along the way. In the car, Ling Qingxue kept looking for a topic to chat with Xia Ruofei about. Xia Ruofei could only reply casually to each sentence. She said, making the atmosphere a little awkward. Actually, Xia Ruofei's mind was not on Ling Qingxue at all. His mind was spinning non-stop as he thought about his next step of plan. Xia Ruofei already had a basic plan in his mind, which was to cultivate the succulent plants. Succulent plants had always been popular in Japan and Korea. Perhaps it was due to their cute appearance that attracted people, or perhaps it was due to the intentional hype by the merchants, but in any case, succulent plants had inexplicably become popular in China these few years. The price of many succulent plants rose as well. Since Xia Ruofei had a killer tool, like the spiritual map, space in his hands, his money path to cultivating succulent plants must be very bright. Xia Ruofei had initially decided to sell the seedlings of the succulent plants. This was mainly out of safety considerations. Even though the spiritual map space was in his hands, and it was not difficult for Xia Ruofei to cultivate the plants to their mature form, everyone knew that the growth period of succulent plants was very long. If he sold a large number of mature and rare succulent plants, it would definitely attract the attention of people and cause unnecessary trouble. Comparatively speaking, it was much safer to sell the seedlings. There were also quite a number of businesses on the internet that do the same, but the quality of their seedlings was not always great. As for the sales model, Xia Ruofei planned to rely on online platforms. Now that e-commerce was so advanced, people's shopping habits had already changed. Moreover, most succulent Plants grew well in shade and dry environment, so long-distance transportation was not a problem. Furthermore, the quality of the products would definitely be very high. Xia Ruofei was confident that he could create a well-known e-commerce brand. It was not impossible for him to monopolize the market of high-end succulent plants. Of course, the most important thing was that he could conceal the fact that he didn't have a piece of land or a large shed, yet he was able to cultivate many rare succulent seedlings. If he had to do transactions in real life, it would be very difficult to cover it up. Instead, if he was doing online sales, these troubles could be avoided. Looks like I'll have to research how to open a shop online when I get back. Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Ling Qingxue, who was driving, suddenly asked. Actually, you don't remember me at all just now, right? As he thought about his own matters and dealt with Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei was naturally distracted. Hence, Xia Ruofei nodded subconsciously and said, yeah. After he said that, Xia Ruofei finally reacted to it and turned to look at Ling Qingxue awkwardly. You. How did you know? Ling Qingxue smiled and said. I'm not stupid, how could I not tell? After saying that, Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly again. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other reaching out to Xia Ruofei, she said. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Ling Qingxue, and I graduated from 3 Mountain City No. 2 High School. I'm now the financial manager of the Lingji restaurant chain. 3 Mountain City No. 2 High School was both Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei's alma mater. It was when Ling Qingxue was studying at No. 2 High School that the seed of love sprouted in her heart and Xia Ruofei's figure was engraved in her mind. Xia Ruofei reached out to shake Ling Qingxue's hand and smiled. This is the first time I've heard someone introduce herself with her high school. Ling Qingxue playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. Isn't this to remind you of the past? After she made a small joke, Xia Ruofei was not as awkward as before. His mind did not wander off again and he started chatting with Ling Qingxue. Even though Xia Ruofei did not have any other intentions, her beauty was still very pleasing to the eye. It was precisely because Xia Ruofei's thoughts were pure that he did not feel pressured by the difference in wealth and status between the two of them. He had always been very calm. Unexpectedly, this made Ling Qingxue award additional impression points to him. Soon, the car arrived at the bank. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and got out. He turned around and said, Qingxue, thank you for sending me here. Goodbye. Oh, right, Mr. Xia. Why have you returned to look for me? Could it be that you still have some 1148 high-quality succulents like the ice lantern jade dew for sale? After saying that, Xia Ruofei prepared to walk into the bank. Ling Qingxue quickly stopped him. Ruofei, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Shall we find a place to catch up later? I really have something on today. Let's find another chance next time. Xia Ruofei said. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Xia Ruofei practically ran into the bank. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei's retreating figure and could not help but laugh. Then, she wrinkled her nose and said, This time, God let me meet you again. Don't think of running away from me again. Ling Qingxue then stepped on the accelerator and drove the Porsche 911 away from the bank. After driving a few meters away, Ling Qingxue patted her forehead and muttered to herself. I can't believe that I forgot to ask him for his phone number. Humph. Liang Qichao definitely has it. I'll get it from him. Recalling how awkward Xia Ruofei was when she exposed his lie, Ling Qingxue could not help but burst into laughter. Her pretty face looked even more radiant. Through the glass window of the bank, Xia Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue's car drive away. He let out a long sigh of relief and walked out of the bank quickly. He just made up a lame excuse to check his accounts. He had set an automatic notification from the bank, so he had received a text message when the transaction was made earlier. An hour later, Xia Ruofei appeared at the Immortal Succulent store again. The moment he entered Liang Qichao's office, Xia Ruofei looked around subconsciously. Liang Qichao could not help but laugh. Don't worry. Ling Ji's little princess has already left. Lu Mingho and the rest also left not long after you left. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief and smiled sheepishly. Liang Qichao hesitated and said, But Mr. Xia, Qingxue called to ask for your contact number. I didn't ask for your permission before giving her your number. I'm really sorry. I really can't reject her request. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Since she wants to obtain my number, even if you don't give it to her, she can still find it. It's good that you don't mind. Liang Qichao heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked with a hint of anticipation. Oh, right, Mr. Xia. Why have you returned? To look for me? Could it be that you still have some high-quality succulents like the ice lantern jade dew for sale? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, There are so many types of succulents that Director Liang likes, how can it be so easy to find? But I have a friend who has connections in this area. If you give me some time, it should be no problem. Xia Ruofei was already planning to cultivate the seedlings of succulents. He would definitely not lack any succulent plants in the future. When the time came, he would pick 1 or 2 pots to cultivate into mature plants and sell them to Liang Qichao. But to Liang Qichao, these words had a different meaning. Other than cultivating themselves, there were also other ways to import succulent plants from overseas. Many of the rare succulent plants did not originate from Huaxia, but due to environmental concerns, their imports were forbidden. Hence, Liang Qichao mistakenly thought that Xia Ruofei had the means to get good stuff from overseas. Therefore, he was overjoyed when he heard that. Thank you. Thank you. I knew that when you stopped me from bidding with Lu Mingho, you must have a way to get more succulents of this grade. Mr. Xia, I'll remember this favor. Haha. Letting Lu Mingho be a fool for once is better than anything else. You're welcome, Xia Ruofei said with a faint smile. Director Liang, I came back today because I wanted to take a look at your greenhouse. Is it convenient now? Of course. Liang Qichao said readily. I have quite a lot of experience in cultivating succulent plants. When we tour the greenhouse later, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thanks. Xia Ruofei smiled and said. Liang Qichao personally brought Xia Ruofei down the stairs and started to tour the succulent plant's cultivation base. Director Liang, this cultivation base of yours is quite big. Xia Ruofei said with a smile as he walked around the shed. Hee. It's mainly because I like this. I invested some money to build this base. Actually, it doesn't cost much. Liang Qichao laughed casually. Xia Ruofei could tell that he was obviously a rich, second-generation heir. He probably ran this store for fun. Liang Qichao continued to speak. By the way, stop calling me Director Liang. I'm just a few years older than you. If you don't mind, call me Brother Liang. I'll call you Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had a good impression of the straightforward Liang Qichao. He followed his advice and said, Sure, Brother Liang. Liang Qichao beamed. Hey, Ruofei, I don't have anything else here, but I do have a lot of succulent plants. If you see anything you like later, feel free to tell me. Take it as a gift from Brother Liang. Okay. Xia Ruofei did not stand on ceremony with Liang Qichao and nodded. As the two of them walked forward, Liang Qichao introduced to him eagerly. Ruofei, one of the big sheds here is filled with jade fans. The one next to the big shed is planted with life stone flowers. There are also some tortoiseshell peonies over there, but the quantity isn't large. This one is too hard to get. And over here, it's mainly used to cultivate jade dew, but they are all ordinary plants. They can't compare to your supreme great ice lantern. Xia Ruofei looked at them seriously, especially when some workers were caring for the plants. He would stop by the side to watch and ask questions about planting. Liang Qichao was a succulent plant lover, so he was naturally not annoyed by Xia Ruofei's questions. He patiently explained everything to him. Xia Ruofei kept all the information regarding planting and nurturing the succulents in mind. Brother Liang, the variety of succulent plants here is really diverse, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he raised his question. But, why are all these succulent plants so small? Can they be sold for a good price? Liang Qichao smiled bitterly and explained. Brother, succulents plants are famous for growing slowly. If my cultivation base is filled with succulents as big as your ice lantern, won't I be rich? Good quality mature plants are hard to come by. We usually use them to breed other seedlings. In fact, we mainly sell succulent plant seedlings. Xia Ruofei nodded his head secretly. Liang Qichao's answer was similar to what he had expected. It seemed like he had made the right decision to sell high-quality succulent plant seedlings. The two of them chatted as they toured the place. Xia Ruofei gained a rough understanding of the growth and reproduction of the succulent plants, and the plan he came up with on Ling Qingshua's car gradually became more concrete. The immortal succulent store was not small. In addition, Xia Ruofei would stop to ask questions from time to time. Hence, after touring the place one round, 2 hours had passed. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Liang Qichao enthusiastically invited Xia Ruofei for dinner, but Xia Ruofei politely declined his offer. The two of them bade farewell at the entrance of the store. As Xia Ruofei got into the taxi, Liang Qichao reminded him outside the window. Ruofei, the next time there's succulent plants, you must consider your brother Liang first. The price is not a problem. It seemed that Liang Qichao was still a little upset that he did not manage to buy the supreme great ice lantern. This time, Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He waved at Liang Qichao and the taxi drove away from the store. Xia Ruofei alighted from the car near the shanty town. Then, he found a random noodle shop by the roadside and ordered a big bowl of beef noodles. He slurped his noodles and quickly cleared his bowl. With the training during his military career, Xia Ruofei was not very particular about food. However, the noodles at the roadside stall did not taste good, especially the vegetables in the noodles. They were overcooked and hard and tasted like wax. After eating, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Since the spiritual map space was so magical, why don't he plant some vegetables inside? Even if it wasn't for the sake of earning money, it would be good to improve his meals occasionally. The vegetables grown in the spiritual map space would definitely be much better than the vegetables sold in the market. At the moment, he only wanted to use the spiritual map space to cultivate the succulent plant seedlings. The amount of land in the space was more than enough. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei decided to take action immediately. He took a taxi to a seed company in the city and bought some common vegetable seeds. At the same time, he also bought some common farm tools. Xia Ruofei had been in charge of the team's vegetable fields when he was a new recruit, so it was not difficult for him to grow vegetables. After bringing the seeds and farming tools into the spiritual map space, Xia Ruofei dug up a small vegetable patch beside the pool. The soil in the space was very soft, and Xia Ruofei quickly finished the reclamation work. After soaking the seed in the water from the spiritual pond, Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world to rest for a while. After a few hours, he entered the space to sow. As for the rest, he basically didn't have to do anything, because he believed that after soaking the seeds in the spiritual pond water, the chances of them germinating would definitely be extremely high. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about any harmful bugs. Xia Ruofei sprinkled the seeds evenly while covering the ground with a layer of soil. After he was done, he used the spiritual pond water to water all the vegetable fields. After he was done, Xia Ruofei looked at the newly planted vegetable field with a sense of accomplishment and left the spiritual map space in satisfaction. After showering, Xia Ruofei slept for 2 hours before waking up at 10 in the evening to enter the spiritual map space again. Actually, he only wanted to drink some water from the spiritual pool because his mouth was dry after waking up. However, once he entered the space, Xia Ruofei's eyes were immediately attracted by the patch of green that came into view. 11:10 times time flow, the greenery came from the vegetable field beside the pond. Xia Ruofei was pleasantly surprised to find that in just 2 hours, all the vegetable seeds had sprouted. Some of them had even grown to the length of a finger. The tender green leaves were filled with vitality. The magic within the spiritual map space shocked Xia Ruofei once again. In just 2 hours, the plants had sprouted and even grew so much. This completely overturned the science of plant growth. After thinking for a long time, Xia Ruofei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, and his face was filled with excitement. To verify his conjecture, Xia Ruofei left the spiritual map space in a flash. He picked up a small alarm clock by his bed and immediately returned to the space. He glanced at the time displayed on the small alarm clock. It was 6:23 p.m. He took note of this time in his heart. Then, Xia Ruofei placed the small alarm clock gently on the ground and left the spiritual map space quickly. Once he returned to the outside world, Xia Ruofei immediately took out his counterfeit phone, switched to the stopwatch, and started the timer. Then, Xia Ruofei sat by the bed with a hint of anticipation and nervousness as he waited. He looked at the numbers on the stopwatch that kept jumping until 120 seconds had passed. That was 2 minutes later. With a thought, he returned to the spiritual map space. Xia Ruofei could not wait to pick up the small alarm clock. He looked at the time on it and was instantly overjoyed. It was already 6:43 p.m. In reality, only 2 minutes had passed outside, but the small alarm clock had gone on for 20 minutes. In other words, the flow of time in this spiritual map space was 10 times slower than the outside world. When 1 day had passed in the outside world, 10 days had already passed in the spiritual map space. Therefore, although the vegetable seeds had only been planted for about 2 hours, they had spent almost an entire day in the space. In addition to the effects of the soil and the pond water in the space, and perhaps the mysterious effects of the space itself, the growth of the plants here far exceeded that of the outside world, so there was a reasonable explanation. Now that his conjecture was verified, Xia Ruofei's mind started to work. With 10 times the flow of time, there were too many possibilities for him to work with. For example, crops that needed 2 months to grow under normal conditions in the outside world could fully mature in less than a week under the combined effects of the time acceleration, pond water, and soil. Especially when it came to Xia Ruofei's next step of succulent plant cultivation, the effects were even more obvious. This was because succulent plants were known for growing slowly. Of course, there were other uses as well. For example, Xia Ruofei could enter the spiritual map space to rest. If he had 8 hours of sleep, less than 1 hour would have passed in the outside world. That way, he would have more time to do other things. Xia Ruofei thought happily for a while. After he calmed down a little, he walked to the pond and drank a few mouthfuls of water. He felt instantly refreshed. He admired the strange blue, yellow, and red flowers growing from the unknown plant by the pond. This flower seemed to have a special charm. Every time Xia Ruofei entered the space, his gaze would involuntarily be attracted. He was also used to admiring this flower every time he came in. After appreciating the flowers, Xia Ruofei left the spiritual map space. He carefully hid the spiritual map close to his body. This was his most important treasure. Whether he could earn enough money for Hu Zi's mother to get a kidney transplant, follow-up care, and recovery fees, it would all depend on the map. The night passed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei hid the spiritual map on himself, locked the door, and left the rental apartment. He walked to the 3 Mountain Plaza, which was not far from the shanty town. Before he carried out his plan to get rich, he still had some preparation work to do. The 3 Mountain Plaza was a very large city complex. All the basic necessities of life could be found there. Xia Ruofei first found a cell phone store and bought a smartphone that cost about 1,000 yuan. Even though he earned over 200,000 yuan in one go, Xia Ruofei still maintained his habit of being thrifty. Furthermore, he still had a lot of cost to cover, and it was not the time to spend extravagantly. After buying the phone, he also paid for a new number. At this time, the number was not tagged to a name yet, so Xia Ruofei easily bought a phone card. It was not cheap, but this number would only be used for a short period of time, so Xia Ruofei did not pay much attention to it. Then, he went to a nearby bank to apply for a new card and transferred 100,000 yuan into his bank account. He also activated online transactions and other functions. After settling the matters, Xia Ruofei wandered around the vicinity and memorized the locations of the delivery sites near the shanty town. Just like that, the morning passed. Xia Ruofei found a random place to have lunch. After he finished eating, he went home and started working on his computer. He used his new cell phone number to apply for a Taobao account and Alipay account. At the same time, he tied Alipay's new bank account with the online transaction function. Then, Xia Ruofei started searching for succulent plant sellers on Tmall. He had been busy for half a day, all for one thing, buying a mature succulent plant. Even though Liang Qichao gave Xia Ruofei many succulent plant seedlings before he left that day, they were all very ordinary. Obviously, they did not meet Xia Ruofei's high-end pursuit. He could not always depend on the spiritual map space to mutate all the succulent plants and produce rare species. Thus, the most reliable method was naturally to purchase the rare succulent plant seedlings, and then use the spiritual map space to allow the seedlings to mature in a relatively short period of time. Then, these rare mature plants would be used as mature plants to reproduce and sell. Xia Ruofei was a cautious person, so he specially applied for a brand new account and bought a new phone line to prevent others from finding any clues. After all, he was going to reproduce on a large scale in the near future and sell the rare succulent plant seedlings. If someone were to trace the information of his purchase of the succulent plant seedlings, they might discover something amiss and even expose the secret of the spiritual map. Hence, Xia Ruofei would rather spend a lot of effort to get a new phone number and apply for a new account to do this. The previous day at the Immortal Succulent store, Xia Ruofei had also gotten a lot of information from Liang Qichao while chatting with him, including some reputable sellers on Taobao and Tmall. Thus, he used his new account to search the shops of these merchants online and started his shopping spree. A supreme-grade jade fan, I can buy this. There's actually a pale pink mutated myriad elephant? Of course I have to get it. And I've just been waiting to get a flower of life. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself as he shopped. All of the breeds that he chose were extremely rare, so the price naturally wouldn't be cheap. In just a short while, he had spent 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. Most of the time, Xia Ruofei only chose seedlings. However, when he came across a shop selling mature plants, he also bought them. For example, a mature blooming cage that cost 20,000 yuan. After thinking for a while, Xia Ruofei decided to buy it. This was because the growth rate of succulent plants like the blooming cage was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Every year, they would grow by about 1 millimeter. Even with the 10 times acceleration of time in the spiritual map space and the unique advantages of the spiritual pond and soil, it would take at least several years for a seedling to grow. There were ready-made mature plants available to buy, and Xia Ruofei naturally would not let the opportunity miss. Relatively speaking, the time needed to cultivate the seedlings was still very short. Other than the blooming cage, Xia Ruofei also spent about 15,000 yuan to bid for a white-skinned moon realm. Liang Qichao was indeed a succulent plant expert. The few shops he recommended sold many rare species. Of course, he would only know the quality after receiving the goods. The after-sales guarantee online was quite good. In addition, Liang Qichao had recommended merchants with good reputation, so Xia Ruofei was not too worried. By the time the purchase was completed, Xia Ruofei had spent a total of more than 90,000 yuan to buy the seedlings of more than 10 rare varieties of succulents and 2 mature succulents. His heart ached. The speed he took to spend the amount was a little too fast. 250,000 yuan seemed like a lot, but it was still not enough. Xia Ruofei did not write the delivery address as his rental apartment in the shantytown. Instead, he chose a delivery collection point. He was extremely cautious, and even chose different collection points for different merchants. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei began to busy himself with opening an online store. Considering that Tmall was mainly targeted at enterprises, not only did one have to register an enterprise on Tmall, they also had to pay a deposit and a considerable amount of technical service fee. Therefore, Xia Ruofei did not consider using Tmall directly and instead set up a Taobao shop first. Compared to Tmall, the Process of opening a shop on Taobao was much simpler. However, it also required various certifications. Xia Ruofei used his old phone number as the corresponding Taobao and Alipay accounts to apply to open the shop. He uploaded his identification photo and finally managed to apply for the shop after some trouble. Then, Xia Ruofei began to perfect the information of the shop. After thinking for a long time, he named his Taobao shop Peach Garden Succulents. This name was naturally taken from peach blossom origins. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, the spiritual space in the spiritual map was like the peach blossom origins. The next step was to renovate the shop. Actually, there was nothing much to design. Xia Ruofei only chose some free templates provided and simply built the framework of the online shop. As for those fancy templates that charged money, Xia Ruofei would not spend on them. As there were no products yet, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He fumbled around and slowly established the online store framework by himself. Soon 4 or 5 days had passed. During this period, Ling Qingxue called Xia Ruofei twice to ask him out for a meal, but he rejected her politely. When he heard the little girl's aggrieved voice on the phone, Xia Ruofei could not bear to see her like this. However, he was really busy, and he also had a terminal illness. He did not know how long he could live, so he could only reject her heartlessly. In the past few days, the succulents that Xia Ruofei had bought online began to arrive one after another. He also became busy. Every time he received a delivery call, he would rush over to collect it immediately. These were all extremely valuable rare succulents and were also the seeds for him to earn big money in the future. If he lost them at the collection point, it would be too late for Xia Ruofei to cry. The first item he received was the mature plant from the white-skinned moon realm that cost Xia Ruofei 15,000 yuan. After Xia Ruofei retrieved it, he locked the door and entered the spiritual map space with the parcel. As the small potted plant was sold for 15,000 yuan, the shop owner was naturally very careful and wrapped it in well-protected packaging. When he opened the large cardboard box, the first thing Xia Ruofei saw was the foam strips that were filled to the brim. He pried open the top layer of the foam strips and saw a transparent plastic cover. A large flower pot was fixed inside, and in the flower pot was the white-skinned moon realm that was worth 15,000 yuan. It had huge fleshy roots. It looked like a big turnip, but a little harder than a turnip. Its surface was covered with a layer of wax. On the exposed fleshy roots, there were dense green leaves. Every leaf had snow-white fur. At a glance, it looked like a misty rain. It was very beautiful and dreamy. Xia Ruofei carefully took the pot of white-skinned moon realm out of the cardboard box and moved it to the side of the spiritual pond. Then, he carefully pried away the granular soil around the root and slowly pulled the white-skinned moon realm out of the flower pot. If Liang Qichao saw Xia Ruofei's actions, he would definitely reprimand him. How could he pull out such a precious supreme-grade white-skinned moon realm so roughly? Wouldn't it be a waste if the plant had died because of the large movements? There were also particular steps to take when replacing the soil for the succulent plants. Of course, a layman like Xia Ruofei would not know so much. However, Xia Ruofei naturally had a reason for doing so. At the same time, he had confidence. He carefully put the white-skinned moon realm aside, then poured all the granular soil mixture out of the flower pot. He picked up a shovel and poured some spiritual soil, mixing them evenly. Xia Ruofei believed that adding spiritual soil to the pot would definitely promote the growth of the white-skinned moon realm. As for whether such a move would cause harm to the white-skinned moon realm, Xia Ruofei was not worried at all. With the magical spiritual map space, as well as the soil and pond water, how could it not grow? As expected, when Xia Ruofei put the plant material mixed with the spiritual soil back into the flower pot, replanted the white-skinned moon realm, and watered it with the spiritual pond water, the originally listless white-skinned moon realm immediately became energetic. If Liang Qichao saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. In the following days, Xia Ruofei kept receiving deliveries. He did the same too. These succulents, be it mature plants or seedlings. After mixing some spiritual soil in the plant material, he carefully planted them in the spiritual space. For convenience's sake, he placed the flower pots with rare succulents by the spiritual pool. Out of habit, Xia Ruofei arranged these flower pots neatly. At a glance, they looked like soldiers waiting to be inspected. Moreover, the succulent plants that had been watered with the spiritual water were all growing happily and energetically. Coupled with the fact that they were all rare mutated species, they looked even more pleasing to the eye. In the following days, Xia Ruofei lived very leisurely. Every day, other than entering the spiritual space to see the growth of the succulents and admire the beautiful flowers of the mysterious plant by the pond, he basically had nothing else to do. The renovation of the online store was also constantly being perfected. Now, everything was ready except for the products to be put on sale. Considering that he needed to take some high-quality photos to open an online store, Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and went to a digital store in the Three Mountains Plaza to buy a DSLR camera. Even though it was only an entry-level one, it still cost him more than 10,000 yuan. Soon, only half of the 250,000 yuan earned from the sale of the supreme-grade ice lantern Jade Dew was left. Due to the magical effects of space and the difference in the flow of time, the vegetables that Xia Ruofei had planted previously grew very quickly. For example, the mustard greens that had a shorter growth cycle were completely ripe in 3 or 4 days after they were sown and could be picked and eaten. It was worth mentioning that the vegetables grown in this spiritual space were not only much larger than those sold outside, but they also looked quite good. They were green and full of vitality. They didn't even look like real vegetables, but like works of art carved from jade. Xia Ruofei had a small induction stove in the rental apartment, so he couldn't wait to pick some mustard greens. After leaving the space, he rinsed them casually with clean water. The vegetable leaves growing in the spiritual space could be said to be spotless and very clean, then cut and stir-fried them. Xia Ruofei had received professional wilderness survival training in the army, so although his culinary skills could not be compared to a restaurant chef's, he could at least cook a plate of vegetables. Soon, a plate of stir-fried mustard greens was freshly prepared. Other than a little vegetable oil and salt, no other seasoning was added. The stir-fried mustard greens on the plate looked fresh and green, making Xia Ruofei's appetite grow. He picked up his chopsticks and put some vegetables into his mouth. Before he could chew, Xia Ruofei felt a fragrance assault his nose, making him start chewing. With a bite, the sweetness and crispness of the mustard greens made every one of his taste buds bounce in joy. Xia Ruofei took several large mouthfuls before stopping. His eyes lit up with delight. He had never eaten such delicious vegetables in his life. What was certain was that the vegetables sold on the market, including the expensive organic ones marked in supermarkets, were worlds apart from the mustard greens he had grown in the space. There was no doubt that this was the magical effect. of the spirit map space. Looks like I'll always have a great meal in the future, Xia Ruofei thought of the many vegetables planted in the space and could not help but mutter to himself happily. The vegetables in the space grew extremely quickly. He definitely did not need to buy vegetables in the future. He could even take some out to sell. Compared to the growth rate of vegetables, the growth rate of the succulents seemed a little slow. Even though time was accelerated by 10 times, Xia Ruofei could only see that they had grown a little every day when he entered the space. The growth of the blooming cage and white-skinned moon realm was the slowest and could not even be seen with the naked eye. Xia Ruofei knew that succulents grew slowly, so he was not in a hurry. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to reproduce them, including the 2 mature blooming cages and the white-skinned moon realm. What he was hoping was that by letting them grow in the spiritual map space for a longer period of time, they could gain greatest vitality. Moreover, they might even undergo a surprising mutation like the jade dew that was sold previously. Since he had decided to take the route to selling high-end products, Xia Ruofei knew that he could not be too hasty. The days passed in a leisurely manner. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed in the outside world and 10 months had passed in the space. With the magical enhancement of the resources in the space, those succulents might even be considered to have grown in the outside world for a year or 2, or even more. In the past month, Xia Ruofei had not been idle. He had to enter the spiritual map space every day to maintain those succulent plants. As he watched the succulent plants grow at an unimaginable speed, a sense of accomplishment arose in his heart. As for the vegetables in the spiritual space, he had harvested them one after another. The quality of these vegetables far exceeded the premium organic vegetables sold outside. Be it mustard green, romaine lettuce, cabbage, or other leafy vegetables, or cucumbers, tomatoes, and so on, not only did they grow extremely fast, but they could also be harvested in 3 to 4 days. Moreover, they looked extremely good. The leaves were green and full of vitality. The pure green color even gave off an unreal feeling. The cucumbers and tomatoes were also clearly much larger than ordinary ones. Cucumbers were generally as thick as an adult's arm, and the shortest ones were 40 to 50 centimeters long. Each of the tomatoes was the size of a bowl, and the juice flowed out when bitten, sweet and refreshing. Xia Ruofei called the vegetables he planted super vegetables. They certainly lived up to their names. Xia Ruofei naturally could not finish so many vegetables alone. Therefore, after he harvested them, he placed them in baskets and left them in the spiritual space. From this, Xia Ruofei accidentally discovered another function of the spiritual map space. After the vegetables and fruits were plucked, as long as they were stored in the spiritual map space, they would not be affected by time at all. A few days in the outside world was equivalent to dozens of days in the space, but those vegetables and fruits were still as fresh as when they were just plucked. Even more amazingly, this function only worked on plucked vegetables and fruits, and they had to be stored in a container. Xia Ruofei specially left a cabbage outside for testing and let it grow in the ground. In the end, it quickly turned yellow after its growth period. In the next day or 2, it even rotted in the ground and melted into the soil. With this discovery, Xia Ruofei specially went to purchase a batch of wicker baskets and packed the harvested vegetables in time. After a month in the outside world and 10 months in the space, the succulent plants had generally grown a lot. In particular, the blooming cages and white-skinned moon realm that were originally mature plants became even more lively and looked quite energetic. The expected mutation did not happen, but since Xia Ruofei had bought rare breeds, he was not too disappointed. On this day, he decided to begin the crucial step, the first crossbreeding of the succulents. In fact, many succulents could also be sown and reproduced, but in order to save time, Xia Ruofei still chose the method of cuttage. Moreover, this method allowed for asexual reproduction and could preserve the characteristics of the previous generation of plants very well. For Xia Ruofei, who had made up his mind to produce high-quality plants, this was naturally the best choice. Some of the succulent forums mentioned that the survival rate of succulents such as the white-skinned moon realm during cuttage was low. However, Xia Ruofei, who had the spiritual map space, did not consider it at all. First, he lined up the small flower pots that he had already prepared. They were half filled with planting materials. Then, he walked to the largest pot with the white-skinned moon realm, and slowly squatted down. Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and a dagger flashed. Anyone who knew what was going on here would be surprised. The dagger was clearly one of the top 10 military daggers in the world. The blade of this dagger was short and looked like a kitchen knife. It looked a little simple. However, there was a terrifying killing intent hidden under this plain appearance. There was also a faint coldness on the blade. It was obvious that it had been stained with blood before. Xia Ruofei looked at the dagger in his hand with a reminiscent look in his eyes. This was the reward he had obtained after killing a mercenary employed by an international drug trafficking organization during his first overseas battle. It was also the first time in his military career that he had personally killed an enemy. After that, this dagger had accompanied Xia Ruofei and experienced many battles. In many close combat battles, Xia Ruofei relied on this dagger to cleanly finish off his enemies. Looking at the dagger, Xia Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Buddy, you're supposed to be a killing blade, but now I have to use you for gardening. It's been hard on you." With that, Xia Ruofei first gestured with the dagger in the air in front of the white-skinned moon realm. Then slashed down without hesitation. He was still very decisive when he swung it, and the blade was extremely stable. And did not tremble at all. When his condition was not acting up, he was still the blood wolf that made his enemies tremble in fear. However, once the illness acted up, he would not even be able to hold a glass of water steadily. The dagger cut precisely along the pre-observed angle, and a piece of rhizome with dreamy leaves was cut. Xia Ruofei cut it diagonally. This way, he could increase the area of the cut surface as much as possible and increase the success rate of the cuttage. Of course, this was all information found on the internet. Xia Ruofei picked up the small piece of root that had been cut and gently inserted it face down into the small flower pot. Then, he reached out and grabbed a handful of plant material that had been mixed into the space soil and piled them around the root, gently pressing it. Then, Xia Ruofei picked up the watering can filled with water from the spiritual pond and poured it over the roots that had just been inserted. Then, Xia Ruofei did the same thing for the other plants. His movements became more and more proficient. In half a day, he had finished inserting all the succulents. There were hundreds of small flower pots neatly arranged beside him. They were all small plants that he had cut from the roots of the succulents. Xia Ruofei looked at the neat rows of small flower pots. Large amounts of money seemed to be appearing in his eyes. In the market, slightly better succulents cost hundreds of yuan, and it was very normal for rare species to cost thousands. The succulents that Xia Ruofei had inserted were all very precious and rare species. Moreover, they were cultivated from asexual reproduction and could almost perfectly replicate the characteristics of the previous generation. Coupled with the magical spiritual map space abilities, their quality would definitely be top-notch in the future. Therefore, these 100 pots of succulents were worth at least 100,000 yuan. And this was the first batch. When the mature succulents had grown back, the cuttage could continue. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had made up his mind to leave behind some especially outstanding seedlings among the succulent seedlings to be cultivated into mature plants. This way, the scale of his succulent army could be further expanded. However, the succulents that had been cut looked rather miserable. The originally chubby and cute plants were now covered in wounds. It was as if beautiful women with beautiful hair had been shaved by a hairdresser. Especially the pots of succulents that had been cultivated from saplings, only a small piece was left. If it was in an ordinary environment, the mature plant would basically not be able to survive after being cut to this extent. Moreover, the success rate of inserting the seedlings was very low. The seedlings might not even survive, so it was impossible for most people to do this. However, Xia Ruofei naturally did not have such concerns. After he finished inserting, he carefully brought over the spiritual pond water and watered the mature succulent plant. At the same time, he specially sprinkled some spiritual pond water on every incision. Then, he stood up with relief and rubbed his sore waist. These originally listless succulents quickly became energetic after absorbing the spiritual water. In particular, the wounds that were originally dripping with green juice were now showing signs of healing. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei was completely relieved. The spiritual map space was no longer as lifeless as before. More than 100 flower pots were neatly placed beside the small pond. They were all succulent plants, including the mature plant and the seedlings that had just been planted. Beyond that area, there was a small vegetable field with green cucumbers hanging on a shelf. There were also various vegetables and fruits planted in the field that could be harvested almost every day. Beside the vegetable field were neatly stacked baskets. There were all kinds of vegetables and fruits in them, which Xia Ruofei did not have time to finish eating. These fruits and vegetables were all the same as when they were first picked. They were very fresh, as if time had frozen on them. Of course, there was also a strange-looking plant by the pond. There was also a beautiful three-colored flower on it that never withered. This was something that already existed in the space. Every time Xia Ruofei entered the space, he could not help but admire it for a while. The nameless flower seemed to have a magical attracting power that made Xia Ruofei involuntarily approach it. As long as Xia Ruofei stayed beside this nameless plant and looked at the beautiful flower, it was as if his heart would become extremely calm and he would be extremely relaxed. He even brought a small plastic stool into the space and placed it beside the plant. Every time he sat on the stool, he quietly admired the tricolor flower. That day, after Xia Ruofei finished his cottage work, he naturally walked towards the mysterious plant again. This was almost a compulsory task for him every time he entered the space. However, something unexpected happened that day. Just as Xia Ruofei approached the nameless plant, his feet suddenly went limp. Ever since he had Lou Gehrig's disease, Xia Ruofei had often experienced this state of weakness in his limbs. However, this time, perhaps because he had worked for too long and was caught off guard, he could not help but stagger forward. This step just happened to trip the plastic stool. Xia Ruofei lost his balance and fell towards the nameless plant. The nameless plant was only as thick as a thumb. If he landed on it, it would probably break. Xia Ruofei loved this nameless plant very much, especially that beautiful tricolor flower. Naturally, he did not want this to happen. Being well trained in the troops also allowed him to react faster than most people. He almost subconsciously tried to turn his body to the side, causing his fall to deviate slightly as he lost his balance. It was this slight shift that allowed him to avoid the stem of the nameless plant. However, his head could not avoid it. His head touched a branch hanging from the nameless plant. The branch was where the mysterious tricolored flower was hanging from. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Ignoring the pain in his body, he suddenly turned around and his expression changed. He saw that the branches were shaking non-stop, and the 3 petals of the tricolor flower had all fallen off and were falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, Xia Ruofei's heart seemed to be bleeding. Over the past month, he had entered the space almost every day to admire the tricolor flower. He also loved this beautiful flower that seemed to contain the truth of the world. He did not expect that, because of his carelessness, all the petals would fall off. Xia Ruofei was filled with regret, but it was useless. He stood up, not bothering to dust himself off, and immediately walked over to the nameless plant. Where a beautiful tricolor flower had originally sprouted from, only a bare crown remained. And it no longer had that inexplicable appeal. Xia Ruofei sighed and squatted down to look at the 3 petals that had fallen to the ground. The red, blue, and yellow petals lay quietly on the ground. Even though they had fallen off the flower crown, they still looked breathtaking. Xia Ruofei did not know what kind of plant this was, nor did he know the origin of this tricolored flower. However, his intuition told him that it must be very precious, because it was the only native in this spiritual space, and it was filled with mystery. Unable to resist, he reached out to pick up the 3 petals. Just as Xia Ruofei's hand touched the yellow petal, there was a sudden change. The yellow petal actually sank into Xia Ruofei's palm with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This process was too fast. Xia Ruofei did not have time to react at all. He could not help but open his mouth in shock. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei felt a heat surge through his body. A warm feeling made him feel as if he was soaking in hot spring water. Even his soul was trembling with pleasure. He could not help but let out a comfortable moan. Although Xia Ruofei had participated in the extermination of many drug gangs, he had never taken drugs. However, he was certain that even when a drug addict was on drugs, it was impossible to experience this floating sensation. This process lasted for about half a minute before slowly disappearing. Xia Ruofei felt deeply unsatisfied and could not help but extend his hand towards the second petal. When his hand touched the blue petal, as expected, the petal instantly sank into his palm. Immediately after, the familiar fluttering sensation attacked again. Soon, the blue petals were also absorbed by Xia Ruofei. At this moment, he had no other thoughts and reached for the last red petal without hesitation. The entire process was completely subconscious and not within his control. It was not until the red petal was completely absorbed that Xia Ruofei came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that his body seemed to have changed drastically. The faint sense of weakness that he had felt since his illness had long disappeared. The familiar strength seemed to have returned, and Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that he was much stronger than when he was at the peak of his strength. What was going on? What were those tricolored petals? Xia Ruofei could not help but open his mouth wide. He took a deep breath and exhaled. As Xia Ruofei exhaled, a black mist came out of his mouth, startling him. This mist had a fishy smell. Xia Ruofei quickly took a few steps back. It was then that he realized that he was also covered in this stench. His skin had been caked with a dark layer of dirt. Could it be that the petals had expelled the virus and impurities from my body? A thought surfaced in Xia Ruofei's mind. He didn't have time to think too much about it, because the sticky feeling was too uncomfortable, and he stank. This stench was a little overwhelming even for a special forces soldier who could once lurk in a smelly pond for a few days. So he couldn't wait to get a rinse. Xia Ruofei naturally would not be so extravagant as to bathe in the water of the spiritual pool, so he left the spiritual map space without hesitation. Everyone in the rental apartment shared a small bathroom. Fortunately, most of the tenants had gone out to work during the day. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei's stench would really have stink up the place for everyone. He quickly found a change of clothes and hurried into the public bathroom. He turned on the shower and started to rinse. After washing 3 times, Xia Ruofei finally washed all the dirt off his body. He changed into cotton pajamas and walked out of the public bathroom in a refreshing manner. Then he opened all the windows in the public area. When he passed by previously, even the small public living room was filled with that pungent smell. He had to open it to ventilate it. Otherwise, it would be bad if the other tenants came back and smelled the stench. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei returned to the small room he had rented. When he was bathing previously, Xia Ruofei had already vaguely felt that after absorbing the tricolored petals, all his illnesses seemed to have healed. That familiar feeling of power almost made him cry. Ever since he was diagnosed with ALS, Xia Ruofei's world had been gray. It was a terminal disease, even worse than cancer. For one thing, there was no effective treatment for ALS at the moment. Of course, what was even more terrifying was that patients with the disease would feel as if they were slowly being frozen. At first, only a finger might lose its sensation. Eventually, it would spread to every bone, muscle, organ, and even their tongues, and eyeballs would be unable to move. Finally, most of them would die of respiratory failure. The most terrifying thing was that throughout the entire journey to death, the patient's mind and senses were conscious. It was equivalent to watching helplessly as his body lost consciousness bit by bit and he suffocated to death. This process could go on for 2 or 3 years, or even 5 or 6. Imagine how horrible that would be. Death was not the worst thing. The worst thing was waiting for it. And now, because of the 3 magical petals, this terrible disease was cured. The excitement of surviving a calamity was indescribable. Xia Ruofei sat on his small bed in a daze. He had mixed feelings as he recalled the hardships that he had gone through after he was diagnosed. Now that his illness had disappeared, this former iron-blooded soldier could not help but tear up. After a while, Xia Ruofei, who had calmed down, stood up and inadvertently glanced at the small mirror hanging on the wall. He could not help but be stunned. His reflection in the mirror seemed different. After many years of harsh training in the army, Xia Ruofei had learned a lot of martial arts. His skin had also become tanned from the day-to-day training. The muscles on his body were intertwined like dragons. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful soldier. However, the biggest and most obvious change now was that his skin had become much paler. It could even be said to be tender. Many girls would probably envy his skin if Xia Ruofei walked outside. Also, his muscles were no longer so obvious. His figure became more well-proportioned, and he even looked like a weak scholar. However, Xia Ruofei knew very well that although the magical tricolored petals had transformed his originally developed muscles, his strength had not decreased at all. On the contrary, be it his reaction speed or physical strength, they were much better than his peak state in the special forces. All of this was brought about by the tricolored petals. Xia Ruofei looked at himself in the mirror, feeling a little emotional. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered something and could not help but slap his forehead. He muttered to himself in frustration. Oh my crap. I'm such a pig brain. It turned out that Xia Ruofei, after completely calming down, had suddenly thought of something. Since this magical tricolored petal could cure his ALS, it might be effective to treat the uremia of his comrade Huzi's mother while suffering from a terminal illness. Xia Ruofei was still thinking of ways to make money using the spiritual map space. His original intention was to leave as much money as possible for Huzi's mother, at least enough for the kidney transplant. And if the tricolored petals could directly cure uremia, then why bother? However, when Xia Ruofei realized this, the tricolored petals had already been absorbed by him. Now, he could not have them even if he wanted them. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei could vaguely sense that even if there was only one petal, it could completely cure his ALS. This was because after absorbing the 3 petals, not only did his illness disappear, but his body had also been completely transformed. Although he had yet to verify how powerful he was, Xia Ruofei knew that his strength had definitely improved greatly compared to before. In other words, he could have saved 2 petals for Huzi's mother. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei felt even more regretful. Under those circumstances, Xia Ruofei had no time to think too much. He was almost completely affected by the comfort that came from his soul. The last 2 times he took the initiative to absorb the petals were all subconscious actions. Now that he thought about it, it was too late for regrets. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment. Those tricolored petals grew on the nameless plant. Since they were flowers, would they bloom again after they withered? Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still. He took out the spiritual map that he had hidden on him and entered the space with a thought. Xia Ruofei took 3 steps to the nameless plant by the pond, but he was disappointed. There was still only a bare flower crown on the plant, and no new petals grew. Xia Ruofei sighed. It was useless to regret now. He could only hope that the petals would grow again after some time. However, Xia Ruofei was not confident about this at all. After all, this nameless plant was native to the spiritual map space. He knew nothing about this plant. Xia Ruofei walked around the succulents and vegetable garden, then glanced at the nameless plant indignantly before leaving the spiritual map space. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei arrived at the city people's hospital alone and did a full-body checkup. Although he was almost certain that his ALS had been cured, he still came for a checkup just to be safe. He would feel more at ease this way. There were many tests, and it required several working days before the report could be ready. For this, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to spend a few hundred yuan to expedite it. Even so, it took him half a day to get the complete report. The test came back as he'd expected. He was in perfect health condition. Not only were there no illnesses, but many of the indicators were much better than ordinary people. The doctor who read The report said that one look at the report and he knew that Xia Ruofei must have been exercising and maintaining a good routine for a long time. Otherwise, his physical indicators could not have been so good. His judgment was confirmed, but Xia Ruofei felt even more regretful. If he hadn't impulsively absorbed all 3 petals in the morning, he could have used them to treat Hu Zi's mother. However, at this point, Xia Ruofei was not someone who would keep harping on the past. He quickly adjusted his mood and took a taxi back to his rental apartment in the slums. After Xia Ruofei returned home, he carefully locked the door and entered the spiritual space. He first went to the pond to check on the nameless plant. However, the result was still disappointing. There was still only a bare flower crown on the nameless plant. No petals grew out. Then he went to check on the succulents. To his relief, these succulents were full of vitality. If nothing went wrong, they should all be alive. Now, he just had to wait a few days before he could take a photo and upload it for sale in the online store. After patrolling around, Xia Ruofei came to an empty space. He casually posed in a stance, and his entire aura immediately changed. If someone who knew martial arts were here, they would be able to tell at a glance that this was the Yang's Taiji stance. This was taught to him by his squad leader when he first joined the army. This squad leader Yang was from Hebei Yongnian and was said to be the direct descendant of the Yang Taiji. At that time, a new comrade in the class had learned the Yang's Taiji from squad leader Yang. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei was the fastest to master it and was also deeply liked by squad leader Yang. When the new recruits were allocated to different squads, Xia Ruofei was also assigned to his squad leader's previous squad. Later on, he participated in the selection for the fresh blood off the Lone Wolf Commando Brigade. Xia Ruofei was successfully selected before leaving squad leader Yang's side. However, his martial arts ability did not fall behind. When he was free, Xia Ruofei would practice a few rounds of Taiji fist. This time, after absorbing the tricolored petals, not only did his illness disappear, but he also felt that his body had been greatly strengthened. Hence, Xia Ruofei wanted to verify how much his body had been strengthened. Grabbing the sparrow's tail with the right, left single side, hand lifting, white crane, spreading its wings. His movements were like flowing water, without any delay. Xia Ruofei's joy grew. In the past, when he practiced, although he was very familiar with every move, he had never felt this feeling of integration. Squad leader Yang also commented that Xia Ruofei's Taiji was skilled in form, but not in the spirit. Xia Ruofei felt the same way. No matter how skilled he was, he could not do it freely. Now, all the hesitation had disappeared. After a full set of Taiji, he felt refreshed. There was even a faint heat in his lower abdomen. Xia Ruofei practiced Tai Chi over and over again, and his movements became increasingly refined. He did not even follow the standard Tai Chi movements of the Yang Consortium, but there was a very natural and smooth feeling that was filled with the charm of the Yang's Tai Chi. There was a sense of winning with no moves. After practicing 5 times in a row, Xia Ruofei finally stopped. Clearly, the benefits of those 3 petals were far more than just reaction speed and physical strength. This enhancement was definitely comprehensive in all aspects. Xia Ruofei could not help but look at the nameless plant again, his eyes filled with burning anticipation. I hope the tricolor flower can grow back, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. In the next day or two, Xia Ruofei entered the space several times a day. Other than taking care of the succulent plants, his main purpose was naturally to check on the nameless plant. But he was always disappointed. The flower crown was still bare, and there was no sign that it was about to bloom again. On the other hand, the succulents had all come to life and were still growing. They should be able to be photographed and uploaded soon to be sold in the online store. On the third day, Xia Ruofei entered the space again. Every day he had to come in to maintain the vegetable patch and water the succulent plants. As soon as he entered the space, Xia Ruofei subconsciously looked at the nameless plant. Although he had been disappointed countless times in the past 3 days, Xia Ruofei was still filled with intense anticipation. This time, his eyes focused on the nameless plant. Then his face lit up with joy. Xia Ruofei saw at a glance that the flower crown of the nameless plant had grown petals again, and there was more than one. There were still 3 petals, red, yellow, and blue, almost identical to before. When the tricolored flower grew out again, the entire nameless plant immediately had that inexplicable attraction that matched the principles of heaven and earth. Xia Ruofei was extremely excited. He jogged all the way to the nameless plant and looked at the beautiful tricolor flower. He was so excited that his lips were trembling slightly. With the petals, Huzi's mother's illness could be cured. Xia Ruofei's hand trembled slightly as he reached for the tricolor flower. Just as his hand was about to touch the petals, he suddenly realized something and quickly retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. In his excitement, Xia Ruofei had almost forgotten the most important thing: as long as the tricolored petals touched his hand, they would be directly absorbed and could not be plucked. Xia Ruofei frowned and thought for a while. He felt that there was no other way. He could only try to pluck and preserve the petals without touching them with his hands. He walked to the side. There were a few boxes on the side, and they contained all the junk from the old house that he had sorted out. The rental apartment was too small to accommodate them, so he brought them all to the spiritual space to store. Xia Ruofei rummaged around and found a first aid kit. He opened it and took out a pair of tweezers. After thinking about it, he felt uneasy. He took out some gauze and wrapped it around the forceps to prevent them from hurting the petals when he picked them. Then, Xia Ruofei found another small plate and walked to the nameless plant. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and reached for the tricolor flower. He touched the blue petals gently with the tweezers, and his heart began to race. The petals shook slightly after being held by the forceps, but there was no change. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief, then carefully used the tweezers to grab the blue petal. With a little force, the petal fell off the flower crown. Xia Ruofei placed the petals into the small plate and then repeated the same actions. He plucked the yellow and red petals and placed them in the small plate together. These tricolored petals were infinitely useful, and it seemed that they would grow back 3 days after being plucked. The more, the better. Xia Ruofei also took the opportunity to test if new petals would grow in 3 days. After picking the petals, Xia Ruofei began to worry about the small plate with the 3 petals. First of all, the petals could not come into contact with his body at all. Did he have to wear gloves or use forceps to hold them for Huzi's mother to absorb it? Moreover, Xia Ruofei vaguely felt that these flower petals had endless uses. Perhaps they did not even need an entire petal to cure Huzi's mother's uremia. Moreover, the soul-piercing comfort when absorbing the flower petals was too strong. All of this meant that If Xia Ruofei took out the petals like this, the secret might not be kept. If Hu Zi's mother or family let it slip, there would definitely be endless trouble. Moreover, it was a little too shocking for him to rashly take a petal for others to consume. Even if the petal had just touched his lips, it might directly disappear. Xia Ruofei thought hard for a long time and suddenly had an idea. He left the spiritual map space in a flash and found a bottle of 1L mineral water in the rental apartment. Ever since he had the spiritual map space, he had been using the spiritual pond water, so he had not drunk this bottle of mineral water. Xia Ruofei opened the bottle and poured out all the mineral water inside. Then, with a thought, he returned to the spiritual map space. He hurried to the edge of the pond and filled a full bottle of water. Then he gently picked up a petal with a pair of tweezers and carefully placed it in the mineral water bottle. Then he looked at it expectantly. As soon as the yellow petals touched the spiritual pond water, they immediately melted without a trace. Moreover, the entire bottle of water was still extremely clear, as if the yellow petals had never existed. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. He raised the bottle to his mouth and took a sip. As soon as the pond water that had fused with the yellow petals entered his mouth, he immediately felt a familiar warmth. He felt extremely comfortable. However, this sense of comfort was completely incomparable to directly absorbing an entire petal. Basically, it would not arouse any suspicion. Only then did Xia Ruofei feel completely relieved. Because this way, he could easily treat Hu Zi's mother with diluted petal solution. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei did not want to wait any longer. He left the spiritual map space with the bottle of water that had fused with the yellow petals. As for the remaining blue and red petals, he carefully placed them in a small box and stored them in the spiritual map space. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and changed into his clothes. This time, he did not wear desert camouflage clothes. Instead, he dug out the casual clothes he had bought before he joined the army from the simple closet, a pair of jeans, a thin sweater, and a jacket. Xia Ruofei had never bought casual clothes since he joined the army. The style of this set of clothes was naturally a little old-fashioned. After all, he had bought it many years ago. However, after Xia Ruofei absorbed the tricolored petals, his entire aura changed. Even though he was wearing ordinary clothes, he still gave off a sunny and refreshing feeling. As he was about to go out, he looked at the large bottle of mineral water in his hand and frowned slightly in thought. He found a small bottle of mineral water and washed it clean before pouring most of the petal solution into it. Then he opened a bottle of grape juice drink that he had not drunk last time. After filling the bottle, Xia Ruofei closed the cap and gently shook it to let the two liquids mix completely. The liquid in the small mineral water bottle turned light brown and looked a little like a potion. Then, Xia Ruofei found 2 bottles of soda water and poured it into the mineral water bottle, mixing it with the solution. He opened it and took a small sip. It tasted slightly sweet, and at the same time, faintly medicinal. Most importantly, the familiar warmth was still there, but it had become even less obvious after being diluted again. Xia Ruofei tightened the cap of the bottle in satisfaction, then entered the space again with the big mineral water bottle and put it away. Xia Ruofei could not directly put things into the spiritual space in the outside world yet. He had to bring the items with him. This small bottle of petal solution mixed with grape juice and soda water was the medicine Xia Ruofei had prepared for Hu Zi's mother. After all, this looked more like a potion. The Original solution was too clear, no different from clear water. As for the amount, Xia Ruofei was not worried. Even if this potion could not completely cure Hu Zi's mother's uremia, they could at least relieve it greatly. At worst, he could just deliver the medicine a few more times. Xia Ruofei put the bottle of medicine into the black military-style satchel, then carried the satchel and left, heading straight for Hu Zi's house. Hu Zi's family lived in Chongqing County, a suburban county in Three Mountain City. After Xia Ruofei left home, he went straight to the South Station. There was a bus from Three Mountain City to Chongqing every half an hour. Xia Ruofei quickly bought the nearest ticket to Chongqing from the ticket counter. There was still about 20 minutes to go. Xia Ruofei left the ticket counter and prepared to enter the bus station. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. Xia Ruofei turned around and saw an old man lying on the ground in the distance. Soon, there were people pointing at him. Some people even took out their phones to take photos, but no one went forward. Xia Ruofei hurried over. At this moment, there were already many onlookers around the old man. Xia Ruofei squeezed in forcefully, and someone shouted unhappily, "What are you squeezing in for?" Xia Ruofei had no time to argue with anyone. He saw an old man in his 70s or 80s with gray hair lying on the ground in pain. He must have an acute condition. Xia Ruofei did not have time to think too much and hurriedly went forward to check on him. At this moment, the onlookers persuaded, "Hey! Don't go over there, lad. Be careful not to get cheated of money." "That's right. This old man looks very sick. Don't ask for trouble. Don't go over there. I've already called 120. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. There were indeed some strange sight in society, such as the famous Nanjing incident. There were also many similar cases, causing many people to not dare to touch the old man after he fell to the ground, afraid of getting into trouble. However, Xia Ruofei had been trained by the army for many years. He could not watch an old man lay on the ground and do nothing. His conscience could not take it. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take 2 steps forward and squat down in front of the old man. The old man's eyes were tightly closed, and his face was filled with pain. His face was very pale, and his lips were already slightly purple. Xia Ruofei gently extended a finger to check the old man's breathing. It was already very weak, and he could clearly feel that the old man's skin was cold. Acute myocardial infarction. The words came to Xia Ruofei's mind. He had received first aid training in the army. He was not a professional doctor, but he could make a rough judgment. His first instinct was to quickly search the old man's body. Under normal circumstances, a patient with heart problems would carry drugs like nitroglycerin, but Xia Ruofei did not find any. Xia Ruofei thought that perhaps this old man did not have a history of heart disease. This time it might be a completely acute condition, so it was naturally impossible for him to carry heart medicine. He shouted without looking back, "Can someone please call 120? Young man, someone has already called 120. Get up quickly. Don't get into trouble that you can't get rid of," someone reminded him. When Xia Ruofei heard that someone had already called 120, he ignored that person's reminder and directly changed the old man's position to a lying position. He raised the old man's feet slightly and placed his military satchel at his feet. Then, he hurriedly checked the old man's pulse and found that it was also very weak. The old man's condition was getting worse. Xia Ruofei knew that if this continued for a few minutes, the old man would die before the ambulance could arrive. He could not help but become anxious. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's gaze inadvertently landed on the military satchel under the old man's feet. He quickly grabbed the satchel and quickly took out the bottle of grape juice. Then he forced open the old man's mouth and poured the juice into his mouth. After Xia Ruofei put away the bottle of potion, he nervously paid attention to the old man's condition. Although it had already confirmed that the petals were effective against his ALS, this was still a diluted solution. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was not sure if they could be effective against such a serious myocardial infarction. Fortunately, the petal solution did not disappoint Xia Ruofei. Not long after the old man drank it, his breathing began to steady and strong, and the color slowly returned to his face. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. The onlookers could also tell that after Xia Ruofei fed the old man a liquid of unknown composition, the old man's condition was rapidly improving. They could not help but click their tongues in wonder. The old man had yet to wake up, so Xia Ruofei did not dare to leave. He squatted at the side and paid attention to the old man's condition. After another 5 minutes or so, the old man's breathing was completely steady and his face was back to normal. He frowned slightly at first, then slowly opened his eyes. He's awake, he's awake. The lad's too good. Yes. I thought the old man was dying just now. The onlookers chattered. What happened to me? The old man asked weakly. Xia Ruofei said. Old man, you just fainted. It could be an acute myocardial infarction. How do you feel now? My chest is still a little tight, but it's better, the old man said. Xia Ruofei nodded. That's good. Lie on the ground and don't move. Someone has already called 120. The ambulance will be here in a while. You should go to the hospital for a thorough examination and treatment. Xia Ruofei had only fed the old man 2 or 3 mouthfuls of diluted petal solution. He was doing this to prevent the old man from recovering too rapidly or even jumping around if the effect of the petal solution was too good. That would really be shocking. Now it seemed that he had been right to be careful. He had saved the old man's life without exposing his secrets. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Old man, since you're fine, I still have to catch the bus, so I'll leave first. You must go to the hospital for a thorough checkup later. Oh right, it's best to inform your children immediately. With that, Xia Ruofei prepared to return to the station. At this moment, the old man hugged Xia Ruofei's leg. The onlookers immediately discussed. See, he's going to rip off. I told him not to go over just now. The lad is still too young and inexperienced in society. Xia Ruofei was a little stunned. Could it be that he really met someone who was going to extort him? That old man didn't look like that kind of person. The old man seemed to have heard the discussion beside him. He quickly let go again and said, Young man, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to blackmail you. I know you saved my life just now. I just want you to leave me your contact details so I can thank you later. Xia Ruofei relaxed and smiled. Old man, there's no need to thank me. I'm just acting out of kindness. It's good that you're fine. I'm really going to miss the bus. Goodbye. Young man, then take my business card. You must contact me later. the old man struggled to take out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xia Ruofei with trembling hands. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. He took the business card and put it in his pocket. Then he greeted the old man and quickly left the scene, walking into the waiting room of the South Station. As he entered, he heard the distant wail of an ambulance siren behind him. Xia Ruofei knew that the ambulance had arrived. He was completely relieved. After some time, it was almost time for the bus to depart. Xia Ruofei did not wait long before he boarded the bus heading to Chongqing County. The bus quickly drove out of South Station, stopping and moving slowly in the congested roads of the city. About half an hour later, it got on the expressway, and its speed increased. Xia Ruofei had been sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, but he was a little emotional. This pedal solution had a miraculous effect on such a serious acute heart attack. It also gave Xia Ruofei more confidence in curing Hu Zi's mother's uremia. He opened his eyes, took the business card from his jacket pocket and looked at it. He saw that it was written with the words Professor Tian Ruwen, School of Life Science and Engineering at Three Mountain University. It also had his office phone, personal phone, email, and other information. He did not expect the old man he saved to be a university professor. Xia Ruofei was also slightly surprised. However, this matter was just a small interlude for Xia Ruofei. The reason why he accepted the business card was only to get out as soon as possible so that he would not miss the bus. He had no intention of blackmailing the man for a reward. It was definitely impossible for him to contact this Professor Tian in the future. Just as the bus Xia Ruofei was on was driving towards Chongqing County, a group of people in white coats were waiting solemnly at the entrance of the Three Mountain City People's Hospital. The medical staff entering and exiting the hospital had clearly become a little reserved. It was obvious that the people in white coats were all supervisors in the hospital. A black Audi A6 approached at high speed and pulled up in front of the hospital's outpatient building. The door on the passenger side opened quickly, and a woman in her early 30s in a beige business suit got out quickly. But before she could walk around to the back seat, the door opened directly, and a woman in a small black business suit got out, looking anxious. The woman was in her mid-40s, with delicate makeup on her face. She was in good shape. She looked plump but not fat and had a certain charm. She got out of the car and stood there, her body naturally emitting this aura. This aura must have accumulated over time, and it was impossible for ordinary people to have it. When the hospital leaders waiting in front of the outpatient building saw the Audi A6, they quickly approached it. However, they did not expect the woman to push open the door and get out without waiting for the secretary to open it. Therefore, the leaders had no choice but to speed up and jog directly to the woman. One of the doctors with gold-rimmed glasses was half a step ahead of the other hospital leaders. He came up to the woman and called out with a hint of respect, "Mayor Tian." If one often followed the local news, they would definitely recognize at a glance that this woman in a black professional suit was the mayor of Three Mountain City, Tian Huilan. She was considered a political celebrity. In a patriarchal society, female officials, especially high-ranking officials, were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, this Mayor Tian had already risen to a leadership position at the official level when she was around 40 years old. Furthermore, she was the mayor of the provincial capital, Three Mountain City. This was even more eye-catching. Now, she had been in office for 5 to 6 years. These 5 to 6 years were also the period of rapid development in Three Mountain City. Her outstanding political achievements were countless. That year was an election year. There were rumors that Mayor Tian would probably take it a step further and replace Secretary Du, who was about to retire. It had to be known that the secretaries of provincial capitals were all concurrent members of the provincial committee. In other words, this female mayor was very likely to become a high-ranking deputy minister soon, and a member of the provincial committee with a lot of power. With the arrival of such a big shot, it was no wonder that the leaders of the City People's Hospital had come out in full force to welcome her. Tian Huilan's face was filled with anxiety. She couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with these hospital leaders, and directly asked, "Director He, how is my father?" "Mayor Tian, I went to understand the situation immediately after receiving your call. Professor Tian was indeed admitted to our hospital," Director He quickly reported. "The preliminary diagnosis is an acute myocardial infarction, but don't worry, the situation isn't very serious. His life shouldn't be in danger." When Tian Huilan heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she frowned and said, "My father's heart has always been quite good." "How? Did he suddenly have a heart attack?" Director He quickly explained. "Mayor Tian, some cardiovascular diseases might not be very obvious in the beginning. The patient himself might not be able to detect it. Even a routine physical examination might not be able to detect it. Moreover, Professor Tian is already so old. It's normal for some minor problems to appear in his organs." Tian Huilan nodded and said, "Where is my father now, Director He?" "I've already arranged for Director Chen of Cardiovascular Medicine to follow up personally. A full examination should be underway now. I'll bring you over now, Director He said." Tian Huilan nodded and looked at the hospital leaders surrounding her. "Director He can accompany me. Comrades, go back to work." Originally, the hospital leaders had appeared together to show their importance to their leaders. However, now that the old man was suddenly hospitalized, it was naturally impossible for them to gather around and give instructions like usual. Therefore, the hospital leaders immediately bade farewell and left. Director He accompanied Tian Huilan and her secretary, Wu Liqian, to the elevator. In the elevator, Director He received a call. After a few hurried words, he immediately hung up and said to Tian Huilan, "Mayor Tian, Professor Tian has completed the examination. We have arranged for a high-class ward." "Then let's go directly to the ward," Tian Huilan immediately said. Okay, Director Ho said, pressing the floor button. They soon arrived at the hospital's high-class ward. It was the best ward in the city's People's Hospital. Not only did it have a small reception room, but it also had a study, an accompanying room, and a small kitchen. The facilities were quite complete. Tian Huilan and the others waited in the ward for a while, before they heard Professor Tian's voice, coming from the corridor. "Since there's nothing wrong with my body, there's no need to go to the trouble of being hospitalized. I want to go straight back. Professor Tian, acute myocardial infarction is no joke. You have to stay in the hospital for observation," a calm voice said. Tian Huilan quickly opened the ward door and walked out. As soon as she stepped out, she saw her father sitting in a wheelchair with a helpless expression. A young and beautiful female nurse was pushing the wheelchair, and there was a middle-aged doctor in a white coat explaining to him as he walked. This old man was Professor Tian, whom Xia Ruofei had saved at the passenger terminal. Xia Ruofei would never have thought that the old man he happened to save was actually the father of a dazzling female political star. Professor Tian's gray hair was a little messy, and there was a piece of gauze on his forehead. He had knocked his forehead on the ground when he fainted, and he looked much older. Tears welled up in Tian Huilan's eyes. She hurried forward and asked in a choked voice, "Dad, how are you feeling?" When Professor Tian saw Tian Huilan, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. "Huilan, talk to them. There's nothing wrong with my health. Let me discharge from the hospital immediately." Tian Huilan looked troubled. "Dad, you can't underestimate heart problems. Let's listen to the doctor." After saying that, Tian Huilan shot Director He a look. Director He quickly understood and stepped forward to say, "Professor Tian, acute myocardial infarction is not a small illness. Although there are no major problems with your examination now, to be safe, you still have to stay in the hospital for observation for a day or two. If the condition changes, we can deal with it in time," the middle-aged doctor who had been accompanying Professor Tian also said. "Professor Tian, from the results of the examination, although we haven't found any serious problems, for the time being, we still need to organize an expert consultation. If you leave the hospital rashly now, there might be unpredictable dangers." Professor Tian shook his head helplessly and said, "I know my own body. Forget it, forget it. I'll just stay in the hospital." Professor Tian also knew very well that with his daughter's status, the hospital would definitely not discharge him so rashly. If anything really happened, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. He was already mentally prepared when he informed Tian Huilan. If it weren't for the fact that he had something else for her to do, Professor Tian definitely wouldn't have alerted his daughter. Seeing that her father's tone had softened, Tian Huilan heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to ask about her father's condition in detail when Professor Tian spoke again. "Huilan, come in with me for a moment. I need to talk to you." "Oh, sure." Tian Huilan replaced the female nurse and personally pushed the wheelchair into the ward. Director He and the others naturally wouldn't be so insensible as to follow them in. They all stood at the door and waited. Tian Huilan closed the ward door and turned around. "Dad, why did you go out alone again? Didn't I ask little Shen to follow you?" Fortunately, it didn't lead to serious consequences this time. Otherwise, Professor Tian waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Huilan, I called you here because I have something for you to do." "Go ahead, Tian," Huilan said quickly, pretending to listen carefully. Tian Huilan knew that her father had always kept a low profile. Apart from some old colleagues in the university, very few people knew that he was Mayor Tian's father. If he hadn't taken the initiative to call her this time, the doctors at the City People's Hospital definitely wouldn't have recognized him. So it must be something important for her father to do this. Professor Tian said, "I was able to turn this situation around thanks to a young lad. If he hadn't given me first aid, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted until the ambulance arrived." Then, Professor Tian explained what had happened that day. When Tian Huilan heard this, her expression changed drastically. She did not expect her father's illness to flare up so dangerously this time. Now, she could not help but feel a chill down her spine, and she was very afraid. "Then we really have to thank him," Tian Huilan said. Professor Tian nodded and continued, That's what I'm talking about. However, the scene was very chaotic. And that young man was unwilling to leave his contact details. Although I gave him my business card, I'm afraid he might not take the initiative to contact me. Therefore, immediately arrange for someone to investigate that young man's identity. We have to thank him properly later. Tian Huilan immediately said seriously. I understand. I'll arrange this immediately. There were many surveillance cameras at the scene, and Xia Ruofei had even bought a bus ticket at the counter. With Tian Huilan's status, it was naturally easy to find out his identity. Dad, if there's nothing else, you can rest here. Don't say anything about being discharged, Tian Huilan continued. When she heard that Professor Tian's illness was so serious, her heart was already pounding. She insisted that Professor Tian stay in the hospital. Tian Huilan helped Professor Tian lie down on the bed. After covering him with a blanket, she quietly left the ward. Director He and Director Chen of the cardiology department were still waiting at the door. When they saw Tian Huilan coming out, they quickly stood up to welcome her. Tian Huilan waved at them and then said to her secretary, Little Wu, come here for a moment. The female secretary, Wu Liqing, quickly walked to Tian Huilan's side and asked respectfully, Mayor Tian, what are your instructions? Tian Huilan told little Wu what Professor Tian had instructed her to do in a low voice, then said, You don't have to worry about me. Go and take charge of this now. I want to see the results before work ends this afternoon. Yes, said Wu, hurrying away from the hospital. After Tian Huilan finished arranging Professor Tian's matters, she walked towards Director He and Director Chen and asked, Please tell me about my father's illness. Director He and Director Chen both displayed a strange expression, but they quickly came back to their senses. Director Chen quickly said, Mayor Tian, let's talk in my office. The reason why their expressions were a little strange was because they had just discussed Professor Tian's condition. After Tian Huilan and Professor Tian entered the ward, Director He pulled Director Chen aside to understand the situation. Director Chen originally was confused about Professor Tian's condition. However, since Tian Huilan and Professor Tian were present, he could not say anything. When Director He asked, he naturally spilled everything. It turned out that Professor Tian's examination showed that there was nothing wrong with his heart. Moreover, all the indicators were quite good for Professor Tian's age. There was no sign of a heart attack at all. But the house doctor's diagnosis was acute myocardial infarction. By the time the ambulance arrived at the scene, although the situation was not very critical, his symptoms were very obvious. These were reflected in the house call report. It should be acute myocardial infarction. It was precisely because of these two contradictory results that Director Chen was puzzled. It was impossible for a house doctor to make such a low-level mistake, and the results of this examination were here. There was really no way to explain it. Actually, Director Chen did not know that the petal solution that Xia Ruofei fed Professor Tian had a miraculous effect on all kinds of illnesses. However, Xia Ruofei was worried that it would shock the world, so he did not use much. Otherwise, Professor Tian would be completely fine. It was also because of this that when the emergency doctors arrived at the scene, Professor Tian still had some symptoms of a myocardial infarction. But by the time the ambulance returned to the hospital, the petal solution had completely taken effect, and the lesion in Professor Tian's heart had been completely cured. Director He and Director Chen also looked at each other in puzzlement, unable to come to a conclusion. He couldn't Tell Mayor Tian that there was nothing wrong with her father and that his heart was healthier than most people's. Right? He had clearly fainted and was sent to the hospital. Could it be that he was pretending to be sick? Besides, who could bear the responsibility if there were any problems in the future? He was Mayor Tian's father. Therefore, when they arrived at Director Chen's office, they could only be vague when reporting to Tian Huilan. They said that from the examination results, the problem was not very serious and suggested that he stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. At the same time, they would prescribe some medicine for him to recuperate. When Director He and Director Chen reported to her, there were inevitably some technical jargon mixed in, so Tian Huilan did not understand them fully. But all she had to know was that her father's life wasn't in danger. After listening to the report, Tian Huilan was even more grateful to the young man who had reached out to her father. In her opinion, it must have been the young man who happened to have the first aid treatment for a heart attack that saved her father's life in time. Tian Huilan, who was busy with work, thanked Director He and Director Chen after listening to the report. Then, she returned to the ward to talk to her father for a while. She reminded him to follow the doctor's instructions and stay in the hospital for a few days before leaving the hospital and returning to the city government. Xia Ruofei, who did not know that he had saved the mayor's father, had just arrived at the bus station in Chongping County. All he could think about was treating Hu Zi's mother. Chongping County was located in the east of Three Mountain City and was close to the East Sea. Three Mountain City's only international airport was located by the sea in Chongping County, so its overall economic development level was above average among the 8 counties in the 5 districts of Three Mountain City. Hu Zi's family lived in Little Island Village in Linhai Town. This small fishing village was more than 20 kilometers away from Chongping County. Xia Ruofei came out of the station and booked a taxi for 200 yuan and went straight to Little Island Village. Xia Ruofei also knew about Hu Zi's family situation. Hu Zi's father was a traditional fisherman. 10 years ago, he was caught in a typhoon when he went out to sea and never returned. After that, the family relied on Hu Zi's mother to repair the fishing nets and do odd jobs to support them. Hu Zi's sacrifice made things worse for this family. That was why Xia Ruofei felt so guilty. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the village. After Xia Ruofei paid the fare, he got out and walked towards Hu Zi's house at the east end of the village. He carried a black military satchel and a large plastic bag in his hand. After all, he was here to visit an elder. It was definitely not good to come empty-handed, so before Xia Ruofei left, he had packed a large bag of vegetables produced in the spiritual map space. In this small village by the sea, the air was filled with the smell of the sea. Xia Ruofei thought that he would be able to treat Hu Zi's mother's illness soon, and he was both excited and expectant. He could not help but speed up. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion not far ahead. A young girl's voice was heard. Zhongcheng. What do you want? Get out of my way. Xia Ruofei frowned and looked up. He saw a girl carrying a bucket of water not far ahead and 3 young men were blocking her way. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a plain white t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans that had gone a little pale from washing. However, ordinary clothes still could not hide her natural beauty. Her curvaceous figure still exuded attractive temptation even in the cheapest t-shirt. Her face was also very delicate. Under her light eyebrows were large watery eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and her pale pink cherry lips were gently pursed. Because she was carrying water, her face was flushed, and there were small beads of sweat on her forehead, giving her a pitiful appearance. The leader of the three, a young man with a tuft of green hair, said cheekily, "Xiao, don't be so fierce. I don't mean anything else. I just want to invite you to the county city to play." The girl called Xiao said coldly, "I'm not interested. Move." Zhong Chang was not angry at all, despite being turned down directly. He still smiled and said, "Then let's go for a ride on the beach. I just bought a new car. Do you want to try it? I already said that I'm not interested. If you don't move aside, I'll call for help." Xiao gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Call for help? Lin Xiao, you're too naive. Who in Little Island Village dares to interfere in Brother Chang's matters?" One of Zhong Chang's lackeys sneered. Another sidekick chimed in. "Lin Xiao, it's your good fortune that Brother Chang has taken a fancy to you. Don't be shameless. By the way, I heard that your mother is quite seriously ill? If you follow our Brother Chang, perhaps Brother Chang will help your mother pay for treatment when he's happy." Zhong Chang nodded with a smile. "Of course. Xiao, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll pay for your mother's treatment." With that, Zhong Chang took a step forward to pull Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao was so frightened that her face turned pale. Just as Zhong Chang's hand was about to touch Lin Xiao, a large hand grabbed Zhong Chang's wrist tightly like an iron hoop. Zhong Chang immediately cried out in pain. It was Xia Ruofei. In fact, when Xia Ruofei heard that lackey call out Lin Xiao's name, his expression had already turned cold. Then, he strode over. Because Tiger's original name was Lin Hu, and he had a younger sister at home whose name was Lin Xiao. Moreover, Xia Ruofei knew that in the entire Little Island Village, only Hu Zi's family did not have direct water access at home because of their financial difficulties. This girl's name was Lin Xiao, and she was carrying water. It was obvious who she was. "Who the hell are you? Let go. It hurts." Zhong Chang gritted his teeth and shouted. Xia Ruofei snorted coldly. As he let go, he gently pushed forward. Zhong Chang immediately fell to the ground. Zhong Chang stood up and glared fiercely at Xia Ruofei. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're an outsider, how dare you be so arrogant in our little island village?" A cold smile hung on Xia Ruofei's face. "Disappear while I'm still in a good mood." Xia Ruofei had used a lot of strength just now, causing Zhong Chang to have some reservations, but this sentence immediately angered him. Zhong Chang thought about how this was Little Island Village, and there were 3 people on his side. What was there to be afraid of? After taking a sip, he shouted, "Fuck. He really thinks he's something else. Little Hui, Big Mao, beat him up." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them rushed towards Xia Ruofei aggressively. Lin Xiao couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She was very worried for this righteous young man. However, her scream stopped halfway. Her mouth was still wide open and she was unaware of it. Because in almost an instant, Lin Xiao only felt her vision blur. She did not even see Xia Ruofei's actions clearly. Then, she saw Zhong Chang and the other 2 fly 4 to 5 meters away and land heavily on the ground, wailing non-stop. Clearly all 3 were badly hurt. Xia Ruofei's lips curled up slightly as he thought to himself, My strength and speed are much better than before. Those petals are really good stuff. As if he had done something very unimportant, he gently dusted off his non-existent hands and walked over to Lin Xiao. A caring look flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Xiao came back to her senses and quickly said, "I'm fine, thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If there's nothing else, let's go. I'll take you back." Without asking for Lin Xiao's permission, he stuffed the plastic bag of super vegetables into Lin Xiao's hands. Then, he picked up the bucket of water and strode towards Hu Zi's house. Lin Xiao looked at Zhong Cheng and the other two on the ground, and a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. She gritted her teeth and quickly followed Xia Ruofei. Lin Xiao saw Xia Ruofei carrying the water easily and walked straight to her house without asking her. She couldn't help but ask in curiosity, How did you know where my family lives?" Xia Ruofei turned to Lin Xiao and smiled. "Not only do I know where your family lives, I know your name is Lin Xiao. You're 18 years old. Chocolate is your favorite food. The idol you admire the most is Jolin Sai." Xia Ruofei said a lot and Lin Xiao was stunned. She stood rooted to the ground and thought for a long time. Suddenly, a possibility flashed across her mind and she immediately revealed a happy expression. Only then did she realize that Xia Ruofei had already walked away with the water. Lin Xiao quickly chased after him and said as she jogged, "Your brother Ruofei, aren't you?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "This little girl is quite smart. You've guessed it so quickly." Xia Ruofei knew so much about Lin Xiao, so it was naturally through Lin Hu. When they were in the army, Xia Ruofei and Lin Hu were the best brothers, and Lin Hu doted on his sister. The two of them often talked about his sister when they chatted. Lin Xiao usually attended high school in the county city. The last time Xia Ruofei came to Little Island Village, the two of them did not manage to meet. As for Lin Xiao, she had naturally never seen Xia Ruofei before. However, when Hu Zi sent photos home in the past, there were photos of Xia Ruofei and him. Although a few years had passed and Xia Ruofei had long lost his youthful appearance as a recruit, Lin Xiao still felt that he looked a little familiar. In addition, Xia Ruofei had said so much about her just now. Moreover, she heard from her mother that Xia Ruofei had come to Little Island Village not long ago, so Lin Xiao quickly guessed Xia Ruofei's identity. After confirming Xia Ruofei's identity, Lin Xiao was naturally very excited. However, she quickly realized something and quickly said, "Brother Ruofei, leave Little Island Village quickly. This Zhongchang is a tyrant in the village. His father is also the village director. If you beat him up, they will definitely not let you off." Xia Ruofei smiled indifferently and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Lin Xiao, aren't you studying in the county city? It's not the weekend today. Why are you at home? Also, I heard from those hooligans that your mother's illness is very serious. Didn't I already transfer 500,000 yuan to Auntie's account? Why didn't you go for treatment?" Although uremia was very dangerous, if one persisted in doing treatment, it should not worsen immediately. Of course, if she wanted to cure it completely, she still had to change the kidney. Otherwise, it would only be a temporary solution. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Ruofei, so you were the one who transferred the 500,000 yuan? I knew it. When Xia Ruofei transferred the money, he was worried that Hu Zi's mother would reject such a huge sum of money, so he transferred it anonymously. Therefore, Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao did not know who transferred the money. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Xia Ruofei could not help but have a bad feeling. He could not help but ask. Why? Auntie didn't use the money, is it? Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said. My mother is a person like that. The money came from an unknown source. She said someone else might have made a wrong transaction, so she insisted on not using it. She hasn't been on dialysis for a month. At this point, Lin Xiao's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Isn't this a huge mistake? How can she survive so long without dialysis? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but cry out. Then he asked nervously, how is Auntie now? It's not very good. 2 tears fell from Lin Xiao's eyes as she sobbed. She has been bedridden for a week. Brother Ruofei, if this continues, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to hold on for long, Xia Ruofei quickly comforted her. It's fine, it's fine. Lin Xiao, with me around, Auntie will be fine. Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, the helpless Lin Xiao seemed to feel a sense of support all of a sudden. Her uneasy emotions slowly eased. At this moment, Lin Xiao recalled the matter about Zhong Cheng and hurriedly said. Brother Ruofei, Zhong Cheng will definitely seek revenge on you. You should leave first. We'll talk about Mom's illness a few days later, Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly. Don't worry, girl. If that Zhong Cheng dares to come over again, I don't mind letting him taste my fist. Again. Lin Xiao had seen Xia Ruofei's heroic act with her own eyes and was relieved to hear that. However, she was still worried. After all, this was a lawful society. Many things did not work just because one was strong. Not only was Zhong Cheng the son of the village director, but he also had an uncle who was an official in the town's police station. In Lin Xiao's opinion, this was considered a strong background. How could ordinary people afford to offend him? She glanced at Xia Ruofei worriedly. Seeing that he still looked indifferent, she did not dare to persuade him further. She obediently followed Xia Ruofei and walked towards her house. Soon they reached the house at the east end of the village. This was Hu Zi's house. Such houses were basically extinct in the economically developed coastal areas. They were also the only one in Little Island Village. The mottled walls, dilapidated roof, and dilapidated courtyard all revealed how poor this family was. With one hand on the shoulder pole, Xia Ruofei pushed open the courtyard door that was about to fall off and walked straight into the overgrown courtyard. He went to the door of the simple kitchen on the right side of the house and poured both buckets of water into the vat under the eaves before walking into the house with Lin Xiao. The house was filled with junk, and the light was dim. However, Xia Ruofei's vision seemed to have improved a lot after absorbing the tricolored petals. He did not feel uncomfortable coming in from outside. There was a worn-out wooden bed on the inside of the house. Hu Zi's mother was half lying on it, 2 pillows beneath her. Xia Ruofei immediately saw that Hu Zi's mother's face was very pale and her edema was very serious. She was on the verge of death. Hearing footsteps, Hu Zi's mother thought her daughter had returned. She gave a low moan and said weakly, Xiaoer, you're back? Xia Ruofei hurriedly walked forward and squatted down in front of the bed. Auntie, it's me. Hu Zi's mother struggled to open her eyes. After seeing Xia Ruofei, she forced a smile and said, It's Ruofei. Quick. Take a seat, seeing Huzi's mother. Like this, Xia Ruofei almost cried as he asked. Auntie, I sent you some money. Why didn't you go for dialysis? Huzi's mother struggled to sit up when she heard this. As she panted, she said. So you were the one who transferred the money, child. Where did you get so much money? Auntie, don't worry about where I got the money from. You're already so sick. Why didn't you take the money to see the doctor first? Xia Ruofei said with heartache. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. If he had known this would happen, he would have come back after transferring the money. No matter how much Huzi's mother refused, even if he had to carry her to the hospital by force, it would not have delayed her illness to such a serious extent. Child, you just retired from the army, where did you get so much money? Don't tell me. Huzi's mother was clearly worried that Xia Ruofei did not take the right path and asked anxiously. Auntie, I sold the house a few days ago. Including my discharge fee, I only managed to raise 500,000 yuan. There's definitely no problem with the source of it. Xia Ruofei hurriedly explained. Ah? Sell the house? Huzi's mother said anxiously. How can you do that? Ruofei, why are you so impulsive? Seeing that Huzi's mother was struggling to speak, Xia Ruofei hurriedly said. Auntie, let's not talk about this first. I heard about a prescription a few days ago. It's said to be very effective for uremia, so I made some medicine and brought it over. Take the medicine first. With that, Xia Ruofei quickly opened the military satchel and took out the bottle of petal solution. Lin Qiao came over with a glass of water for Xia Ruofei. When she saw Xia Ruofei take out a mineral water bottle, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Brother Ruofei, is this Chinese medicine? Xia Ruofei smiled and said. Something like that. Qiao, go get a cup. Hurry. Lin Qiao hurriedly found a small glass and came out. It was the kind of glass meant for drinking beer. She cleaned the cup and heated it with boiling water before handing it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and poured out a cup of diluted petal solution. He said to Huzi's mother. Auntie, quickly drink the medicine. Huzi's mother actually did not have any hope in her heart. She knew very well that if she did not have a kidney transplant, her illness would worsen day by day. It was impossible for there to be any remedies to treat it. However, Xia Ruofei had come all the way to deliver the medicine, so she could not brush off his good intentions. Hence, she nodded with difficulty and said weakly. Thank you. Ruofei, you're so thoughtful. Auntie, Huzi and I have a life and death relationship. Stop being polite and quickly drink your medicine. Xia Ruofei said. Then he went forward and supported Huzi's mother's back with one hand. With the other hand, he held a cup and carefully fed a cup of petal solution to Huzi's mother. After feeding Huzi's mother 3 cups of petal solution in a row, Xia Ruofei felt slightly more at ease. He couldn't take his eyes off Huzi's mother. At the side, Lin Qiao said in amusement. Brother Ruofei, my mother just finished drinking the medicine. Even if it's the right medicine, it can't be effective so quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not refute Lin Qiao's words. Huzi's mother, however, looked puzzled. She said. Qiao, this medicine seems to be really effective. I feel much better than before, No way. It really worked so quickly? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. While Lin Xiao was making a fuss, Xia Ruofei had already carefully observed Hu Zi's mother's condition. After drinking the petal solution, he realized that her face had clearly begun to turn red, and her edema was slowly fading. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei was finally relieved. Ruofei, shower. I think my stomach feels warm. I feel much stronger and less uncomfortable. Hu Zi's mother said. She was obviously talking with a lot more energy. Lin Xiao also realized that her mother's face was starting to turn red and she was clearly more energetic. She was only surprised at first, but then her face turned pale and her eyes turned red. She tugged at Xia Ruofei's sleeve and gestured for him to go out and talk. Seeing that Xia Ruofei did not react, she simply pulled Xia Ruofei's hand and walked out. Xia Ruofei originally wanted to observe Hu Zi's mother's condition again, but he did not expect Lin Xiao to pull him out. He could only follow her out of the house in confusion. As soon as he went out, Xia Ruofei saw that Lin Xiao's eyes were red and tears were about to flow. He hurriedly asked, "Shower, what's wrong?" "Brother Ruofei, my mother's situation doesn't seem right." Lin Xiao choked. She can't be, what is it?" Xia Ruofei said in confusion. "I think she's doing great. The medicine is obviously taking effect." Lin Xiao said anxiously. "It's not that. I've heard people say that patients suddenly become spirited before they die." Then, Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh. "You mean the last radiance of the setting sun?" Lin Xiao's face turned even paler and she said with a crying voice. "Even? You think so?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but pat Lin Xiao's head gently and say, "Girl, what are you thinking about all day long? You are even talking about the last radiance. Auntie is clearly fine, don't curse her." "It's really not?" Lin Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of hope. "If I say it's not, then it isn't. Don't you trust Brother Ruofei?" Xia Ruofei said. "Please have some confidence in the medicine I brought, okay?" Then from inside the house came the voice of Hu Zi's mother. "Shower, what are you talking about with Brother Ruofei? Come in and get me a glass of water." When Lin Xiao heard her mother's voice that was full of energy, and since Xia Ruofei had already guaranteed it, she smiled through her tears. She stuck out her tongue playfully at Xia Ruofei and replied loudly, "Coming." With that, she skipped happily into the house to get water for her mother. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao's youthful back and could not help but laugh. When he returned to the house, he saw Hu Zi's mother sitting by the bed, gulping down water. When she saw Xia Ruofei enter, she handed the cup to Lin Xiao and asked, "Ruofei, what medicine did you bring?" "The effect is too good," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, it's a good thing that it's effective. I'll send you more after you finish this bottle of medicine. You have to drink 3 glasses every day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. It won't be long before you completely recover." In the past, Hu Zi's mother would never have dared to think about treating her illness without a kidney transplant. However, after drinking the medicine that Xia Ruofei had brought, she inexplicably felt confident. Because the effect of this medicine was really too good. Hu Zi's mother smiled and nodded. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally believed that her mother's condition had improved greatly because she had taken the medicine brought by Xia Ruofei. She looked at Xia Ruofei gratefully. Then, Lin Xiao thought of Zhong Cheng and her expression changed slightly. Brother Ruofei, there's nothing else here. You should leave quickly. Hu Zi's mother could not help chiding her. Xiaoer, why? Are you so rude? Brother Ruofei came all the way here to deliver medicine to me. He didn't even drink any hot water, yet why are you chasing him away? Lin Xiao was so anxious that her face turned red. Mom, you've misunderstood. It's not that I want to chase Brother Ruofei away. It's... I'm dying of anxiety. Brother Ruofei, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Hu Zi's mother was even more confused. She was about to ask when an arrogant voice came from outside the door. Leave? Where to? No one in Little Island Village can leave after hitting me. It's Zhong Cheng. Hu Zi's mother's expression changed drastically. She asked, Ruofei, did you have a conflict with Zhong Cheng? They were pestering Xiaoer at the entrance of the village. I casually taught him a lesson, Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly with a faint smile on his lips. It was obvious that he did not take Zhong Cheng seriously. Hu Zi's mother immediately struggled out of bed and said, Ruofei, I'll go talk to him. After all, I'm his elder. Xia Ruofei hurriedly stopped Hu Zi's mother and said, Auntie, you're still very weak. You mustn't get out of bed. With that, Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said, Xiaoer, take good care of Auntie. Lin Xiao nodded, then looked at the door worriedly and said. But, at this moment, Zhong Cheng was still clamoring outside the door. Kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you hiding like a tortoise now? If you don't get out, I'll kick the door open. Haha, don't tell me you're having a threesome with the mother and daughter, then this kid is in trouble. After being frightened by Brother Cheng, he'll probably have become impotent in the future. Ha 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 ha, the hooligans brought by Zhong Cheng also joined in the teasing. A cold glint flashed across Xia Ruofei's eyes, but he quickly restrained it. When he looked at Lin Xiao, his gaze became gentle again. It's fine. They're just a few small fry. I'll go out and send them away. With that, he walked out the door. Lin Xiao also wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Xia Ruofei's gaze. She looked at Xia Ruofei's back as he walked out unhurriedly. At this moment, that back seemed to have become very tall and lofty. The fear and uneasiness in her heart disappeared in an instant. Xia Ruofei pushed open the door and walked out of the house with a dark expression. A dozen roguish young men stood in the ruined courtyard, each of them armed with steel pipes, machetes, and other weapons. They had kicked down the dilapidated courtyard door, and it lay in pieces on the ground. The leader was Zhong Cheng, who had harassed Lin Xiao at the village entrance. Zhong Cheng's face was swollen, and one of his eyes was bruised, making him look even more ferocious. Seeing Xia Ruofei come out, Zhong Cheng's eyes revealed ruthlessness as he sneered. Kid, you have guts. You actually dared to stay in Little Island Village after hitting me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll really be letting you down. Previously, at the village entrance, Zhong Cheng and the other two were knocked down by Xia Ruofei without any resistance. Therefore, he knew that Xia Ruofei was quite skilled. This time, he came to take revenge and called for more than 10 hooligans. Moreover, everyone was armed. In Zhong Cheng's opinion, no matter how powerful Xia Ruofei was, he would not be able to defeat so many of them. Xia Ruofei looked at these hooligans who were rubbing their fists before staring into Zhong Cheng's eyes and asking calmly, Why did you bring so many men here? Zhong Chang was slightly stunned, then laughed and said, "What do you want?" "Big guns. Tell him what we want." Beside Zhong Chang, a young man in ripped jeans and dyed blonde hair immediately teased. "Kid, of course we're here to mess with you. Don't tell me we want to have tea and chat with you." The ruffians also roared with laughter and said, "Haha. Is there something wrong with his fucking brain? I think he's been scared silly by Brother Chang." With a smug smile on his face, Big Guns said, "Kid, kneel down and apologize to Brother Chang now. We can be gentler when we hit you. Otherwise." Hee hee. Xia Ruofei looked coldly at this group of arrogant and domineering hooligans. He pursed his lips slightly and looked at Zhong Chang. "So there's nothing to talk about between us?" Xia Ruofei's calmness and disregard angered Zhong Chang. He snorted and said, "Talk my ass. You're the first person who dared to hit me in Little Island Village. If I don't cripple you today, I'll take your surname. Also, this Lin family can't escape responsibility. I'll tear down this lousy house in a while." A sharp light flashed in Xia Ruofei's eyes. The Lin family is the family of a valiant soldier. How dare you touch their house? Zhong Chang laughed arrogantly and said, "Soldier's family? So what? I used to dislike Lin Hu. If he hadn't died in the army, I would have beaten him up too." The fire in Xia Ruofei's heart began to burn fiercely, and his eyes became extremely sharp. His entire body suddenly emitted a cold aura. This was the killing intent of a soldier who had truly seen blood on the battlefield. No matter how arrogant and despotic Zhong Chang was previously, no matter how much he mocked and ridiculed him, Xia Ruofei did not really get angry. After all, in his eyes, such a hooligan was completely unpresentable. However, Zhong Chang's disdain when he spoke of the soldiers' families, especially the insult to Hu Zi, was something Xia Ruofei could not tolerate no matter what. The bloodlust buried deep in his heart was starting to stir. Zhong Chang, who was closest to Xia Ruofei, inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily took a step back. Even he could not understand why he felt a chill in his heart, as if the young man in front of him had suddenly become a god of death. Xia Ruofei slowly clenched his fists, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Actually, this state was very dangerous. Xia Ruofei and Hu Zi were both from the most elite special forces. They had received the most rigorous special forces training and had experienced many real battles. It could be said that they were the sharpest human-shaped killing weapons. Even barehanded, they were extremely dangerous. There were many vulnerable and fatal parts of the human body. Xia Ruofei undoubtedly knew these parts like the back of his hand. Once he lost control of his emotions, it was no exaggeration to say that the lives of these dozen or so hooligans were definitely in danger. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. At that moment, a crisp voice sounded. "Brother Ruofei." It turned out that Lin Xiao was worried and walked out to take a look. When Xia Ruofei heard Lin Xiao's voice, the boiling killing intent in his heart immediately subsided. Zhong Chang and the others also felt relieved. "Xiao, why did you come out?" Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "You have nothing to do here. Go in first." "I don't want to." When Lin Xiao saw that Zhong Chang had brought so many people over, how could she still be willing to go in? She grabbed Xia Ruofei's arm and said to Zhong Chang, "Today's matter has nothing to do with Brother Ruofei. If you have anything, come at me." Zhong Chang had just taken a step back from Xia Ruofei, so he naturally felt embarrassed in front of his lackeys. Now that he saw Lin Qiao and Xia Ruofei being so intimate, he was even more jealous and hateful. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, attack together and teach this kid a lesson." The thugs murmured in agreement. They raised their steel pipes and machetes and looked at Xia Ruofei maliciously as they surrounded him. Lin Qiao was so frightened that her face turned pale. Xia Ruofei shielded her behind him and said calmly, "Qiaoer, close your eyes, huh?" Lin Qiao was stunned. "Be good," Xia Ruofei said calmly. Then Lin Qiao felt her soft body being grabbed by Xia Ruofei and could not help but blush. Xia Ruofei calmly raised Lin Qiao's hand to cover her eyes and said, "Stand here and don't move." Before Lin Qiao could react, she felt a gust of wind pass by. Then, she heard a scream like a pig being slaughtered. She could not help but secretly open her fingers and look out. She saw Xia Ruofei alone like a tiger in a pack of wolves. More than a dozen hooligans with knives, steel pipes, and car chains surrounded him, but they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. On the other hand, every time Xia Ruofei attacked, one or even several hooligans would be defeated. As long as the hooligans were hit by Xia Ruofei, those who could stand up after falling to the ground would once again grimace and scream on the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen hooligans were lying on the ground. Everyone was groaning in pain and could not get up at all. Only Zhong Chang was left standing. Extreme fear was found in his eyes. He was trembling, and he was holding up a machete. He was frozen like a clay statue and looked ridiculous. Xia Ruofei's hair was not even messed up. He easily dusted off the non-existent dust on his hands, then walked towards Zhong Chang with a faint sneer on his face. What do you want?" Zhong Chang was so frightened that he couldn't even hold his machete properly. It fell to the ground with a clang. He backed away, putting on a brave face and shouting, "Don't come near me. My uncle is the deputy director of the police station. If you dare touch me, you're dead." Xia Ruofei did not even blink as he walked towards Zhong Chang unhurriedly. Although Xia Ruofei did not take any actions and only walked towards Zhong Chang step by step, Zhong Chang felt a great pressure. He still felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't even believe his eyes. Why were the dozen or so people he had brought all taken down in less than a minute? They were all armed, whereas this fellow was unarmed. He's practically a monster. Zhong Chang finally couldn't take the pressure anymore. He shouted and turned around to run out of the door. As for those dozen or so lackeys, he had no time to care about them. Xia Ruofei snorted coldly and took a few steps forward with a flying kick. Zhong Chang immediately flew up and fell to the ground. His teeth hit the door frame and two of his front teeth were knocked out. He cried out in pain. Xia Ruofei walked forward and easily picked Zhong Chang up with one hand. There was no emotion in his eyes as he said indifferently, "What did you just say? The soldiers' families are nothing? And you wanted to beat up Huzi? Big brother. I was wrong. I was blind. Please spare me." Zhong Chang was in pain and afraid. He could not help but cry. Tears mixed with the blood in his mouth, and he looked extremely sorry. Xia Ruofei looked at the sobbing Zhong Chang in disgust. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, and he slapped him as fast as lightning. more than 10 times. Then, he let go, and Zhong Cheng immediately sat on the ground. Xia Ruofei's attack was extremely strong. Almost all of Zhong Cheng's teeth had been knocked out, and both his cheeks were swelling up at a visible speed. His entire face looked like a pig's head, and it was very miserable. "Take your men and disappear," Xia Ruofei said calmly. "If this happens again, it won't be just this. Yi. We'll get out of here right away," Zhong Cheng spoke through his missing teeth. He and the dozen or so hooligans supported each other and disappeared from Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao's sight. "Brother Ruofei, you're amazing." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as she looked up at Xia Ruofei. There was clear admiration in her eyes. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "They are just a few hooligans. Your brother and I even arrested vicious international drug dealers back then." When Xia Ruofei said this, his voice suddenly paused. He and Lin Xiao both looked sad. They naturally thought of Hu Zi, who had lost his life again. Sadness flashed across Lin Xiao's eyes. She bit her lower lip gently and forced a smile. "Brother Ruofei, let's go in. My mother must still be worried." The two of them returned to the house. As expected, Hu Zi's mother was sitting by the bed anxiously. When she saw the two of them enter, she quickly asked, "How is it? I thought I heard a fight outside." "Are you hurt, Ruofei?" Before Xia Ruofei could speak, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Mom, Brother Ruofei is amazing. You didn't see it just now. Brother Ruofei fought more than 10 of them alone and defeated everyone in 2 or 3 moves. Zhong Cheng was beaten up by Brother Ruofei." Lin Xiao had been harassed by Zhong Cheng a lot these days. Today, when she saw Xia Ruofei beating up Zhong Cheng, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Hu Zi's mother's face fell. She said, "Ruofei, did you hit Zhong Cheng again?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Auntie, I didn't want to attack him. It's just that these people were too nasty with their words. It's really too detestable. Besides, they were the ones who attacked first." "What should we do?" Hu Zi's mother looked anxious and said, "Ruofei, leave quickly. Leave Little Island Village. Zhong Cheng's family is very powerful. Us commoners can't afford to offend him." At this moment, Lin Xiao also realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly said, Yes. Brother Ruofei, leave quickly. As long as you leave Little Island Village in Chongping County, no matter how powerful Zhong Cheng is, he can't do anything to you." She pushed Xia Ruofei towards the door as she spoke. Xia Ruofei smiled wryly, then frowned slightly. The beating just now was satisfying. But the after effects did not seem to be insignificant. Of course he couldn't just walk away. After he left, only Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao were left. If Zhong Cheng came to take revenge, the two of them would not be able to resist at all. Hu Zi was no longer around, and he had sacrificed himself to save him. How could he abandon the two of them and leave? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Auntie Lin Xiao, why don't the two of you come with me? Let's go to 3 Mountain City and stay there for a few days. We'll talk about the rest later." Hu Zi's mother said, "Ruofei, stop caring about us. Auntie has lived in this village for decades. Everyone is our neighbors. As long as you're not here, the Zhong family can't do anything to me." Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly. Her mouth opened, but she did not say anything. How could Xia Ruofei not know that Hu Zi's mother was comforting him? With Zhong Chang's personality, if he left, the two of them would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, Xia Ruofei said, "Auntie, if you don't leave with me, I won't leave either. I'll stay here and wait. Let's see what that Zhong Chang can do." Hu Zi's mother did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so stubborn. Why is this child so disobedient? Xia Ruofei looked carefree as he found a chair and sat down. "Auntie, if you want me to leave, let's leave together. If you want to stay, I'll stay together. Do as you see fit." Hu Zi's mother looked anxious. She knew that it would be too late if she delayed any longer. Over the years, Zhong Chang had been running rampant in the countryside. She knew his methods very well. No matter how good Xia Ruofei was, he would still suffer if he encountered the family of officials. In the end, Hu Zi's mother gave in reluctantly. "All right, then let's go together. Ruofei, hurry up, or it'll be too late." Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "That's right. Auntie, you need to go to 3 Mountain City for further treatment anyway. Let's go." Lin Xiao also looked relieved. Clearly, she had her reservations about staying. "There's no need to pack anything. Just buy new ones in 3 Mountain City," Xia Ruofei said. "Xiaoer, help Auntie over. I'll carry her." Soon, Xia Ruofei carried Hu Zi's mother out the door, while Lin Xiao followed closely behind them. As for the courtyard door, it had long been broken by Zhong Chang and the others. In addition, there was nothing valuable at home, so they did not bother about it. To return to the city, they had to go to the county road at the entrance of the village to get a taxi, so Xia Ruofei carried Hu Zi's mother and led Lin Xiao straight to the road outside the village. However, after the three of them arrived at the village entrance, they waited for more than 10 minutes, but did not see a passing bus. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of sirens approaching. Soon, he saw a police car arriving at the village entrance. Seeing 3 or 4 people in police uniform getting out of the car and running straight towards him, Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. They were led by a police officer with a 3-star ranking. The other 3 were probationary officers with 2 arrowheads and no police number on their chests. Their armbands said assistant police. They were obviously not official police officers. Xia Ruofei knew the military rank like the back of his hand, but he didn't know much about the police rank. However, he at least knew that the official police officer with a 3-star ranking was the leader of this group. Hence, Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and said to the police officer, "What can I do for you, fellow police officer?" The policeman's face was red and his mouth reeked of alcohol. He glanced sideways at Xia Ruofei and said, "We've just received a police report that you're suspected of assault. Now we're officially arresting you. Come with us to the police station." From the corner of his eye, Xia Ruofei saw a familiar figure in the back seat of the police car. That person was staring at him with hatred. How could he not understand what was going on? Before Xia Ruofei could speak, Hu Zi's mother hurriedly said, "Inspector Li, Ruofei is young and ignorant. Can you make an exception?" This police officer was also from Little Island Village. He was Zhong Chang's uncle, Li Jingyi, and was now the deputy director of the Linhai Town Police Station in Chongping County. This Li Jingyi had wasted his righteous name. He was not a righteous person at all. All these years, he and Zhong Chang's father, who was the director of The little island village had colluded with each other and ran rampant in the countryside. They had done many stupid things. Therefore, Huzi's mother naturally recognized him at a glance. The appearance of the infamous Li Jingyi worried Huzi's mother. Li Jingyi snorted and said, "Exception? Do you think the laws of this country are child's play? That if you break the law you'll be fine?" Over the years, Li Jingyi had done countless illegal things with the Zhong family, but this did not stop him from being arrogant. Lin Qiao mustered her courage and said, "It was clearly Zhong Chang who brought people to attack Brother Ruofei just now. Brother Ruofei was just defending himself." Li Jingyi's eyes widened. He said sharply, "Watch your mouth, young lady. Are you questioning me? Are you a cop or am I one? Do we need you to teach us how to work a case?" Lin Qiao bit her lower lip lightly and wanted to defend Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei waved her off and said to Li Jingyi, "I can follow you to the station, police comrade. But what happened today has nothing to do with either of them. Can you let them leave?" Xia Ruofei was not worried that he would be at a disadvantage when he arrived at the police station. The local government would have a record of those who had retired from the special forces. Even if law enforcement authorities wanted to take coercive measures against them, there would be special agencies to investigate and coordinate carefully. In a situation like that days, even if Li Jingyi wanted to arrest Xia Ruofei, he would immediately be suspended in the internal system. Furthermore, someone would immediately come to the Linhai town police station to handle and investigate. The reason was very simple. People like Xia Ruofei were all the most dangerous human-shaped weapons. Once they suffered unfair treatment, they would cause great harm to society. Therefore, the government and the army were very cautious in this aspect. Of course, if it was really a retired special forces personnel who had broken the law, they would still be dealt with according to the law. However, the level of security and supervision would be raised to a very high level. Xia Ruofei's only worries were Huzi's mother and Lin Qiao. He could long tell that Director Li and Zhong Chang were in cahoots, and Zhong Chang had been coveting Lin Qiao for a long time. Once Lin Qiao was also in the police station, how could Zhong Chang not take the opportunity to touch her? Moreover, Huzi's mother had yet to recover, so she could not withstand such torture and shock. It's not up to you to decide whether it's related to them or not. Li Jingyi snorted. The fight happened in the Lin family. The two of them are involved in this matter. The three of you have to go to the police station with me. Xia Ruofei narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Jingyi. Inspector Li, are you sure you want to do this? The moment Xia Ruofei stared at him, Li Jingyi inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. It was as if he had been targeted by a ferocious cheetah. He could not help but lower his eyes and avoid Xia Ruofei's gaze. Then he immediately raised his head again, as if he was embarrassed by his momentary cowardice, or perhaps he was emboldening himself. He said fiercely, "That's right. All three of you have to go to the police station." What? You want to fight the law with violence? Xia Ruofei suppressed his anger and said, "Auntie and Lin Qiao are the families of the martyrs, and I was the one who beat them up. Why are you making things difficult for the two of them?" Li Jingyi sneered. The family of a martyr? How much is the family of a martyr worth? There's no one in Linhai town that I can't arrest. If you continue to nag, you'll be resisting the law using violence. When the time comes, you will be sentenced to another crime. Xia Ruofei clenched his fists so hard that they produced a cracking sound. His eyes spewed anger as he glared at the smug Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi stepped back. Startled, his hand on the handle of his gun. He said, "What do you want?" Before he came, he had heard from Zhong Chang about Xia Ruofei's terrifying skills, so he looked like he was facing a great enemy. Who? Zi's mother hurriedly tugged at Xia Ruofei's clothes and said, "Ruofei, calm down." Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and said, "Auntie, I'll be fine." Xia Ruofei forced himself to calm down, then looked at Li Jingyi without any emotion. "Okay, we'll follow you to the police station. I hope you won't regret your decision later." Li Jingyi sneered. "Cut the crap. Get in the car." After saying that, he gave a look to an auxiliary police officer beside him. The auxiliary police officer immediately walked up with handcuffs. Xia Ruofei did not resist. He only smiled coldly and let the auxiliary police officer cuff him. As for Lin Qiao and Hu Zi's mother, they were not handcuffed. In Li Jingyi's eyes, only Xia Ruofei was the biggest threat. The weak appearance of the mother and daughter would not worry him at all. The group arrived at the police car. Xia Ruofei and the other two were escorted into the iron cage used to imprison suspects in the back of the police car. The two auxiliary police officers followed them into the iron cage and stared at Xia Ruofei warily. Zhong Chang, who was sitting in the back seat of the police car, saw that Xia Ruofei had been handcuffed and felt relieved. He turned around and revealed a ferocious smile at Xia Ruofei through the iron cage. "You'll be dealt with properly later, fellow." Xia Ruofei ignored Zhong Chang's threat and did not even look at him. Zhong Chang immediately felt like he had punched cotton. He sized up the terrified Lin Qiao greedily before reluctantly turning his head away. The police car turned around at the village entrance and sped toward Linhai town. In the police car, Xia Ruofei's handcuffed hands reached awkwardly into his pockets. The two auxiliary police officers were on guard. One of them asked sternly, "What are you doing?" Xia Ruofei revealed a mocking smile and took out his phone. "Can't I make a phone call?" "You can't." The auxiliary police officer shouted and stood up to snatch Xia Ruofei's phone. The space in the iron cage was very small, and Xia Ruofei was handcuffed. The auxiliary police officer thought that he would be able to capture him easily. However, he did not expect Xia Ruofei to suddenly stand up and hit him with his knee without hesitation. He immediately felt his stomach suffer a heavy blow and almost vomited on the spot. Immediately after, the auxiliary police officer's vision blurred. Xia Ruofei had already flashed behind him and strangled him with both hands. The chain between the handcuffs was instantly stuck in his throat. The auxiliary police officer grabbed the handcuffs with both hands and used all his strength, but he could not move them at all. He only felt that it was getting harder and harder to breathe. At this moment, the other auxiliary police officer also came back to his senses. However, Xia Ruofei had already occupied a favorable position in the corner of the iron cage and was holding his companion hostage. He did not dare to act rashly for a moment. Li Jingyi, who was sitting in the back of the police car, also noticed the situation behind him. Immediately, he quickly took out his gun and aimed it at Xia Ruofei through the barbed wire. "Stop now, or I'll shoot." Xia Ruofei had long treated the auxiliary police officer as his human shield and used the narrow terrain to hide himself well. He was not afraid of Li Jingyi's threat at all. Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao were already stunned by the scene just now. Only then did they return to their senses. Hu Zi's mother quickly said, "Ruofei, don't be rash." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. I know what I'm doing, then," he said to Li Jingyi with a teasing smile. "Take it easy. I just want to make a phone call. That's all. But if you don't put the gun down soon, this buddy of yours is really going to suffocate." At this moment, the auxiliary police officer's face was already purple from lack of oxygen. Li Jingyi was starting to panic too. He put the gun away and said, "Let go of him. Do you know you're assaulting a police officer?" Seeing that he had put away the gun, Xia Ruofei relaxed his grip a little. The auxiliary policeman hurriedly took deep breaths, feeling as if he had just escaped death. Zhong Cheng was not afraid when he saw this scene. Instead, he felt a burst of ecstasy. Fighting was not a big deal. Even if he found some connections to get a serious injury assessment, Xia Ruofei would only be sentenced to a few years at most. Now, this kid was courting death by holding a police officer hostage in a police car. This was a huge crime. Xia Ruofei was naturally not interested in Zhong Cheng's thoughts at all, and he did not take Li Jingyi's threat to heart at all. He sighed in his heart and dialed the familiar number on his phone, then put his ear to the phone. He was handcuffed, and the handcuffs were wrapped around the neck of the auxiliary police officer in front of him. It was naturally very awkward to make a call like this. However, this was not a problem for Special Forces Elite Xia Ruofei. The call was answered on the third ring. A steady voice said with suppressed excitement, "You're finally willing to call me, you brat? I thought you'd fucking vanished off the face of the earth." Xia Ruofei chuckled in embarrassment and said, "Chief, aren't I calling you now? You won't be looking for me if you don't have something on, right?" The person on the other end of the line snorted and said, "Tell me. Did you get into trouble? The Wolf King knows me best." Xia Ruofei giggled. "Boss, I'm handcuffed and being sent to the police station. Hurry up and save me." The voice on the other end of the line was suddenly grave. "What's going on? Tell me." The person Xia Ruofei called was his leader when he was serving in the army, the captain of the Wild Wolves commando team, Guozhan, codenamed Wolf King. Xia Ruofei, who had a terminal illness after retiring, was basically waiting for death. After returning to his hometown, he had never contacted Guozhan again. If he had not been forced into a corner by Li Jingyi, Xia Ruofei would not have troubled the leader of his previous troop. However, that day's matter involved Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao. Xia Ruofei had to protect them no matter what. He did not know anyone in the area, so he could only look for Guozhan. "Yes, Wolf King," Xia Ruofei replied. Then he told Guozhan everything that had happened that day. On the other end of the phone, Guozhan's expression became uglier and uglier. His eyes were about to spit fire. After Xia Ruofei finished reporting, Guozhan asked indifferently, "Blood Wolf, are you saying that Wild Wolf's family is already poor? And that little gangster has harassed Wild Wolf's sister many times in the past?" Wild Wolf was Hu Zi's code name in the Lone Wolf Commandos when he was alive. "Yes," Xia Ruofei said. "That little hooligan insulted the Wild Wolf. And the family of the martyrs today?" Guozhan's voice was cold. "Yes. I understand," Guozhan said. "I'll handle this. You should do as you deem fit. I only have two requests. First, don't kill anyone. Second, don't forget that you're part of the Lone Wolf Commandos. Guozhan's tone was very calm. However, Xia Ruofei had been with Guozhan for so many years. He knew very well that once Guozhan spoke in this tone, it meant that he was really angry, and someone was going to suffer. Understood, Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. With Guozhan's words, Xia Ruofei had nothing to worry about. He hung up with a relaxed expression. Li Jingyi and Zhong Chang looked at Xia Ruofei fiercely, but Xia Ruofei ignored them and held the auxiliary policeman hostage, a cold smile on his lips. Little Island Village was not far from town. Soon, a police car with a siren drove into the courtyard of the Linhai Town Police Station. As soon as the car stopped, Li Jingyi jumped out and shouted, "Men! Come out! All of you! Little Wang, go to the gun warehouse and take out all the guns and distribute them to everyone." When the police officers in the police station heard Li Jingyi shouting, they all ran out of their offices. A police officer with 2 arrowheads and a 1-star rank also hurried out. He frowned and asked, "Deputy Director Li, what's going on?" This was Li Jingyi's immediate superior, Xia Ruofei, the director of the Linhai Town Police Station. "Director Su, something terrible has happened. A suspect has taken our auxiliary police officer hostage during the escort. He's in the police car right now," Li Jingyi said quickly. "What?" Xia Ruofei was shocked. He glanced at Zhong Chang, who had gotten out of the car with Li Jingyi. He frowned slightly and asked, "This is your nephew, right? Why is he in the car?" Li Jingyi's expression froze slightly. His eyes darted around before he said, "Director Su, Zhong Chang is the victim. He was beaten up in Little Island Village this morning. I brought him to identify the suspect." A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He knew very well what kind of person Zhong Chang was. He had also heard about Li Jingyi's dirty involvement in Little Island Village, but Li Jingyi was usually sensible and never violated his interests, so he turned a blind eye. He did not expect the matter to blow up so much this time. Even the auxiliary police were being held hostage. If he did not handle this well and cause the matter to blow up, he would definitely lose his reputation if someone died. However, at this moment, Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to ask about Li Jingyi's matters. He came to the police car with a solemn expression and shouted after checking the situation, "Will you release our comrade first, lad? Are you powerful enough to call the shots here?" Xia Ruofei asked calmly. "I'm Xia Ruofei, the director of the Linhai Police Station. I'm the person in charge here. You can feed back anything to me. Don't go to the extreme," Xia Ruofei quickly said. Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said, "Then open the door." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this suspect who was holding the auxiliary police hostage to be so easy to talk to. After a moment, he reacted and hurriedly gestured for a police officer to open the door from the back of the police car. As soon as the door opened, the other auxiliary police officer in the iron cage rushed out as if he had been pardoned. Xia Ruofei only smiled faintly and ignored him. He said, "Chower, support auntie, and follow me closely." The matter had already blown up, and Lin Qiao had no idea what to do. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was the support for the two of them, so she quickly nodded. Xia Ruofei gently nudged the auxiliary policeman again and said, "Let's go." Thus, Xia Ruofei used the handcuffs to strangle the auxiliary police officer, and the two of them got out of the police car one after another. Lin Xiao supported her mother and followed closely behind Xia Ruofei. As soon as the group got out of the car, Li Jingyi felt as if he was facing a great enemy and instinctively reached for his gun at the side. He pulled it out and pointed it at Xia Ruofei. "Release him immediately," Zhong Cheng also said proudly. "You're dead this time, boy." Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and exerted a little force with his hand. The kidnapped auxiliary police officer immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The purple-red mark on the auxiliary police officer's neck was shocking. It was obvious how strong Xia Ruofei's hand was. "Put your guns away." Su Ruiwu glared at Li Jingyi and Zhong Cheng unhappily, then hurriedly said to Xia Ruofei, "Young man, don't be rash. Let's talk things over." Only then did Xia Ruofei relax a little and say lightly, "Inspector Su, I need an interview room." "Young man, shouldn't you release the person first?" Su Ruiwu advised. "You can feedback any situation to me. There's no need to use this method, I don't want to repeat myself." Xia Ruofei interrupted Su Ruiwu impatiently. Su Ruiwu could not help but feel embarrassed by the young man's retort. However, given the current situation, Su Ruiwu had no other choice. Scowling, he nodded and said, "Okay, come with me." With that, he personally led the way. Xia Ruofei held the auxiliary police hostage and followed behind. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother followed closely behind Xia Ruofei. Li Jingyi and the gang of policemen looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. Soon, Su Ruiwu opened the door of an interrogation room and said, "So this is our interrogation room, lad." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and gestured for Lin Xiao and her mother to enter first. Then, he also walked in with the auxiliary policeman. As soon as he entered the room, Xia Ruofei kicked the door of the interrogation room and closed it tightly. Su Ruiwu did not give up in asking, "Young man, let's talk this through. There's nothing that can't be resolved. You don't have to resort to such extreme measures, do you? Attacking a police officer is a serious crime." "It's not too late to stop," Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said, "Director Su, there's plenty of time to talk, but not now. Just wait. Don't worry, as long as you don't act rashly, I won't hurt your subordinate." At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and added, "By the way, here's a piece of advice, you should take the initiative and deal with some problems as early as possible. When it's too late to settle them, you'll regret it." After that, no matter what Su Ruiwu said, Xia Ruofei ignored him and stayed in the interrogation room calmly. After Su Ruiwu probed a few times and saw that Xia Ruofei did not respond, he could only instruct the police to guard it tightly before leaving the interrogation room resentfully. He walked up to Li Jingyi with a furious expression and scolded him. Li Jingyi was stunned and wanted to explain, but he could not get a word in. After cursing enough, Su Ruiwu asked hatefully, "Tell me, how do we end this now?" Li Jingyi thought for a moment, then said, "Director Su, actually, we can look at the bright side. Although this kid has a hostage, we blocked him in the interrogation room. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape." "Are you stupid? He doesn't even want to escape, okay?" Su Ruiwu couldn't help but get angry again. It was obvious that Xia Ruofei wanted an interrogation room because he wanted to use the location to deal with the police. The interrogation room had no windows, only a steel door. The room had almost no blind spots, and with a hostage in his hand, he was practically invincible. Well, Li Jingyi was lost for words for a moment. Then he said, "Director Su, we'll have to ask the county office for help. Let the criminal police brigade deal with him." Xia Ruofei looked at Li Jingyi and wanted to slap him. If this matter was reported to the county office, no matter what the outcome was, he as a supervisor would definitely be held responsible. However, the police station really could not handle the situation. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said coldly, "You're the one who caused this. Call the county office and report this." After saying that, Xia Ruofei turned around and left without looking back. However, Xia Ruofei was only thinking about shirking his responsibility and had completely ignored Xia Ruofei's meaningful last few words. "Director Su," Li Jingyi called weakly from behind, but Xia Ruofei did not stop walking and ignored him. Li Jingyi and Zhong Chang looked at each other. "Chang, you've screwed me over this time." "Uncle," Zhong Chang gritted his teeth and said, "Since Director Su has said so, let's inform the county office. This kid has committed a huge crime. It's enough to kill him on the spot." Zhong Chang had long hated Xia Ruofei to the core and wanted him dead. To him, the current situation was a very good opportunity. As for how Xia Ruofei and Li Jingyi would be dealt with, he did not care at all. Li Jingyi sighed and said, "That's the only way. I'll call Chief Xing." He picked up his phone and went to the side to call Chief Xing. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Jinling, a huge storm was brewing. The target of the storm was the small Linhai Town police station. At the joint office of the Jinling war zone, there was a sharp squeal of brakes and a mud-spattered SUV command vehicle screeched to a halt. A colonel in woodland camouflage, with his face still painted, jumped out of the car and hurried into the staff office building. In the Joint Staff Operations Department, the colonel, covered in mud, came straight to the minister's office. "Report," he shouted energetically. When he received permission, he pushed open the door and went in. "Chief," the colonel called out with a crisp lean-to as he entered the room. There was a middle-aged man of about 50-year-old sitting behind the desk. He had a gold-flecked rank of Major General on his crisp uniform. The Major General was slightly surprised to see the colonel. He asked, "Guozhan, shouldn't you be training with the wolf cubs at the Green Cloud Mountain base? Why did you suddenly come back?" Guozhan was the captain of the Lone Wolf Commando team, codenamed Wolf King. He said, "Chief, I have an emergency to report to you. One of our brothers who retired this year has run into a little trouble." "Retired this year? I remember that. During this year, you only recruited people and didn't have anyone who retired," the Major General said in confusion, but then he reacted and raised his eyebrows. "You mean the Blood Wolf?" "The Blood Wolf who voluntarily withdrew from active service because he was terminally ill?" "Yes, Chief," Guozhan said. "What happened to him? Did he encounter some problems?" the Major General asked, sitting up a little straighter. For Guozhan to rush over from the training base in the suburbs in such a hurry, without even having time to change out from his muddy camouflage uniform, this matter must not be small. As the head of the Lone Wolf Commando, the Major General knew that his soldiers were all killing machines. If they were to be treated unfairly when they retired to the local area, it was very likely that their killing intent would be aroused and cause serious social harm. even though the soldier was terminally ill. The Major General did not doubt his lethality. "Chief, this matter has something to do with Wild Wolf," Guozhan said. "Wild Wolf?" The Major General looked wistful. "You mean Comrade Lin Hu died at the border 2 years ago?" "Yes," Guozhan said. "Lin Hu and Xia Ruofei are from the same hometown and are best brothers. Moreover, Lin Hu sacrificed himself to save Xia Ruofei, so Xia Ruofei has deep feelings for Lin Hu and his family. After he retired, he went to the small island village where Lin Hu's family lived to visit Lin Hu's mother." Guozhan briefed the Major General on what had happened. The Major General's face grew uglier as he listened. When he heard that the deputy director of the small police station had actually spoken rudely and said, "How much is the family of a martyr worth?" he finally couldn't hold back his anger. He slammed the table and stood up. "Bastards! My soldiers sacrificed their lives at the border to protect these lawless bastards? If the Wild Wolf knew about this in the underworld, how disappointed would he be?" "Chief, calm down." Guozhan quickly stood up and said. "I can't calm down." The Major General was furious, his face cold and murderous. He said, "Guozhan, I'll handle this matter personally. If the local authorities don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll personally go over and destroy that bullshit police station." "Yes," Guozhan said, saluting. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He was very clear about the background of the chief. He was definitely more than just a major general in the military. This time, the chief was really angry, and he was going to take action personally. Li Jingyi, Zhong Chang, and the others were going to be in deep trouble this time. The Major General made several calls in front of Guozhan. Guozhan did not know who the chief had called, but he could infer from the few words he had heard that the people on the other end of the line were of extraordinary status. Some were from the local area and some were in the military. The chief, who only had the rank of Major General, was also very solemn in his conversation. He was obviously very angry. After the telephone call, the Major General leaned back in his chair and said, "Go get yourself a glass of water. Stay here and wait for the news. If I'm not satisfied with today's matter, I'll go to the Southeast Province with you." "Yes. Thank you, Chief." Guozhan puffed out his chest. The Major General's phone calls had already caused an uproar in Southeast Province. In the Three Mountains City Government Office Building, Mayor Tian Huilan was signing a document with a slight frown when the red phone on her desk rang urgently. Tian Huilan put down her pen and reached for the phone. "Hello. Secretary Lin, hello." "Yes. Yes. Yes. Understood. I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Tian Huilan's expression became extremely solemn. Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee had personally called, and it even involved a military conflict. Most importantly, it had happened in the jurisdiction of her three-mountain city. How could this matter be small? She pressed the internal intercom and said, "Little Wu, come in for a while." There was a soft knock on the office door. Secretary Wu Liqian pushed it open and said, "You wanted to see me, Mayor?" "Little Wu, inform Comrade Chen Bo from the Municipal Public Security Bureau and Commissar Wu Huai from the garrison to come to the municipal government immediately. It's an urgent matter. Also, get little Zhang to prepare the car. When Director Chen and Commissar Wu arrive, we have to set off immediately. Tell them that I'll tell them in detail on the way." Okay, I'll do it right away. Wu Liqian replied. Tian Huilan's expression was very serious as she spoke. It was obvious that something big had happened. Furthermore, she had specially informed Commissar Wu of the garrison, which meant that this matter was very likely to involve the military. Wu Liqian naturally did not dare to delay and quickly returned to her office to make a call. 10 minutes later, 4 cars drove out of the city government building and sped in the direction of Linhai town in Chongqing County. 2 of the 4 cars had military plates, 1 had police plate, and the other was Tian Huilan's Audi. Among the 2 military vehicles, other than Commissar Wu's from the garrison area, there was also a cadre who was in charge of dealing with special retired personnel. While Tian Huilan was rushing towards Linhai town with the relevant personnel, another large group of police officers arrived at the small Linhai town police station. These police officers were all armed with guns. They were police officers from the City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Brigade. The leader of the team was Deputy Director Xing of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Little Li, what's wrong with you? How did such a big mess happen? Deputy Chief Xing frowned and questioned as soon as he got out of the car. Xia Ruofei and Li Jingyi were already waiting in the courtyard. At this moment, Xia Ruofei looked down and clearly did not intend to make a move. Li Jingyi had no choice but to bite the bullet and explain. Chief Xing, I would like to reflect on this matter. We don't know enough about the danger of this suspect, and we were careless during the escort. Deputy Chief Xing waved his hand and interrupted Li Jingyi. This is no time for pursuing responsibilities. The point is to solve the problem. Have you talked to the suspect? We've made some efforts, but he won't respond no matter what we say. He's obviously prepared to put up a stiff resistance, said Li Jingyi. Deputy Chief Xing snorted and said, he's simply lawless. He's too arrogant. Let's go. I'll go meet him first. Little G, get your snipers in position. Yes, replied Captain Ji Hua. The backup police officers had already surrounded the interrogation room. Under Deputy Chief Xing's orders, the 2 snipers quickly occupied the sniping position. Unfortunately, the interrogation room's terrain was special. There was no way to find the suspect through the small visitation hole. Deputy Chief Xing came to the door of the interrogation room and said loudly, people inside, listen up. I'm the Deputy Director of the Chongqing County Public Security Bureau, Xing Xiaodong. You're already surrounded by the police. I advise you not to have any wishful thinking. Release the hostages immediately and we will give lenient charges. When Xia Ruofei heard Deputy Chief Zhang shout in the interrogation room, he pursed his lips in disdain and could not be bothered with him. On the other hand, when Hu Zi's mother heard that the leaders of the county's public security bureau were here, she knew that this matter had blown up. The worry on her face deepened. She looked at Xia Ruofei anxiously and said, Ruofei, Auntie, don't worry. Nothing will happen. I've already made arrangements, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Deputy Chief Xing was still shouting outside, but Xia Ruofei turned a deaf ear to him. Instead, he looked at Lin Qiao and said, by the way, Qiao, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. It's not the weekend. Why are you at home? Huh? Lin Qiao was stunned. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to be in the mood to care about such a small matter at a time like this. It was Hu Zi's mother, who said with a sigh, isn't this all because of me? Xiao hasn't been to school for 2 weeks. In order to take care of me. This wretched girl doesn't listen to me at all. No matter how I persuade her, she's unwilling to return to school. She said that she wants to drop out of school and go home to take care of me. Lin Xiao's eyes turned red. Mom, you're so sick. How can I leave you alone? Xia Ruofei had already guessed the answer, but after personally confirming it, he could not help but frown and say, Xiao, you should be in your 3rd year of high school this year. The college entrance examination is next semester, so your studies can't be delayed. There shouldn't be any major problems with Auntie's health now. She'll recover soon. After this matter is resolved, go back to school and attend classes. Do you hear me? I understand, Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao lowered her head and said, but now, I told you, nothing will happen. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. You don't trust Brother Ruofei? I believe you. Lin Xiao looked up at Xia Ruofei and said seriously. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Deputy Chief Xing, who was outside the door, spoke righteously, but did not receive any response. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation and shout sternly. People inside, listen up. If you continue to resist, we'll organize a strong attack immediately. I heard that you have an old woman and a girl with you. If the situation gets out of control and they get hurt, Xia Ruofei frowned and raised his voice. They're innocent. They had nothing to do with this. They were illegally arrested by the police who abused their powers. Humph. Since it has nothing to do with them, let them out first. Deputy Chief Xing snorted. Bullshit. Xia Ruofei said without thinking. If they go out, you guys would arrest them, and I would be under threat. Do you think I'm stupid? Have you lived your life in vain? Just now, Deputy Chief Xing had actually used Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao's safety to threaten Xia Ruofei. This made Xia Ruofei quite unhappy, so he naturally did not show any mercy. Deputy Chief Xing was so angry that he almost exploded. This kid is indeed stubborn. Deputy Chief Xing said to Ji Hua, the captain of the criminal police force, who was beside him. Inform Team 1 to prepare to attack. Ask the snipers to closely monitor the situation. If there's an opportunity, they can directly kill the 3 suspects without asking for instructions. This included Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother. When Xia Ruofei heard this in the interrogation room, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Well, Ji Hua hesitated. After all, there was an auxiliary police hostage inside. But when he saw Deputy Director Zhang's stern gaze, he immediately said, yes. After another 3 to 4 minutes, Xia Ruofei heard Deputy Chief Xing say fiercely. Break the door down. Not good. Xia Ruofei knew that Deputy Chief Xing was really prepared to take the risk and attack forcefully. Once they rushed in, he was confident that he could escape unscathed, but he would definitely not be able to protect Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother. Without hesitation, he struck the auxiliary police's carotid artery with the flat of his hand. The man crumpled to the ground. Without even a grunt, Xia Ruofei quickly rushed out. At this moment, the police outside had already started banging on the door. Xia Ruofei hurriedly used his shoulder to block the metal door. The police had brought specialized assault equipment, and the impact on the iron door was getting stronger. It almost broke open several times, but fortunately, Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and held on. Wolf King, are you reliable? I can't hold on anymore. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and held on as he complained in his heart. After they banged 8 or 9 times, Xia Ruofei felt like his bones were about to fall apart. He knew that with such strength, the iron door would be completely broken open in 3 more hits at most. The situation was not good. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. At this moment, a female voice shouted authoritatively from outside. "Stop right now. What are you doing?" It was Tian Huilan, who had rushed to the Linhai police station with the Public Security Bureau, the Southeast Province Military District, and the Three Mountains police team. Tian Huilan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the armed police surrounding the police station. When she saw a few police officers at the entrance of the interrogation room charging at the door with equipment, and Deputy Director Xing of the Chongqing County Public Security Bureau, who was in charge of the scene, still holding a gun in his hand, urging the police officers to speed up the process with a ferocious expression, she could not help but be furious and shout at them to stop. Deputy Chief Xing was furious because of Xia Ruofei's attitude. In addition, he was the leader of the county office, so he scolded without turning his head. "Fuck! Who dares to stop me? You must be tired of living." When Chenbo, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, who had come with Tian Huilan, saw this, he was almost scared out of his wits. He hurriedly took a step forward and shouted, "Xing Xiaodong! Who are you scolding? The words that come out of your mouth are all vulgarities. Do you still have the demeanor of a party member? How outrageous!" Deputy Director Xing Xiaodong was just overwhelmed with anger. In addition, a bureaucrat of his level did not have much chance to come into contact with the city leaders, so he was not familiar with Tian Huilan's voice. However, Chenbo was his direct supervisor, the boss of the city's Public Security Bureau. How could he not recognize Chenbo's voice? Xing Xiaodong trembled and turned around in shock. Only then did he realize that there was a group of people standing behind him, all glaring at him. One of them was a middle-aged woman in a black business suit. Her face was dark and her eyes were cold. Meanwhile, his boss, Chenbo, and a senior colonel officer accompanied the middle-aged woman on both sides. Even a fool could tell that this woman's status was even more impressive than Chief Chen's. Immediately after, a bolt from the blue struck Xing Xiaodong's mind, because the more he looked at this woman, the more familiar she looked. Wasn't this Mayor Tian, who appeared in the Three Mountains news every day? Did I curse at Mayor Tian just now? And I cursed her so badly? Xing Xiaodong's mind went blank. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his face turned extremely pale. Chief Chen. I, Xing Xiaodong stammered with a pale face. Chenbo glanced at Xing Xiaodong as if he was looking at a dead man and snorted coldly without saying anything. In Chenbo's opinion, Xing Xiaodong was indeed no different from a dead person. Now that the highest ranked official here was Tian Huilan, he naturally wouldn't overstep his boundaries. Tian Huilan asked coldly, "Who are you?" Xing Xiaodong quickly said. Reporting to Mayor Tian. I'm the Deputy Director of the Chongqing County Public Security Bureau, Xing Xiaodong. I didn't know. Usually, if the leader asked for his name and position, Xing Xiaodong would definitely be overjoyed, because this meant that the leader had an impression of him. But that day, Xing Xiaodong felt as if he had lost his soul. He had left an impression, and it was extremely deep, but it was an extremely bad one. Sure enough, Tian Huilan was not interested in listening to Xing Xiaodong's explanation at all. She directly interrupted him. And asked. Deputy Chief Xing, what were you doing just now? Xing Xiaodong glanced at the interrogation room in surprise. And a ridiculous thought appeared in his mind. Could Mayor Tian, Chief Chen, and the others be here for that fellow inside? But he dismissed the idea in an instant, because it was indeed ridiculous. Besides, Li Jingyi had reported to him that the two women were the daughter and widow living on the little island village. How could they have alerted the mayor? Mayor Tian must have been doing a sudden inspection and happened to be here. Xing Xiaodong firmed up his thoughts and quickly organized his words in his mind before saying, Mayor Tian, I'm leading a team to deal with an emergency. A suspect kidnapped one of our police officers during the escort. We've already cornered him in the interrogation room and are preparing to attack. Just now, because the situation was complicated, I didn't know that you were here, so please forgive me. Tian Huilan's expression did not change at all. She did not comment on Xing Xiaodong's explanation and only continued to ask. A suspect? What's his name? Xing Xiaodong really did not know Xia Ruofei's name. Hearing this, he quickly looked at Xu Ruiwu and Li Jingyi. Xu Ruiwu immediately lowered his gaze and pretended not to see it. Li Jingyi forced himself to come out and say, Mayor, the suspect's name is Xia Ruofei. He's suspected of causing trouble. When she heard Xia Ruofei's name, Tian Huilan raised her eyebrows. And her expression finally changed a little. When Secretary Wu Liqian, who was half a body's length behind Tian Huilan, heard this name, she could not help but be slightly stunned and revealed a thoughtful expression. The one thing that Tian Huilan had asked her to do in the morning was to find out the identity of the young man who had saved Professor Tian. Wu Liqian had basically found out everything, but before she could report to Tian Huilan, she had to follow Tian Huilan to deal with the unexpected incident. According to Wu Liqian's investigation, the young man's name was Xia Ruofei, and he had taken a bus to Chongqing County in the morning. Could it be the same person? Wu Liqian thought to herself. As Wu Liqian's mind raced, Tian Huilan's expression changed slightly. Then, she asked, calmly. Deputy Chief Xing, how are you going to deal with this sudden incident? Xing Xiaodong immediately puffed out his chest and said, reporting to Mayor Tian. The criminal suspect is extremely vicious. Not only did he beat up the villagers, but he also kidnapped police officers during the escort. He can be said to be lawless and extremely dangerous to society. Therefore, I have already ordered the criminal police brigade to organize a strong attack and authorized snipers to kill the suspects if necessary. Mayor Tian, the scene is very dangerous. Please take a seat in the lounge upstairs for the time being. Our Chongqing County Public Security Bureau is confident and capable of handling this sudden incident well. If he didn't express his resolve, when would he be able to show it? In Xing Xiaodong's opinion, whether he could make up for his mistake depended on this. It would be best if he could kill the suspect cleanly and let the mayor see his capability. Perhaps she would let bygones be bygones. However, he did not see that Tian Huilan's expression was getting uglier. As soon as Xing Xiaodong finished speaking, a lieutenant colonel beside Tian Huilan suddenly said angrily, bullshit. A bunch of useless officials. You are even going to shoot a suspect? If Xia Ruofei loses a single hair, I'll shoot you. Xing Xiaodong was dumbfounded by this sudden scolding. After a while, he stammered. How can you curse at me? The lieutenant colonel's eyes widened. It's a light punishment to even curse. At you. You're lucky I didn't slap you. Jing Xiaodong was, after all, the leader of the county's public security bureau and a leading officer of the main branch. He naturally couldn't maintain his dignity after being scolded like this, and his face turned red and white. However, with Tian Huilan, Chen Bo, and the other leaders here, he did not dare to flare up at all. He could only put on an aggrieved expression. The lieutenant colonel glared at Jing Xiaodong before turning around and saying, Mayor Tian, Commissar Wu, Director Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't control my emotions. Tian Huilan smiled and said, It's fine. Director Niu, we're all here to hold the line for you. You still have to handle this matter. This lieutenant colonel was Officer Niu Tao, who was in charge of the special retired personnel. Although he was called an officer, his rank was not low. Tian Huilan was not just being respectful when she called him Director Niu. Among the leaders of this line of work, Tian Huilan, Wu Huai, and Chen Bo were all representing the Three Mountain City government. Even though Wu Huai was the political commissar of the garrison, he was also a member of the Three Mountain City Committee. This time, he was called over mainly because the military was involved. The one who was really in charge of handling this matter was Niu Tao. Niu Tao represented the provincial military region and had accepted the direct order from the Jinling war zone to handle this matter. Therefore, Niu Tao did not stand on ceremony. He nodded at Tian Huilan and the others, then walked forward and pulled Jing Xiaodong away. He came to the door of the interrogation room and said, Comrade Xia Ruofei, I'm Niu Tao from the provincial military. Please open the door and let him go. Don't worry, we'll definitely seek justice for you. As soon as Niu Tao said this, Jing Xiaodong and Li Jingyi's faces turned pale. The two of them looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. The last thing they wanted had happened. The city leaders and the military were actually all here for that fellow inside. They had hit an iron nail. At this moment, Jing Xiaodong even had the intention to kill Li Jingyi. It was one thing for him to court death. But now, he had actually dragged him down with him. And he was still foolishly trying to perform in front of Mayor Tian. This time, he was really done for. Then a lazy voice came from the interrogation room. You won just because you said so? Why should I believe you? Niu Tao smiled bitterly. As expected of Gua Zhan's most valued soldier. Even his tone was equally annoying. Niu Tao sighed and leaned over to the peephole. He lowered his voice a little and said, Blood Wolf, stop playing. I'm your senior after all. Can you give me some face? When he heard the words Blood Wolf, Xia Ruofei's heart finally relaxed. It was impossible to know the code names of the Lone Wolf Special Forces unless one was an insider. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had also heard the commotion outside the door clearly. He did not think that Jing Xiaodong would put on such a show just to capture him alive. After all, he was about to succeed in breaking down the door just now. Click. As everyone watched, the steel door to the interrogation room opened. First to appear in the doorway was the auxiliary policeman, who staggered out. After his release, a look of utter horror on his face. Then, Xia Ruofei swaggered out, followed by Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother. Xia Ruofei walked up to Niu Tao and sized him up. His expression changed slightly as he asked, Are you Fire Wolf? Niao Tao said wryly. Looks like there's still a picture of me in the hall. It turned out that Niao Tao was also from the Lone Wolf Commando team, codenamed Fire Wolf. He was a soldier in the same year as the Wolf King, Guozhan, who was also his life and death partner. However, Niao Tao had been seriously injured in battle 10 years ago, and his body was left with injuries. He was not suitable to serve in the special forces, so he took the initiative to be transferred to the provincial military system to be in charge of special retired personnel. The eyes of the special forces soldiers were naturally quite sharp. Although Xia Ruofei had only seen Niao Tao's youthful appearance 10 years ago, he still recognized him. Xia Ruofei stood at attention and raised his head and puffed out his chest in a standard military salute. Good day, Chief. Niao Tao returned the salute and said. Comrade Xia Ruofei, you have suffered. After Xia Ruofei saluted, he returned to his lazy appearance and smiled. Fire Wolf, since you're my senior, do me a favor. What is it? Tell me. Niao Tao agreed readily. Help me take responsibility for what happened today, Xia Ruofei said. Niao Tao had an ominous feeling, but Xia Ruofei didn't give him time to react. After saying that, he shot out and arrived in front of Jing Xiaodong in a flash. Xia was all Niao Tao could manage. Slap. In front of the city leaders, the garrison leader, and a large group of police officers, Xia Ruofei slapped Jing Xiaodong hard on the face. This slap was extremely heavy. Jing Xiaodong was sent flying before landing heavily on the ground. He spat out 2 molars from his mouth and his cheek swelled up visibly. There was dead silence. Everyone was stunned, but Xia Ruofei did not stop. He walked forward and grabbed Jing Xiaodong's collar. He slapped him twice again and said. The first one was for Hu Zi. The other 2 were for Auntie and Shower. You are too arrogant, too arrogant. Jing Xiaodong was in pain and angry as he trembled. Xia Ruofei looked at Jing Xiaodong disdainfully and said. I'm arrogant? Deputy Chief Jing was so impressive just now. He even wanted to kill a weak woman on the spot. I've said many times that they're from the family of martyrs and are victims. They have nothing to do with what happened today. What did you do? Huh? Niao Tao originally wanted to stop Xia Ruofei. After all, it was still inappropriate to hit Jing Xiaodong in front of the leaders of Three Mountain City. Even if Jing Xiaodong's political career was probably over, he was still a civil servant. However, when he heard Xia Ruofei mention the word family of martyrs, his expression immediately turned serious. He strode over to Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao and asked, Are you the family of Comrade Lin Hu? Hu Zi's mother nodded. Niao Tao immediately saluted them both and said, Hello, Auntie. I'm sorry, we didn't do our job well and made you suffer. No, it's okay, Hu Zi's mother quickly waved her hand and said. Niao Tao was in his 30s and was almost 40 years old. Furthermore, he was a lieutenant colonel. She really felt a little at a loss as to what to do when he directly called her auntie. Niao Tao said with a smile. Auntie, although I've never worked with Comrade Lin Hu before, Hu Zi's unit is my old unit. We're all brothers and sisters in the unit. Now that Hu Zi is gone, we're your family. I'm working in Three Mountain City now. If your family has any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. Okay, thank you, Hu Zi's mother said with red-rimmed eyes. Lin Qiao also thanked Niao Tao obediently. After exchanging pleasantries with Hu Zi's mother, Niao Tao walked up to Xia Ruofei and asked. Ruofei, who else insulted the martyrs? Xia Ruofei's gaze swept across the uneasy Li Jingyi. And a cold smile appeared on his lips. He pointed at him and said. And this deputy director Li. He was the one who arrested Auntie and Shower. Niao Tao's eyes turned cold. He turned to Tian Huilan and said. Mayor Tian, I'm sorry. I'll reflect on today's matter and report to the military chief when I get back. Director. Niao, what do you mean? Tian Huilan asked with a slight frown. Just now, Xia Ruofei had directly taught Jing Xiaodong a lesson, which had already made Tian Huilan a little unhappy. She was a member of the system, and what she paid the most attention to were rules. And Xia Ruofei's rash behavior just now made her very unhappy. Even though she knew that Xia Ruofei had been wronged that day, and even if Secretary Lin from the provincial committee personally paid attention to him, it still could not change Tian Huilan's opinion of Xia Ruofei. Now that Niao Tao was obviously going to make trouble, Tian Huilan felt a little aggrieved as someone who was supposed to settle the matter. Niao Tao smiled and did not answer Tian Huilan. Instead, he strode towards Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi was also holding a gun in his hand. He was the most proactive when Jing Xiaodong commanded the attack just now. Now that he saw Niao Tao striding towards him, he retreated in fear and said. What do you want? Niao Tao came forward and grabbed Li Jingyi's wrist, neatly removing his gun. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei grinned and said. Fire wolf, not bad. You didn't fall behind in your skills. Niao Tao ignored Xia Ruofei's nonsense and directly kneed Li Jingyi in the stomach. Li Jingyi immediately held his stomach and squatted down in pain. Niao Tao followed up with a heavy elbow strike, and Li Jingyi immediately fell to the ground. Niao Tao stepped forward and stepped on Li Jingyi's face. He said coldly. How dare a coward like you insult a martyr? Compared to Hu Zi, you're not even a piece of shit. If I hear you being rude again, I'll shoot you. Tian Huilan watched from the side and could not help but frown, feeling increasingly unhappy. At this moment, Wu Liqian whispered in Tian Huilan's ear. Tian Huilan asked in surprise. Are you sure? Mayor, I've seen the surveillance videos. I'm sure there's no mistake. And he did take the bus to Chongping County today, Wu Liqian quickly said. Tian Huilan couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei a few more times before nodding. I understand. Little Wu, it's been hard on you. After Niao Tao taught Li Jingyi a lesson, his anger was finally vented. Then, he walked to Tian Huilan and said. Mayor. Tian, I'm really sorry. I couldn't control my emotions. I'll take the initiative to report this to the military chief. The organization will deal with me as it should. I definitely won't complain. Tian Huilan looked thoughtfully at Xia Ruofei, who was not far away before saying. Director Niao, I didn't see anything just now. Director Chen, Commissar Wu, what about you? Chen Bo and Wu Huai smiled wryly and agreed. Even the mayor had said so, what else could they say? Niao Tao was also quite surprised. He did not expect this female mayor, who was known for being strict, to let them go so easily. He was prepared to be punished. Tian Huilan nodded and walked over to Xia Ruofei. Her expression became friendly as she asked. Little Xia, please tell us in detail what happened today. Our comrades from the army are also here. We will definitely uphold justice for you. Originally, Tian Huilan had some displeasure regarding Xia Ruofei's rashness, but now that she knew that this young man was her father's savior, that little bit of unhappiness had long flown out of her mind. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Dear leaders, I've really troubled everyone today. Here's what happened." Xia Ruofei told them everything that had happened after he arrived at Little Island Village. Tian Huilan listened attentively, and her expression grew uglier. Under her rule, the deputy director of the police station had actually colluded with local hooligans and tyrants to run rampant in the countryside. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau did not distinguish between right and wrong and enforced the law violently. No leader would be happy after knowing this. Especially after hearing Xia Ruofei say that Li Jingyi and Jing Xiaodong had insulted the martyrs and their families. Tian Huilan was even more furious. She even lost her usual composure and directly showed her anger on her face. Because in fact, Tian Huilan was also a family of the martyr. Her husband had been a police officer. The year her daughter had been born, her husband had been killed in the pursuit of a fugitive. All these years, Tian Huilan had not started a family again. She knew how difficult it was for a family without a pillar. And to this day, she missed her husband deeply. Now that she heard Li Jingyi, who was also a police officer, say such insulting words, how could Tian Huilan endure her anger? She said angrily, "This is simply nonsense. Chief Chen, we have to investigate this matter thoroughly. Also, the village hooligans from Little Island Village are so rampant. You have to establish a special task force to deal with them severely. In addition, I think it's necessary for your public security bureau to conduct an in-depth reorganization. Those who have problems should be removed from their positions, those who should leave should go, and those who have problems should be transferred to the judiciary immediately." "Yes." Chen Bo replied immediately. Zheng Xiaodong, Li Jingyi, and the others' faces were pale and their hearts were dead. None of them were free from these involvements. Now that such a thing had happened, they would definitely be severely punished by the law. After swiftly arranging the work, Tian Huilan turned to Xia Ruofei and the others. Before she could speak, Xia Ruofei suddenly called out, "Zhongcheng, where are you going?" With that, he strode over and grabbed Zhongcheng, who was about to slip away. Xia Ruofei carried Zhongcheng back to the yard of the police station like he was carrying a chicken. He threw him on the ground and said, "Chief Chen, this is Zhongcheng, the bully from Little Island Village. He's also Li Jingyi's nephew. When Li Jingyi captured us just now, Zhongcheng was sitting in a police car." When Chen Bo heard this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately waved his hand and instructed the Chongping County police force to capture Zhongcheng. Although these police officers had followed Jing Xiaodong here, Chen Bo was the head of the city bureau, so they naturally had to obey his orders. Tian Huilan then said, "Comrade Xia Ruofei and two ladies, it's our fault that the Public Security Bureau did not manage the internal department strictly. A black sheep has appeared and made you suffer. On behalf of the Three Mountain City Council, I apologize to you. Mayor, please don't say that. If you hadn't arrived in time, Ruofei and we wouldn't know what to do," Hu Zi's mother said quickly. Although the middle-aged woman had suffered, she harbored no resentment. "I heard that your family is in a very difficult financial situation? This is because I didn't do my job as the mayor well. You're the family of a martyr, so you should receive the government's care and help," Tian Huilan said guiltily. Then, she asked in confusion, By the way, our city has always had a comprehensive financial support scheme. There's a monthly allowance for the families of martyrs. Who's Zi's mother said in a startled voice. Mayor Tian, I didn't receive any subsidies. After who? Xi died, the leaders of the army only sent a pension. There hasn't been any since. Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said. Auntie. It must be the village police who are secretly embezzling money. Isn't Zhong Chong's father the village director? He's definitely not a good person. Tian Huilan said angrily when she heard this. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. They even dare to embezzle the money for the families of the martyrs. They're simply crazy. Tian Huilan's words also decided that the Zhong family, which had dominated Little Island Village for many years, was about to face a calamity. The storm was over. Chen Bo, the director of the City Public Security Bureau, stayed behind to clean up the mess while Tian Huilan and the others prepared to return to Three Mountain City. After learning that Xia Ruofei and the other two were also returning to Three Mountain City, they naturally invited them to go with them. Niao Tao was prepared to let Xia Ruofei and the others take his car. They could also reminisce about the troop on the way. But before he could speak, Tian Huilan said. Little Xia, come with me to the car. I have something to ask you. Xia Ruofei was a little stunned, but he immediately replied, okay, he was indeed a little confused. He didn't know why Tian Huilan was looking for him, but since the mayor had already asked, he naturally couldn't refuse. Niao Tao was also a smart person. Seeing this, he quickly said. Auntie, Lin Xiao, take my car. My SUV is spacious. Thus, the group separately got into the cars and left. As soon as the car drove out of the gate of Linhai police station, Tian Huilan said. Thank you, little Xia. Huh? Xia Ruofei was even more confused. Mayor Tian, why are you thanking me for no reason? I should be the one thanking you. Strictly speaking, he had caused quite a bit of trouble for Tian Huilan that day. Even if he had the right reasons, there was no need for Tian Huilan to thank him. Tian Huilan turned to look at Xia Ruofei with a grateful expression. Did you save an old man with a sudden heart attack this morning at South Station? I did. Xia Ruofei was surprised, but he nodded. How did you know? Tian Huilan smiled and said. That old man is my father. Really? Xia Ruofei was also very surprised. This was really a coincidence. Xia Ruofei then asked with concern, Mayor Tian. How is Professor Tian now? Tian Huilan said. There's nothing serious anymore. The doctor said that it's all thanks to the timely treatment. Otherwise, he might not have made it to the hospital. So, little Xia, our entire family has to thank you. Xia Ruofei said humbly. It's nothing. I just happened to be there. Anyone in that situation would have helped. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was still neither servile nor overbearing, and that he did not take credit for being her father's savior, Tian Huilan's impression of him improved. Tian Huilan said. Little Xia, you can't say that. I heard that my father was in a very dangerous condition when his illness acted up. It was you who gave him medicine to stabilize his condition. At that time, you didn't even leave your name. My father kept reminding me to find you and thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said. Mayor Tian, it's really nothing. I just happened to have some Chinese medicine that I concocted myself. It has a certain effect on myocardial infarction. At that time, the situation was urgent, so I took the initiative to give Professor Tian some. Fortunately, the effect was good. You know how to concoct Chinese medicine yourself? Tian Huilan asked in surprise. I used to work with an old Chinese doctor before I joined the army, Xia Ruofei said. How impressive! Tian Huilan praised. Then, she said, little Xia, after my father is discharged in a few days, our entire family wants to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude. Xia Ruofei hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's fine. It's really nothing. You don't have to be so kind. Tian Huilan smiled and said. It's just a helping hand for you, but it's a life-saving favor for us. Besides, my father gave me an order. If I can't invite you, I won't be able to explain myself. When I go back, at this point, Xia Ruofei could only say helplessly. All right, then, Tian Huilan said with satisfaction. I'll get my secretary, little Wu, to pick you up then. Then, Tian Huilan looked thoughtfully at Xia Ruofei, who was dressed simply, and said. Little Xia, you've just retired from the military, so you probably don't have a job yet, right? Also, are you facing any difficulties in life? If you need help, feel free to ask. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of the organization, I'll do it for you. Tian Huilan wanted to return the favor. When Xia Ruofei saved Professor Tian, he had never thought of a repayment, so he subconsciously wanted to reject Tian Huilan's kindness. However, at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he swallowed his words. He thought for a moment, then said. Mayor Tian, if it's possible, I really have something to trouble you with, go ahead. Tian Huilan smiled. It was good that Xia Ruofei had something to ask of her. The mayor did not want to owe him a huge favor. Xia Ruofei said. Mayor Tian, I'd like you to help me contact a good high school in Three Mountain City. I want to arrange for a friend to transfer here. Tian Huilan thought that Xia Ruofei would ask for a job or something, but she was surprised that he made such a request. Tian Huilan asked curiously. May I know who this friend of yours is? Xia Ruofei smiled and said. Of course. Actually, you've seen her just now. She's Lin Xiao. She's the sister of my comrade-in-arms, Lin Hu. She'll be taking the college entrance examination next semester. Some time ago, she even dropped out of school to take care of her sick mother. I think it would be good for her to continue studying at a reputable high school in the city. Moreover, Auntie will be recuperating in Three Mountain City during this period of time. It will also be convenient for Lin Xiao and her daughter to live together when she goes to school in the city. Xia Ruofei paused. Then said. Mayor Tian, I personally have no difficulties that I can't overcome. I hope you can help me with this matter. Of course, if it makes things difficult for you, then forget it. Xia Ruofei's meaning was very clear. If Tian Huilan helped solve the problem of Lin Xiao's school transfer, then this favor would be repaid. Tian Huilan had been in the bureaucracy for so many years, how could she not tell? But because of this, she admired Xia Ruofei even more. If it were someone else, they would definitely want to build a relationship with the mayor. Or at least gain some benefits for themselves. In fact, with Tian Huilan's current status, it was easy for her to help Xia Ruofei get a job as a civil servant. After all, Xia Ruofei was a retired soldier and a city resident. According to the organization's policy, he could be assigned to a job position However, Xia Ruofei's attitude had always been neither servile nor overbearing. The only thing he asked for was actually for the sister of his comrade. Tian Huilan looked at Xia Ruofei approvingly and said, "All right, I'll help." After saying that, she immediately instructed her secretary, Wu Liqian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. "Little Wu, as soon as you go to work tomorrow, settle this matter and get Bureau Chief Liu from the Education Bureau to personally handle it. First, find out which high school is the best for the third year of high school. Then, directly settle the transfer procedures." "Yes, Mayor." Tian, Wu Liqian said immediately. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you so much, Mayor Tian." Tian Huilan waved her hand and said with a faint smile, "This is just a small matter. It's really nothing compared to your life-saving grace. By the way, little Xia, which aspect of the job are you more interested in? I can arrange for you to work in the corresponding department. The local authorities will still be very welcome to you outstanding soldiers." Tian Huilan also admired Xia Ruofei's character, so she planned to help him. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei only smiled faintly and said, "I appreciate Mayor Tian's kindness, but I might be planning to start my own business and don't want to work in a government organization anymore." "I see." Tian Huilan was slightly disappointed, but she quickly smiled and said, "That's not bad. Young people are driven. It's good to start your own business." As they spoke, the car had already driven into Three Mountain City. After learning that Xia Ruofei was preparing to find a hotel to settle Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao, Tian Huilan immediately instructed the driver to go straight to the city government's guest house. She also asked her secretary, Wu Liqian, to call and arrange a suite. Tian Huilan and Niu Tao's car arrived at the city government guest house one after another. Tian Huilan specially arranged for Wu Liqian to stay behind before getting into the car and leaving. Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee was still waiting to hear her report on the process of handling that day's matter. Niu Tao originally wanted to have a good chat with Xia Ruofei about the troops, but that day was obviously not the right time, so after taking down Xia Ruofei's phone number, he also got into the car and left the city government guest house, with the mayor making the arrangements personally. The government guest house naturally had the room ready. Wu Liqian asked the guest house to prepare a fruit platter and dinner before politely leaving. Before leaving, Wu Liqian expressed that she had already informed the staff they could stay there for as many days as they wanted. Xia Ruofei also smiled and expressed his gratitude. Of course, he would not let the two of them stay in the government guest house forever. After Lin Xiao's school was finalized the next day, he planned to rent a house near the school for the mother and daughter to settle down. That would be the case for the next 6 months. Everything could be discussed after Lin Xiao's college entrance examination. Dinner was sent directly to the room. Xia Ruofei ate with Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao. During the meal, Xia Ruofei talked about the school transfer to the city. When Lin Xiao heard that she could go to school and take care of her mother, she agreed without much hesitation. After chatting with the mother and daughter for a while, Xia Ruofei bade farewell and left the city government guest house. He walked back through the night to his rental apartment in the shanty town. Hu Zi's mother's illness would soon be cured, and Xia Ruofei felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Now, all his thoughts were on the succulents. When he returned home, he carefully locked the door, then took out the spiritual map that he had hidden close to his body and entered the space with the DSLR camera. Xia Ruofei was prepared to take photos of the succulent seedlings overnight, then display them up on his online store to sell and officially start his money-making plan. The neatly arranged succulent seedlings in the spiritual space were growing well. Xia Ruofei started to get busy with the brand new DSLR camera. He picked the best-looking pot for each type of succulent and started taking photos from multiple angles. During the filming, Xia Ruofei used plastic to cover it up to a certain extent. This way, it would look like the photos were taken in a large shed and there was no danger of revealing the secret of the spiritual map space. After taking the photos, Xia Ruofei left the spiritual map space and returned to his room. He imported more than 100 photos into the computer and then carefully checked them one by one, making sure that he did not inadvertently capture the background in the spiritual space. The next step was to put the merchandise online. This was very tedious work. The price had to be marked, the description for these succulents had to be filled in, and the photos had to be sorted and uploaded. Of course, it was best to edit the photos. But Xia Ruofei was not familiar with PS software, so he could only keep everything simple. Even so, it was already past 2 in the morning when Xia Ruofei, the novice shopkeeper, finished listing all the succulents online. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile in satisfaction when he saw that the web page of the online store he had created was no longer empty. Instead, there were more than a dozen items on it. Although the shop still looked very simple and there were only a dozen pots of succulents in each pot, Xia Ruofei was still filled with a sense of accomplishment. In terms of pricing, since these were all very rare succulents, and Xia Ruofei did not intend to rely on quantity to win, he wanted to take the high-quality route, so the price was set at 888 yuan per pot. The relatively slow-growing blooming cages and white-skinned moon realm seedlings were directly priced at 1,000 yuan. It was already past 2 in the morning, so it was naturally impossible for anyone to visit the online store. Hence, Xia Ruofei prepared to rest after browsing for a while. After washing up, Xia Ruofei fell asleep. He had been busy so late that day that his body was already exhausted. Soon, Xia Ruofei fell asleep. He slept soundly and did not even dream for the entire night. It was past 10 in the morning when Xia Ruofei was woken up by the sound of his phone ringing. Xia Ruofei rubbed his eyes in a daze and reached for the phone on the bedside table to look at the caller ID. Qingxue, disturbing someone's sleep is very immoral, Xia Ruofei picked up the phone with a bitter smile. It was Ling Qingxue. These days, she would call Xia Ruofei when she had nothing to do and talk about her work and life. Previously, although Xia Ruofei did not have much thoughts about Ling Qingxue because he felt that he would not live long in this world, he was still a good listener. Therefore, the two of them were much more familiar with each other than when they were at the Immortal Succulent store that day. In addition, Xia Ruofei's terminal illness had been cured, and especially since Huzi's mother's uremia was becoming hopeful, he was in a good mood and started joking. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "I knew you were still asleep, you lazy bugger. The sun's shining on your arse. Get up." She paused and then said, "Open the door now." "Open the door?" Xia Ruofei asked. "What do you mean? What can it mean?" "I'm at your door," Ling Qingxue said coquettishly. "Huh?" Xia Ruofei quickly got out of bed and said, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." Xia Ruofei buttoned up his clothes and opened the door. The rental house was divided into many small rooms for different residents. After Xia Ruofei walked out of the room, he walked straight to the door of the entire rental house. He looked through the peephole and saw Ling Qingxue standing in the corridor with a smile. She even looked around from time to time and looked very casual. Xia Ruofei opened the door and looked straight at Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, is your family really in the food and beverage industry? Of course. Are you still in your sleep? Why are you suddenly asking such a strange question? Ling Qingxue asked Xia Ruofei in amusement. Xia Ruofei said, I think running a restaurant is your cover identity. Your family must be in the intelligence business. How can you find such a remote place? How did you get my address, anyway? Only then did Ling Qingxue react and burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, You are making your guest talk at your doorstep. Is that how you treat your guests? Sorry. Xia Ruofei slapped his forehead and stepped aside to let her in. Miss Ling, please come in. That's more like it. Ling Qingxue squeezed her nose cutely. Then, she raised her head slightly and walked past Xia Ruofei into the rental house, bringing with her a fragrance. Xia Ruofei quickly led the way and said, The house is a little messy. I haven't had a chance to clean it yet. I hope you don't mind, it would be strange if a guy's room wasn't messy. Ling Qingxue said indifferently. Soon, the two of them arrived at Xia Ruofei's room. What surprised Ling Qingxue was that everything in the room was in order. Ling Qingxue asked in amusement. Ruofei, you call this a messy room? Xia Ruofei scratched his head and chuckled. Isn't the blanket unfolded? It was true that he had not had time to fold the blanket when he got up after answering the phone. However, the rest of the house was orderly and the room was almost spotless. There were habits that Xia Ruofei had developed over his years in the military. Ling Qingxue was speechless. She looked round the room. Her pretty face creased slightly as she said, Ruofei, isn't your living environment a little too tough? Didn't you just earn 250,000 yuan selling ice lantern a while ago? Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Enough about me for now. You still haven't told me how you got my address. Ling Qingxue smiled proudly and said, I can do anything. Isn't it easy to get an address? Do you want to know? Beg me, and I'll tell you. Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said, Forget it if you don't want to tell me, boring, seeing that. Xia Ruofei did not respond. Ling Qingxue pouted slightly and said, Forget it. I'll tell you. Guan Ping gave me your address. I happened to meet him at Ling Ji restaurant that day and mentioned you when we were chatting. Realization dawned on Xia Ruofei. Guan Ping and he had been classmates in junior high and high school, and worked as a real estate agent for a company. At that time, in order to raise money, Xia Ruofei had asked Guan Ping to help sell the house in a short period of time. Guan Ping had also helped find this cheap rental house, so Guan Ping naturally knew his address. Ling Qingxue then asked with concern, Ruofei, I heard from Guan Ping that you sold your family's house as well, and in a hurry. Are you facing any difficulties? Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I was in desperate need of money at the time, but that's all settled now. Xia Ruofei could give everything he had without hesitation for the sake of his life and death brother's mother, but he did not want to publicize it. In his opinion, taking care of Hu Zi's mother was his duty. Ling Qingxue was a smart woman. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was unwilling to say more, she stopped asking Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Miss Ling, what brings you here so early in the morning? Ling Qingxue was slightly annoyed. She rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, what else? I wanted to have a meal with you, but you refused to go out on many occasions. I had no choice but to come and invite you myself. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, I've been very busy previously. How about this? I'll treat you today. You can choose any place you want. Ling Qingshua's anger turned to joy. She looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly and asked, then can we eat at home? You cook for me yourself. Xia Ruofei hesitated. The rental house had a communal kitchen, but Xia Ruofei was single and did not buy any kitchenware. He only had a small induction stove. Seeing this, Ling Qingshui immediately grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand and shook it. Can't you? Xia Ruofei immediately felt that he could not take it anymore. He hurriedly pulled his hand out and said, fine, fine, fine. Whatever you say. Let's just eat at home. Ling Qingxue was overjoyed and said excitedly, that's great. That's great. Ruofei, let's go out and buy groceries together. When we just arrived, I saw a Walmart at Three Mountains Plaza. When Ling Qingxue mentioned grocery shopping, Xia Ruofei had an idea. He smiled and said, there's no need for groceries. I have them all at home. With that, Xia Ruofei casually picked up a tomato from the fruit plate on the table and handed it to Ling Qingxue. By the way, I don't have any fruits to serve you. These tomatoes taste quite good. Try them first. Just rest in the house for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare. Lunch will be ready at 11 o'clock sharp. These were tomatoes produced in the spiritual map space. Xia Ruofei would bring a few out every day to eat as fruits, so there were ready-made ones in the room. This tomato was twice the size of an adult's fist. The red tomato emitted a faint fragrance that made one's appetite increase. Ling Qingshua's family was in the food and beverage industry, so she naturally knew her stuff. She was so focused on talking that she did not notice the tomato on the table. Now that she saw it, her eyes lit up. She quickly took the tomato and looked at it for a while, before slowly bringing it to her mouth and taking a bite. 34. Too delicious, the sweet juice flowed into Ling Qingshua's cherry mouth. She felt her entire body tremble. All her taste buds seemed to be cheering at this moment. She couldn't help but swallow it in big mouthfuls. Then, she took a deep breath and said in disbelief, this is too delicious. With that, she completely disregarded her ladle-like image and ate an entire tomato in big mouthfuls. Then, she asked impatiently, Ruofei, where did you buy these tomatoes? Do you have more? Xia Ruofei saw that there was still some red tomato juice around Ling Qingshua's mouth. He couldn't help but smile and hand over a tissue. You still want to eat it? Don't you want to have lunch? Ling Qingxue smiled in embarrassment. After wiping her face clean, she said, who says I'm going to eat it? I'm trying to understand where it came from, okay? Don't forget what my family does. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, I'll tell you at lunch. Miss Ling, take a break first. You can play with the computer. I'll prepare lunch for you. Oh. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, you're still keeping me in suspense. But seeing that you're so solicitous in preparing lunch for me, I'll tolerate it. Go, go. Xia Ruofei laughed and left the room. He first went to the public bathroom and carefully locked the door. After carefully checking that it was safe, he took out the spiritual map and entered the space with a thought. Xia Ruofei quickly went to the area where the super vegetables were stored. He chose a few vegetables and packed them in a basket, then left the space with the basket. It only took 2 to 3 minutes. After carefully hiding the spiritual map, Xia Ruofei carried the basket of vegetables to the communal kitchen and started working. Xia Ruofei only had a small induction cooker and a few noodles and eggs left. However, with the super vegetables produced in the space, it was enough for lunch. The only flaw was that there were no meat dishes. However, a beautiful girl like Ling Qingxue must be very concerned about her figure. She probably wouldn't mind not eating meat. After preparing for more than half an hour, Xia Ruofei had made a total of 4 dishes: cucumber salad, braised eggplant, stir-fried romaine lettuce, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As for the main dishes, he had made 2 large bowls of noodles. Of course, he did not forget to add the vegetables produced in the space. Xia Ruofei placed the 4 dishes on the table one by one, then pushed one of the bowls of noodles to Ling Qingxue and said with a smile, "The place is simple, so I just made a few dishes. Don't mind them." Ling Qingxue lowered her head slightly and said, "Everything tastes good when I eat with you." Xia Ruofei immediately felt awkward and did not dare to continue the conversation. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Come, come. Let's eat. Taste my cooking." Ling Qingxue gave Xia Ruofei a resentful look, but when her gaze fell on the 4 dishes, she could not help but look surprised. These 4 dishes were all very good-looking. The emerald green vegetables and tender cucumbers made one's index finger itch. Ling Qingxue forgot about her disappointment and picked up her chopsticks to place a piece of cucumber into her mouth. She chewed slowly with her eyes closed and a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. Then, she picked up a piece of every dish and savored it carefully. After a while, Ling Qingxue praised Ruofei, I've never eaten such delicious vegetables. Your cooking is amazing." Xia Ruofei smiled smugly and chuckled. "That's of course." Ling Qingxue took another bite of tomato with scrambled eggs and frowned. "No. This egg is a little old." She immediately ate a few more mouthfuls of eggplant and vegetables. Suddenly she came to a realization and said, "Ruofei, I was almost deceived by you. It must be because of the ingredients. The ingredients you used must be extraordinary. And that tomato you gave me just now. Tell me honestly, where did you get such good ingredients?" Xia Ruofei laughed. As expected of the little princess of Ling Ji's restaurant chain. "I really can't hide it from you. Eat first. I'll tell you after eating." Seeing that Xia Ruofei was keeping her in suspense, Ling Qingxue glared at him unhappily. However, she still could not resist the temptation of delicious food. The 2 of them cleared the noodles and vegetables like a whirlwind. Ling Qingxue touched her stomach without caring about her image and said coquettishly, "I ate too much. It's all your fault. I finally lost 1 kilogram. Now I'm going to gain back." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "You're in great shape. Why would you need to lose weight?" Ling Qingxue looked delighted. "Really? You really think I'm in good shape?" Xia Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly and changed the topic. Didn't you just want to know the origin of my ingredients? This topic was obviously interesting to Ling Qingxue. And her thoughts immediately shifted to this side. She quickly asked. Yes, yes, yes. Tell me quickly, where did you buy all these vegetables and fruits? I'll get the company's procurement department to buy some too. We need premium ingredients too. Much now. Xia Ruofei had already found an excuse and said with a smile. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. These vegetables can't be bought on the market at all. A friend of mine, who does research on new varieties of vegetables, gave them to me. They're their latest products and haven't been released to the market yet. Is that so? Ling Qingxue was slightly disappointed. Recently, the sales of Ling Ji's restaurant chain had fallen a little. As for their main competitor, Minghao Restaurant, they had poached a famous chef to serve as the executive head chef. It was said that his ancestors were once imperial chefs in the palace. The restaurant had launched several signature dishes at once, and their sales had soared. The young master of the restaurant chain was Lu Wen, the little fatty who had teamed up with Ling Qingxue. Was sincerely happy for Xia Ruofei, and she said, 1546 Ruofei, this project is definitely worth investing in. You have good taste. Mingho, at the immortal succulent store, that day, Ling Qingxue had been worrying about the decline of the company's business recently. That day, she suddenly discovered such good ingredients and saw a glimmer of hope to break out of her predicament. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to tell her that it was still in the research stage and had not been mass-produced. She was naturally quite disappointed. At this moment, Xia Rua changed the topic and said, but my friend can still do it in small batches. Miss Ling, are you interested in a collaboration? When Ling Qingxue heard this, she immediately felt a glimmer of hope. She shouted in surprise. Of course I am. Ruofei, where is that friend of yours? Take me to him now. Even if it was just a small-scale supply, it was no different from providing timely help to Ling Ji's restaurant. Moreover, this new vegetable was meant to be used for high-end users. It was not a big deal if there was a small quantity. The rarer something was, the more precious it was. Its main function was still to be used as the Ling Ji's restaurant's signature product. To put it bluntly, it was used for their reputation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, speaking of which, I'm still working with him. I can be his representative. Ling Qingxue was even happier when she heard that. Then, she revealed a look of realization and asked, so you sold your house some time ago to raise money to invest in this new vegetable variety project? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, but since Ling Qingxue had misunderstood, he went with the flow and said vaguely, something like that. After saying that, Xia Ruofei thought to himself, I'll definitely invest a lot of money in super vegetables in the future. This shouldn't be considered a lie. Ling Qingxue was sincerely happy for Xia Ruofei, and she said, Ruofei, this project is definitely worth investing in. You have good taste. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, of course. Ling Qingxue then asked, Ruofei, how many of these new vegetables can your friend provide us at most? After saying that, Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, there are about 6 new vegetable types available now, including romaine lettuce, cucumbers, tomatoes, water spinach, and eggplants. They are all common varieties on the market, but their quality is definitely much higher. In the early stages, 10 kg of each vegetable type can be supplied a day. After a week, 25 kilograms a day shouldn't be a problem. After a month, we can supply 50 kilograms a day. Xia Ruofei had only started planting these vegetables because he wanted to keep them for himself to eat. However, because the vegetables in the spiritual space were growing too quickly, there were already a lot in excess. Now that he was prepared to progress in this area, Xia Ruofei naturally wanted to expand the planting area. With the production speed of the spiritual map space, 50 kilograms a day was no pressure at all. Of course, there was only so much land in the space, and some had to be reserved for the succulents. Therefore, the only way to continue to increase production was to plant them in the outside world. However, if he planted them in the outside world, he had to rent land and hire people. Moreover, the issue of maintaining the quality of the vegetables was also a problem. However, Xia Ruofei did not have the energy to worry about these, and would leave it for the future. When Ling Qingxue heard this number, she pondered for a moment before nodding. It's not a lot, but it should be enough to solve our immediate problem. 50 kilograms a day seemed like a lot, but Ling Ji's restaurant was a large chain of restaurants. There were more than 10 stores in the three-mountain city alone. 50 kilograms of vegetables were like a pebble thrown into the sea. It would not cause any ripple at all. However, it was enough to gather popularity and as a limited supply in the stores of a few central areas. Ling Qingxue continued. Ruofei. In terms of price, if the spinach and eggplant are 50 yuan per 500 grams, and the rest are 30 yuan per 500 grams, do you think it's okay? This price was at least 10 times the market price. Ling Qingxue was really full of sincerity. Xia Ruofei nodded almost without hesitation. Deal. Since he had decided to launch these vegetables to the market, he was naturally going to take the high-quality route. Besides, he also felt that his super vegetables were completely worth this price. Ling Qingxue said happily. I hope we work well together. By the way, when can you start supplying the vegetables? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said. In 3 days. I'll give you an address then. Just send someone to pick up the groceries every day. Since they were going to work together for a long time, Xia Ruofei definitely needed to rent another place. This rental house lived too many people and Xia Ruofei could not possibly supply the vegetables here every day. If he only went out and stayed inside for a long time, it would definitely attract attention. Alright, I'll go back and draft a contract now. Let's sign it. In 2 days. Ling Qingxue said. She seemed a little too eager. Xia Ruofei asked half-jokingly. What's the hurry? Aren't you going to sit a little longer? Ling Qingxue immediately glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously and asked. Would you like me to stay longer? Xia Ruofei hurriedly said. Business is more important. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue burst out laughing and rolled her eyes at him. Coward. I'm leaving. I'll look for you to sign the contract tomorrow. Don't vanish somewhere again. I'll send you out. Xia Ruofei said with relief. After sending Ling Qingxue off, Xia Ruofei tidied up the cutlery and sat in front of the computer. He had always been concerned about the situation of the online shop. He had put all the goods on sale yesterday, and he could not wait to see if there was any business. Opening the Taobao seller's platform, Xia Ruofei was instantly disappointed. It was empty. There was not A single purchase record. There were even very few people browsing. A wry smile crossed Xia Ruofei's face. It seems I've been too idealistic. In fact, when he thought about it, this situation was normal. It was just a new online store with no credit history or transaction history, and no paid promotion. Besides, it sold very few products and every one was so expensive. Even if someone happened to click in, they would probably quickly click on the red cross in the upper right corner. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and sat in front of the computer, thinking. It was probably not a good idea to wait like this. He had to think of something. The first thing Xia Ruofei thought of was to spend money to promote on Taobao. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but the effect would also be difficult to guarantee. The reason was as mentioned previously, the credit and transaction records of the store were zero. Moreover, the price was so expensive that most people would not believe it easily. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had originally planned to take the high-quality route and not care about the sales volume, so there was not much point in doing a paid promotion. After thinking about it, there was only one way. That was to first make a name for himself in the succulent social circle. Xia Ruofei's target client was originally a small group of high-end users in the succulent circle. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei immediately thought of Liang Qichao. This buddy was a rich second-generation heir, and he ran his immortal succulent store. He should have many connections in the succulent plant industry. Xia Ruofei definitely had to ask him for help. With his mind made up, Xia Ruofei immediately picked up his phone and called Liang Qichao. Ruofei, is there some supreme-grade succulent that you want to sell? Liang Qichao asked impatiently as soon as he picked up the phone. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Brother Liang, that supreme-grade ice lantern last time was hard to come by. How can it be so easy to get? However, I do have some good things on hand, Liang Qichao said quickly. Brother, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. What is it? Xia Ruofei said. Brother Liang, a friend of mine has cultivated some very good succulent seedlings. I wonder if you're interested? Seedlings? Liang Qichao was slightly disappointed, but when he thought of the extremely stunning supreme-grade ice lantern jade dew that Xia Ruofei had brought last time, he felt that since Xia Ruofei recommended it, the quality must not be bad. So he said quickly, I'm interested. Where's your friend, little Xia? Can I see the goods now? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Liang, my friend has an online store. I'll send you the website address after I hang up. You'll know when you go there and take a look. At this point, Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and added, that online store may have just opened, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I verified it myself. Alright, send me the website address. Liang Qichao said readily. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei sent the website to Liang Qichao. Less than 5 minutes later, Liang Qichao called. As soon as Xia Ruofei picked up, he heard Liang Qichao's excited voice. Damn. Little Xia, your friend is too awesome. Where did he get so many rare supreme-grade succulent seedlings? I can't believe my eyes. White-skinned moon realm, blooming cages, jade fans, and myriad elephant. They're all mutated rare species. If you didn't guarantee it yourself, I would definitely think that the shop owner is a scammer. Liang Qichao was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked. So? Are you interested, brother? Liang? Yes. It's simply too interesting. Liang Qichao said loudly. I'll place an order immediately. I want all these succulent seedlings. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he could not help but smile bitterly. He had guessed the process correctly, but not the ending. Liang Qichao did have a lot of connections in the succulent circle, but he was also a rich second-generation heir who spent money like water. These succulent seedlings were expensive to ordinary people, but the total price of more than 100 seedlings was only about 100,000 yuan. To Liang Qichao, this bit of money was nothing. It was not easy for him to come across such rare species, so how could Liang Qichao let it go? Brother Liang, wait. Xia Ruofei quickly said. What is it? Brother Liang asked, puzzled. It's like this. My friend is intending for me ask you to help promote his new store. He wants to attract more customers. Xia Ruofei said in embarrassment. If you buy all of them, Liang Qichao's family ran a big business. He had been influenced since he was young, so he immediately understood what Xia Ruofei meant. I understand. Liang said. But, those succulent seedlings are too, hee. This guy still couldn't bear to let go of something good. Xia Ruofei hurriedly said. Brother Liang, don't worry. You can also buy some in appropriate quantity this time. Moreover, there will be more and better succulents on sale in the future. Don't be afraid that you won't be able to buy them. At this point, Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and added. Also, I heard that my friend has a pot of mature supreme-grade white-skinned moon realm that he's also interested in selling. The quality is not lower than the previous pot of ice lantern. If you help him this time, he'll definitely prioritize you when he wants to sell it in future. Liang Qichao was immediately interested and quickly asked. Is the quality really no lower than the supreme-grade ice lantern last time? Xia Ruofei said firmly. Of course. Then he lowered his voice a little and said. Actually, it's the mature plant of the white-skinned moon realm seedlings sold on his online store. Do you think the quality can be bad? Of course, it was impossible for Xia Ruofei to sell the mature plant. However, after he cut and reproduced it, this time, he chose 2 or 3 pots of the best quality from each of the succulent seedlings and kept them. He was prepared to nurture them into mature plants for the next reproduction to increase the production as soon as possible. In a month or so, he would just choose one of these 2 or 3 white-skinned moon realm and sell it to Liang Qichao. After growing in the spiritual map space for 2 to 3 months, the quality of the newly cultivated mature white-skinned moon realm would definitely far exceed the pot that Xia Ruofei had bought online. Upon hearing that it was actually the mature plant of those white-skinned moon realm seedlings, Liang Qichao's doubts immediately disappeared. The quality will definitely not be bad. Ruofei, you must help me talk to your friend and ask him to reserve that pot of white-skinned moon realm to me. Don't worry, I'll immediately contact some friends in the circle and guarantee that your friend's online shop will make a name for itself in the circle in the shortest time possible. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Liang. Liang Qichao repeatedly reminded Xia Ruofei not to forget about the white-skinned moon realm. Xia Ruofei naturally agreed. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei snapped his fingers and waved his fist happily. 2 minutes later, Xia Ruofei saw that someone had placed an order for 2 pots of each type of succulent. Just as Xia Ruofei was marveling at Liang Qichao's efficiency, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw the buyers. Information. The delivery address was the Immortal Succulent store and the recipient was Liang Qichao himself. Xia Ruofei understood after some thought. Liang Qichao was still worried that he would not be able to snatch it after introducing his friends to buy it, so he must have made the first move after hanging up. He was probably just starting to promote the store to his friends in the succulent circle. Fortunately, Liang Qichao was quite kind. He only bought 2 pots for each type of succulent. After another 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei began to see new orders on Taobao. This time, it was not Liang Qichao, but a real succulent customer. For half an hour after that, new orders kept appearing. Some ordered 3 pots, and others 5. More than 100 pots of succulent seedlings were snapped up in half an hour. Most of these orders had the words recommended by Director Liang of the Immortal Succulent store written in the remarks. Xia Ruofei looked at the sales statistics. After all these transactions were completed, he would have earned more than 110,000 yuan. In the spiritual map space, it would take at most a few months for the mature plant to recover and grow. Moreover, this was the first time. Later on, with the increase in the number of mature plant, there would be more seedlings that could be cultivated with each cuttage. In other words, in the future, Xia Ruofei would be able to earn at least 100,000 yuan a month from the succulents, and it would be almost at zero cost. This was something Xia Ruofei would never have dared to think about in the past. With the spiritual map space, it became so easy to earn money. Moreover, this was only one of the many functions of the spiritual map space. There were also the super vegetables, the magical tricolored petals, and other possible functions that had yet to be discovered. The value of the spiritual map space was really immeasurable. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down and began to make plans for the next step. First of all, the most important thing now was to find another place to live. Be it super vegetables or succulent seedlings, the current rental house was obviously no longer suitable. There were too many people. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei first put up an announcement on the website's homepage. It read, "Thank you for everyone's support. The first batch of high-quality succulents in our shop has been sold out. We will be shipping them one after another within 3 days. Those who did not manage to buy them, please wait patiently. Within a month, there will be more rare and precious succulents for sale in our shop. Everyone is welcome to purchase them when the time comes." After hanging up the announcement, Xia Ruofei packed his things, hid the spiritual map, and prepared to go out to look for a house. Xia Ruofei had just reached the alley of the shanty town when his phone rang. This was a call from Tian Huilan's secretary, Wu Liqian. It turned out that she had already coordinated with the city's education bureau to settle Lin Qiao's school transfer. The school was set at the number 8 high school in Sanshan City. It was a reputable high school in the province. Moreover, the third-year class of this school was the best among all the other schools. In the past 5 years, 3 of the provincial top scorers in humanities had come from this class of the number 8 high school. Lin Qiao was an art student. Xia Ruofei quickly thanked her. Wu Liqian told him that she would personally send Lin Qiao to No. 8 high school in the afternoon. Since the mayor's secretary was going to be involved personally, Xia Ruofei naturally could not be absent. Hence, he could only put aside the matter of finding a house and meet Wu Liqian at the city government guest house at 2 in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei looked at the Timon saw that it was almost 1:30 p.m., so he called Lin Xiao directly and told her about the new school. He told her to leave at 2 o'clock and report directly at number 8 high school. Then, Xia Ruofei took a taxi straight to the city government's guest house. At 2 o'clock sharp, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Xiao downstairs. Hu Zi's mother had yet to fully recover, so Xia Ruofei let her rest in the house. With Xia Ruofei around, Hu Zi's mother was very relieved and did not insist on following them to the school. The two of them walked to the first floor and saw that Wu Liqian had just walked into the lobby. After a few pleasantries, the three of them got into Wu Liqian's Passat. Xia Ruofei took the front passenger seat, and Wu Liqian took Lin Xiao's hand and got into the back seat. As a third-year arts student, Lin Xiao naturally knew of the famous number 8 high school, so she was both excited and nervous along the way. Wu Liqian could tell that Lin Xiao was a little nervous. She smiled and said, "Little Lin, don't worry. The Education Bureau has already informed them. When you reach there, you can transfer directly into the top class for arts. If you can't keep up with progress for the time being, it's fine. The school will arrange for experienced teachers to tutor you." "Thank you, Secretary Wu," Lin Xiao said obediently. Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Hey. Why are you calling me Secretary Wu? Just call me Sister Wu." "Oh. Thank you, Sister Wu." Lin Xiao blushed slightly and said softly. Xia Ruofei also smiled and turned around. "Sister Wu, thank you so much for this matter. Please help me convey my gratitude to Mayor Tian." "Little Xia, don't stand on ceremony," Wu Liqian said. "It's just a small matter." As they talked, the car reached number 8 high school and stopped in front of an office building. The principal, vice principal, dean, and other teachers of class 1 of number 8 high school were already waiting downstairs. They had already received a call from the director of the Education Bureau himself and knew that it was Mayor Tian's secretary who was bringing the transfer student to report that day. Naturally, they did not dare to treat them poorly. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Liqian didn't want to attract too much attention, the director of Education Bureau might have personally accompanied her. Who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity to get close to the mayor? Especially since Wu Liqian's boss was very likely to become a member of the standing committee of the provincial committee. "Director Wu, hello. Welcome to number 8 high school for inspection and guidance." Principal Rao of No. 8 high school took a step forward and said enthusiastically. Wu Liqian had a smile on her face. She shook Principal Rao's hand gently and said, "Principal, I'm not here to inspect and provide guidance. Mayor Tian only gave me one task today, which is to send student Lin Xiao over to report." Principal Rao had already paid a lot of attention to the student because the director of Education Bureau had personally informed him. Now that he heard Wu Liqian's words, he immediately understood that this matter was not Wu Liqian's private matter, but Mayor Tian's personal instructions. The importance of the matter immediately rose to another level in his heart. Yes, it is important for her to report, Principal Rao said with a warm smile. "We have already completed the relevant procedures." Then, Principal Rao pointed at a slightly reserved, middle-aged woman beside him and said, "This is Teacher Su, the form teacher of the arts class." "Hello, Director Wu." Teacher Su hurriedly came forward to greet her, looking a little reserved. Wu Liqian gave a friendly smile and said, "Teacher Su, Please take care of Lin Xiao as she learns in your class in the future. Of course, of course. Principal Rao also said from the side. Teacher Su, Lin Xiao has just transferred over. You have to pay more attention to her studies and life. Help her integrate into the new class as soon as possible. I will, Principal, Teacher Su said quickly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little emotional as she watched from the side. The school leaders lined up to welcome her, and the form teacher was seen to be stepping on thin ice. Lin Xiao could probably be considered the most impressive transfer student in the history of No. 8 High School. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei also knew Lin Xiao's character. He believed that she wouldn't become complacent because of this and lose her position. Principal Rao looked at Wu Liqian and asked. Director Wu, then, should we invite student Lin Xiao and Teacher Su to meet the students in class? Sure. Wu Liqian nodded and smiled. Then, she said. To Lin Xiao, little Lin, then follow your teacher to class. If you have any difficulties in the future, just call Sister Wu directly. Xia Ruofei also said. Xiaoer, when you reach the new class, you have to study hard. And get along well with your classmates, understand? Lin Xiao nodded and said seriously. Yes, I will. Thank you, brother Ruofei. Thank you, Sister Wu. Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian smiled and nodded. The two of them watched as Lin Xiao gradually walked away with Teacher Su. Principal Rao very politely invited Wu Liqian to inspect the school and give feedback. However, Wu Liqian's purpose for this trip was not for anything else, so she politely declined. She got into the car with Xia Ruofei, and the school leaders waved goodbye. The car drove out of the gates of number 8 High School before Wu Liqian asked. Little Xia, where are you going? I'll drive you. Xia Ruofei said. Sister Wu. Just drop me off somewhere in front. I'm going out to find a place to rent this afternoon. I have no specific destination. Wu Liqian had obviously misunderstood and thought that Xia Ruofei was looking for a house for Lin Xiao and her mother. She smiled and said. By the way, I forgot to tell you just now. I happened to hear this morning that a colleague's house is being rented out. He bought a house outside and moved out. The family building is 2-bedroom and very close to number 8 High School. Personally, I think it's very suitable for Lin Xiao and her mother. And the rent isn't expensive. It's only 800 yuan a month. How about that? Do you want to see the house? Xia Ruofei was immediately tempted. At the same time, he could not help but look at Wu Liqian in a different light. Although Wu Liqian had said it casually, it was obviously not as simple as happening to hear about it. Whether it was the location, size, or rent, this house was simply tailored for Lin Xiao and her mother. Wu Liqian had definitely put in a lot of effort to find it. It had to be said that this secretary was smart and meticulous. Wu Liqian knew what Xia Ruofei meant by saving Professor Tian's life, and she also knew very well that Tian Huilan appreciated Xia Ruofei very much. Therefore, she was also very concerned about Xia Ruofei and spared no effort. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Sister Wu. Since you have helped us find it, it must be very suitable. But since Auntie and Xiaoer are living in the house, why don't I bring them to see the house after Xiaoer finishes school? You don't have to personally be there. Just give us the landlord's contact information and help us inform the landlord. Sure, no problem. Wu Liqian said readily. Then she asked with a smile. Since you don't have to look for a house anymore, where are you going now? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sister Wu, actually, I want to rent a house myself. Before you called me, I was just about to wander around and try my luck. Oh? You live alone? Wu Liqian asked. Then what kind of house are you looking for? Your sister Wu knows quite a lot of people. I might be able to help you find a suitable one. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Wu Liqian, the house I'm looking for might not be easy to find. Oh? Tell me about it first. Wu Liqian became even more interested. First, I hope it's a house that is somewhere quieter. It doesn't matter if it's a little more remote. There must be a separate yard and not many other houses around. That would be best. Wu Liqian couldn't help but laugh. Little Xia, look at you. Are you intending to become a hermit? Hee hee. I like peace and quiet, Xia Ruofei said. That's why I said it might not be easy to find. It's fine, Sister Wu. I'll go to the suburbs myself and look for a suitable one. Wu Liqian pondered for a moment and said with a smile. Little Xia, now that you mention it, I do know a house that fits all the conditions you mentioned. Oh? Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. Sister Wu, tell me what kind of house it is. Wu Liqian said with a smile. After what you just told me, I thought of one of my relatives' houses that basically fit your criteria. But I don't know if you'll find it too remote. His house is in Chongqing County and about a half-hour drive from the city. Half an hour's drive shouldn't be a problem. Xia Ruofei was very tempted. Then, he asked, Sister Wu, is your relative's house a separate unit? Does it lead to a connecting road? Wu Liqian said with a smile. Of course there's a connecting road. To be honest, it's a small detached villa my relatives have built on a local homestead for their holidays. Now their whole family has emigrated overseas, so the house is not in use. So, are you interested in renting it? Actually, Wu Liqian's relatives wanted to sell it directly, but if she stepped in, it would not be an issue to rent it out. After all, they were not in urgent need of money, and if they did not sell it for the time being, the property might still increase in value. With a phone call from her, it could do Xia Ruofei a favor. Why not? Xia Ruofei immediately said. Of course I'm interested. It's just a single villa. Sister Wu, will the rent be very expensive? Wu Liqian chuckled and said. It definitely won't be cheap for someone else. But if you want to rent it, we can just charge you a symbolic sum. My relatives aren't short of money. Xia Ruofei chuckled in embarrassment and said. Isn't that a little inappropriate? Just tell me if you want it or not. Wu Liqian glanced at Xia Ruofei and said. With a smile, if you want to rent it, I'll call my relative now. We'll go look at the house in the afternoon. If there's no problem, we'll settle this matter. Sure. But it's too much trouble for you, sister Wu. Xia Ruofei said. Wu Liqian smiled and said. There's no trouble. Mayor Tian gave me half a day off. And she specially instructed me to settle your matters well. I'm just carrying out my boss' instructions. Xia Ruofei stopped, turning down the offer, and said sincerely. Thank you, Sister Wu. Wu Liqian immediately took out her phone to contact her relative. Perhaps her relative was very close to her, or perhaps it was because of her status as the mayor's secretary. In any case, the other party agreed readily. Moreover, they had agreed to view the house immediately and to meet at the villa. Therefore, Wu Liqian hung up the phone and instructed the driver to turn the car around and drive towards Chongping County. After about half an hour of driving, they turned onto a newly built concrete road and drove for a few minutes to an almost 80% new villa. Wu Liqian's relative had arrived first. He was a very elegant middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they went straight to the house. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with this villa. Although it was remote, the mode of transport was still very convenient. The cement road was built in front of the house, so it was not a problem to drive a small van. The villa was not big. It covered an area of more than 200 square meters and had a small courtyard in front and behind. The two-story villa had a total of 6 rooms. Moreover, there were all kinds of appliances and facilities. He could directly carry his bags and move in. Because Wu Liqian's relatives were preparing to emigrate, these appliances and furniture were originally planned to be packaged and sold. The front of the villa faced the sea, but it was about 3,000 meters from the sea. In front of the villa was a large piece of wasteland. At the same time, there was a small mountain behind the villa. It was really a good place to have both the mountain and the sea. In terms of rent, Wu Liqian's relative only charged 3,000 yuan a month. For such a big vacation villa, 3,000 yuan a month was no different from free rent. Xia Ruofei felt that he had taken too much advantage, so he took the initiative to increase the monthly rent to 5,000 yuan. Even this was considered a low price. After the two parties reached an agreement, they immediately signed the rental contract. The other party did not even want the deposit and gave Xia Ruofei an account number, telling him to transfer the rent to this account when the time came. Moreover, he said that it was fine if he did not have money for the time being. He could pay when he had the money. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he had seen such an easygoing landlord. Compared to the fierce landlady of the rental house in the slums, this landlord was simply a saint. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that this was all because of Wu Liqian, so he was still very self-conscious. In front of everyone, he transferred 2 months' rent, totaling 10,000 yuan into that account. In less than half an hour, the rental issue was settled. Wu Liqian's relative handed the key, the access remote, and everything else to Xia Ruofei before politely leaving. Xia Ruofei still had to go back to pack his things, and he had to bring Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao, too. Look at houses at night, so he took Wu Liqian's car back to the city. After the long journey, coupled with the house viewing and signing the contract, it was almost time for lessons to end in the afternoon. Wu Liqian simply decided to be kind all the way and asked the driver to drive to the entrance of No. 8 High School, where he found a parking space and stopped. After waiting for a while, Xia Ruofei saw Lin Xiao walk out of number 8 High School. She was talking to a girl as she walked. Xia Ruofei was very relieved to see her. It seemed that this little girl had already made new friends on the first day. She transferred school. Xia Ruofei pushed open the car door and waved vigorously at Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw Xia Ruofei, she immediately revealed a surprised smile. She quickly said a few words to the female classmate beside her, then jogged towards Xia Ruofei. Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao did not avoid arousing suspicion at all. She immediately grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand with a bright smile on her exquisite face, attracting the attention of many students. Instead, Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He calmly pulled his hand out and asked, "Shower, how do you feel about lessons in the morning?" "Very good. The students are all quite friendly. And the standards of teaching is very high," Lin Qiao said. Happily. "Haha, not bad, not bad." Xia Ruofei was also very happy. "Let's go. Brother Ruofei will take you to a big meal to celebrate." Lin Qiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Ruofei, next time. I want to eat with my mother." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "All right. You're such a filial girl. Let's go then. Let's go over together and eat at the government guest house with Auntie. We still have something to settle tonight." "What do we have tonight?" Lin Qiao asked curiously. Xia Ruofei did not keep her in suspense and said, "Sister Wu has found a house for you. It's very close to number 8 high school and is quite suitable in all aspects. I'll bring you there after dinner." "Really? That's great." Lin Qiao cheered. They got into the car together, and Wu Liqian asked the driver to take them to the city government's guest house. When they arrived at the city government's guest house, Wu Liqian originally wanted to have dinner with Xia Ruofei and the rest before personally showing them the house. However, Xia Ruofei felt very embarrassed to have troubled her for the entire afternoon. Moreover, the mayor's secretary must be very busy. How could he have the cheek to take up her night's rest? Hence, Xia Ruofei politely declined. Wu Liqian did not insist. Instead, she made a call to her colleague at the forestry department and arranged for house viewing at 7:30 p.m. She then gave Xia Ruofei her colleague's contact information before leaving. "Mom," Lin Qiao called as soon as she entered. Hu Zi's mother, who had been resting in her room since the afternoon, quickly asked when she saw Lin Qiao. "Shower, how was school in the morning? Are you used to it? Did any of your classmates bully you?" Lin Qiao revealed an amused expression and said, "Mom, don't worry. No. 8 High School is the best in arts teaching in the province. And the teachers are very good to me. When I went to report today, even the principal came." "Huh? Even the principal went?" Hu Zi's mother sounded incredulous. Xia Ruofei smiled and explained. "Auntie, the school leaders went down to welcome her because of Sister Wu." "Oh, it's Mayor Tian's secretary, Wu Liqian." "Oh. I see. It must be so much trouble for her," Hu Zi's mother said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, don't worry. Mayor Tian has personally greeted them. The school will take good care of Chower, so you don't have to worry about her life or studies in school." "That's right. Mom, don't worry," Lin Qiao said with a smile. "Let's go and have dinner. We still have to look at houses later." "Look at houses? What house?" Hu Zi's mother asked, puzzled. "Brother Ruofei helped us find a house. It's the family home of the forestry bureau. It's also very close to my school. We're going to see the house after dinner." Lin Qiao said happily. "Ruofei, sorry to trouble you," Hu Zi's mother said gratefully. Xia Ruofei said, "Auntie, actually, it was Sister Wu who helped to contact them. If you want to thank someone, thank her. If you think it's all right. After seeing the house tonight, let's settle on it. You don't have to worry about the rent. I'll transfer it to the landlord directly." How can we do that?" Hu Zi's mother said. Ruofei, our family still has some savings. Now that I don't have to see a doctor, I have enough to spend. We can pay for the rent ourselves. We've already troubled you enough these days. Xia Ruofei looked at Hu Zi's mother and said sincerely, Auntie, don't treat me like an outsider. On the battlefield, Hu Zi even sacrificed his life to save me. He's your only son. Before Hu Zi died, I personally told him that from now on, I'll be filial on behalf of him. His mother will be my mother. Thinking of her sacrificed son, Hu Zi's mother's eyes reddened and her lips trembled slightly. She said emotionally, good boy, so, Auntie, you really don't have to be so polite. In the future, I still have to take care of you for the rest of my life and support you. Xia Ruofei said. Hu Zi's mother nodded slightly. Beside her, Lin Qiao also had tears in her eyes. Hu Zi's mother said. Okay, Ruofei, we'll do as you say about the rent. But you have to promise me something. Xia Ruofei said happily. Yes. Just tell me what you need. Hu Zi's mother said to Lin Qiao. Qiaoer, go. Get my coat. Oh, okay. Lin Qiao quickly brought the coat over. Hu Zi's mother took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, this card contains the 500,000 yuan that you transferred to treat my illness. I didn't touch a single cent. I heard from Qiaoer that this is the money that you obtained from selling your house. Young people definitely need money for their careers. Take this card back. The password is Hu Zi's birthday. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, Auntie, this won't do. This is all a piece of my filial piety. Even if you don't need dialysis and a kidney transplant now, you can still save it for your health. Qiaoer needs a lot of money in her third year of high school. Moreover, she still has to go to university next semester. She can't do without money. Hu Zi's mother said. Ruofei, listen to me. We all know how you feel. However, we don't need such a large sum of money for the time being. On the other hand, you've just returned from the army. There are many things that officers need money for. Take this money back. I promise you that I'll definitely talk to you if I need money, okay? That's right. Brother Ruofei. You gave us so much money, but we don't have anywhere to spend it on. It's just benefiting the bank. Lin Qiao also said, just take it back. Xia Ruofei thought for a long time before nodding. Alright, I'll take this. Money back first, Hu Zi's mother said with relief. Yes. That's a good child. But Xia Ruofei continued. Auntie, I haven't finished yet. I can take the money back, but there are conditions. Go ahead. I can't take all this money. You have to leave at least 100,000 yuan for you to live and Qiaoer to study. Xia Ruofei said. Firmly. If you don't agree, I won't take this money no matter what. Just let it rot in the bank. Although Hu Zi's mother had said that she would ask for money when she needed it, Xia Ruofei knew that if she had previously refused to use the money when her life was in danger, how could she ask him for help in the future? Although Xia Ruofei could take the initiative to help the mother and daughter, he could not take care of everything, so it was absolutely necessary for them to keep some money. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was determined, Hu Zi's mother could only agree to this condition helplessly. Only then did Xia Ruofei accept the bank card. Lin Qiao said happily. All right. Now that the matter is settled, can we go eat? We still have to look at the house later. Let's go. Let's eat, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The three of them arrived at the restaurant on the first floor and ate a buffet with their meal vouchers. Then, they sat on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and chatted for a while. When it was about time, they went out and took a taxi straight to the Forestry Bureau's residence. Wu Liqian had already informed them, so the landlord was already waiting at the entrance of the residence. After greeting them, he brought Xia Ruofei and the others to see the house. Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao were very satisfied with the house. It was not high-rise, and although the house was not big, it was fully functional. The security in the residence was better, and it was only 2 stops away from Lin Xiao's school. It could be said that to be very suitable. Hence, Xia Ruofei signed a rental agreement with the landlord on the spot and rented this house in his name. Because Wu Liqian had already contacted the landlord, the rent was so cheap that it made one's hair stand on end. It only cost 800 yuan a month, so Xia Ruofei decided to pay the landlord half a year's rent in one go. Half a year later, Hu Zi's mother would definitely be completely healed, and it was time for Lin Xiao to go to university, so she did not have to stay here anymore. The landlord passed them the key and left. Lin Xiao happily looked around the house. Seeing an innocent smile on Lin Xiao's face, Xia Ruofei felt very relieved. Although the house was fully equipped with appliances, there were no bed sheets or blankets yet, so after everyone stayed in the house for a while, Xia Ruofei took a taxi to send the mother and daughter back to the city government guest house. They planned to stay there for another night and officially move in the next day. The next morning, Xia Ruofei first went to the bank to transfer 400,000 yuan from Hu Zi's mother's card to his account. His financial difficulties, which had begun to be tight again, immediately eased. Then he went straight to the Oriental department store in the center of Three Mountain City and began his shopping spree. From bedsheets and bedding to kitchen supplies, like pots and pans, and also some daily necessities, or even small things like hangers, toilet paper, as long as Xia Ruofei could think of it, he would buy everything. After buying everything, Xia Ruofei had spent more than 10,000 yuan, because he tried his best to buy everything from big brands, so the price was naturally not cheap. There were so many things that even a taxi could not fit them all. Xia Ruofei directly called for a small van. When they arrived at the Forestry Bureau's residential building, he had to make several trips before he finished moving everything. Then, Xia Ruofei personally cleaned the house from inside out. He placed all the things he had bought in place, and even made the bed. Then, he entered the spiritual space to retrieve a lot of super vegetables and placed them in the refrigerator in the kitchen. After finishing all this, the morning had passed. Xia Ruofei sent a message to Lin Xiao and told her to return to the forestry department residence after school at noon. Then, he took a taxi to the city government's guest house to pick up Hu Zi's mother. At noon, Xia Ruofei personally cooked, mainly using super vegetables as ingredients, and made lunch. The three of them had a meal at home together as a housewarming celebration. The deliciousness of the super vegetables made Hu Zi's mother eat half a bowl of rice more. Lin Xiao almost swallowed her tongue and exclaimed that it was too delicious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said that there were still a lot of these vegetables in the fridge. He asked Lin Xiao and the others to tell him after finishing them and he would send them over. After lunch, Xia Ruofei bade farewell and left. The mother and daughter had finally settled down. Before leaving, Xia Ruofei left the bank card with the remaining 100,000 yuan at their house. At the same time, he left a small mineral water bottle of petal solution. Of course, it was a special mixture with grape juice and soda water. Then, Xia Ruofei returned to the rental house in the shanty town and began to pack his things, preparing to move house himself. It was much simpler for Xia Ruofei to move on his own. The precious items were all in the spiritual map space. He only needed to put the few items he left in the house into the spiritual map space. He quickly gathered his things, called the landlord, left the room key on the back of the refrigerator in the communal kitchen, and left the shantytown rental house. As for the deposit that he had paid for 2 months of rent, Xia Ruofei did not mention it at all. This was because he knew that even if he cut his tongue, that fierce landlady would not return him a single cent. He might as well not waste his effort. As he walked through the alleys of the shanty town, Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing the most important thing. Xia Ruofei thought that although the resort villa in the suburbs was very convenient, it was built on the premise that there were cars. If he did not have his own car, taking a taxi would not be a long-term solution. Moreover, if he were to travel to and fro the city from the villa, he would still have to walk a long way to reach the highway. It would be too inconvenient to take a minibus. Hence, buying a car had become Xia Ruofei's top priority. Fortunately, when Xia Ruofei retired, he had already converted his military license to a local driving license. Now, he only needed to buy a car to drive. Hence, Xia Ruofei was in no hurry to go to the villa in the suburbs. He planned to settle the matter of the car in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate much on the choice of model before deciding to buy a pickup. Although he had nearly 500,000 yuan on hand now and could totally buy a good joint venture car, money had to be spent on the blade. There was still a lot to spend in the future. Besides, Xia Ruofei was not someone who liked to show off. From a practical point of view, a pickup was undoubtedly the most suitable. Because at this stage, Xia Ruofei would definitely need to transport things often, such as mailing succulent seedlings, buy flower pots, cardboard boxes, vegetable seeds, farm tools, and so on. If he bought a luxury car or SUV, he would not put it to much use. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei took a taxi straight to the Huaxia Motor City. In the southern suburbs, there were many car shops there. It did not take long for Xia Ruofei to buy a pickup car that cost about 100,000 yuan. This pickup car was also the most popular model in the country and was very practical. Xia Ruofei paid the full amount on the spot. The car shop also sent some conventional gifts such as film patches, foot pads, and fenders. Xia Ruofei added another 2,000 yuan and asked for the trunk cover for the back of the car. He also entrusted the car store to handle the license plates and insurance. This was not a popular car model from a big brand, so there were available cars for collection on the spot. After Xia Ruofei and the other staff of the car store installed the window film and fenders in place, they drove out of the shop. Although the license plate would take a few days to arrive, with the purchase receipt for the new car, it would not be a problem even if he encountered traffic police on the way. After leaving the car shop, Xia Ruofei drove to buy some cardboard boxes, transparent tape, foam strips, bubble bags, and other things for packing and mailing. Then, he went to the electronic city to buy a new computer and a printer. He bought a few boxes of printing paper before driving back to his vacation villa in the suburbs with a full truckload. After returning to the villa, Xia Ruofei first arranged his life matters. He chose a large room on the second floor facing the sea, with a small balcony and its own bathroom as his bedroom. After carefully locking the door and drawing the curtains, Xia Ruofei took out the spiritual map and entered the spiritual map space with the cardboard box and other packed items. Then, he brought his beddings and daily necessities out of the space. It took a moment to make the bed and place some of the daily necessities in place. Then Xia Ruofei connected the new desktop and printer in his bedroom. The room's internet interfaces were already made, and the landlord had paid for a year's worth of broadband, so he could go online as soon as he was connected. Xia Ruofei first went to his Taobao platform to collate all the orders and printed them out in a form. Then, he entered the spiritual map space with the order information. He was prepared to pack the succulent seedlings in the space and send out the delivery as soon as possible. That was a transaction of 110,000 yuan. The sooner the customer received the goods, the sooner he would get the money. As for why he had chosen to pack it in the space, it was naturally because the 10 times faster time flow would save him a lot of time. Now, the most precious thing to Xia Ruofei was undoubtedly time. After entering the space, Xia Ruofei distributed the goods according to the contents of each order. After gathering the succulent seedlings for an order, he started packing. Before packing, he would first water them with the spiritual pond water. Then, he would wrap each pot of succulent seedlings in a bubble bag and tie them tightly with tape. After placing all the seedlings into the cardboard box, he would fill the gaps with foam strips. Finally, he would seal the cardboard box tightly with transparent tape and paste the order number on the outside. It could be said that there was extreme protection, and it could basically avoid damage to the succulent seedlings caused by the violent sorting of packages. There were more than 100 pots of succulent seedlings and a total of more than 40 orders. It took Xia Ruofei more than 5 hours to pack them up. Of course, it was only half an hour in the outside world. Xia Ruofei took a lot of effort to bring all 40 over cardboard boxes out of the spiritual map space. After drinking a few mouthfuls of the pond water to recover his energy, he carried the cardboard boxes into the pickup truck and drove straight to Chongping County. It was only a 10-minute drive from here to the county city, which was much closer than returning to the city. He had checked the map online before setting off, so he quickly found a branch of the parcel forwarder. Xia Ruofei asked the staff for a stack of delivery slips and began to fill in the delivery slips according to the order information. After filling one slip, he pasted it on the corresponding cardboard box according to the order number. Finally, he weighed and counted the money. While filling out the delivery form, the store's television was broadcasting the local news. The county television station announced that Deputy Chief Xing of the county's Public Security Bureau was being investigated by the organization. At the same time, Zhong Cheng and his son were also suspected of crimes and were arrested by the local police. They were also on the county television news. Xia Ruofei could not help but reveal a pleased expression. This was really satisfying. After venting his anger, Xia Ruofei was in a good mood, and the speed at which he filled in the delivery form was much faster. Soon he had all the sheets filled and pasted. A few staff members helped him carry the cardboard boxes in and weigh them. There were more than 40 orders, and the delivery fee alone was more than 500 yuan. He was not a mere customer, given that he had sent so many parcels in one go, so the post office staff's attitude was very good. After Xia Ruofei paid, the staff member gave him a receipt and said, "Sir, if you send packages regularly and in large quantities, we can sign an agreement. You can give us a call when the time comes and we'll go straight to your place to collect them. And there can be a certain discount on the delivery fees." "Sure," Xia Ruofei said without thinking. "I have about 40 to 50 orders every month. There might be more in the future, but I live a little far away. It's about a 10-minute drive from the county city. Is that okay?" "That won't be a problem," the staff said. "Here's a sample of the agreement. You can take a look. In your case, we can give you a 20% discount. If the collaboration is long, the cost might be even lower." Xia Ruofei took it and browsed through it. Before nodding, "No problem. Let's sign the agreement." The staff immediately found a manager. After registering Xia Ruofei's ID number and address, they quickly typed out an agreement and signed it together. The manager shook hands with Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for choosing our delivery company. I hope we can work well together in the future. Happy cooperation." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Xia, you can also bring some delivery slips back," the manager said. "Our official website has a delivery slip template for download. You just have to fill in the information according to the template on the computer and you can print the delivery slips directly." "Really?" Xia Ruofei said happily. "That's great. Get me 100 first." After filling in more than 40 delivery forms, Xia Ruofei's hands were sore. If he could print them directly, it would indeed be a lot easier. A few minutes later, Xia Ruofei left the place with a stack of delivery slips. He'd just driven the pickup back to the resort house. Before he could get out of the car, the phone on the console rang. 41, Chapter 39, Making Trouble from Within, 1. Xia Ruofei turned off the engine and pulled up the handbrake. Before picking up his phone, when he saw that it was Ling Qingxue calling, he immediately picked it up. "Qingxue," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Are you Ofei? Where are you? I just came to your house and a woman said you've moved away." Ling Qingxue asked anxiously. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "Was it a middle-aged woman who spoke very harshly?" Xia Ruofei had already guessed that the woman Ling Qingxue was talking about was the fierce landlady. Although the fierce landlady could earn 2 months' deposit for free, he was in such a hurry to check out the house. She must be worried that the house had been damaged or something had happened, so she would definitely come to check it out at once. "Yup. You sound like you've eaten gunpowder." Ling Qingxue's tone was still a little indignant. "You're getting impatient after asking a few more questions." "Oh, you haven't said anything yet. Why did he suddenly move? Don't tell me you're trying to avoid me?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What are you thinking? Didn't you say yesterday that my living environment was too bad? I thought that what you said made sense, so I simply found another place to live." "Why? You're looking for me? Why didn't you make a call first? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you to make a wasted trip?" "Nonsense. Didn't we agree to sign a supply contract in the next 2 days?" Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "I didn't think that you would go missing again. This time, you're even worse. You even moved the entire house away." I'm sorry. Xia Ruofei apologized profusely. "There's no hurry to sign the contract. It's getting late. We'll start supplying tomorrow, right? I'll give you an address. And you can just ask the person who picks up the goods to bring the contract over." Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and said, "That's fine too. But you're not allowed to disappear again. Don't worry. I'm still counting on those vegetables to make a lot of money." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'll treat you to a meal when I have time." "This is more like it." Ling Qingxue chuckled. The two of them chatted for a while more before they hung up. Xia Ruofei sent the address of the holiday villa to Ling Qingxue. Then, Xia Ruofei used WeChat to share his location with Ling Qingxue. This way, he would not have to worry about Ling Qingxue's men not being able to find him tomorrow. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and opened the Taobao platform on his computer. He confirmed the delivery of each order and entered the express delivery number. After he was done, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and then put on his slippers and went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare food. After dinner, Xia Ruofei gave Liang Qichao a call to express his gratitude. He also told him that the succulent seedlings had been delivered and asked him to check and receive them in the next few days. Liang Qichao was very happy. At the same time, he kept reminding Xia Ruofei not to forget about the white-skinned lunar boundary. Xia Ruofei naturally agreed. Back in his room, Xia Ruofei carefully locked the door and took out the spirit map scroll. With a thought, he entered the medium. It had been 3 days since he plucked the petals. Xia Ruofei entered the medium and ran straight to the nameless plant by the pond. As expected, the tri-colored flower bloomed on the branch again. It had a natural charm that made Xia Ruofei focus his eyes on the flower. Xia Ruofei was completely at ease now. It seemed that the tri-colored flower's pattern was that once it was picked, it would recover in 3 days. He squatted in front of the tricolored flower and admired it for a long time before reluctantly taking out a knot preservation box and a pair of tweezers. No matter how beautiful the tricolored flower was, it would not grow again if it was not plucked. This was a strategic resource to Xia Ruofei, so once it grew, it had to be plucked and preserved well. Xia Ruofei carefully used a pair of tweezers to pick off all 3 petals and put them in a Tupperware. In addition to the 2 remaining petals from the last harvest, there were already 5 petals in the safety box. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and reached out to pick up a petal with a pair of tweezers. Then, he carefully extended his hand. The moment his hand touched the petal immediately burrowed into his palm. Immediately after, he felt a familiar warm current. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but moan in comfort. After absorbing the flower petal, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that his body had been strengthened. This strengthening was all round, including his strength, hearing, vision, and reaction. Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind to harvest the petals every 3 days. He would keep 2 petals and absorb 1 for himself to strengthen his body. He felt that in the long run there would definitely be unexpected benefits. There was still a lot of the medicinal liquid that he had mixed for Zi's mother's treatment. Xia Ruofei filled another bottle of mineral water and was prepared to send another bottle to Zi's mother in a few days. At the same time, he took out the small stainless steel wine pot he bought a few days ago and filled it with the medicinal liquid. This flat wine pot could be carried with him and he could take it out at any time in an emergency. The next morning, Xia Ruofei woke up and went into the spirit map space to harvest the ripe vegetables. After weighing them, he placed about 20 caddies of each type of vegetable in a basket and brought it outside. Xia Ruofei had also sprinkled a lot of space pond water on the vegetables. To a certain extent, it could replace the preservation effect of the spirit map space. After moving the vegetable basket to the small garage on the first floor, Xia Ruofei went to make breakfast for himself. The breakfast was also very simple. It was already made bread and milk. After heating it a little, they finished the meal. At around 8 o'clock, Xia Ruofei heard a honking sound from outside the villa. He stood up and looked outside. He saw a white van parked at the entrance of the courtyard. Xia Ruofei walked out. When he passed by the door, he pressed the remote control to open the courtyard door. When they reached the villa's courtyard, Xia Ruofei realized that Ling Qingshua's flashy orange Porsche 911 was right behind the small truck. He could not help but smile bitterly. This girl had still come personally. The two cars stopped and Ling Qingxue quickly got out of the Porsche 911. The moment she saw Xia Ruofei, she shouted, "Ruofei, this place you found is really good. Facing the sea, flowers blooming in the warm spring. Not bad, you're directly buying a big villa." Xia Ruofei greeted him with a smile and said, "How can I afford it? I rented this." At this moment, a man in his late 20s got down from the front passenger seat of the small truck. When he saw Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei chatting happily, he could not help but look at Xia Ruofei warily. Then, he quickened his pace and walked towards the two. The man was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He wore a pair of glasses and looked decent. He walked in front of the two of them and glanced at Xia Ruofei. Then, he said, "Qingxue, is this our new supplier? Introduce me to them." Ling Qingshue's brows furrowed slightly as she said, "Manager I've reminded you more than once. You can call me Manager Ling or Miss Ling, but please don't call me Qingxue. Our personal relationship is not that close." Manager He's face turned red and white. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei and smiled. "Are you Ruofei? This is He Dong, the manager of our Ling Ji restaurant chain's procurement department. The procurement department is in charge of signing all the supply contracts for our food ingredients procurement." Ling Qingxue had no intention of introducing Xia Ruofei to He Dong. She said indifferently, "Manager please take out the contract." Xia Ruofei saw Ling Qingshue's frosty expression in front of others. Even if he did not have any other thoughts about Ling Qingxue, he still felt a little proud. As the host, he had to be polite, so Xia Ruofei took the initiative to extend his hand to He Dong and said with a faint smile, "Manager nice to meet you. I'm Xia Ruofei." He Dong ignored Xia Ruofei's outstretched hand. His dark eyes swept over Xia Ruofei, not hiding his hostility at all. Then, he said to Ling Qingxue, "In a business like Tone, Manager Ling, the chairman has always emphasized the strict control of ingredients. Before coming here this time, the chairman has also specifically emphasized the issue of food safety, so before signing the contract, I still have a few questions to confirm with Mr. Xia. Please understand." Ling Qingshue's eyes flashed with anger. However, Ling's restaurant was a large-scale chain enterprise that was even looking to go public in the future. It was not something that those small family workshops could compare to. The company had its own rules. Even if she was the chairman's daughter, she still had to follow them. He Dong precisely grasped this point and occupied the moral high ground first. Ling Qingxue snorted and said, "Hurry up. The restaurant is still waiting for these dishes." He Dong revealed a fake smile and said, "It'll be quick. It's just a routine inquiry." Ling Qingxue turned to look at Xia Ruofei. Her eyes were apologetic and uneasy. She was afraid that Xia Ruofei would be angry. Xia Ruofei smiled at her and shook his head to show that he didn't mind. When Hidong saw the two of them making eyes at each other, an unknown fire rose in his heart. His gaze towards Xia Ruofei was filled with coldness. He put on a serious face and asked, "Mr. Xia, although you were recommended by manager Ling's restaurant is a famous chain in Sancheon City. We have very high safety standards for our ingredients. May I ask if you have your own vegetable planting base?" "Not yet, but it will be built soon." Xia Ruofei replied indifferently. "That means there's no one." Hidong said coldly with a dead fish face, then continued to ask, "Then do the vegetables you provided have an inspection and quarantine certificate issued by an authoritative organization?" "No, I didn't." Xia Ruofei shook his head. "These new vegetables are the latest research. You don't have to explain." Hidong interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, "This is clearly a 3-no-none product. It's impossible for Ling Ji to acquire it." "I'm sorry, Manager Ling, but I can't sign this contract. P.S. Sweat, the scheduled update is out of order again. Next time, I'll definitely manually update the gun. Book Friends Group, 300-769830. Also, as usual, please click, recommend, and add to your collection. Thank you for your support. 42. Throw it out. 1. Hidong. What are you trying to do?" Hearing this, Ling Qingshua's anger surged and she rebuked loudly, "I personally confirmed the collaboration with Xia Ruofei. Who are you to deny it?" Hidong revealed an innocent expression as he spread his hands and said, "Manager Ling, I'm doing this for the sake of the public." He was also acting according to the company's regulations. The standards and principles of the procurement department were personally decided by the chairman, and I don't dare to violate them. "Mr. Xia, you don't have a qualified vegetable plantation base. Nor do you have the identification certificate from the relevant organization. I really don't dare to purchase such products." Xia Ruofei could feel Hidong's deep enmity towards him. Although he was not clear about the whole story, he could roughly guess it. It was probably because Hidong had some feelings for Ling Qingxue and thus treated him as a love rival. Under such circumstances, Xia Ruofei decided to just stand by and watch. Ling Qingxue snorted and said, "Hidong, stop talking nonsense. I personally tested and tasted these new vegetables. Would I harm my own company?" Hidong glanced at Xia Ruofei and said in a strange tone, "Manager Ling, you're the little princess of Ling GF&B. Of course, you wouldn't do anything bad to the company on purpose. However, I'm worried that you're still inexperienced and have been deceived by someone. A few thousand yuan a day is indeed nothing to Ling G restaurant, but if these ingredients have safety issues, it won't be as simple as a few thousand yuan. That will be a devastating blow to Ling Ji restaurant's brand image." The more Hidong spoke, the more serious his words became. He made it seem like everything he did was for the company. Ling Qingxue was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stared at Hidong. "Manager He, it seems that you've been doing too well in the company recently, and you're not able to maintain your position. I think you don't want to work in Ling GF&B anymore." Hidong had an aggrieved expression as he said, "In all honesty, I have always been loyal to the company. Even if Miss Ling wants to fire me because of today's incident, I will still stick to my principles. But I believe that Uncle Ling, no, Chairman Ling will understand my difficulties. It Was obvious that this Hidong didn't seem to be afraid and didn't take Ling Qingshue's threat seriously. Ling Qingshue's perky chest heaved up and down in anger, and she glared at Hidong with her almond-shaped eyes, as if they were about to spew fire. This was clearly the prelude to her rage. It was only then that Xia Ruofei used his eyes to stop Ling Qingxue. Then, with a faint smile, he looked at Hidong and asked, "Manager He, I have a question to ask." "You say it." Hidong's eyes flashed with pride as he looked down at Xia Ruofei. "You haven't seen the new vegetable I've been providing since you came in, have you?" Xia Ruofei asked. The corners of Hidong's mouth twitched, and he said arrogantly, "I don't need to look. You don't even have the most basic qualifications, so you're not qualified to be a supplier of our Lingji. F&B. Hidong. Don't be too arrogant." Ling Qingxue chided. Hidong shrugged and said, "Manager Ling, although it's not nice to hear, it's the truth. All of our vegetable ingredients come from the green planting base that the company has a share in. Pure green vegetables have always been a sign of our company's publicity. Mr. Xia's so-called new vegetable, in my opinion, has an unknown origin. As the procurement manager, I have the right to reject this purchase." Before Ling Qingxue could speak, Xia Ruofei waved his hand to stop her. Then, he looked at Hidong and asked, "So you're saying there's no way to talk about this business?" Hidong had a mocking smile on his face as he said, "You think too highly of yourself. If it wasn't for Qingshue's insistence, would I have the time to listen to your nonsense? Do you know how busy I am every day?" After he finished speaking, Hidong looked around with a proud expression and continued, "This house looks like something, but I think I heard you say something just now? You rented it, right?" Then, he looked at the pickup truck that was parked at the side and sneered, "Mr. Xia's car is quite new, could it be that you rented it? But I don't think that's the case, you can probably afford a small pickup." Seeing that Hidong was getting more and more excited, Ling Qingxue finally couldn't hold back her anger. She coldly rebuked, "Hidong, you're too much. Apologize to Ruofei immediately." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "There's no need for an apology, but since the business deal has failed, can I trouble Manager He to help me close the door from the outside?" Hidong didn't react in time and subconsciously asked, "What do you mean by that?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "I mean," when he said this, he suddenly raised his voice several times, and his voice became extremely sharp. "I told you to fucking get as far away as you can." Hidong jumped in shock and subconsciously took a step back. Then, he revealed a resentful expression and pointed at Xia Ruofei with a trembling finger. "You do you know who you're talking to?" Xia Ruofei looked at Hidong with disdain and turned to the small truck driver. "Sir, please drive the car back. I'm really sorry for making you come here in vain." The driver was also an employee of Lingji restaurant. When he heard this, he turned his questioning gaze to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue sighed inwardly. She knew that this matter would definitely not be completed today, so she nodded her head slightly. After getting permission, the driver jumped into the driver's seat and started the car without saying a word. He then drove out of the villa yard. Xia Ruofei strode towards Hidong. Hidong looked at the aggressive Xia Ruofei and was scared. He asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do? Don't come over. Do you dare to touch me?" Xia Ruofei walked to Hidong in a few steps and grabbed his collar with one hand. Like picking up a little chick, He lifted Hidong up with one hand and threw him lightly. Hidong's entire body flew up and landed right on his butt outside the courtyard door. Xia Ruofei clapped his hands and said, "No problem. I don't have much to do today, so I can definitely be a good listener. Come, 1013 come. Come in, come in. You haven't seen my new home yet. Come in and take a look. You're not welcome in my territory. If you don't get lost, your legs will be broken." Hidong groaned as he got up from the ground, and he shouted in exasperation, "Just you wait. Humph. As long as I'm in Ling G, F and B, don't even think about your vegetables coming in. You country bumpkin." Xia Ruofei pretended to chase after him. Hidong was so scared that he peed his pants and ran to the small truck. He pulled open the door and got in. His movements were more agile than a monkey. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'll make it clear today, I'm going to let all of my vegetables enter Ling G, F and B. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay until that day." The small truck quickly drove away from the villa. Ling Qingxue was still in the courtyard with an apologetic look on her face. She walked in front of Xia Ruofei and said in a low voice, "Ruofei, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Student Qingxue, it seems like you still haven't established your prestige as the Ling Ji's young miss. Even a small department manager is disobeying you." Ling Qingxue's expression darkened, and she said in a low voice, "The situation here is a little complicated. Let me slowly explain to you." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just joking, I don't have any intention of blaming you. Besides, you don't have to explain anything to me." Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei with a hint of resentment in her eyes and said, "Then I want to complain to you. Is that okay?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "No problem. I don't have much to do today, so I can definitely be a good listener. Come in, come in. You haven't seen my new home yet. Come in and take a look." When Ling Qingxue heard this, the haze in her heart seemed to dissipate. A bright smile appeared on her face as she said, "All right. I'd like to try your cooking again at noon, is that okay?" Xia Ruofei said readily, "No problem. P.S. Let's promote the book group, 300-769830, there's a cute girl here, come quickly. In addition, as usual, please click, recommend, and add to your collection. Thank you for your support." 43. Qingxue's Troubles. 1. The two of them walked into the villa together. Ling Qingxue seemed to have forgotten about the unhappiness caused by Hidong earlier. She was admiring the villa as she looked around, very envious of Xia Ruofei's living environment. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny and asked, "Can you not be so exaggerated? You're the little princess of Ling GF and B, what villa can't you afford to live in? What's a small holiday villa like this?" Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "What do you know? I'm envious of your freedom. Living alone in a house facing the sea, doing whatever you want, without any restrictions." Ling Qingxue's tone seemed to have dropped a little. Xia Ruofei said, "Tell me, what was going on with this Hidong? I don't think he's as simple as a department manager in your company." Ling Qingxue sighed and walked straight to the sofa in the living room. She sat down and then began to tell Xia Ruofei. It turned out that Hidong's relationship with the Ling family wasn't shallow. Hidong's father, He Xiangjuan, and Ling Qingshua's father, Ling Xiaotian, were comrades in arms. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that He Xiongjuan had once saved Ling Xiaotian's life, and because of that, He Xiongjuan had been permanently disabled. Back then, both of them had served in a military unit in southern Yunnan province. He Xiongjuan was Ling Xiaotian's squad leader. Due to historical reasons, a large number of mines had been left in the border area, and the two of them had belonged to a unit that specialized in mine clearance. That year, during the minesweeper operation at the border, Ling Xiaotian had accidentally touched a mine and He Xiongjuan, who was beside him, had pushed him away. Yet, his own legs had been blown apart. Later on, He Xiongjuan returned home as a disabled soldier, and Ling Xiaotian also left the army after his service was up and returned to his hometown to start a business. Although one of them was in the Southeast Province and the other was in Yubei Province, Ling Xiaotian had always been concerned about He Xiongdong's life. Especially after his business had grown bigger and bigger, he had often sponsored He Xiongjuan's family. As He Xiongjuan's only son, Ling Xiaotian had borne all of He Dong's expenses from elementary school until he graduated from his master's degree. Moreover, after He Dong graduated from Yubei University, Ling Xiaotian had directly absorbed him into Ling GFNB. After training in a basic position for a period of time, Ling Xiaotian had entrusted him with the important task of being the manager of an important department like the procurement department. Ling Xiaotian had always felt that he owed He Xiongjuan, so he had spared no effort in nurturing He Dong. It could be said that he thought highly of He Dong. Ling Qingxue naturally wouldn't say anything about this. She also felt that it was only natural. However, what truly troubled Ling Qingxue was that He Dong had launched a fierce offensive on her since the first time they had met, making Ling Qingxue unable to bear it. But because of He Xiongjuan, Ling Qingxue couldn't show He Dong too much face. Today's situation was also because He Dong's attitude towards Xia Ruofei had completely infuriated Ling Qingxue. Otherwise, she wouldn't have flipped out on the spot. What made Ling Qingxue even more vexed was that she had mentioned to Ling Xiaotian that He Dong had wooed her, and she had also clearly expressed that she had no feelings for He Dong, hoping that Ling Xiaotian would step forward and tactfully persuade He Dong. She didn't expect Ling Xiaotian to persuade her to interact more with He Dong. This instantly gave Ling Qingxue an ominous premonition. She guessed that Ling Xiaotian might have the intention of matchmaking her and He Dong to repay her kindness. Although Ling Xiaotian wouldn't interfere too much in his daughter's love life, his silent approval was like a shot in the arm for He Dong, making him even more motivated. Now that everyone in the company knew about it, Ling Qingxue was naturally very vexed. After hearing Ling Qingxue's words, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel speechless. He wanted to say a few words of comfort but did not know where to start. For a moment, the living room was silent. After a long while, Ling Qingxue forced a smile and said, "Actually, it's nothing. As long as I don't agree, my dad won't force me to do something I don't want to do." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's true. What era are we in now? There's no such thing as arranged marriage or marrying someone to repay a debt of gratitude anymore." Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Ruofei, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I didn't know that He Dong would suddenly make things difficult for you on purpose. And he even said such nasty things." Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and he said, "This has nothing to do with you. However, this Hidong was indeed asking for a beating. After hearing what you said, I feel that Dong's father is indeed a man. He's definitely a competent squad leader in the army, but he's not good at educating children. Ling Qingshua's eyes flashed with worry as she said, "Are you Ruofei? You must not do anything rash. I'll talk to my dad when I get back. Your new vegetables are very important to Ling GF and B. He'll definitely listen to my opinion and sign a supply contract with you." Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. "Qingxue, don't worry about this for now. I have my own way of dealing with it." But Ling Qingxue wanted to say something but stopped. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely reserve the stock. I promised you, not a catty less, it'll just be a few days later." "That's good." Ling Qingxue patted her chest lightly and pretended to be relieved. "I thought you were so angry that you didn't want to work with our Ling Ji restaurant anymore." "Why would I?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I still have to give face to my old classmate." "Should I thank you then?" Ling Qingxue pouted, then snorted and said, "Hidong, that idiot. You thought I gave you that supply contract on purpose, to take care of you. You really have eyes, but can't recognize gold embedded in jade." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this, Killjoy. Speak. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll personally cook later." Ling Qingxue immediately cheered, but before she could say anything, the phone in her bag rang. She took out her phone and looked at Xia Ruofei. "It's my dad." Xia Ruofei smiled and raised his chin, indicating for her to answer the call. Ling Qingxue picked up the phone and said, "Dad." "What?" "Dad, it's not like what Hidong said." Dad, listen to me." "Oh. Okay. I know." Ling Qingshue's voice became lower and lower as she spoke. In the end, she hung up the phone sullenly and said angrily, "Hidong is actually the villain who filed a complaint first. You went to my dad's place to stir up trouble. My dad wants me to go back to the company immediately." Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked, "Then you're prepared to?" Ling Qingxue snorted and said, "I'll go back. I was just about to tell my dad about this. If it wasn't for our relationship, Ling Ji would have missed a great opportunity to get out of this predicament. If it's really like that, then Hidong can hardly absolve himself of the blame." If it could be said that Ling Qingxue had only been a little annoyed with Hidong in the past, then she now thoroughly loathed him. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You can go back and talk to your father, but don't get into a conflict with him because of this. Believe me, I can handle this." "All right. I understand," Ling Qingxue said obediently. She then added, "Then you must remember that you owe me a meal. And it's the kind that requires you to personally cook." Xia Ruofei laughed. I remember. I'll make it. Up to you the next time you come." Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "I'll go back first then." Xia Ruofei nodded. Only then did Ling Qingxue pick up her handbag and walk out of the villa. Xia Ruofei sent her out and watched her get into the Porsche 911. He smiled and waved at her, then watched the sports car drive away. As he turned around and walked back to the villa, the image of Ling Qingshue's beautiful smile kept flashing in Xia Ruofei's mind. He couldn't help but shake his head and think, "Don't tell me that I'm really having some thoughts about this girl." In fact, after Xia Ruofei recovered from his terminal illness, his mentality had quietly changed. Ling Qingxue was also a first-class beauty. It was obvious that she had feelings for Xia Ruofei. She was even more proactive in their relationship. Xia Ruofei was not a saint. He had unconsciously developed some feelings for her, but he did not notice it. Xia Ruofei got rid of these distracting thoughts and started to think about what had happened today. He Dong's words and actions today had already angered Xia Ruofei. In the military, he was known for his unwillingness to admit defeat. If he didn't fight back after he Dong deliberately made things difficult and humiliated him today, then he wouldn't be the blood wolf that made his enemies tremble in fear. Xia Ruofei's most powerful counterattack weapon was naturally the new super-quality vegetables. He already had a rough idea, and now that he had sat down and thought for a long time, the plan in his heart gradually took shape. Xia Ruofei's lips curled into a cold smile as he muttered to himself, "He Dong, I'll definitely give you an unforgettable lesson this time." 44. Attending the banquet. 1. Xia Ruofei got up and went to the villa's garage. He put all the new vegetables he had prepared in the morning into the spirit map space and watered the succulents in the space pool. After leaving the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei saw that it was still early, so he drove back to San Shan City and went straight to the seed company. He bought some new vegetable seeds, which were still the same as before. At the same time, he also bought some pumpkin, radish, and Chinese yam seeds. Although Xia Ruofei's cooperation with Ling's restaurant had been temporarily thwarted because of He Dong's interference, the plan to expand the planting still had to be implemented. Xia Ruofei even planned to explore ways to plant vegetables in the outside world without greatly reducing the quality. Therefore, he bought more seeds this time to avoid running to the seed company again and again. After all, the spirit map space had an amazing preservation function. Then, Xia Ruofei found a chain supermarket and bought some pork, beef, ribs, and other ingredients. He was ready to bring them back to the holiday villa to eat super vegetables. Although it was good, Xia Ruofei could not stand not having meat every day, especially after absorbing the flower petals. His body's absorption ability seemed to have improved a lot. His appetite was much larger than before. Xia Ruofei knew that it was best to eat beef and mutton every day as it would help with muscle growth. After buying the things, Xia Ruofei drove back. When the car was about to reach the holiday villa, he received a call from Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian had told him that Professor Tian had been discharged from the hospital, and Tian Huilan wanted to treat him to dinner tonight. Since they had already agreed to it, Xia Ruofei did not reject and agreed immediately. However, when Wu Liqian offered to send a car to pick him up, he politely declined. He said that it was not so troublesome and that he could go directly by himself. Xia Ruofei was Tian Huilan's distinguished guest. Since he insisted on not having a car pick him up, Wu Liqian could only let him be. After a few polite words, she told him that she would send him the location of the meal later. After the call, Xia Ruofei placed his phone on the dashboard and continued to drive. Not long after, his phone beeped with a text message notification, but Xia Ruofei did not look at it and continued to drive seriously. Back at the holiday villa, Xia Ruofei put all the beef, mutton, and seeds into the spirit map space. With this magical space, the refrigerator in the house was basically just a decoration. At most, it could be used as a cover when there were guests. After keeping his things, Xia Ruofei turned on his phone. The text message was from Wu Liqian. The dinner location was at a rather famous private club in Sanshan City, called West River Moon. Xia Ruofei took a look at the message and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a brilliant idea. At around 5 p.m., Xia Ruofei left the villa in his pickup. There was a small vegetable basket in the front passenger seat of his car. There was a large amount of spinach, a few tomatoes, and a few eggplants in it. These were the new vegetables that Xia Ruofei had picked out from the spirit map space in the afternoon. He brought these vegetables to the banquet and naturally had a complete plan in his heart. The West River Moon Club was located in the 5A scenic area in the city center, Sanfeng Street. It was an ancient building complex, and several ancient alleys ran through it. Cars were not allowed in the entire area. Hence, Xia Ruofei found a parking lot outside the area and parked the pickup. Then, he carried his basket and walked into the area. The club was located in the yellow lane in the center of the scenic area. It was transformed from an old house that occupied a large area. The overall style was antique and full of oriental charm. The appointed time was 6 o'clock. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the West River Moon Club at around 5:50, he found Wu Liqian already waiting at the door. "Sis Wu." Xia Ruofei walked up quickly with a smile on his face. "Little Xia is here." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Please come in. Mayor Tian and Professor Tian have already arrived." "How can I let the mayor wait for me?" "I'm so sorry," Xia Ruofei said. "It's nothing. You're the guest today," Wu Liqian said with a smile as she led the way. West River Moon Club maintained the style of an ancient building. Everything had the original antique flavor. The lattice windows, cloisters, and exquisitely carved cornices made people feel as if they had gone through time. Soon, the two of them arrived at the door of an elegant private room. Just as Wu Liqian was about to knock on the door, Xia Ruofei stopped her and said, "Sis Wu, I brought some new vegetables that my friend cultivated. Can I trouble you to ask the kitchen to use these ingredients to cook a few dishes? I would like Professor Tian and Mayor Tian to try it together." Wu Liqian was stunned for a moment, but she immediately smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." Then, she said to the waiter at the door, "Please invite your President Xing over." "All right." The waiter quickly said a few words through the walkie-talkie, and a few minutes later, a fat man in a suit rushed over with a humble smile on his face. He greeted them from afar. "Director Wu, do you have any orders?" Wu Liqian told President Xing about Xia Ruofei's request, and President Xing agreed to ask the customers to bring the ingredients for processing. It was a common thing, but usually, the other customers would bring rare and precious ingredients, while Xia Ruofei only took some vegetables. Xia Ruofei passed the basket to President Xing and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you, President Xing." President Xing quickly said that he didn't deserve it. Then, he greeted them and personally brought the vegetable basket to the kitchen. Wu Liqian walked to the door of the private room and knocked on it gently. Then, she pushed the door open and gestured for Xia Ruofei to enter. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Wu Liqian. Then, he walked in and Wu Liqian followed him into the private room. The private room was not too big and the decorations looked very ordinary. However, there was a hint of low-key luxury in the ordinary. Even Xia Ruofei, who did not know much about these things, could tell that the unassuming furniture and decorations in the private room were expensive. Tian Huilan was accompanying her father as they made tea. When they saw Xia Ruofei enter, Professor Tian immediately stood up personally. Naturally, Tian Huilan also stood up. Young man, I've finally found you. Professor Tian laughed and said, if I didn't have a daughter who was a mayor, I might never have found you again. Xia Ruofei hurried to the two of them and said, Professor Tian, I really didn't do much that day. You don't have to be so polite. Tian Huilan smiled and said, Little Xia, my father taught me since I was young that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring, let alone a life-saving grace. Yup. Now, when many people see an old man fall to the ground, they avoid him like the plague. Professor Tian sighed, under such circumstances, little Xia stepped forward bravely and even displayed her miraculous hands of rejuvenation. I owe her a great debt of gratitude. I don't dare. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Professor Tian, you're being too serious. Ha ha ha. Professor Tian laughed heartily and said, Little Xia, there aren't many young people like you these days. You have to accompany me for a drink or two today. Then, Professor Tian furrowed his brows and turned to Tian Huilan. By the way, why hasn't you arrived yet? Tian Huilan quickly said, she just texted me that she was delayed by something at school. She's already on her way and should be here soon. Professor Tian showed an unhappy expression and said, I already told her to get there before 6, but it's already 6:05. Why doesn't this child have any sense of time? At this moment, a young girl's voice came from the door, Grandpa, you're talking bad about me again. 45 Luyu, 1, Xia Ruofei looked up and saw a young and beautiful girl at the door of the room. She was wearing a pair of tight-fitting blue jeans and a loose, long Korean knitted shirt. She had a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet, a large silver bracelet on her tender arm, and a linen slanted bag on her back. She was full of youth. Although the young lady was only in her 20s, her body was already very mature. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin was very white, and her facial features were quite exquisite. She looked like a porcelain doll. At this time, the girl's delicate face had a hint of coquettishness. Her cherry-like lips were slightly pouted, and her big watery eyes looked at Professor Tian with grievance. Professor Tian said with a straight face, Yu, didn't your mother tell you that tonight's banquet is very important? You're late. And you're still in the right? Yu lowered her head slightly and glanced at Professor Tian. She muttered, isn't it just 5 minutes late? You just love to go overboard. Although her voice was soft, Professor Tian heard it. He glared at Yu and was about to reprimand her when Xia Ruofei saw this and quickly said, It's fine. It's fine. Professor Tian, isn't it just a simple meal? Besides, the timing is just right. Professor Tian's face brightened up a little and said, Since Xiao Xia interceded for you, let's forget about this. Don't be so undisciplined next time, understand? Yu stuck out her tongue and said, Oh, I know. When Professor Tian had criticized Tian Huilan had remained silent. Although she was the mayor, she was still a dutiful daughter. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the situation. Fortunately, Xia was there. Otherwise, her stubborn father would have reprimanded Yu. Tian Huilan said, Little Xia, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Lu Yu, a student of the Three Mountains University. Yu, this is Xia Ruofei, Grandpa's savior. Xia Ruofei took the initiative to smile and greet Lu Yu. Lu Yu sized Xia Ruofei up curiously, and Wu Liqian began to get busy asking the waiter to inform them to serve the dishes, prepare drinks, 1619 wine, and other things. Then nodded at Xia Ruofei indifferently. Seeing this, Professor Tian's expression turned ugly. Tian Huilan quickly said, "Little Xia, everyone's here. Why don't we take our seats?" "All right," Xia Ruofei said. Professor Tian held back his anger and personally led Xia Ruofei to the round table. The group arrived at the round table. Professor Tian and Tian Huilan pulled Xia Ruofei to the main seat. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not really sit down. After several rejections, Professor Tian took the main seat. Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan sat on the left and right sides of Professor Tian. Lu Yu naturally sat beside her mother. Wu Liqian began to get busy asking the waiter to inform them to serve the dishes, prepare drinks, wine, and other things. "Little Wu, sit down and eat together. These things can be done by the waiters," Tian Huilan said. "Yes, thank you, Mayor." Wu Liqian's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. This was a very private banquet, and it was basically a family dinner. The fact that Tian Huilan allowed Wu Liqian to sit at the table showed that she treated her as a trusted subordinate. Wu Liqian sat beside Xia Ruofei. She understood that her main task tonight was to serve Xia Ruofei well. Since the mayor was treating them to a meal, the West River Moon Club naturally made full preparations. Therefore, the dishes were served after they sat down for a while. After the wine was poured, Professor Tian raised his glass and said to Xia Ruofei, "Little Xia, I'll toast you the first glass of wine alone. If it wasn't for you, my old bones would have died there that day." Xia Ruofei smiled and clinked glasses with Professor Tian. The two of them raised their heads and drank the wine. Professor Tian laughed and said, "I heard from Huilan that you're a retired soldier. Drinking is indeed refreshing. When an elder toasts, I can't not be happy." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, he liked the old man's personality. Although he was a university professor, he didn't put on airs. He was down to earth and had a straightforward personality. Xia Ruofei, who was born in the military, liked to deal with people like this. "By the way, Professor Tian, how's your recovery going?" Xia Ruofei asked again. "I'm all well," Professor Tian said happily. The test results showed that he was very healthy. Some of the indicators were even better than before. "Little Xia, what you gave me that day must have been a miraculous elixir. In any case, the treatment in the People's Hospital would definitely not be so effective." "I understand them." Hearing this, Tian Huilan couldn't help but reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This old man really dared to say anything. Lu Yu also had a look of disapproval on her face. To be honest, Lu Yu's first impression of her grandfather's savior wasn't very good. The reason was ridiculous. She originally had an event to attend at school today, so she didn't want to come to this meal at all. However, Professor Tian insisted that she had to be there. He said that this was the only way that it could be considered a family banquet and a sign of sincerity. After she had arranged everything, she rushed to the club, but she was criticized by Professor Tian for being only 5 minutes late. In Lu Yu's opinion, all of this was because of Xia Ruofei. Moreover, Lu Yu's father had sacrificed himself for work when she was very young. Her mother had always been very busy with work and often could not take care of her. She lacked love and was naturally a little rebellious. In addition, Tian Huilan was now in a high position, so Lu Yu's personality had become a little arrogant. In her opinion, those who were close to her family most likely had ulterior motives, even if Xia Ruofei did not know who Professor Tian was when he saved him. Xia Ruofei did not know what Lu Yu was thinking. After hearing Professor Tian's words, he only smiled and said, "It's not really a panacea. It's just some Chinese medicine. I made according to the ancient formula, and it just so happens that this liquid has a certain effect on myocardial infarction." Professor Tian sighed. China's traditional Chinese medicine is so profound. The funny thing is that some people look down on traditional Chinese medicine and even call them witch doctors. They're really frogs in a well. Fang Yang smiled and nodded, agreeing with Professor Tian. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Professor Tian, I also made some of the same liquid as last time. You can take it back and take a small amount of it regularly. Not only can it further improve heart and lung function, but it is also very useful for the health care of the elderly." Xia Ruofei took out a small, flat, stainless steel wine pot and handed it to Professor Tian. Xia Ruofei had originally prepared this for himself in case of an emergency. Today, he had hit it off with Professor Tian, so he simply gave it to him. He would just prepare another set for himself when the time came. "Oh, really? Then it would be impolite of me to refuse," Professor Tian said happily. Then, he took the small wine pot as if it was a treasure and carefully put it in his pocket. Tian Huilan also said, "Thank you, Xia." She didn't believe Xia Ruofei's medicine completely and even disapproved of it a little. In her opinion, the hospital was the main reason why her father could fully recover and even get better than before. Xia Ruofei's medicine had only controlled his condition during the first aid. However, Xia Ruofei had good intentions. And he was her father's savior, so Tian Huilan still expressed her gratitude very politely. Lu Yu watched coldly from the side and muttered in her heart, "This is it." Humph. Ingratiating himself for no reason. The young lady had a preconceived idea and was not pleased with Xia Ruofei. She simply didn't say anything and only focused on eating. However, Xia Ruofei did not notice the change in Lu Yu's mood and continued to chat happily with Professor Tian. The two of them seemed to have become friends, despite their age. And Tian Huilan could only occasionally interject with a sentence or two. As for Wu Liqian, she spent most of her time serving Xia Ruofei and pouring him wine. After eating for a while, someone knocked on the door. President Xing of the club personally came in with a plate of stir-fried water spinach. Other than Xia Ruofei, everyone in the room looked at the water spinach in President Xing's hand. The most ordinary stir-fried water spinach was emitting an alluring fragrance. Moreover, it looked really good. Every leaf was pure emerald green with a little crystal luster. It looked like a piece of jade art against the white plate. Even Tian Huilan couldn't help but take a few more glances, then smiled and asked, "President Xing, I don't think we ordered water spinach. Could it be that this is a new dish in your restaurant and you want us to try it?" President Xing quickly said, "Mayor Tian, you've misunderstood. These are the ingredients brought by Mr. Xia. We were only responsible for processing them. There will be a few more dishes coming soon, and they will all be using the ingredients provided by Mr. Xia." "Oh? Xiao Xia, why did you bring your own food?" Tian Huilan couldn't help but find it funny as she turned to ask Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and explained, "Professor Tian, Mayor Tian, these are the new vegetables cultivated by a friend of mine. Not only are they pure green and pollution-free, but they also taste much better than the vegetables sold in the market. I brought them here today for everyone to try. The vegetables Mr. Xia brought are all of very high quality, President Xing said from the side. The executive head chef of this small restaurant is full of praise for these vegetables. He said that they are the best vegetables he has seen in his decades of work. Oh, really? Then we'll have to have a good taste. Professor Tian was also very interested. President Xing quickly put down the plate and hurried to the other dishes. Come, everyone, have a taste. The water spinach looks delicious, Professor Tian said as he picked up his chopsticks. After he finished speaking, he took the initiative to pick up some food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Tian Huilan and Wu Liqian also picked up some out of curiosity. Only Lu Yu did not touch her chopsticks. It tastes really good. Professor Tian chewed and said with a look of enjoyment, I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've eaten such delicious water spinach. This taste. It's simply indescribable. It's too delicious. Grandpa, are you serious? No matter how delicious it is, it's just water spinach. It's as good as you said. Just now, Lu Yu had also been attracted by the extremely good-looking water spinach and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, after hearing Professor Tian's exaggerated comment, she couldn't help but say, Grandpa, are you serious? No matter how delicious it is, it's just water spinach. It's as good as you said. Before Lu Yu could finish her sentence, Tian Huilan had already praised, Little Xia, this new vegetable dish is really extraordinary. The taste is too good. Wu Liqian nodded in agreement as she ate. It was obvious that this simple water spinach had won everyone's approval. Of course, Lu Yu, who was a little peeved, was not counted. Professor Tian looked at Lu Yu and said, Yu, why don't you try it? Oh right, what did you just say? This old man was so focused on eating that he didn't hear what Lu Yu had just said. However, Xia Ruofei did hear it. He could not help but look at the little girl in amusement. Lu Yu also felt Xia Ruofei's gaze and immediately glared at him secretly. Her small mouth pouted slightly, and her angry look made Xia Ruofei both amused and confused. This little girl seemed to be hostile towards him. Yu, have a taste. Tian Huilan also said, don't you usually like to eat vegetables? The taste of this water spinach will definitely not disappoint you. Seeing that her grandfather and mother were so impressed by this water spinach, Lu Yu's curiosity finally prevailed. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up some, mumbling as she put it into her mouth, I don't believe it. Is it really as good as you say? However, when the water spinach was in her mouth, Lu Yu's expression suddenly froze. Then, her expression became colorful. She chewed in big mouthfuls. Although she didn't say anything, the expression of enjoyment on her face explained everything. Professor Tian laughed and asked, Yu, how's the taste? Lu Yu's face turned slightly red. And she said stubbornly, it's just like that. It's all right. However, even though she said that, she did not slow down. Before she could swallow the food in her mouth, she immediately reached out with her chopsticks again, as if she was afraid that others would snatch it all away. Seeing this, Professor Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tian Huilan also had a funny and helpless expression. Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. They could only hold it in. Soon, the remaining dishes were served. There were braised eggplant, tomato scrambled egg, cold cucumber salad, and stir-fried mustard. They were all very ordinary dishes, but the chef of The club was very good at cooking. In addition, the ingredients that Xia Ruofei had provided were definitely the best. So the dishes looked, smelled, and tasted great. Even Xia Ruofei himself couldn't help but eat a lot. He had to admit that there were experts in every field. Using the same ingredients, the food made by the club's chef was indeed much better than the food he made at home. Professor Tian and the others were eating to their heart's content. Even Tian Huilan kept picking up food, clearly conquered by the deliciousness of these dishes. Lu Yu ate very quickly, not caring about her image. Almost half of these dishes had entered her stomach. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but worry that her stomach would be upset if she ate like this. After the meal, Professor Tian couldn't help but joke, "Little Xia, we wanted to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude, but we didn't expect to benefit from you. Your new vegetables are really delicious." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Professor Tian, if you like it, I can send some to your house from time to time." Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Professor Tian was very tempted, but he still asked with a hint of hesitation. "It's nothing. I grew them myself. Anyway, so they're not worth much." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Besides, I have a car. It's very convenient." "Then I won't be polite." "Thank you, Xia," Professor Tian said with a smile. His impression of Xia Ruofei had improved. Lu Yu watched from the side and immediately criticized in her heart, this guy was definitely trying to build a relationship. She was deliberately trying to get close to Grandpa by eating and giving him food. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know what Lu Yu was thinking. Otherwise, he would have said in anger, this girl was an ungrateful wretch who would turn her back on him after eating him. She was the one who had the most fun eating just now. Meanwhile, Tian Huilan looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully and asked, "Little Xia, if you put this new vegetable on the market, it should be very popular. Do you have any plans in this area?" Lu Yu immediately stared at Xia Ruofei, thinking that this guy was about to reveal his fox tail. He would definitely take advantage of this situation and ask for his mother's help. What she did not expect was that Xia Ruofei would only smile and say, "We don't have any plans to promote it on a large scale for the time being. The main reason is that this new vegetable is still in the research and development stage. We still have some problems to solve, such as the problem of large-scale planting. If we can't solve this problem, the output will not increase, and it will be meaningless to push it to the market." Tian Huilan smiled and nodded, saying, Steady and steady was the correct way of thinking. If you have any difficulties in the future or need to coordinate with the government, you can come to me. All right. Then I'll thank Mayor Tian first. Xia Ruofei replied with a smile. However, even Lu Yu could tell that Xia Ruofei was answering out of courtesy and did not really want to ask Tian Huilan for help. Lu Yu couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. This seemed to be a little different from the script she had imagined. Tian Huilan then asked about Lin Xiao's school situation. Xia Ruofei told her that the school was very good and that Wu Liqian had helped to find a house nearby. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to her. After everyone chatted for a while, the family dinner came to an end. The clubhouse had an agreement with the 3 workshops and 7 lanes to open a special passage for some important guests' cars to pick them up directly at the clubhouse entrance. When everyone came out, Tian Huilan's driver had already parked her Audi at the entrance and was waiting. Standing at the entrance of the club, Tian Huilan asked with a smile. Xia, shall I get the driver to send you? It's fine, Mayor Tian, I drove here myself, Xia Ruofei said. I'll just find a designated driver at the club later. That night, everyone had a few drinks, so Xia Ruofei could not drive. That's good. If you have time, come home and be a guest. Tian Huilan extended an invitation to Xia Ruofei, then turned to Wu Liqian and said, Xiao Wu, you stay behind and help make the arrangements. All right, Mayor Tian. Wu Liqian said. No need, Xia Ruofei quickly said, it's getting late. I'm worried about Sis Wu going home alone. The club has a designated driving service, I'll just look for one. Xia Ruofei still had something to do later. Naturally, he didn't want Wu Liqian to stay. Tian Huilan muttered to herself before nodding, all right, we'll be leaving then. Professor Tian also smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Little Xia, remember to come up. I'm still thinking about your new vegetable dish. Ha ha ha. I remember. Professor Tian, don't worry. Xia Ruofei laughed. Lu, you didn't say anything, Gatha sighed. In fact, she had been rather quiet the entire night. However, Xia Ruofei wasn't familiar with her. He only smiled and nodded at her. Lu, you didn't respond to Xia Ruofei and got into the car directly. This child. Tian Huilan glared at Lu Yu reproachfully, then said to Xia Ruofei, Little Xia, please don't mind her. We've spoiled Yu, so she's a little arrogant. I'm fine. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mayor Tian, take care. All right, goodbye. Professor Tian's family and Wu Liqian got into the car. Xia Ruofei waved goodbye to them and watched the car leave the clubhouse. Then, he turned around and walked back. President Xing, come out. Mayor Tian and the others have left. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He had long noticed President Xing hiding in the shadows of the lights. This was within Xia Ruofei's expectations. Sure enough, the chubby President Xing walked out with a smile on his face and said, Mr. Xia, thank God you didn't leave. Otherwise, I really don't know where to go to find you. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, President Xing, is there anything I can help you with? With a warm smile on his face, President Xing said, I do have something to discuss with Mr. Xia. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Let's talk inside. Xia Ruofei said indifferently and walked into the club. President Xing quickly followed him. Xia Ruofei had a confident smile on his face because everything was going according to plan. In a small building deep in the West River Moon Club, President Xing was serving Xia Ruofei a cup of tea that he had personally brewed. He then said, Mr. Xia, this is my precious Jin Junmei. Would you like to try it? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Xing, let's get straight to the point. You're probably looking for me for those vegetables, right? President Xing chuckled and said, Mr. Xiao's eyes are like torches. I'd like to know. How's the output of the vegetables you brought tonight? Is there any possibility of us working together? Xia Ruofei said. With certainty, this is a new vegetable that we've been cultivating. It hasn't entered the stage of large-scale planting yet. But if President Xing wants to cooperate, it's not impossible. Oh? President Xing asked with great interest, I'd like to hear more. Xia Ruofei said with confidence, although we haven't achieved mass production yet, it's not a problem to carry 10 to 20 caddies a day. And obviously, President Xing's club doesn't win by quantity. Your real customers are a very small number of high-end people. From this perspective, 10 to 20 caddies a day should be enough. President Xing couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei again. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to have such sharp eyes. He could see the key to the problem with one look. In fact, he was so polite to Xia Ruofei mostly because of his relationship with Tian Huilan's family. Moreover, the new vegetables that day were indeed very eye-catching, so he had invited Xia Ruofei to further discuss it. Now, he valued Xia Ruofei more. Mr. Xia's eyes are as sharp as a torch. President Xing laughed and said, "So, Mr. Xia is willing to supply this new vegetable to our store?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Since I'm staying here, of course I'm willing to cooperate." Then, he changed the topic and continued, "However, there are also conditions for cooperation. I'll get straight to the point. President Xing, you can decide whether to cooperate or not after you hear it. Please speak." President Xing quickly said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said with confidence, "I can supply 4 types of vegetables a day, 20 caddies of new vegetables per type. The price is negotiable. My condition is that President Xing's West River Moon Club must use the vegetables I provide as your signature dish and do a large promotion in the shortest time possible so that all the upper-class people in Sanshan City know about my vegetables. I think it shouldn't be difficult for your restaurant to do this with its influence." The West River Moon Party was definitely a top-tier club in Sanshan City. All the people who went in and out were high-end consumers, especially the area where Tian Huilan had invited Xia Ruofei to. It was a completely membership system. Without a membership card, one could not enter even if they were rich. If the club strongly recommended Xia Ruofei's new dish, it would naturally expand its influence in a very short time. President Xing thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, are you trying to use this opportunity to promote your own brand?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This should be a win-win situation, right? My new vegetable is definitely qualified to be your restaurant's first signature dish." President Xing, you don't deny this, right? President Xing nodded and smiled. That's natural. I can agree to Mr. Xia's condition. Once we start working together, we'll first hold a new product promotion event and invite the club's distinguished guests to taste it for free. After the official launch, I'm prepared to leave a small portion of the ingredients for customers to make reservations, and the rest will be limited in supply in the form of an auction. Does Mr. Xia think this arrangement is okay? This plan is very good. It's no wonder President Zhang's club is so successful, especially since you can think of it in such a short time. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. President Xing laughed and said, "Mr. Xia, you flatter me. Then, I have a presumptuous request." "Please go ahead, President Xing." "Well, can you exclusively supply us with your new vegetables?" President Xing asked. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "President Xing, can your club digest so many vegetables? Our next step is to expand the scale of planting." The club was meant for a small crowd and wanted to be high-end and grand. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. Even if they bought a few hundred caddies of vegetables from Xia Ruofei every day, it would be meaningless. President Xing smiled and said, "We have chain stores in the Southeast Province, and in addition to high-end dining services, we also provide high-quality food sales services to our members. So, if Mr. Xia is willing to cooperate with us in depth, the market prospects are very broad." "I see. Xia Ruofei smiled. But I'm afraid I can't do an exclusive supply because I've already promised another company before coming here. President Xing was slightly disappointed, but Xia Ruofei immediately changed the topic and continued, however, my other partner is in the mass food and beverage industry, which doesn't have much conflict with President Xing's main business, so it shouldn't form a competitive relationship. If President Xing is willing to cooperate, I can promise you first that in addition to the vegetable supply to this business partner, I can give you the agency rights of the Southeast Province. President Xing was overjoyed when he heard this. This was simply a ray of hope. He quickly said, that's great. But I need a promise from you, President Xing. Xia Ruofei said after some thought. Oh? Mr. Xia, please speak. President Xing, you can sell these new vegetables according to your channels or use them in your own club. Xia Ruofei said, but President Xing, you have to promise me that you can't sell these vegetables to the Minghao restaurant chain or its associated companies. Minghao restaurant was opened by the family of the chubby Lu Wen who had mocked Xia Ruofei with Lu Minghao at the Immortal Meat stall last time. They were also the main competitors of Ling Qingshua's Ling Ji restaurant. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not allow his family's vegetables to enter Minghao restaurant. President Xing was stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded and said, no problem. We can write it down in the terms of the contract. Xia Ruofei was relieved. He nodded and said, then there's no problem. President Xing, I hope we can work well together. Ha ha ha. Happy cooperation. President Xing said as he shook hands with Xia Ruofei. Then, President Xing asked tentatively, Mr. Xia, I don't think your new vegetable has a registered brand yet, right? Not yet. Xia Ruofei said. Then I suggest that we register our brand before we start the promotion. President Xing immediately said, first of all, this will easily create a brand effect. Also, it will prevent illegal businesses from copying us in the future. Xia Ruofei agreed. What President Xing said makes a lot of sense. But I really don't know much about this, and I'm too busy right now, so I'm afraid I can't find the time. President Xing smiled and said, you don't have to do this personally. I still have some face in Sanshan City. Of course, I can't compare to Mr. Xia. But I can still handle the matter of the registered trademark. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he smiled and said, I'll have to trouble President Xing then. It's nothing. You're welcome, Mr. Xia, we're business partners. President Xing laughed heartily and then asked, I wonder if Mr. Xia has a brand name that you're interested in? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, let's call it Paradise Organic Vegetables. Xia Ruofei's online roti shop was also called Taoyuan Roti. He might as well name his new vegetables with this name, so that it would be easier to form a brand matrix in the future. President Xing chuckled and said, that's a good name. Mr. Xia's new vegetable is as good as if it's from a paradise, and the name sounds like leisurely seeing the southern mountain, so I can't help but be fascinated. Xia Ruofei didn't expect this chubby businessman, President Xing, to be so cultured. He couldn't help smiling and nodding in agreement. President Xing then asked, Mr. Xia, do you have any specific ideas on the trademark style? I haven't considered that. Xia Ruofei said, why don't I trouble President Xing to find a designer to design one for me? It's fine as long as it can reflect the feeling of a paradise. No problem. President Xing agreed readily. He thought for a while and asked, by the way, Mr. Xia, do you have your own registered company? If you do, this paradise trademark can be directly put under your company's name. I don't have that. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. I just retired from the army and I'm still in the early stages of my business. President Xing looked surprised, and his tone became more enthusiastic. He said, "So Mr. Xia is a retired soldier. No wonder, I always felt that you had the air of a soldier. I, old Jing, admire soldiers the most. It's a pity that my body wasn't strong enough when I was young, so I couldn't fulfill my dream of being a soldier." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I was just an ordinary soldier in the army. I was a retired corporal." That's still amazing. President Xing said, "Mr. Xia, I think it is necessary to register a company. How about this? Leave this to me. What do you want to name your new company? Why don't we call it Paradise Corporation? I think this name is pretty good." Xia Ruofei said, "President Xing, the name of the company is fine, but I heard that a new company needs to be registered with capital. I don't have much money now." President Xing laughed and said, "Mr. Xia, that's all in the past. After the new company law is implemented, you can register a company with just 1 yuan, and the registered capital is now under a pledge system. For example, if you want to register a company of 1 million yuan, you can directly write that the registered capital is 1 million yuan, and the time of investment is 30 years later. This way, after the business license is issued, your registered capital will be 1 million yuan, and you can invest 30 years later." Xia Ruofei was very surprised and said, "This actually works?" "That's right. Why else would there be so many shell companies?" President Xing laughed and said, "Even if the old company law implemented a handover system, there are still many people who take advantage of loopholes and set up companies without money." Then, President Xing changed the topic and said, "But since Mr. Xia wants to set up a company, you don't have to put the time of investment in a few decades. In that case, future partners will really misunderstand that you're a shell company. I'll help you pay for the registration capital and transfer it out later. All you need to do is provide your identification documents and other relevant information. By the way, how about 5 million yuan in registered capital?" President Xing saw that Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan's family had such a good personal relationship, so he wasn't worried about the security of the funds. Moreover, if everything was left to him to operate, the security of the funds would definitely be guaranteed. So, it was better to sell Xia Ruofei, and their cooperation would be more pleasant in the future. President Xing was very optimistic about the future of Xia Ruofei's Paradise brand organic vegetables. "This won't it be too much trouble for you?" Xia Ruofei asked hesitantly. "It's no trouble, no trouble." President Xing smiled and said, "I'm familiar with the process. If you have acquaintances in some functional departments, it's very easy to handle." "Thank you, President Xing." Xia Ruofei didn't argue and nodded. If Xia Ruofei had to do these things by himself, it would be very troublesome. If President Xing was willing to help, Xia Ruofei would be able to save a lot of trouble. "You're welcome, haha. If you don't have a company, we can't sign the cooperation agreement." President Xing said candidly, "I'm just helping myself." The two of them then finalized some details of the cooperation and had a very good chat. In the end, President Xing proposed to treat Xia Ruofei to supper. He even said that he would not leave after supper and that he would find the best girl in the club to keep him company. Xia Ruofei was so scared that he waved his hands and refused. When Xia Ruofei was about to leave, President Xing thought that he had drunk a lot of wine during dinner, so he arranged for a car to send him back. He also found a driver to drive Xia Ruofei's pickup. As both parties had agreed to start supplying the vegetables the next day, the club was responsible for picking up the goods at their doorstep. Today, they would take it as showing the driver the way to the holiday villa that Xia Ruofei had rented. It was not easy to find, so Xia Ruofei did not reject President Xing's kind intentions. After expressing his gratitude, he got into the car and left, bringing the driver to the nearby parking lot to pick up his pickup truck. The next morning, not long after Xia Ruofei took out the vegetables from the spirit map space for the West River Moon Club, the car sent by the club arrived at the holiday villa. A manager sent by President Xing came with the car. President Xing had arranged for him to help Xia Ruofei with the company's registration and trademark registering. The manager made a list of all the information he needed from Xia Ruofei, such as his identification card and bank account. Xia Ruofei prepared everything on the spot. In addition, the manager took out a letter of authorization for Xia Ruofei to sign. With this letter of authorization, they could do all the trivial matters of registration on their behalf. After dealing with these things quickly, the manager directed the driver and a worker to move the new vegetables out of the villa's garage. There was a small scale on the small truck, and they skillfully weighed the vegetables and loaded them on the truck. Xia Ruofei had taken out the vegetables according to their weight in the spirit map space. There were 4 types of vegetables in total, and each of them weighed about 20 caddies. During the discussion last night, Xia Ruofei had given the West River Moon Club a price of 80 yuan per 500 grams for each vegetable. This price was almost double the price he had given Ling Qingxue. There was a difference between family and friends. Moreover, the club was a high-end business, so they didn't care about the price of the vegetables at all. When they sold them to customers, their profit would definitely be several times higher. As the agreement had not been officially signed yet, President Xing asked the manager to bring cash over directly. The 4 types of vegetables weighed more than 80 caddies in total, and they were sold for about 6,500 yuan. This was the first time that Xia Ruofei had reaped any benefits since he started planting vegetables on a whim. 6,500 yuan didn't seem like a lot. But it was only a day's income. That would be close to 200,000 yuan a month. And this was just the beginning. In the future, when the supply increased, there would be more money. Most importantly, other than the almost negligible amount of money spent on the seeds, Xia Ruofei did not have to pay any other costs. It could be said that he would make a huge profit without any capital. Xia Ruofei put the money into his pocket and watched the small truck carrying the food leave. It was time to expand the vegetable planting area. Moreover, he had to start looking for a way to grow high-quality vegetables in the outside world as soon as possible. Otherwise, due to the limited space, it would always be a small project. Xia Ruofei returned to the villa and went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. He locked the door and closed the curtains. Then, he took out the spirit map space and entered it. Xia Ruofei looked at the one mu space in front of him and started planning with the spiritual pond. As one of the corners, a space of about 100 square meters was set aside for the mother plant, seedlings, and some of Xia Ruofei's own miscellaneous items and farm tools. The tri-colored flower was also in this area. There were still more than 500 square meters of space left. At the moment, the vegetable plot had used up about 200 square meters. Xia Ruofei planned to use the remaining space to temporarily open up a vegetable plot. This way, it would not be a problem to supply both West River Moon Club and Lingji restaurant at the same time. Although the collaboration with Lingji F&B had been halted due to Hedong's interference, Xia Ruofei was already very confident. Xia Ruofei immediately rolled up his sleeves and started to work. After his terminal illness was cured, Xia Ruofei was full of energy with the help of the petals of the exotic flower. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no problem completing the seemingly huge workload. He just needed to spend some time. Due to the difference in the flow of time in this space, 10 hours here was only 1 hour in the outside world. Hence, Xia Ruofei had plenty of time. He first used a hoe to open up the soft soil in the space into a vegetable field, which took him a few hours. After that, Xia Ruofei sat down at the spirit pond and used a ladle to scoop up some water. He gulped it down and wiped his mouth as he prepared to process the vegetable seeds. Previously, when Xia Ruofei was planting vegetables, he would fill a large plastic container with the spiritual pond water, soak the seeds in it for a few hours, and then sow them. After waiting in the outside world for a few hours, the seeds would sprout and he would return to the medium to plant them. This time, Xia Ruofei did the same thing. He took the tidying box that was usually used to soak the seeds and filled half the box with water in the spirit pond. Then, he took out the water spinach seeds and poured them into the tidying box, and began to soak them. At this moment, an idea flashed across Xia Ruofei's mind. He was soaking the seeds in the spiritual pond water. What if he added the petal solution of the tri-colored flower to the spiritual pond water? After having this thought, Xia Ruofei could no longer remain calm. The solution could cure ALS such as Lou Gehrig's disease and kidney failure, and it could also strengthen the body of healthy people. Could it also be effective on vegetable seeds and improve the quality of the vegetables? If it was really as he had guessed, then the problem of planting it in the outside world would be completely solved. Xia Ruofei felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately found another tidying box and filled it with some spirit pond water. He began to make the solution for the flower petals. He mixed the remaining solution from last time with grape juice and Huaxiang Jingqi water. He was worried that the test results were inaccurate, so he made a new solution. Anyway, the flower petals would grow back every 3 days. It was worth it to use a petal for this experiment. Xia Ruofei found an empty bottle, washed it, and filled it with the spiritual pond water. Then, he used a pair of tweezers to carefully pick up a petal and put it into the bottle. The flower petal instantly merged into the spiritual pond and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruofei closed the bottle and shook it a few times to ensure that the solution was even. Then, he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured about 1/5 of the spirit pool water into the plastic container. He then mixed it evenly with a wooden stick. Then, Xia Ruofei found some cabbage seeds and poured them into the box. Cabbage had a shorter growth cycle and could be harvested in 10 to 20 days. It was the most suitable for experiments. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space and went to the kitchen downstairs to make some breakfast. Then, he took a shower and rested for a while. After about 2 hours, he returned to his room, locked the door and windows, took out the scroll, and entered the spirit map space. According to the time ratio, the seeds in the medium had been soaking for about a day. Xia Ruofei first scooped up the water spinach seeds. that had been soaked in the ordinary spiritual pond water and went to a vegetable field that he had specially opened up in the interspace for growing seedlings. He sprinkled the seeds evenly and covered them with a thin layer of soil before watering them with the spiritual pond water. After planting the water spinach, Xia Ruofei returned to the seed-soaking area and took out about half of the cabbage seeds. He then planted them in the nursery vegetable field. He packed the remaining seeds in a small plastic bag and left the spirit map space with a watering can, a hoe, and other farming equipment. Xia Ruofei brought these things to the small backyard of the villa. The backyard was supposed to be a lawn, but the owner of the villa had neglected the villa after the migration, so it was overgrown with weeds. Xia Ruofei took off his jacket and put on a thin autumn coat. He picked up the hoe and started to work. He shoveled all the weeds away and turned the backyard over again. Then, he opened up 2 vegetable fields and a small area for seedlings. After that, Xia Ruofei took a short break before starting to sow the seeds. He planted the seeds that had been soaked in the spiritual pond water that had been infused with the petals of the exotic flowers on the seedling, growing field. Then, he took water from the tap in the backyard and watered them. The reason why he did not use the soil and spiritual pond water was that Xia Ruofei wanted to see if the quality of the seeds would increase significantly after soaking them in the exotic flower petal solution. Hence, he had to eliminate other factors. After all the seeds were sowed, it was already close to noon. Xia Ruofei took a shower and washed off the stinky sweat on her body. She changed into a set of comfortable home clothes and casually made some lunch for herself. After they finished eating, Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck to Chongping County and bought some plastic film and long bamboo strips. Back in the backyard of the villa, he built a simple greenhouse with bamboo sheets and plastic sheets on the seedling field. After he was done, he could only wait. It should take 10 to 20 days to see the results. However, the vegetables produced in the origin space were enough to support him, so Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He remembered that the succulent seedlings had been sent out 3 days ago. Shunfeng Express was still rather helpful, so perhaps someone had already received the goods. Hence, Xia Ruofei washed his hands at the tap and quickly went upstairs to turn on his computer. He then entered the back end of the Taobao shop. Sure enough, he had already received more than a dozen orders. A total of 30,000 yuan had been transferred to his Alipay account. Xia Ruofei first withdrew all the money into his bank card and then impatiently opened the comments section to see the customers' comments. Looking at the comments backstage, they were all positive, and many of them were very long. Several of them were attached with pictures, which made them more convincing. It's definitely worth it. This is the highest quality raw stone flour I've found in all my years of playing with meat. A good friend in the industry introduced it to me. At first, I thought the price was a little expensive, but after I received the goods, I realized that it's not expensive at all. It's too cheap. Directly post the picture, so as not to be said to be entrusted. He was definitely a good seller. With this tortoise-shell peony, I can throw away all the succulents I used to raise. Then, in almost every comment, the buyers were asking when the new goods would be released, saying that they would inform them in advance so that they could be prepared to buy them. Xia Ruofei pulled out his keyboard and was about to reply to the comments, but when he saw the comments urging him to get the new product, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Xia Ruofei immediately took out the scroll and entered the spirit map space. There were still 4/5 of the petal solution left in the bottle, which was placed quietly in the space. Xia Ruofei picked it up and walked to the succulent plant. He carefully poured a little into each pot. After each pot was finished, there was only half of the petal solution left. Most of the fleshy parent plants had been cut last time, so they were full of scars. After days of maintenance in the spatial space, they had almost recovered. However, if he wanted to cut them again, he would have to wait a few more days. There were also a few more pots that Xia Ruofei had selected from the succulent seedlings. They had grown a lot since they had been in the spirit map space. After watering them with the petal solution, the succulent mother plants were clearly more energetic and full of vitality. Xia Ruofei felt that there was hope. The petal solution would definitely help the plants grow. However, time would tell how effective it would be. He carefully placed the rest of the petal solution away, and then left the spirit map space with a thought. After returning to his room, Xia Ruofei first replied to every comment and expressed his gratitude to everyone for their positive comments. At the same time, he told them that the new seedlings were in the cultivation process and that he believed that he would be able to meet everyone soon. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei rested in his room. He only entered the spirit map space after dinner. Calculating the time, 2 or 3 days should have passed in the space. Xia Ruofei first went to the place where the succulent mother plant was placed and was overjoyed. These precious succulent plants were all in high spirits. The mother plant that had been cut once before had completely recovered, and was ready to cut at any time. As for the succulent seedlings left in the pots, they had almost grown a huge circle. It was believed that they would grow into adult plants in a few days, and they could be used for cutting. By a rough estimate, the growth rate of the meaty plants was at least 10 times faster than before. Combined with the space's 10 times time acceleration, the effect was simply terrifying. This proved that the petal solution had an obvious effect on the growth of plants. It also gave Xia Ruofei more confidence in the cabbages that had been soaked in the solution. Xia Ruofei, who was in a good mood, went to the nursery. All the seeds in the interspace had sprouted and grown to the point where they could be planted. Especially the cabbages that had been soaked in the petal solution. They were growing much better than the hollow cabbages next to them, which further confirmed Xia Ruofei's judgment. He hummed a song as he began to plant the vegetable seedlings into the ridged vegetable field that had been cultivated in advance. Swan and I were too precious, and the production wasn't high. At the moment, he didn't need it to grow vegetables in the interspace. As long as the ordinary spirit pool water was compatible with he had done this job countless times during this period of time, so he was very familiar with it. After a few hours, all the hollow vegetable seedlings and cabbage seedlings were planted. Then, Xia Ruofei took out the other seeds and started to soak them in different containers. But this time, he didn't use the petal solution. He only used the spirit pool water. The petals of the swan and I were too precious, and the production wasn't high. At the moment, he didn't need it to grow vegetables in the interspace. As long as the ordinary spirit pool water was compatible with the environment of the interspace, it was enough to produce high-quality vegetables. In the future, if he wanted to plant it on a large scale, he would definitely need a large amount of petals. In addition, the succulent mother plant and the succulent saplings would need a petal solution to grow quickly. Hence, it was best to save as much as possible. After soaking all the seeds, Xia Ruofei went to harvest the ripe vegetables and packed them separately before Leaving the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei returned to his room and went online to order a large number of plastic flower pots and ordinary succulent plants. The delivery point was chosen to be a courier collection point in Chongping County. He planned to start a new round of cutting breeding after receiving the goods in a few days. The next morning, the small truck from the West River Moon Club arrived at the holiday villa on time. 2. Xia Ruofei's surprise, President Xing from the club also came in person today. He was in a black Mercedes Benz. President Xing, why did you come here personally? Xia Ruofei went up to him and said half-jokingly, you're going to personally make a trip to a business that costs a few thousand yuan. You're a big boss, aren't you going to die of exhaustion? The manager from yesterday was with them. He directed the workers to the garage to move the vegetables with ease. The chubby President Xing walked towards Xia Ruofei with a smile and said, Brother Xia, I'm here to tell you good news. The day before yesterday, he had addressed Xia Ruofei as Mr. Xia. Today, he had addressed Xia Ruofei as Brother Xia. The way he addressed Xia Ruofei was more intimate and revealed President Xing's intention to be on good terms with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, Oh? Could it be that the registration of my company has been settled? President Xing immediately scratched his head awkwardly and said, This will have to wait for a few days. Some procedures are necessary. Of course, if Brother Xia personally talks to Mayor Tian, the business license will definitely be issued on the same day. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not reply to President Xing. Instead, he asked, Then what good news is President Xing going to tell me? Of course. It's the Paradise brand vegetables that we're working on. President Xing said excitedly when we got the first batch of vegetables. Yesterday, we immediately organized a new dish tasting meeting in the evening. All the guest members at the tasting meeting were full of praise for our Taoyuan brand vegetables. The response was better than expected. Xia Ruofei was very happy to hear that. He did not expect President Xing to take action so quickly. He said, Oh, really? It seems like President Xing's strategy is very effective. President Xing laughed and said, It's because the ingredients provided by Brother Xia are too good. Even the chef of our club praised it, saying that he had never processed such beautiful and delicious vegetables before. Then, President Xing said, Brother Xia, after yesterday's warm-up, it can be said that our Paradise brand vegetables have a resounding name in the upper circles of Sanshan City. I'm going to officially launch the Taoyuan series of vegetables as our new signature dish from today onwards. Except for a small part of these signature dishes that are reserved for some special guests, the rest will be sold through auction. Of course, we also accept reservations, but members can only make reservations after 3 days, and ordinary guests can only make reservations after a week. At the latest. What do you think, Brother Xia? When Xia Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but secretly give President Xing a comment in his heart, cunning old fox. A small portion was naturally reserved for big shots like Tian Huilan. In case these customers who couldn't be provoked had a need, they naturally had to be able to provide it at any time. As for the remaining parts, there was a need to pay attention to them. It was needless to say that the gimmicks of auctions could raise one's value and increase one's influence. Even reservations were arranged in different ranks to highlight the identity of the guests. At the same time, it naturally made the identity of a member of West River Moon more valuable. After the name of the Paradise brand vegetable was announced, the Business of West River Moon would probably become more and more popular, especially the high-end customers, especially the rich upstarts who would definitely rush to apply for membership. At that time, even if President Xing collected membership fees, it would be enough to earn back the money he spent on buying vegetables at a high price. President Xing chatted with Xia Ruofei for a long time. He hoped that Xia Ruofei would increase the supply appropriately. However, Xia Ruofei did not respond to him and just pretended to be confused. President Xing could only smile bitterly and give up. Soon, the vegetables were loaded into the truck. It was still more than 6,500 yuan, and the manager, who accompanied President Xing, paid in cash. Before he left, President Xing invited Xia Ruofei to participate in the first auction for a new dish tonight. However, Xia Ruofei rejected him tactfully after some thought. At this time, he didn't want to join in on the fun. As long as President Xing could push it according to his ideas, the influence of his Paradise brand vegetables would continue to expand, and the plan he had previously thought of would be half successful. Not long after President Xing left, Xia Ruofei left the villa in his pickup truck. Xia Ruofei's back was filled with some new vegetables. Ran had promised Professor Tian to send him some vegetables the day before yesterday. Xia Ruofei did not want to go back on his word. It just so happened that he didn't have anything to do these few days, so he decided to visit Professor Tian's house today. Professor Tian had long since retired. Although he still had a few graduate students, he still had quite a lot of freedom. Therefore, when he received Xia Ruofei's call and knew that he was going to visit him in the morning, he was very happy and welcomed him. Professor Tian lived in the teacher's family area of Sanshan University. Xia Ruofei drove to the entrance of Sanshan University and called the security guard. Soon, Professor Tian returned to the security room with the landline. The security guard answered the call and let him in immediately. Hence, Xia Ruofei drove his pickup truck through the campus of Sanshan University. There was a big basket of vegetables in the trunk, which was quite eye-catching. Many students on the road looked over. Xia Ruofei looked at the youthful university campus and felt very relaxed. He had joined the army after graduating from high school and had never experienced university life. Seeing these university students, he felt a little envious. Soon, the pickup truck passed through the campus and arrived at the staff's family area. Professor Tian's residence was located in a community called Expert Park. There were about 10 small buildings. Here, the people who lived here were the most respected old experts and professors of Sanshan University. For example, Professor Tian was an old professor who enjoyed special subsidies from the state. Therefore, he could live in the villa only because he was able to enjoy this treatment. It had nothing to do with his father being the mayor. Xia Ruofei followed Professor Tian's instructions and drove to Villa number 3. He parked the car in the parking space in front of the villa, grabbed the vegetable basket in the car, and walked into the villa's courtyard. There were a few vegetable fields in the front yard of the villa. Professor Tian was weeding the vegetable field with a small sickle. He was dressed simply and had a worn straw hat on his head. He didn't look like a university professor at all, but more like an old farmer. Seeing Fang Yang enter, Professor Tian straightened up and greeted him with a smile. "Little Xia, hurry and come in." He then raised his voice, "Huilan, little Xia is here." Under Xia Ruofei's surprised gaze, Tian Huilan walked out of the villa and said with a smile, "Little Xia is here. Come in and Sit. Yo. Mayor Tian is here too? Xia Ruofei was shocked. It's the weekend, so I came to see my father, said Tian Huilan with a faint smile. Then, her eyes fell on the vegetable basket in Xia Ruofei's hands. Why did you really bring vegetables? And so many. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, it's not anything valuable. I just planted it myself. Professor Tian likes it, so I'll just take more. This isn't appropriate, is it? Tian Huilan said. Professor. Tian wiped his sweat with a towel and said, Huilan, what's wrong with Xia bringing me some vegetables? I think you've been an official for too long, everything you see seems like bribery. Dad. Tian Huilan said helplessly. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't believe in little Xia's character? But these are not ordinary vegetables. This basket is worth a lot of money. Mayor Tian, I've already told you that these are vegetables that I grew myself. They're not worth much. Xia Ruofei quickly said. Tian Huilan glanced at Xia Ruofei and said with a half smile, would the famous Taoyuan brand organic vegetables be worth much? Now, people who wanted to eat this kind of vegetables in the West River Moon Club had to queue up and make a reservation, or go to the auction. Little Xia, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Xia Ruofei chuckled and scratched his head. I can't hide anything from Mayor Tian. But that's just a gimmick made by President Xing. The actual cost here isn't that high. It's just that the production rate hasn't increased yet, and the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. Huilan. What Taoyuan brand organic vegetables? Professor Tian asked, puzzled. Dad, Xiao Xia is probably working with President Xing from West River Moon to promote his new vegetable dish. They named it Taoyuan brand organic vegetables. Tian Huilan explained, President Xing organized a tasting meeting for new vegetables at his clubhouse yesterday to promote these vegetables. Now, all the famous people in Sanjian City are flocking to it. I heard that the reservation numbers are all for next month. Tonight is the first auction, so I'm afraid the price will be staggering. Professor Tian was very happy to hear this and said, Little Xia, you're really capable. After I tried Little Xia, don't leave at noon. You just happened to bring the ingredients over, and they're all 1619 ready-made. Let Huilan cook, and we'll have a few drinks at noon. Your new vegetable dish, the other day, I thought it would have a broad market prospects. I didn't expect you to act so quickly and have already started to promote it. President Xing was interested in working together that day. Our ideas are similar, so we hit it off. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Professor Tian said, but since your vegetables are so valuable. Xia Ruofei quickly said, two different things. Professor Tian, this is what I grow. To be honest, the cost of these vegetables is not high. The club sells quality and service. Of course, the ingredients are the best. The price doesn't mean anything. You can eat without worry. Give me a call when you're done, I'll bring some over. Eh? Good, good, good. Then I'll help myself. Professor Tian said with a smile. However, he had also made up his mind. Since Xia Ruofei had brought the basket of vegetables today, he could not push it away. He could not ask for it again in the future. The father and daughter entered the villa together with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei moved the vegetable basket to the kitchen and returned to the living room. Professor Tian motioned for Xia Ruofei to sit down while Tian Huilan personally went to make tea. Xia Ruofei had just sat down. Seeing this, he quickly stood up and said, "Mayor Tian, I don't deserve this honor." Professor Tian laughed and said, "Little Xia, just sit there and relax. Huilan is my daughter here, not some mayor of Sanshan. You're a guest of my house, it's nothing for her to make you a cup of tea." At this moment, Tian Huilan also walked over with a cup of tea and said, "Yup. Xia, my father didn't hire a nanny. We usually do these things ourselves." Xia Ruofei had no choice but to sit down and take the cup of tea to thank Tian Huilan. "Little Xia, don't leave at noon. You just happened to bring the ingredients over. And they're already made. Let Huilan cook, and we'll have a few drinks at noon." The mayor was cooking for him? Xia Ruofei was so scared that he quickly stood up and said, Professor Tian, I have something to do this morning, I won't disturb you guys anymore." "Little Xia, I won't stop you if you really need me." Tian Huilan smiled and said, "But we're all sincere in inviting you to lunch. As I said just now, I'm not the mayor in this house. I'm just my father's daughter. My father's life was saved by you. So what's the big deal in making you lunch?" After she finished speaking, Tian Huilan looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile, as if she could read his mind. Xia Ruofei could only smile awkwardly and sit back on the sofa. "All right then. I'll have to trouble you then. We're so happy that you're staying for dinner." "Professor Tian said happily, Huilan, quickly go to the kitchen and prepare. I'll just talk to little Xia. Speaking of which, after eating the vegetables little Xia brought the day before yesterday, I've been thinking about it. At noon, you have to show off your skills and make a few more dishes. Use the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables that little Xia brought." "All right." Tian Huilan responded with a smile and went straight to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xia Ruofei sat in the living room and chatted with Professor Tian. He was a little absent-minded, especially when he saw Tian Huilan in her apron and busy preparing lunch. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. 52 The Spirit Maps Mutation _1 By the way, Professor Tian, did you take the medicinal liquid I gave you the day before yesterday? How do you feel about this?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Yes." Professor Tian said happily. He had been drinking for the past 2 days. "You don't say, but I feel that my body is much tougher, and the weather has changed these 2 days, but my legs that have been cold for many years have not acted up. Xiao Xia, your medicine is really magical." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I also learned the ancient formula from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. I made some according to the formula. I didn't expect the effect to be so good." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "Professor Tian, you only need to take a small amount of this liquid every day. After you finish that bottle, your body should be able to recuperate to a very healthy state. You won't need to take it every day in the future." "All right, all right, all right." Professor Tian said happily, "Xiao Xia, your medicine is so effective. It must be very troublesome to prepare it, right?" "It's not that bad, but 2 of the herbs are not easy to find. And it's easy to fail if you don't control the fire well, so I only made about 1 liter." Xia Ruofei replied with a smile. Of course, he deliberately emphasized the difficulty of concocting the medicinal liquid. Although he and Professor Tian hit it off quite well, and it was not a big deal to give him a small pot of diluted petal solution, he would not be able to bear it if it was a long-term supply. The petals of the strange flower had many uses, and were really too precious. Moreover, this medicinal liquid was so magical. A small pot was enough for Professor Tian to recuperate. It would be a waste to drink more. Professor Tian had no intention of asking Xia Ruofei for the medicine. After hearing what Xia Ruofei said, he felt that the medicine was precious and was even more grateful to Xia Ruofei. After the two chatted for a while, Professor Tian thought for a moment, stood up, and said, "Xia, sit here for a while. I'm going to the study." Although Xia Ruofei did not know why Professor Tian suddenly left him to go to the study room, he still said immediately, "Woof. If you have something to do, then go. Don't mind me." Professor Tian quickly walked to the stairs and saw that his study room was on the second floor. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, slowly sipped his tea and sat on the sofa, a little reserved. After a while, he heard the sound of footsteps and saw Professor Tian walking down with a small, long paper box. Professor Tian walked to the sofa and handed the paper box to Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, "Little Xia, you've helped me so much. I don't have much to thank you for. I'll give you this little toy." "Professor Tian, I can't accept this," Xia Ruofei declined. "Open it and take a look," Professor Tian said with a smile as he pushed the paper box forward. Xia Ruofei took the paper box and opened it carefully. A jade paperweight was lying quietly in the box. The paperweight was carved with 2 dragons. The carving was very detailed. The jade paperweight was obviously an old item and definitely not cheap. Xia Ruofei quickly placed the paper box on the coffee table and said, "Professor Tian, I really can't accept this. It's too valuable." "Don't decline, Xiao Xia," Professor Tian said. "My life was saved by you, and you also gave me such a good health, preserving medicinal liquid and those peach garden vegetables. Which one of them isn't good? I'm just giving you a small paperweight, why can't you accept it?" "No. Your paperweight is too expensive." Xia Ruofei said, troubled. "Xia, are you saying that my life is worth less than a piece of jade paperweight?" Professor Tian pretended to be angry. "I didn't mean it that way." "Then don't decline. This is my kind intention to express my gratitude," Professor Tian said. Just as the two of them were pushing each other around, Tian Huilan walked out and asked curiously, "Dad, Xia, what are you doing?" She walked over and saw the paperweight on the coffee table. She was even more curious and asked, "Dad, why did you take out your double dragon paperweight? Don't you hate to use it when you practice writing?" Professor Tian's eyes widened and he said, "What do you mean you can't bear to use? This thing wasn't worth much. I just wanted to give it to Xiao Xia to express my gratitude. Quickly help me persuade Xiao Xia, he won't accept it no matter what." Tian Huilan looked at Professor Tian in surprise, and then at the paperweight. However, she quickly reacted and her expression returned to normal. She smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Little Xia, since it's a gift from my father, you should take it as your subordinate." Mayor Tian, this Xia Ruofei was in a difficult position. His ability to read people's expressions wasn't bad, so he naturally noticed Tian Huilan's fleeting expression. It was obvious that this paperweight was Professor Tian's favorite item, and he was not even willing to use it. How could he take away someone's love? What's this and that? Little Xia, aren't You a soldier? Why have you become so wishy-washy? Professor Tian said, isn't it just a paperweight? What's wrong with accepting it? Tian Huilan also laughed and said, Little Xia, my father has always been a man of his word. How can you take back a gift that has been given out? If you don't accept this paperweight today, I don't think my father will want it. Maybe he'll just throw it out. Professor Tian nodded repeatedly, as if he would throw the paperweight outside if Xia Ruofei refused again. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to smile bitterly and nod. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you, Professor Tian. Professor Tian's anger turned into joy and he said, now this is more like it. Huilan, go find a bag to put this paperweight in. All right. Tian Huilan said as she went to find a bag. Very quickly, she came back with a paper bag. Xia Ruofei quickly said, I'll do it. I'll do it myself. After saying this, he took the paper bag from Tian Huilan's hand and put it aside. Then, he picked up the paper box cover and prepared to close it. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's fingers accidentally touched the jade paperweight in the box. Then, he felt the spiritual painting scroll that he had hidden on his body suddenly shake. Xia Ruofei even had a feeling that the spirit painting was filled with joy and hunger, as if it had a mind of its own. Xia Ruofei could not help but be stunned. Ever since he had obtained the scroll, this was the first time he had seen the scroll actively reacting. Professor Tian saw Xia Ruofei suddenly stop and was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously, Little Xia, what's wrong? Oh. It's nothing. It's nothing. Xia Ruofei returned to her senses and replied hurriedly. He forcefully suppressed his curiosity and moved his hand away. The spirit painting immediately stopped shaking. Xia Ruofei closed the paper box and carefully put it in the paper bag. However, he could not calm down. Then, Tian Huilan continued to prepare lunch while Xia Ruofei and Professor Tian chatted. Xia Ruofei was still a little absent-minded until lunch. During lunch, Xia Ruofei used the excuse that he had to drive and politely declined Professor Tian's invitation to have a drink. Professor Tian did not force him and poured himself a small glass of white wine. Xia Ruofei's mind was completely focused on the jade paperweight. So he quickly bade farewell to Professor Tian and Tian Huilan after he finished eating. After leaving Professor Tian's house, Xia Ruofei drove straight to the holiday villa he had rented in the suburbs. He was eager to go home. The only thing on his mind was to get home as soon as possible and take out the spirit map scroll in an absolutely safe environment. He wanted to study why it suddenly vibrated when he touched the jade paperweight. 53 Evolution of the Space. 1. After leaving the urban area, the pickup truck roared and rushed forward on the winding expressway, almost at the speed limit. Xia Ruofei felt as if he had found the feeling he had when he was learning how to drive in the army. At the holiday villa, Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck straight into the courtyard. There was a sharp screeching sound of the brakes, and 2 black brake marks were left on the concrete floor of the courtyard. Xia Ruofei jumped out of the car, held the paper bag in his hand, and rushed into the villa. He jogged upstairs and locked the door and windows in his bedroom. Then he carefully took out the scroll he had hidden on his body and placed it on his bed. He then took out the jade paperweight. When Xia Ruofei's hand touched the jade paperweight, the painting started to shake again. Xia Ruofei could feel that the scroll seemed to be looking forward to this paperweight, but he did not know what to do. Should I Try bringing this paperweight into the spirit map space? Xia Ruofei had this thought. He held the jade paperweight in his hand and began to communicate with the spirit map space. Just as Xia Ruofei connected to the spirit map space and was about to enter, a suction force came from the spirit map space. Then, he saw the jade paperweight being sucked into the spirit map. When the jade paperweight was sucked into the spirit map, it was like a snowflake falling into boiling water. It disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruofei was shocked. He opened the scroll and looked around, but the jade paperweight was nowhere to be found. Could it be that it was sucked into the space? The spirit map space would take the initiative to absorb things? At this thought, Xia Ruofei connected to the spirit map space again. Before he could issue the order to enter the space, he was stunned. In the past, he could only use his mind to contact the spirit map space and issue simple instructions, like entering or leaving. However, when he connected to the spirit map space now, everything in the space suddenly appeared in his mind as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the entire space seemed to have become somewhat different. Xia Ruofei did not have time to investigate the changes. He sent out the order to enter the space. His body flashed and he was inside the spirit map space. The familiar feeling of dizziness quickly disappeared. Xia Ruofei stood on the ground of the space and looked at everything in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. The most obvious thing was that the space had doubled from the original one. Mu to 2 mu. The space that had been a little cramped after planting the vegetables suddenly became a lot more spacious. At the outermost area of the space, there was an open space, which was in sharp contrast to the scope of the previous space. It was as if a ring was nested outside the land of the previous space. Then, the diameter of the pool in the middle of the space also doubled, becoming about 2 meters. The clear water in the pool rippled slightly, making people feel relaxed and happy. Besides, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the air in the space had become fresher. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. Obviously, after the jade paperweight was absorbed by the spirit map, the entire spirit map space underwent an evolution. What happened to the nameless plant? Would the tri-colored flower change? Xia Ruofei thought fervently. In the entire space, the thing he was most concerned about was undoubtedly this nameless plant. With a trace of anticipation, Xia Ruofei quickly walked towards the nameless plant. From afar, Xia Ruofei could already feel his excitement. Just as he had expected, the nameless plant had also evolved. The branch, which was originally only as thick as a thumb, had obviously grown a size larger. It was as thick as a baby's arm, and it had grown a bit taller. What made Xia Ruofei even more excited was that the flower crown, which had not even been 3 days old, had grown new petals. The number of petals had increased as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. The flower crown had 4 petals. Other than the red, yellow, and blue petals, there was also an additional green petal. The petals of the exotic flower were too important to Xia Ruofei. Not only did he need them to strengthen his body, but they were also indispensable for his future career development. Hence, every piece of land that was added had an extraordinary meaning to Xia Ruofei. With excitement, he carefully collected the 4 petals with a pair of tweezers and put them in a preservation box. Then, Xia Ruofei walked around the space. In the end, he stood by the pool and felt that the space had expanded. Even his state of mind seemed to have widened a lot. The invisible pressure that had been produced in the confined Space in the past had been reduced a lot. Besides, Xia Ruofei realized that he had established an invisible connection with the space. He had a feeling that he was the absolute master in this space. Every blade of grass, every tree, every speck of dust seemed to be under his control. However, this feeling was still faintly discernible, as if it was very difficult to grasp. Xia Ruofei looked around for a while and suddenly thought of something. If the entire space had evolved, what about the flow of time? Would there be any changes? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Xia Ruofei did not want to wait any longer. He immediately left the spirit map space and brought the small alarm clock back to the space to start the test. After waiting outside for a minute, Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space again. The time on the small alarm clock showed that 15 minutes had passed. In the interspace, as expected, the flow of time had also evolved. Now, the difference in the flow of time between the inside and outside was 15 times. Xia Ruofei was very happy. The space's all-round evolution was a great thing for him. The more powerful the space was, the more room he would have for future development. Xia Ruofei thought about the strange feeling he had when he connected to the space with his mind after the jade paperweight was absorbed by the spirit map space. It was as if his invisible connection with the space had been strengthened and he could see every blade of grass and every tree in the space. He pondered for a moment and left the medium. Then, he used his mind to contact the spirit map space again, but he did not give the order to enter the space. That miraculous scene appeared once again. Everything in the interspace was reflected in his mind, including the neat rows of vegetable fields, the clear spirit pond in the interspace, and the Tupperware containing the petals of the nameless plant. A thought flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind. He could see the things in the space. Could he try to take them out? Previously, he had to carry items in and out of the space by himself in order to carry things. Xia Ruofei focused on the container with the flower petals and tried to give instructions to the spirit map space. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. The Tupperware appeared in Xia Ruofei's hands out of thin air. Xia Ruofei looked at the Tupperware in his hand, his face full of joy. He didn't expect that after the space had evolved, he could actually take things out directly from the space. This was much more convenient. Then, could he directly send things into the space? Xia Ruofei immediately tried again. He still used his mind to contact the spirit map space and gave an order. The next moment, the Tupperware in her hand disappeared like the most brilliant magic. The moment the container disappeared, Xia Ruofei immediately sensed it reappearing in the medium. Xia Ruofei was like a child who had just received a new toy and kept trying. After many experiments, Xia Ruofei concluded he could now store and withdraw items directly from the spirit map space in the outside world, but this process was also very taxing on his mental strength, much more so than directly bringing things in. There were also restrictions on the size and weight of the items. At the moment, he could at most send 200 kilograms of things into the space or take them out. Any bigger, and one would feel a sense of exhaustion as if their mental power had been exhausted. They would need to consume the spatial pool's water or even the petal solution to recover. Although there were these restrictions, this was already a great surprise for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had a feeling that as long as he continued to absorb the petals of the strange flower, or if the space was upgraded, he would be able to store and withdraw bigger and heavier things. Thinking of the realm's upgrade and evolution, Xia Ruofei's excitement gradually calmed down. He began to analyze the process that he had stumbled upon. Without a doubt, the spirit painting scroll had evolved after absorbing the jade paperweight. However, was the jade material of the paperweight necessary for the spirit map, or did the paperweight itself have some special function? After all, this paperweight looked like an old item. Perhaps there was some magical legend about it? Xia Ruofei frowned. As he pondered, he was inclined to the former. He thought that the painting might need the jade itself. Wasn't it said that jade gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to increase one's longevity? The spiritual energy contained in the jade itself might be what the spirit painting scroll needed, right? No matter how one analyzed or guessed, in the end, they had to rely on the facts to speak. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to test it out for himself. He hid the spirit painting well on his body, then took his bank card and more than 10,000 yuan in cash that he had earned from selling Taoyuan brand vegetables in the past 2 days. He went downstairs to get his car and went straight to Sanshan City. Wenwan Street in Ning'an District of Sanshan City was the distribution center of jade, antiques, and jewelry in the entire southeast province. There were more than 100 shops of all sizes here, all of which were in the Wenwan-related industry. It had already formed a large industrial scale. Such a place was always full of good and bad people, and the shops of all sizes were full of counterfeits. Even if an expert came here, he could easily be fooled if he was not careful. Xia Ruofei's destination was Wenwan Street. Of course, he wasn't here to pick up treasures. After parking the car, Xia Ruofei strolled into the busy pedestrian street. In addition to the shops, there were many stalls along the street. These stalls operated on a variety of businesses, such as Grandpa Mao portraits, little man books, ancient coins. There was a dazzling array of things. As soon as Xia Ruofei walked over, a few stall owners greeted him warmly. They were all glib with their words, as if anything in their shabby stalls was a priceless treasure. Xia Ruofei did not stop in front of these small stalls. Instead, he walked straight in. After a short while, he saw a shop with a signboard, Spirit Jade House. It looked very big and was decorated in a high-end manner. He thought for a moment and walked into the shop. A young and beautiful waitress came up to him and greeted him with a smile. "Sir, do you want to buy jade? Our Spirit Jade House is having a promotion recently. If you spend more than 20,000 yuan, you will get a free old pit raw stone. If you want to experience the fun of stone gambling, don't miss this great opportunity." Xia Ruofei just wanted to verify his guess. He didn't know anything about the old gemstones, nor did he know what stone gambling was. So he was naturally uninterested. He just said indifferently, "Oh, let me take a look first." "Then what type and price do you want, sir? We have all kinds of jade here, and the variety is very complete." The waiter asked with a warm smile. I'm just looking around." Xia Ruofei asked, "By the way, do you have jade for sale here?" With a professional smile, the waiter said, "I'm sorry, sir, but we only sell finished jade products. We don't have any jade materials for sale." "Oh. Do you have any jade products?" Xia Ruofei asked. He just wanted to verify if anything that was made of jade could be absorbed by the spirit map space and upgraded. Finished jade items could also be used, so he was too lazy to change to another store. The waiter smiled. "Of course we do. We have jade earrings, jade bracelets, and jade pendants. However, the price varies greatly depending on the quality. I wonder what price you would like to know, sir? Then. I want to see the jade bracelet. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, recommend me a few of them at all prices. I'll take a look first. All right, this way please. The waiter said. People in the service industry were good at reading people's expressions. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was dressed so simply and didn't seem to have a strong desire to buy, the waitress didn't take out anything expensive. The waiter rummaged behind the counter for a while and quickly took out a few boxes and placed them on the counter. He said, Sir, these bracelets are all made of jade. The price ranges from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. You can have a look first. Xia Ruofei was also shocked. He didn't expect jade to be so expensive. These bracelets didn't look like much, but the cheapest one cost 5,000 yuan and the most expensive one was 100,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei thought, there must be a reason why it's so expensive. Since I want to verify my judgment, I'll try the most expensive one first. Which one is the one that costs 100,000 yuan? He asked. The waiter was stunned for a moment, thinking, I didn't know how rich this young man is. He actually wanted to watch the one that cost 100,000 yuan. Could it be that he was a low-profile rich man? If he had known earlier, he would have taken out those high-grade goods that were worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Of course, she was only stunned for a moment. She quickly reacted and the smile on her face became more enthusiastic. She pointed to one of the boxes and said, this is a jade bracelet of the ice glutinous type. It's priced at 100,000 yuan. Oh, can I pick it up and have a look? Xia Ruofei asked. Of course, but we have rules. If the bracelet is damaged, because of Sir, you have to pay the original price. The saleswoman reminded Xia Ruofei carefully. Xia Ruofei nodded and reached out to grab the jade bangle. Just as Xia Ruofei's hand touched the jade bangle, he felt the spirit painting scroll in his arms shake slightly again. 55 freebie, 1, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. The spirit map scroll also had a reaction to the jade bracelet. Obviously, his previous judgment was 80% correct. The real thing that could evolve the spirit map space was the jade itself. In other words, in the future, he could buy jadeite for the spirit map scroll to absorb, thus achieving the goal of further upgrading. In order to make sure that he was not mistaken, Xia Ruofei held the icy glutinous jade bracelet and looked at it repeatedly. Of course, he was actually trying to confirm if the spirit painting had really reacted. Not only that, Xia Ruofei picked up a few other bracelets and made a selection. After looking at it for a while, the professional smile on the waiter's face was almost frozen. Xia Ruofei was finally 100% sure that jade could evolve the spirit map space. This was because the spirit painting would react to every jade bracelet. However, the strength of the reaction would be different due to the different quality. All in all, except for the 100,000 yuan ice glutinous type bracelet, the reaction of the spirit paintings to the other bracelets was very weak. Fortunately, after the spirit map space evolved today, Xia Ruofei's spiritual connection with the space had become closer, so he could sense even the slightest reaction. Even if it was the bracelet that was worth 100,000 yuan, the reaction strength of the spirit painting scroll was at most similar to that of the jade paperweight. Seeing that the waitress was still waiting for him, Xia Ruofei felt a little embarrassed to ask her to serve him so passionately for so long. He had wasted at least 20 minutes of her time by looking at her face. It seemed like he had to buy one. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and pointed at a bracelet that was about 40,000 yuan. I'll take this. Do you accept credit cards here? The waitress was so bored that she was yawning. She thought that Xia Ruofei was someone who would only look and not buy, so she had wasted her time. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to really buy one. Although a jade bracelet that cost more than 40,000 yuan wasn't considered high-end, her commission was still quite a lot. The waiter immediately perked up and quickly said, "Sir, you can pay by card. If you're sure you want this bracelet, I'll help you wrap it up. Please pay the bill." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After the waitress had wrapped the bracelet, he followed her to the cashier and took out his bank card to pay. Xia Ruofei was not short of money for the time being. Huzi's mother insisted on returning the 400,000 yuan. After adding the 100,000 yuan that he originally had, he bought a pickup truck. With some recent expenses, he had nearly 400,000 yuan left in his card. It was not a big deal to buy a bracelet that cost 40,000. Moreover, the spirit picture scroll of the bracelet could also be absorbed, so it wasn't a waste. The waiter kept the receipt and handed the jade bracelet to Xia Ruofei with both hands. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked, "By the way, I actually need raw jade more. The demand is quite high, and I'll be buying it for a long time. Can you help me ask the higher-ups if Spirit Jade House is interested in this business? It would be a waste if he bought jade products for the spirit map scroll to absorb. It was naturally much cheaper to buy jade directly. Anyway, it would be absorbed. So what was the use of processing it? Sir, we usually sell finished products. But I can call the boss for you," the waiter said, a little embarrassed. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome. Please have a seat. I'll make the call now," the waiter said. Then, she quickly walked back to the counter, picked up the phone, and made a call. After a while, the waiter came over and said, "Sir, our boss Chen just happens to be working nearby. He said that if it's convenient for you, please take a seat in the shop for a while. He'll be right there." "All right, thank you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome," the waitress said with a sweet smile. Xia Ruofei was not only handsome, but also rich. The saleswoman looked at Xia Ruofei in a different light now that she had bought the 40,000 yuan bangle and was about to discuss the sale of jade with the boss. However, Xia Ruofei only had an indifferent expression. Although he was very kind, he obviously did not react to her secret flirtatious looks. The waitress was a little disappointed. But she immediately thought of something else. "By the way, sir, you've bought more than 20,000 yuan in our shop. So you'll get a free old pit raw stone. You can go over there and choose." "Old pit raw stone?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is this?" The waitress didn't expect Xia Ruofei to come and buy jade without even knowing about raw gemstones. This made her even more certain that Xia Ruofei was a rich man's son, which was why he didn't care about money. She quickly explained, "It's raw jade. All the jade comes from these raw gemstones, but there's no device or ray in the world that can penetrate through the raw gemstones to detect whether there's jade inside, so many people bet on raw gemstones. If there's a high-quality jade inside, they'll make a lot of money. Of course, there's also a high possibility that there's nothing inside, and the raw gemstones that they've bought at a high price will become worthless trash. The waiter explained for a long time before Xia Ruofei finally understood what a raw stone was. He asked, curiously, then wouldn't it be a huge loss for you to give away a raw stone for every 20,000 yuan spent in your store? The waiter looked amused. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Sir, these raw stones aren't big, and they're all leftovers from the customers. The probability of them being green is very low, so the boss took them out as a gift." I see. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He was also a little naive. How could a businessman do a losing business? The waiter quickly said, "Don't tell him I told you. You'll be fired by the boss." "All right. I won't say anything," Xia Ruofei said with a kind smile. "Sir, since it's a gift, why don't you go and pick one? Just treat it as a game." The waiter said, "Maybe we can really get jade." "No one can see through raw gemstones. It's all based on experience and feeling. There are always times when you're wrong." Xia Ruofei knew that the waiter's words made sense, but the probability of that happening was too low. However, since he had nothing to do, Xia Ruofei did not reject it since it was free. He stood up and walked to a pile of raw stones in the corner of the shop. These raw stones looked black. The big ones were as big as a millstone, and the smallest ones were smaller than a volleyball. It was hard to imagine from their appearance that the fascinating jade was extracted from these ordinary stones. Xia Ruofei squatted down in front of the pile of raw stones and reached out to pick. He came here with the mentality of playing a game, so he was very relaxed. He kept flipping through the raw gemstones, trying to find a piece that he liked. Just as Xia Ruofei's hand touched a rough stone, the size of a volleyball with pockmarks on its surface, the painting in his arm suddenly shook without warning. The magnitude of the vibration was even greater than that of the bracelet. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was jade hidden in this ordinary, looking raw stone, and the spirit painting could be sensed through the stone's skin? Other than this reason, there was no other possible answer. Moreover, according to the vibration of the spirit painting, the value of the jade in this raw stone was very likely to be high. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had been in the special forces for many years and had developed a strong mentality. Although he was thinking quickly, he still looked calm on the surface. He put down the stone as if nothing had happened and started to look at the other raw stones. Very quickly, he had passed through every raw stone. Other than the previous one, the other raw stones did not cause the spirit painting scroll to tremble at all. In other words, out of the dozens of raw stones here, only one had jade. The probability was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Xia Ruofei sighed in his heart. He did not hesitate and picked up the volleyball-sized raw stone. Then, he said in a relaxed tone, "This one will do." "Ah? Sir, are you not going to pick again?" The waiter was obviously stunned as well. Then, he tactfully reminded her, "This raw stone has been in our shop for more than half a year. Many experts have seen it. The probability of producing green may be." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Do you think the chances will be higher if we change to another piece?" "I'm just playing around anyway, so I'll take this one. It's more to my liking." The waiter was speechless. This raw stone was so ugly, but why did it have to be so pleasing to the eye? Rich people were really strange. However, on second thought, she felt that Xia Ruofei's words made sense. To put it bluntly, the raw stones that were used as gimmicks were all leftovers. It didn't make A difference which one was chosen, so it was basically impossible to produce jade. Alright, I'll register it for you. Now. The waitress said. She quickly wrote down the number of the raw stone in her book and said, Sir, this raw stone is yours now. Do you need me to untie it on the spot? Alright. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The waiter went over to inform the manager and then brought Xia Ruofei to a slightly smaller shop next door. This was also a property of Spirit Jade House, but they only sold raw stones and naturally provided stone cutting services. Sir, these free raw stones were supposed to be cut for a fee, but you're our big customer, so the manager said the fee is free. The waiter said as he walked. Thank you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. When they arrived at the shop next door, the waiter spoke to a worker who was cutting the stones. The worker looked at the stone in Xia Ruofei's hand and asked indifferently, How do you want to solve it? Xia Ruofei shrugged. I don't know anything about this. Let's just cut it in the middle. The stonecutter nodded and did not say anything. He took the raw stone from Xia Ruofei's hands and fixed it on the stonecutter. Then, he turned on the power and was ready to cut. If it were any other customer who wanted to cut the raw stone in this way, the master would have tried to persuade them. However, the master knew this raw stone too well. It was impossible for it to contain jade, so he didn't bother to say anything. There were a few customers in the shop who were choosing raw stones, and they all came over to watch the show. With the rumbling of the machine and the piercing friction sound, the small raw stone was quickly cut in half. The master of cutting stones found some clean water to wash the cut surface. After taking a look, he said expressionlessly, It's ruined, there's no green. No jade? How did this happen? Xia Ruofei was slightly surprised. He walked forward and squatted down to check the raw stone that had been cut into two. Among the crowd, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He wore a thick gold necklace around his neck and had several big gold rings on his hand. He looked like a nouveau riche. There was also a delicate woman snuggling up to him. This woman was quite beautiful, but she had very heavy makeup on, making her look a little flirtatious. The fat man saw Xia Ruofei's shocked expression and couldn't help but mock, Hey, brother, there's no need to look. If it's broken, then it's broken. Your stone looks like this, it'd be strange if there's green inside. The flirtatious woman held the arm of the fat man tightly and said in a sweet voice, Brother Ching, I didn't expect you to know how to look at raw stones. You're really capable. The fat rich man laughed proudly. Baby, I don't know anything about raw stones. But I'm rich. You can ask people who understand to look at it. The last time I invited Teacher Chi to be my stone gambling consultant, this stone was still on the shelf for sale. Teacher Chi picked it up and took a look before putting it down. Haha, I heard that old Chin gave it to the shop next door as a gift. The fat man's boastful expression was obvious. The expressions of the spectators changed slightly when they heard this. Someone couldn't help but ask, Are you talking about Teacher Chi Tianming from the Jade Association? Fatty was even more proud when he heard this and said, Is there another Teacher Chi in the jade industry of Sanshan City? This Chi Tianming should be quite famous. After hearing this, the other people who were watching the show looked at the fat rich man in a different light. The flirtatious woman hugged the fat man's arm even tighter and said coquettishly, Brother Chung, can you get Teacher Chi to help me pick a raw stone next time? I also want to play some stone gambling, the fat rich man laughed and patted the beautiful woman's hand, saying, "Baby, if there's a chance next time, I'm going to invite Teacher Chi to go stone gambling in southern Yunnan with me. I'll take you to see the world then. Brother Chung, you're the best," the beautiful woman said excitedly, and then directly kissed the fat man's face in front of everyone. The fat man also enjoyed the feeling of being the focus of everyone's attention, and his smug expression became more and more obvious. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, with disdain, "It's impossible to get jade from this kind of rubbish stone." Everyone was still waiting to cut the stone. "Quickly, get out of the way. Don't waste everyone's time." Xia Ruofei had just finished checking the raw stone that had been split into two and had an idea of what was going on. He frowned when he heard the fat man's words. The fat man kept making noise at the side. Xia Ruofei didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but his words were getting more and more unpleasant, which made Xia Ruofei a little unhappy. He raised his head and looked coldly at the fat man, saying, "Since you're so sure that my raw stone won't have any jade, do you dare to make a bet?" "A bet?" Fatty was stunned and asked. "What bet?" "Of course. It's to bet on whether my raw stone will have jade," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Fatty burst into laughter as soon as he heard that. He pointed at the raw stone that had been cut in half on the ground and said, "You've already lost it, how are you going to bet?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Didn't I just cut it once? We'll only know if there's jade in there after all the stones are cut out, right? Just tell me if you dare to bet or not." As soon as Xia Ruofei said that, the people who were watching the show suddenly burst into an uproar. He still dared to gamble after cutting it to pieces. Is there something wrong with his brain? There's no way this raw stone can contain any green. This young man is clearly a newbie. This is a battle of personal feelings. He's rich, so he can do whatever he wants. One look and I can tell he's a prodigal. Everyone was laughing at Xia Ruofei's impulsiveness, but Xia Ruofei's face remained calm as he looked at the fat man. Quietly, the fat man's mouth twitched and he sneered, "If I don't even dare to bet on a sure-win situation, how can I still have the face to stay in the jade world? Speak. What are we betting on?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Gambling with my life." He clearly heard the people around him gasp in unison. He deliberately paused for a moment before he continued, "It seems a little too serious. Let's bet some money then." The people who were watching the show immediately laughed. It was really scary to talk and gasp for breath. However, they saw that Xia Ruofei was still in the mood to joke and seemed to have a plan in mind. They also felt that they could not see through Ying's sure-lose bet. Where did his confidence come from? The fat man was shocked when he heard the word life, risking. Only after Xia Ruofei changed the topic did he realize that he had been tricked. He could not help but sneer, "Gambling is good. I, Qing Jinhua, don't lack money. Speak. How much do you want to bet? As long as you can take it out, I'll play with you." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said in a relaxed manner, "It's good to have a small bet, just play around. Let's bet 300,000. Boss Chung, don't tell me you can't even take out 300,000 yuan? Those who could come here to gamble on stones naturally wouldn't be poor. However, most of the people present wouldn't bet 300,000 yuan just because of a few words." The fat rich man, Qing Jinhua's expression changed a few times, but he quickly said, 300,000 it is. Even Teacher Chi has personally appraised the raw stone, and it even broke with one cut. If you can get green, I'll eat it on the spot. The jade is mine too, why should I let you eat it? Xia Ruofei smiled and said. You, Qing Jinhua said, don't be so sharp-tongued. I agree to your bet, but can you afford 300,000? Qing Jinhua saw that Xia Ruofei was dressed simply and did not look like a rich man, so his tone was full of suspicion and disdain. Xia Ruofei did not say much. He took out his bank card and said, there should be more than 300,000 yuan in here. Boss Cheng, you have to take out some money too. Otherwise, how can I trust you? Qing Jinhua snorted and said, there are 300,000 in there, just because you say so. What if it's an empty card? Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked, then what do you think we should do? Going to the bank to get cash? You need to make an appointment to withdraw a large amount of money, and isn't that too time-consuming? Qing Jinhua was also feeling a little awkward. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from the entrance of the shop. Why is my little shop so lively today? A forthright voice said. As soon as he finished speaking, a man split the crowd and walked into the shop. The man was in his early 40s and was wearing a red tang suit. He walked with a strong aura. Boss Chen. Hello, Boss Chen. Everyone greeted the man. And the waiter who had brought Xia Ruofei over quickly introduced him in a low voice. Sir, this is our boss. Chen of Lingyu House. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Boss Chen. Boss Chen looked at the waitress beside Xia Ruofei. Then, he said to Xia Ruofei in a friendly manner, the store just called me, saying that someone wants to buy jade, and it's a long-term cooperation. I think it must be this little brother. It's me. Hello. Boss Chen. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Little brother is indeed a man of striking appearance. Boss Chen laughed. And then asked, what happened just now? Xia Ruofei didn't say anything, but the people around him started to tell him what had happened. When Boss Chen heard this, he looked at the two halves of the raw stone on the ground and said to Xia Ruofei with a strange expression, little brother, you're all customers of my old Chen's shop. I think we should forget about this bet. Of course, Boss Chen was the most familiar with this raw stone. In fact, the quality of the whole batch of goods was not high, and this raw stone had the worst appearance. Some people even suspected that it was actually an ordinary stone randomly picked up from the mine and sold in the raw stone. Hence, he tactfully advised Xia Ruofei out of good intentions. However, Xia Ruofei just smiled and said, Boss Chen, I appreciate your kind intentions. But since this Boss Chen is so bold, I will definitely accompany him to the end. Qing Jinhua also frowned and said, Old Chen, we've already agreed on this, so don't get involved. But since you're here, you can be our witness. Otherwise, we can't trust each other. Boss Chen smiled bitterly and helplessly. He looked at Xia Ruofei inquisitively. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. We'll hand our cards over to Boss Chen and check if the balance exceeds 300,000. Then we can continue cutting the stones. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had made up her mind, Mr. Chen had no choice but to agree. Qing Jinhua had no objections. They both handed their bank cards to Mr. Chen. There was a POS machine in the store, and he could check his balance. Soon, the balance in their cards was found. They both had more than 300,000 yuan. Qing Jinhua was slightly surprised to see that the plainly dressed Xia Ruofei really had more than 300,000 yuan in his card. However, his mind was focused on the bet. After checking the balance, he couldn't wait to say, "Continue. If I win your 300,000 yuan, it'll be just enough for my baby to get a new car." The flirtatious woman was overjoyed when she heard this. She kissed Qing Junhua several times, giving Xia Ruofei goosebumps. He was too lazy to argue and said to the master, "Master, can I do it myself?" The stonecutter looked at Boss Chen, who nodded slightly. Since the boss had agreed, the stonecutter was naturally happy to be idle and gave up his position. The operation of the stonecutter was not complicated. Xia Ruofei could basically use it after looking at it. Besides, he did not need to polish the stone. He could just cut it in half. It was simple and crude. Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a mischievous look. He picked up half of the raw stone and fixed it on the stone cutter. Then, he turned on the power and cut it down from the waist. After a burst of ear-piercing friction sound, the raw stone was also cut in half. Everyone's eyes fell on the cut in unison. After the clear water flowed over it, there was still no green at all. Suddenly, there was a wave of sighs. The onlookers looked at Xia Ruofei with sympathy, and some gloated. Everyone was talking about Xia Ruofei's unwise behavior. Qing Junhua's expression became even more relaxed. In his eyes, 300,000 yuan was too easy a win. Xia Ruofei's expression did not change. He fixed the cut stone back to the machine, turned on the power, and continued cutting. With the roar of the machine, the half of the raw stone was cut into many small stones. However, just as everyone had predicted, there was no jade in it. Qing Junhua could not help but say sarcastically, "This is the first time I've seen someone cut a stone so thoroughly. It's already cut like this, and there's still no green. You have nothing to say now, right?" Xia Ruofei pointed at the other half of the raw stone indifferently and said, "I'm only halfway through. Didn't you cut that piece over there? What's the hurry?" When Xia Ruofei was examining the two raw gemstones, he realized that the painting did not react at all when he held one half in his hand. However, when he held the other half, the painting started to vibrate. This meant that all the jade in the raw stone was concentrated in the other half. Just now, Xia Ruofei had intentionally cut the half without the jade first with a hint of mischief. Qing Junhua snorted coldly and said, "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I'll wait here and see what you have to say after I cut open the other half." Boss Chen watched from the side and shook his head secretly. He also thought that Xia Ruofei would lose for sure. He was just holding on. The corners of Xia Ruofei's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He calmly cleaned the stones on the machine, and then slowly fixed the other half of the raw stone on the machine. Xia Ruofei turned on the power and operated the cutting blade to cut the half of the raw stone. The cutting blade slowly cut into the raw stone, making a sharp friction sound. However, they were not as nervous as they usually were when they were cutting stones. Almost everyone was waiting to see Xia Ruofei make a fool of himself, especially Qing Junhua, who had made a bet with Xia Ruofei. Boss Chen sighed in his heart. He felt that Xia Ruofei was young and full of vigor. This time, he was going to suffer a big loss. The raw stone was not big, and it was quickly cut into two. Xia Ruofei brought over a basin of clear water and poured some water on the cut surface to wash off the stone powder. Seeing Xia Ruofei serious look, Qing Junhua couldn't help but mock, "Brat, you're not trying to buy time, are you? Don't dilly-dally. I'm Still waiting to win money and leave. Just as Qing Junhua finished speaking, someone beside him exclaimed, "It's green." It was green. A huge increase. The onlookers were excited all of a sudden and squeezed forward, wanting to see what kind of jade could be cut out of this raw stone of extremely poor quality. The two halves of the mirror were full of green, and the onlookers were in an uproar. "Young man, quickly wipe it clean and let us see it clearly." "Ayah! What a pity, this is a whole piece of imperial jade. It's cut in half from the middle by this young man, so its value will be much lower. He's just a free gift. He didn't spend a single cent. No matter what, he's making a big profit." There were all sorts of comments, and even Boss Chen was almost squeezed out of the crowd. He had to maintain order loudly. If a raw stone that was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan or even millions of yuan had an emerald, people might not be so excited. It would be strange if it didn't come out. However, this trash gift actually had jade, and it was a huge increase. Everyone's mood immediately changed. One blade to heaven, one blade to hell. The excitement of stone gambling was precisely here. The fat rich man, Qing Junhua, was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He felt like he was dreaming. Did that trashy raw stone really have a huge increase in green? What kind of fucking luck does that kid have? This kind of almost zero probability thing had actually happened. Qing Junhua's heart bled at the thought of losing 300,000 yuan. However, the people around them were just enjoying the show. They didn't care about Qing Junhua's feelings at all. They were still discussing and marveling at him. Soon, the cut surface was cleaned, and everyone could see it more clearly. An expert immediately said, "It's an ice glutinous species. The waterhead was pretty good. It'll definitely increase by a lot." There were also people who started bidding on the spot. "Little brother, the quality of your raw stone is not bad. I'll pay 80,000. Sell it to me." "You have the nerve to bid 80,000? Little brother, I'll give you a real price, 100,000. I'll pay in cash. 120,000, I'll take it." One after another, the bids rose, and the price quickly soared to 150,000. Xia Ruofei smiled and stood up. He raised his voice. "Everyone, I'm sorry, but I still have a use for this jade. I'm not selling it." The onlookers immediately quieted down when they heard this, but they didn't feel too regretful. After all, this raw stone was not big, and the quality of the jade could only be said to be above average, not the kind of top-grade jade. Xia Ruofei said to the stonecutter, "Master, I'll have to trouble you to help me with the rest." Good, good, good," the stonecutter quickly said. As the stone was being cut, the onlookers still didn't leave. They all wanted to know how much valuable the jade would be. After all the stones were cut out, Qing Junhua's eyes were wide open as he watched, praying that Xia Ruofei was just lucky enough to cut the outer layer of the jade. There would be no more jade if he cut further in. Of course, even Qing Junhua himself did not believe that there was no jade inside the stone. He could only comfort himself. The stonecutter skillfully cut open the whole raw stone, and then carefully wiped off the outer stone skin. After more than half an hour, 2 fist-sized jadeite were completely cut out. It's the ice glutinous type. These 2 pieces of jade are worth at least 2 or 300,000 yuan. This young man's luck is really heaven-defying. Boss Chen, the shop next to yours has free gifts, right? I'm going To spend some now and get a free raw stone to play with. Let's go together. I'll go too. People who gambled on stones believed in luck. The price of Xia Ruofei's raw stone rose sharply. Even the gift that was originally placed in the corner of the shop next door, which was scoffed at by the experts, immediately became a hot commodity. In an instant, more than half of the people rushed to the shop next door, spending more than 20,000 yuan to get a free raw stone was a piece of cake for these buyers. Boss Chen did not expect that Xia Ruofei's stone cutting would have such an effect. He was overjoyed. Today's sales in the jade shop were going to increase again, and it was all thanks to Xia Ruofei. The way he looked at Xia Ruofei became friendlier. Xia Ruofei put the 2 pieces of jade into his bag and looked at Qing Jinhua. Then he said to Boss Chen, "Boss Chen, you're a witness. There shouldn't be any surprises with the result of this bet. Right?" "Of course." Boss Chen said with a smile, "So many people are watching. Little brother, you've won this bet. Director Cheng, you don't object to it, right?" Qing Jinhua's face turned as dark as a pig's liver, like a defeated rooster. Although 300,000 was not a big sum to him, it was still quite painful to lose. Especially after he had lost so much face in front of so many people, it made his heart itch with hatred. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he could not deny it at all. He just snorted coldly and did not speak with a gloomy face. Xia Ruofei said, "Just transfer the 300,000 to Spirit Jade House. I still need to buy jade from Boss Chen. Just deduct it from the payment." "No problem," Boss Chen said with a smile. Soon, the waiter brought the credit card machine over. He swiped Qing Jinhua's card and transferred 300,000 yuan. Qing Jinhua entered the password with a dark expression. After the transfer was successful, he took the card and left without a word. Boss Chen warmly invited Xia Ruofei to a cubicle in the shop. He personally made tea for Xia Ruofei. And then asked, "Little brother, what's your name?" "My surname is Xia." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Boss Chen, I want to buy some jade from you. I'll buy the first batch for 300,000 yuan. If we work well together, I'll buy from you for a long time, and the demand will be even greater in the future." "Sure," Boss Chen said happily. "Brother Xia, do you have any requirements for the quality of the jade?" Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Of course, it's best if it's of a higher quality. At the very least, I'll have the ice Nua type jade like today." "Boss Chen, can you provide it here?" Boss Chen knew what to do when he heard that. He was afraid that if Xia Ruofei wanted to buy the King's Green, even Lingyu House might not be able to produce it immediately. As long as Xia Ruofei could get the highest quality and the worst ice glutinous type, it would be easy. "No problem. I'll immediately inform people to prepare. A batch of jade just came in 2 days ago, so 300,000 yuan in stock is no problem." "Then, thank you, Boss Chen," Xia Ruofei said. "You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you for taking care of my business," Boss Chen said as he handed over his business card. "Brother Xia, this is my business card. Next time you need anything, just call me directly." Xia Ruofei took the name card and said, "I don't have a business card yet, I'll give you my phone number." Then, Xia Ruofei gave Boss Chen his number. The two of them sat and chatted for a while. Then someone knocked on the door and came in to tell them that the jade that Xia Ruofei wanted was ready. A small bag of jade was worth 300,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei didn't know much about jade, but he had a spirit map with him. He could tell the value of jade from the reaction of the scroll, so he didn't have to worry about being cheated. He opened the bag and picked up the pieces of jade to check. As expected, the spirit paintings all had different reactions. This meant that Boss Chen was running the business with integrity and didn't give him fake goods to fool him. Xia Ruofei kept the bag of jade with satisfaction and said to Boss Chen, the jade is pretty good. Then let's settle the deal. The 300,000 that Qing Junhua had lost to Xia Ruofei was enough to pay for the goods. He did not have to pay a single cent to get the jade. There was no better deal than this. Speaking of which, he had to thank that nouveau riche. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brother Xia, for taking care of my business. Boss Chen said forthrightly, next time, call me directly if you need anything. All right. Xia Ruofei said. After he politely refused Boss Chen's invitation to dinner, he left the spirit jade house with the bag of jade. He went to the parking lot to get his car and drove straight to the holiday villa in the suburbs. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to go back and let the spirit map scroll continue to absorb the jade to see if it could evolve again. 59 Another evolution _1 After returning to the bedroom in the villa, Xia Ruofei locked the door and took out the jade and the jade bracelet that he had obtained that day. Speaking of which, these things cost him 40,000 yuan in total to buy the bracelet. The 2 pieces of icy jade were cut from the raw stones that were given to him, and the other jade that was worth 300,000 yuan was won from a bet. Xia Ruofei took out the spirit map scroll as well. He picked up the jade bangle first, then used his mind to communicate with the spirit map space. The bangle was immediately sucked into the space. He used his mind to check on the spirit map space and found that there were no changes in the space. However, he was mentally prepared for the jade paperweight to be absorbed during the first evolution of the space. The jade paperweight was far larger than the bracelet in both material and size. Xia Ruofei judged that the amount of jade needed for the second evolution would definitely be more than the first. Hence, it was within his expectations that the bracelet would not evolve after absorbing the space. He didn't stop. He immediately picked up the 2 icy jade from the free raw stones and let the spirit map space absorb them. After absorbing the icy waxy jade, the space still didn't change. Xia Ruofei could only take out the bag of jades worth 300,000 yuan. There were 5 or 6 pieces of jade in it. They were all absorbed by the scroll until there was only the smallest piece of jade left. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that his connection with the space had become closer. He quickly used his mind to check and found that the spirit map space had finally evolved again. Xia Ruofei looked at the remaining small piece of jade and could not help but smile bitterly. The jade that was used for the second evolution was worth 500,000 yuan. Although the jade did not cost that much, Xia Ruofei still felt a heartache. If the second evolution was already like this, the next time he wanted to evolve the space, he would probably have to spend several times more jade. Xia Ruofei had thought that he was making money very quickly, but now it seemed that he had to work harder if he wanted the realm to continue to evolve. The money he earned from selling vegetables and meat was barely enough to fill the gaps of his teeth if he were to exchange it for jade. However, Xia Ruofei did not dwell on it for too long. His mind had already flown into the space. He could not wait to see what changes the space had undergone after the evolution. Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space. After the familiar dizziness had passed, Xia Ruofei took a deep breath in the space and realized that the air was fresher. He felt like he was floating as he took a deep breath. It was like the legendary paradise on Earth. The size of the space doubled again, becoming a full 4 acres. The spirit pool in the middle of the space had also become 4 meters in diameter. Xia Ruofei also realized that a mini stream had appeared in the space. It was called a mini because the width of the stream was only 40 to 50 centimeters. It was actually just a small ditch. The source of the stream was the spirit pond. After winding for more than 10 meters, it formed a pond with a diameter of about 2 meters in a depression. Xia Ruofei was most concerned about the nameless plant. After checking the changes in the space, he quickly walked to the nameless plant by the pond. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. Just as he had expected, the flower that he had just picked this afternoon grew again, and this time, there was an additional petal. The flower now was made up of 5 petals, and the latest petal was purple. The whole flower looked more harmonious and natural, as if it contained the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. Just this extra purple petal was worth the 500,000 yuan of jade. After admiring it for a while, he carefully picked all the petals with a tweezer and stored them in a preservation box with a trace of reluctance. He walked around the space and tidied up the mess. Then, he came to the newly formed pond. Looking at the small pond in front of him, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and felt that he should make full use of the resources, because he needed to earn more money. Only by making more money could he buy more jade, which would promote the realm's upgrade and evolution, and thus produce more benefits, forming a virtuous cycle. This pond was filled with spirit pond water, so it could be used to rear fish and prawns. He believed that in the unique environment of the spirit map space, the fish raised in the spirit pond water would definitely become a top-class ingredient. Of course, after some exploration, he could also breed some fish with higher value in the space. There was also the flow of time in the space, so no matter what it grew, it would definitely mature quickly. Thinking about the flow of time, Xia Ruofei immediately left the medium. He found the small alarm clock and sent it into the medium with his mind to test it again. Soon, the results were out. As expected, the time flow in the spirit map space had evolved again. Now, the time flow inside and outside was a full 20 times different. After a round of inspection, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space and kept the spirit map scroll that had evolved again. Then, he lay comfortably on the deck chair on the balcony and basked in the sun. He squinted his eyes slightly, and Ling Qingshua's beautiful figure flashed through his mind. This girl hasn't contacted me for a few days. Xia Ruofei thought to himself. He muttered to himself for a moment, then reached out for his phone, ready to give Ling Qingxue a call. Previously, the collaboration with Ling Ji restaurant had been halted because of Hidong's interference. Xia Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue must have been feeling terrible these few days and might still be working hard on the collaboration. Now that the name of Paradise Organic Vegetables had been fully established, the company and the registered trademark would soon be registered. Everything was going according to Xia Ruofei's plan, and it was time to let Ling Qingxue know. In the Nantai district of San Shan City, the headquarters of the Ling Ji Food and Beverage Group was located here. It was a 13-story building. The 1st to 8th floors were office buildings for rent, while the 9th to 13th floors were the office floors of the Ling Ji Food and Beverage Group. In a large conference room on the 12th floor, the middle and senior management of the Lingji Food and Beverage Group were having a meeting. Sitting in the middle of the long conference table was Ling Qingshua's father, Ling Xiaotian. This person in charge of Lingji restaurant was around 50 years old. His square face exuded an air of authority and power. As he sat down, he naturally made people feel a sense of respect. The vice president, director, and department manager of the company sat on both sides, according to their ranks. As the manager of the finance department, Ling Qingxue and Dong, the manager of the purchasing department, happened to be facing each other. Dong often looked up to steal glances at Ling Qingxue, but Ling Qingshue's face was always as cold as ice, and she didn't give Dong a good look. The meeting today was to discuss how to solve some of the current difficulties and the future development momentum of the group. The current situation was that the Lingji restaurant's main competitor, Minghao Restaurant, was very aggressive. They hired a famous chef whose ancestor was said to be a royal chef as the executive head chef at a high price. They launched several royal dishes in a row, and their performance soared. On the other hand, Lingji's restaurant was the exact opposite. They didn't come up with anything new in terms of their food. In addition, there was a small dispute a few days ago. A customer vomited and had diarrhea after returning home. Then, he insisted that it was a food hygiene problem at Lingji's restaurant. The trouble came every 2 or 3 days, making things worse. Now, a few chain stores were deserted and their business was not as good as before. This made Ling Xiaotian very anxious. The department managers and senior executives were also very positive, but they didn't put forward any constructive opinions. Ling Xiaotian frowned slightly, his gaze falling on his daughter, Ling Qingxue. Ever since he had rejected Ling Qingshue's request to cooperate with Xia Ruofei the day before yesterday, Ling Qingxue had been cold to him, her father. Today, she was even more absent-minded in the meeting, which made Ling Xiaotian even more unhappy. He frowned and asked, "Qingxue, stop looking at your phone. You tell me. Do you have any better ideas?" Ling Qingxue closed her phone and said calmly, "The most direct way is, of course, to look for a new chef. However, I'm afraid it's not easy to find someone who is as capable and famous as the executive head chef of Minghao Restaurant." In a hurry, Ling Xiaotian frowned slightly and said, "We've discussed this just now. The Human Resources Department will contact the headhunting company, but this can't be solved in a day or two. Say something useful." Ling Qingxue shrugged and said, "Since this method can't quench our thirst, we can only find another breakthrough. I propose to make an issue of the quality of the ingredients, but my proposal has been rejected by you. Other than this, I don't have any better ideas." This girl's resentment was still very deep. The day before yesterday, when she returned home, she had already mentioned this to Ling Xiaotian. However, she didn't know what Dong had said to Ling Xiaotian, but Ling Xiaotian didn't listen to her explanation. He only said that there couldn't be any compromises when it came to food safety issues, and that ingredients that didn't have an authoritative test report were strictly not allowed to enter. Ling Qingshue's next words were completely sealed off. Ling Qingxue naturally felt indignant. Whether it was public or private, she felt that her father was biased and believed in an outsider's words, but he didn't listen to his own daughter's words. It was really unreasonable. Ling Xiaotian's brows furrowed even more as he said, "Qingxue, let's not talk about this plan today." He said in his heart, "Qingxue is getting more and more insensible." It seemed that what Xiao he said was true. She must have been deceived by the student who sold vegetables. At this moment, He Dong, who had not spoken all this time, suddenly said, "Chairman Ling, I think Qingshua's opinion makes a lot of sense." Ling Xiaotian's brows raised in surprise. Even Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look at He Dong with a strange expression. Was he out of his mind? "You've been trying all sorts of underhanded methods to stop my plan. Why did your attitude suddenly take a 180-degree turn today?" Ling Xiaotian quickly regained his normal expression and said indifferently, "Little He, tell me the details." He Dong seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of his words. He looked around at the crowd, cleared his throat, and then said in a clear voice, "The reason is very simple. Everyone has analyzed it just now. Other than finding an outstanding chef as soon as possible, what we can do is nothing more than to improve the management system, further improve the service level, and most importantly, make an issue of the ingredients." He Dong paused, then continued, "Actually, I've always agreed with Qingshua's opinion. If Ling G.F.N.B. can find a phenomenal ingredient that can subvert the market, we can definitely turn the tables." But, speaking up to here, He Dong's tone changed, and he said, "The reason why I objected to Qingshua's proposal the last time was not because I didn't agree with this idea. I was completely thinking from the company's perspective. After my field study and judgment, I feel that the partner Qingshuo found has no ability to guarantee food safety. Moreover, the quality of the ingredients provided is very ordinary. It's impossible to have a disruptive impact on the market." "You're talking nonsense." Ling Qingshue's face turned red with anger. "You didn't even look at it, Qingshuo, let shall he finish his words?" Ling Xiaotian interrupted Ling Qingshue's words with some displeasure. Ling Qingshuo snorted coldly and shut her mouth. She glanced coldly at He Dong, her loathing for this despicable person growing. He Dong revealed a faint smile and continued, "That's why I'm only doing this for the sake of the public. If Qingshuo is unhappy because I'm performing my duties as the manager of the procurement department, I can apologize." Ling Qingshuo sat expressionlessly in her seat. She didn't even lift her eyelids, not reacting to He Dong's words at all. He Dong didn't mind, and continued, "Back to the topic just now, I actually agree with Qingshua's train of thought. The problem is that we need to find the top, great ingredients that can really affect the food industry of Three Mountains Restaurant. I've been keeping an eye on related information, and I happened to notice a piece of news recently. I think this is an opportunity for our company." "Oh? What's the news?" Ling Xiaotian asked with some interest. He Dong smiled with confidence and said, "I don't know if any of you here have heard of the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables?" He Dong's words caused the group's senior executives to start discussing in hushed voices. These 2 days, the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables had been in the limelight. Ordinary people might not know, but these people in the food and beverage industry, and they were at least at the manager level, how could they not have heard? Ling Xiaotian's eyes also lit up as he asked, "Xiaohe, are you talking about the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables launched by the West River Moon Club?" He Dong smiled and nodded, "I think this is the real top-grade vegetable. It's also our—" The sound of a phone ringing interrupted He Dong's words. Everyone looked over and saw Ling Qingshuo take out her phone and look at the caller ID. Her face instantly revealed a happy expression, and she immediately stood up and walked out of the meeting room with her phone. Ling Xiaotian glared at his daughter in anger and said, "It's getting more and more outrageous. The company's executives and managers all had strange expressions, but this was the chairman's family matter, so they could only lower their heads and pretend not to see it. Ling Xiaotian took a few deep breaths and said, "Shall he continue?" He Dong looked at Ling Qingshua's empty seat, then said, "Chairman, I think if the group can reach an agreement with the West River Moon Club and buy some of Tao Yuan brand organic vegetables from them, the performance will definitely rebound. With the celebrity effect of the organic vegetables, it will definitely attract a lot of popularity." Ling Xiaotian laughed bitterly, "Little he, you didn't see how hot these vegetables are. Even the West River Moon Club is limited in supply, and they even put it up for auction. Do you think they'll give us some?" "That's not realistic," He Dong, however, said with a confident smile. "Chairman, we all know that the so-called auction and queuing are just a means of hunger marketing by the 11 Jiang Moon Club. Although the peach garden vegetables were very rare, the supply would definitely not be that small. I have an acquaintance who is in charge of purchasing at the West River Moon Club. He told me that their president Xing is personally in charge of purchasing Taoyuan vegetables. Although he doesn't know much about the specific situation, there is one thing that is very important to us." "Oh? What's the situation?" Ling Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and asked. He Dong said with a smile, "My friend told me that President Xing has revealed that this paradise vegetable supplier has a long-term partnership with the Xizjiang Moon Club. In the future, the supply will only get bigger and bigger. President Xing is prepared to act as the agent for this brand in the future and directly sell this vegetable to the entire province." He Dong paused for a moment before continuing. "Chairman Ling, I think that under these circumstances, we can totally do some work in the 11 Jiang Moon Club. Since they're going to sell vegetables in the future, why don't we make the first move and reach an agreement with Xizjiangyu in advance? Moreover, the supply will increase in the future. As long as we pay enough, President Xing might give us a small portion of the existing supply now. If that's the case, the gimmick of paradise vegetables alone is enough to bring us a lot of popularity." As Ling Xiaotian pondered over He Dong's words, he nodded his head continuously. It was obvious that he agreed with He Dong's point of view, and was moved by his words. Seeing this, He Dong's heart also bloomed with joy. Ever since he realized that it would be very difficult for Ling Qingxue to make a breakthrough, he had begun to shift his focus and put in all his effort to win Ling Xiaotian's favor. As long as Ling Xiaotian appreciated him, coupled with the great kindness his father had shown Ling Xiaotian, he would definitely be able to win the beauty back. His performance today had definitely increased Ling Xiaotian's impression of him, and He Dong was both happy and proud. At that moment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. Ling Qingxue had just finished her call and walked in. The executives and managers realized that Ling Qingxue, who had been as cold as ice a moment ago, suddenly looked radiant. There was even a faint smile on her lips. Her entire person had suddenly become bright and beautiful. Even many of the younger managers couldn't help but be dazed. Ling Qingxue walked back to her seat and looked at He Dong, who was sitting across from her with a sneer on her face. She asked, "If I didn't hear it wrong, what manager he meant just now? Is that you're saying that Taoyuan brand organic vegetables are undeniably the top quality ingredients?" 61 Super Reversal 1. He Dong revealed a fake smile and said, "Qingxue, I understand that you want to help your classmate. I'm also very willing to do something for your classmate without affecting the overall situation. However, food safety is our company's red line. Especially since there was a suspected food poisoning incident some time ago, we can't be muddle-headed on this red line. He Dong nagged on and on, not directly answering Ling Qingshua's question. However, Ling Qingxue didn't get impatient, which was a rare sight. Instead, she revealed a meaningful smile and quietly watched He Dong's performance with an expression as if she was watching a good show. When Ling Xiaotian and the other company executives heard He Dong's nonsense, they nodded their heads repeatedly. Ling Xiaotian, in particular, approved of He Dong even more in his heart, thinking that he knew the big picture. After beating around the bush for a long time, He Dong finally returned to Ling Qingshue's question. He continued, Qingxue, I know you might not be happy, but the truth is that the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables are worthy of being called super high-quality ingredients. They are also the key to turning the Ling GF and your classmate is just a vegetable seller trying to get close to our company and earn a little money by reselling vegetables. The two are not on the same level at all, there's no way to compare. After he finished speaking, He Dong looked at Ling Qingxue with a wide smile, a smug expression on his face. Ling Qingshue's mocking expression became even more obvious. She said indifferently, it seems that Manager, he is very impressed with this Paradise brand vegetable. I'm not just talking without thinking. He Dong laughed. Although the Taoyuan brand vegetables have only appeared in everyone's eyes for 2 days, the appraisal and auction held by the West River Moon Club are so grand that everyone who has attended the appraisal can't stop praising Taoyuan vegetables. These people are all famous people in Sanshan City. It can't be that they were hired by them, right? Ling Xiaotian also furrowed his brows and said, Qingxue, what are you trying to say? We're discussing serious matters now, so don't throw a tantrum. Ling Qingxue stood up and looked around at the company's top executives. Finally, her gaze stopped on He Dong, and she said sarcastically, Manager you've just said so many good things about Paradise vegetables. I'll thank you on behalf of Ruofei. When Ling Qingxue said this, He Dong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He then asked, You? What do you mean by this? Ling Qingxue chuckled and turned to Ling Xiaotian. Dad, I just received a call. The Paradise vegetables that Manager he was praising about were cultivated by my classmate, Xia Ruofei. It's also the vegetable that I strongly recommended to you a few days ago. The Paradise company that is currently being registered is also solely owned by Xia Ruofei. Ling Qingshue's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The conference room immediately buzzed with discussion. As for He Dong, he sat on the chair in a daze, as if he had been petrified. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Ling Xiaotian revealed a shocked expression and asked, Qingxue, is the information confirmed? Xia Ruofei told me personally, how could I be wrong? Ling Qingxue said. He Dong had only just recovered from his shock. Hearing Ling Qingshue's words was like grasping at a life-saving straw, and he immediately said loudly, he's definitely lying. He got in touch with Qingxue before because he wanted to use Qingxue to cheat our company's money. He must have come up with another trick after I saw through him. It just so happens that Taoyuan Vegetables' reputation has been in the limelight for the past 2 days, so he continued to use Taoyuan Vegetables' name to cheat people. It must be like this. Ling Qingxue looked at He Dong coldly, not bothering to explain anything to him. She only said to Ling Xiaotian, who had an uncertain look in his eyes, Father, Ruofei said that you can call President Xing of the West River Moon Club to confirm this matter. As long as you mention his name, President Xing will naturally tell you the truth. By the way, you should have President Zhang's phone number, right? Ling Xiaotian nodded his head slightly and took out his phone. Doubtfully. At this time, He Dong suddenly said, "Chairman, you can't make this call. The source of Taoyuan vegetables must be the core secret of the West River Moon Club." If he rashly called President Xing to ask about this matter, not only would he not get any information, but he would also offend him. The cooperation in the future would definitely be impossible. This Xia Ruofei has evil intentions. He's trying to make Ling Ji Restaurant and Shijiang Moon Club become enemies. Ling Qingxue finally couldn't help but change her expression and coldly said, "Enough. He Dong, if it wasn't for you deliberately making things difficult for us, Ling GF and B would be the one cooperating with Paradise Corporation right now, and the one in the limelight in the entire Sanshan food industry would also be Ling G. F and B. It's because of your stupidity and selfishness that Ruofei had no choice but to choose the West River Moon Club as his business partner. Our company has not been able to get out of this predicament. All because of you. You're still stopping my father from investigating this matter. What are your intentions?" At this time, he still accused Ruofei of being evil. "I think you're the one who's feeling guilty." "I didn't." He Dong explained with a pale face. Ling Xiaotian looked at He Dong with a complicated expression, then started to look for a phone number on his phone. He quickly found President Zhang's number and dialed it. Ling Xiaotian took his phone and stood up to walk out of the conference room. Before he even walked out of the conference room, everyone heard Ling Xiaotian say enthusiastically, "President Zhang? I'm Ling Xiaotian from Ling G F and B. I have something to ask you." Then, the thick door of the conference room was closed, blocking Ling Xiaotian's voice. No. One could hear what Ling Xiaotian and President Xing were talking about on the phone outside the conference room. These high-ranking officials all looked at He Dong with complicated gazes. There was pity, gloating, and also indifference. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxue sat quietly in her seat, looking at He Dong's pale face and dejected appearance. Her heart was filled with joy. After watching this despicable person act so arrogantly for so many days, Ling Qingxue felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly every time she saw him. Today, she had finally vented her anger. If it was anyone else who dared to talk back to Ling Qingxue like this, they would have been kicked out of the company a long time ago. He Dong only dared to be so impudent because his father had saved Ling Xiaotian's life. It was also because of this that Ling Qingxue especially hated him. Very quickly, the meeting room's door opened once more. Ling Xiaotian walked back with a somewhat unsightly expression. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, but no one dared to ask. Ling Qingxue was the only one who smiled confidently and asked, "Dad, how's the questioning?" Ling Xiaotian's expression became a little awkward, not knowing how to answer Ling Qingxue. After a long while, Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brows and looked at He Dong, asking in a deep voice, "Little He, what's wrong with you? We're all trying to curry favor with such a high-quality supplier like Xia Ruofei. Why are you still pushing him away? Also, Qingxue said that you deliberately made things difficult for her and forcibly ruined the cooperation that had already been drafted. Is that true?" It was all good now. Old Jing from West River Moon had gotten a great deal. "What do you want to do?" "Ah?" Dong's face instantly paled when he heard this, and the last bit of hope in his heart also vanished. He slumped into his chair, completely not knowing how to deal with this kind of situation.